Chapter 28. Abroad again. Old friends in Old England, Albert Smith as a showman, his ascent of Mont Blanc, popularity of the entertainment, the Garrick Club, Phineas Cutecraft, the 11,000 Virgins of Cologne, utilizing incidents, subterranean terrors, a panic, Egyptian darkness in Egyptian Hall, William M. Thackeray, his 2 visits to America, friendly relations with the novelist, I lose his sympathy, his warm regard for his American friends, Otto Goldschmidt and Jenny Lind Goldschmidt, tender of their aid, the forged Lind letter, Benedict and Belletti, George Augustus Sala, Charles Keene, Edmund Yates, Horace Mayhew, George Peabody, Mr. Buckstone, my exhibitions in England, S. M. Pettingle, Mr. Lumley. On arriving at Liverpool, I found that my old friends, Mr. and Mrs. Lynn, of the Waterloo Hotel, had changed very little during my 10 years' absence from England. Even the servants in the hotel were mainly those whom I left there when I last went away from Liverpool, which illustrates, in a small way, how much less changeable and more conservative the English people are than we are. The old head waiter, Thomas, was still head waiter, as he had been for full 20 years. His hair was more silvered, his gait was slower, his shoulders had rounded, but he was as ready to receive, as I was to repeat, the first order I ever gave him. To wit, fried soles and shrimp sauce. And among my many friends in Liverpool and London, but one death had occurred, and with only 2 exceptions they all lived in the same buildings and pursued the same vocations as when I left them in 1847. When I reached London, I found one of these exceptions to be Mr. Albert Smith, who, when I first knew him, was a dentist, a literary hack, a contributor to Punch, and a writer for the magazines, and who was now transformed to a first-class showman in the full tide of success, in my own old exhibition quarters in Egyptian Hall, Piccadilly. A year or 2 before, he had succeeded in reaching the top of Mont Blanc, and after publishing a most interesting account, which was republished and translated into several languages the whole world over, he concluded to make further use of his expedition by adapting it to a popular entertainment. He therefore illustrated his ascent by means of a finely painted and accurate panorama, and he accompanied the exhibition with a descriptive lecture full of amusing and interesting incidents, illustrative of his remarkable experiences in accomplishing the difficult ascent. He also gave a highly colored and exciting narrative of his entire journey from London to Switzerland, and back again, including his trip up and down the Rhine. And introducing the many peculiar characters of both sexes, he claimed to have met at different points during his tour. These he imitated and presented in so lifelike a manner, as to fairly captivate and convulse his audiences. It was one of the most pleasing and popular entertainments ever presented in London, and was immensely remunerative to the projector, resulting, indeed, in a very handsome fortune. The entertainments were patronized by the most cultivated classes, for information was blended with amusement, and in no exhibition then in London was there so much genuine fun. 2 or 3 times Albert Smith was commanded to appear before the Queen at Buckingham Palace, and at Windsor, and as he gave his entertainment with great success on these occasions. Spite of the fact that he could not take his panorama with him, it can readily be imagined that the frame was quite as good as the picture, and that the lecture as compared with the panorama, admirable as both were, was by no means the least part of the show. Calling upon Albert Smith, I found him the same kind, cordial friend as ever, and he at once put me on the free list at his entertainment, and insisted upon my dining frequently with him at his favorite club, the Garrick. The first time I witnessed his exhibition he gave me a sly wink from the stage at the moment of his describing a scene in the Golden Chamber of St. Ursula's Church in Cologne, where the old sexton was narrating the story of the ashes and bones of the 11,000 innocent virgins who, according to tradition, were sacrificed on a certain occasion. One of the characters whom he pretended to have met several times on his trip to Mont Blanc, was a Yankee, whom he named Phineas Cutecraft. The wink came at the time he introduced Phineas in the Cologne church, and made him say at the end of the sexton's story about the virgin's bones, "Old fellow, What will you take for that whole lot of bones? I want them for my museum in America. When the question had been interpreted to the old German, he exclaimed in horror, according to Albert Smith. Mein Gott! It is impossible. We will never sell the Virgin's bones. Never mind, replied Phineas Cutecraft, I'll send another lot of bones to my museum, swear mine are the real bones of the Virgins of Cologne, and burst up your show. This always excited the heartiest laughter. But Mr. Smith knew very well that I would at once recognize it as a paraphrase of the scene wherein he had figured with me in 1844 at the Porter's Lodge of Warwick Castle. In the course of the entertainment, I found he had woven in numerous anecdotes I had told him at that time. And many incidents of our excursion were also travestied and made to contribute to the interest of his description of the ascent of Mont Blanc. When we went to the Garrick Club that day, Albert Smith introduced me to several of his acquaintances as his teacher in the show business. As we were quietly dining together, he remarked that I must have recognized several old acquaintances in the anecdotes at his entertainment. Upon my answering that I did, indeed, he remarked, you are too old a showman not to know that in order to be popular, we must snap up and localize all the good things which we come across. By thus engrafting his various experiences upon this Mont Blanc entertainment, Albert Smith succeeded in serving up a salmagundi feast, which was relished alike by royal and less distinguished palates. At one of the Egyptian Hall matinees, Albert Smith, espying me in the audience, sent an usher to me with a note of invitation to dine with him and a number of friends immediately after the close of the entertainment. To this invitation he added the request that as soon as he concluded his lecture I should at once come to him through the small door under the stage at the end of the orchestra. And by thus getting ahead of the large crowd of ladies and gentlemen composing the audience we should save time and reach the club at an hour for an early dinner. As soon as he uttered the last word of his lecture, I pushed for the little door, the highly distinguished audience, which on this occasion was mainly made up of ladies, meanwhile slowly progressing towards the exits, while the orchestra was playing them out with selections of popular music. Closing the stage door behind me, I instantly found myself enveloped in that Egyptian darkness which was peculiar, I suppose, if not appropriate, to that part of Egyptian Hall. I could hear Smith and his assistants walking on the stage over my head, but I dare not call out lest some nervous duchess or countess should faint under the apprehension that the hall was on fire, or that some other severe disaster threatened. Groping my way blindly and hitting my head several times against sundry beams, at last, to my joy, I reached the knob of the door which led me into this hole. But to my dismay it had been locked from the outside. In feeling about, however, I discovered a couple of bell pulls, both of which I desperately jerked and heard a faint tinkling in two opposite directions. Next, I heard the heavy canvas drop curtain rolled down rapidly till it struck the stage with a thud. Then the music in the orchestra suddenly ceased. And I could readily understand by the shrieks of the women and the loud protestations of masculine voices that the gas had been turned off and the whole house left in darkness. This was followed by hurried and heavy footsteps on the stage, the imprecations of stage carpenters and gasmen, jargon of foreign musicians in the orchestra, and the earnest voice of my friend Smith excitedly exclaiming, "Who rung those bells? Why are we all left in the dark? Light up here at once, bless my soul! What does all this mean?" I was amazed, yet amused and half alarmed. What to do, I did not know, so I sat still on a box which I had stumbled over, as well as upon, afraid to move or put out my hand lest I might touch some machinery which would give the signal for thunder and lightning, or an earthquake, or more likely, a Mont Blanc avalanche. Restored tranquility overhead assured me that the gas had been relighted. I knew Smith must be anxiously awaiting me, for he was not a man to be behind time when so important a matter as dinner was the motive of the appointment. Something desperate must be done. So I carefully groped my way to the stage door again and with a strong effort managed to wrench it open. Covered with dust and perspiration I followed behind the rear of the outgoing audience and found Smith, to whom I narrated my underground experiences. Brushes, water and towels soon put me once more in presentable condition, and we went to the Garrick Club, where we dined with several gentlemen of note. Smith could not refrain from relating my mishaps and their consequences in my search for him under difficulties, and worse yet, under his stage. And great was the merriment over the idea that an old manager like myself should so lose his reckoning in a place with which he might well be supposed to be perfectly familiar. When the late William M. Thackeray made his first visit to the United States, I think in 1852, he called on me at the museum with a letter of introduction from our mutual friend Albert Smith. He spent an hour with me, mainly for the purpose of asking my advice in regard to the management of the course of lectures on the English humorists of the 18th century, which he proposed to deliver, as he did afterwards, with very great success, in the principal cities of the Union. I gave him the best advice I could as to management, and the cities he ought to visit, for which he was very grateful, and he called on me whenever he was in New York. I also saw him repeatedly when he came to America the second time with his admirable lectures on the Four Georges, which, it will be remembered, he delivered in the United States in the season of 1855-56, before he read these lectures to audiences in Great Britain. My relations with this great novelist, I am proud to say, were cordial and intimate. And now, when I called upon him, in 1857, at his own house, he grasped me heartily by the hand and said, "Mr. Barnum, I admire you more than ever. I have read the accounts in the papers of the examinations you underwent in the New York courts, and the positive pluck you exhibit under your pecuniary embarrassments is worthy of all praise. You would never have received credit for the philosophy you manifest, if these financial misfortunes had not overtaken you." I thanked him for his compliment, and he continued, "But tell me, Barnum, are you really in need of present assistance? For if you are, you must be helped." "Not in the least," I replied, laughing. "I need more money in order to get out of bankruptcy, and I intend to earn it, but so far as daily bread is concerned, I am quite at ease, for my wife is worth £30,000 or £40,000. "Is it possible?" he exclaimed, with evident delight. "Well, now, you have lost all my sympathy. Why, that is more than I ever expect to be worth. I shall be sorry for you no more." During my stay in London, I met Thackeray several times, and on one occasion I dined with him. He was a most genial, noble-hearted gentleman. In our conversations he spoke with the warmest appreciation of America, and of his numerous friends in this country. And he repeatedly expressed his obligations to me for the advice and assistance I had given him on the occasion of his first lecturing visit to the United States. The late Charles Keene, then manager of the Princess's Theatre, in London, was also exceedingly polite and friendly to me. He placed a box at my disposal at all times, and took me through his theatre to show me the stage, dressing rooms, and particularly the valuable properties he had collected. Among other things, he had 20 or more complete suits of real armor and other costumes and appointments essential to the production of historical plays, in the most complete and authentic manner. In the mere matter of stage setting, Charles Keene has never been surpassed. Otto Goldschmidt, the husband of Jenny Lind, also called on me in London. He and his wife were then living in Dresden, and he said the first thing his wife desired him to ask me was, whether I was in want. I assured him that I was not, although I was managing to live in an economical way and my family would soon come over to reside in London. He then advised me to take them to Dresden, saying that living was very cheap there, and, he added, my wife will gladly look up a proper house for you to live in. I thankfully declined his proffered kindness, as Dresden was too far away from my business. A year subsequent to this, a letter was generally published in the American papers, purporting to have been written to me by Jenny Lind, and proffering me a large sum of money. I immediately pronounced the letter a forgery, and I soon afterwards received a communication from a young reporter in Philadelphia acknowledging himself as the author, and saying that he wrote it from a good motive, hoping it would benefit me. On the contrary, it annoyed me exceedingly. My old friends Julius Benedict and Giovanni Belletti called on me, and we had some very pleasant dinners together, when we talked over incidents of their travels in America. Among the gentlemen whom I met in London, some of them quite frequently at dinners, were Mr. George Augustus Sala, Mr. Edmund Yates, Mr. Horace Mayhew, Mr. Alfred Bunn, Mr. Lumley. Of Her Majesty's Theatre, Mr. Buckstone; of the Haymarket, Mr. Charles Keene; our princely countryman Mr. George Peabody, Mr. J. M. Morris, the manager; Mr. Bates, of Baring, Brothers and Company; Mr. Oxenford, dramatic critic of the London Times; Dr. Ballard, the American dentist, and many other eminent persons. I had numerous offers from professional friends on both sides of the Atlantic who supposed me to be in need of employment. Mr. Barney Williams, who had not then acted in England, proposed in the kindest manner to make me his agent for a tour through Great Britain, and to give me 1/3 of the profits which he and Mrs. Williams might make by their acting. Mr. S. M. Pettingill, of New York, the newspaper advertising agent, offered me the fine salary of $10,000 a year to transact business for him in Great Britain. He wrote to me, "When you failed in consequence of the Jerome clock notes, I felt that your creditors were dealing hard with you. That they should have let you up and give you a chance, and they would have fared better, and I wish I was a creditor so as to show what I would do." These offers, both from Mr. Williams and Mr. Pettingill, I was obliged to decline. Mr. Lumley, manager of Her Majesty's Theatre, used to send me an order for a private box for every opera night, and I frequently availed myself of his courtesy. I had an idea that much money might be made by transferring his entire opera company, which then included Piccolomini and Titians, to New York for a short season. The plan included the charter of a special steamer for the company and the conveyance of the entire troupe, including the orchestra, with their instruments, and the chorus, costumes, scores, and properties of the company. It was a gigantic scheme, which would no doubt have been pecuniarily successful, and Mr. Lumley and I went so far as to draw up the preliminaries of an arrangement, in which I was to share a due proportion of the profits for my assistance in the management. But after a while, and to the evident regret of Mr. Lumley, the scheme was given up. Meanwhile, I was by no means idle. Cordelia Howard as Little Eva, with her mother as the inimitable Topsy, were highly successful in London and other large cities, while General Tom Thumb, returning after so long an absence, drew crowded houses wherever he went. These were strong spokes in the wheel that was moving slowly but surely in the effort to get me out of debt, and, if possible, to save some portion of my real estate. Of course, it was not generally known that I had any interest whatever in either of these exhibitions. If it had been, possibly some of the clock creditors would have annoyed me. But I busied myself in these and in other ways, working industriously and making much money, which I constantly remitted to my trusty agent at home. Chapter 29. In Germany. From London to Baden-Baden, trouble in Paris, Strasbourg, scene in a German custom house, a terrible bill, 6 cents worth of agony, gambling at Baden-Baden, suicides, golden prices for the general, a call from the King of Holland, the German spas, Hamburg. EMS and Wiesbaden, the Black Forest orchestrion maker, an offered sacrifice, the seat of the Rothschilds, difficulties in Frankfurt, a pompous commissioner of police, red tape, an alarm, Henry J. Raymond, call on the commissioner, confidential disclosures, half of an entire fortune in an American railway, astounding revelations, down the Rhine, departure for Holland. After a pleasant and successful season of several weeks in London and in the provinces, I took the little general into Germany, going from London to Paris and from thence to Strasbourg and Baden-Baden. I had not been in Paris since the times of King Louis Philippe, and while I noticed great improvements in the city, in the opening of the new boulevards and the erection of noble buildings, I could see also with sorrow that there was less personal liberty under the Emperor Napoleon III than there was under the citizen king. The custom house officials were overbearing and unnecessarily rigid in their exactions, the police were overwatchful and intolerant, the screws were turned on everywhere. I had a lot of large pictorial placards of General Tom Thumb, which were merely in transitu, as I wished only to forward them to Germany to be used as advertisements of the forthcoming exhibitions. These the French custom house officers determined to examine in detail, and when they discovered that one of the pictures represented the general in the costume of the first Napoleon. The whole of the bills were seized and sent to the prefecture of police. I was compelled to stay 3 days in Paris before I could convince the prefect of police that there was no treason in the Tom Thumb pictures. I was very glad to get out of Paris with my baggage, and taking a seat in the express train on the Paris and Strasbourg railway, I soon forgot my custom-house annoyances. One would suppose that by this time I had had enough to do with clocks to last me my lifetime, but passing one night and a portion of a day at Strasbourg, I did not forget or fail to witness the great church clock, which is nearly as famous as the cathedral itself. At noon precisely a mechanical cock crows, the bell strikes, figures of the 12 apostles appear and walk in procession. And other extraordinary evidences of wonderful mechanical art are daily exhibited by this curious old clock. From Strasbourg we went to Baden-Baden. I had been abroad so much that I could understand and manage to speak French, but I had never been in Germany and I did not know 6 words of the language of that country. As a consequence, I dreaded to pass the custom house at Kehl, nearly opposite Strasbourg, and the first town on the German border at that point. When the diligence stopped at this place I fairly trembled. I knew that I had no baggage which was rightfully subject to duty, as I had nothing but my necessary clothing and the package of placards and lithographs illustrating the general's exhibitions. This was the package which had given me so much trouble in Paris, and as the official was examining my trunks, I assured him in French that I had nothing subject to duty. But he made no reply and deliberately handled every article in my luggage. He then cut the strings to the large packages of show bills. I asked him, in French, whether he understood that language. He gave a grunt, which was the only audible sound I could get out of him, and then laid my show bills and lithographs on his scales as if to weigh them. I was almost distracted, when an English gentleman who spoke German, kindly offered to act as my interpreter. "Please to tell him," said I, "that those bills and lithographs are not articles of commerce, that they are simply advertisements." My English friend did as I requested, but it was of no use. The custom-house officer kept piling them upon his scales. I grew more excited. "Please tell him I give them away," I said. The translation of my assertion into German did not help me. A double grunt from the functionary was the only response. Tom Thumb, meanwhile, jumped about like a little monkey, for he was fairly delighted at my worry and perplexity. Finally, I said to my new-found English friend, "Be good enough to tell the officer to keep the bills if he wants them, and that I will not pay duty on them anyhow." He was duly informed of my determination, but he was immovable. He lighted his huge Dutch pipe, got the exact weight, and marking it down, handed it to a clerk, who copied it on his book, and solemnly passed it over to another clerk, who copied it on still another book. A third clerk then took it, and copied it on to a printed bill, the size of a half-letter sheet, which was duly stamped in red ink with several official devices. By this time I was in a profuse perspiration, and as the document passed from clerk to clerk, I told them they need not trouble themselves to make out a bill, for I would not pay it. They would get no duty and they might keep the property. To be sure, I could not spare the placards for any length of time, for they were exceedingly valuable to me as advertisements and I could not easily have duplicated them in Germany. But I was determined that I would not pay duties on articles which were not merchandise. Every transfer, therefore, of the bill to a new clerk, gave me a fresh twinge, for I imagined that every clerk added more charges. And every charge was a tighter turn to the vice which held my fingers. Finally, the last clerk defiantly thrust in my face the terrible official document, on which were scrawled certain cabalistic characters, signifying the amount of money I should be forced to pay to the German government before I could have my property. I would not touch it, but resolved I would really leave my packages until I could communicate with one of our consuls in Germany, and I said as much to the English gentleman who had kindly interpreted for me. He took the bill, and examining it, burst into a loud laugh. "Why, it is but 15 kreuzers," he said. "How much is that?" I asked, feeling for the golden sovereigns in my pocket. "6 pence," was the reply. I was astonished and delighted, and as I handed out the money, I begged him to tell the officials that the custom house charge would not pay the cost of the paper on which it was written. But this was a very fair illustration of sundry red tape dealings in other countries as well as in Germany. I found Baden a delightful little town, cleaner and neater than any city I had ever visited. I learned afterwards that Mr. Bennett, the lessee of the Kursaal gambling house, was compelled annually to expend large sums for keeping the streets and public places clean. Indeed, he could well afford to do so, as one would readily perceive upon witnessing the vast amounts of money which were daily lost by the men and women of nearly all nations. Upon his tables of roulette and rouge et noir. The town has all the characteristics and accompaniments of a first-class watering place, a theatre, public library, and several very fine hotels. The springs are presumed to be the inducements which draw hundreds of invalids to Baden-Baden every summer. But the gaming tables are the real attractions to thousands of far weaker persons who spend the entire season in gambling. It is no unusual thing to see ladies sitting around these gaming tables, betting their silver and gold pieces, until they lose $500 or $1,000. While men frequently invest many times these amounts. If they happen to be winners, they are very sure to be tempted to try again, and thus in the long run succumb to the advantage which is given in the game to the bankers over the bettors. The games open at 11 o'clock every morning, Sundays included, and close at 11 o'clock at night. Players have been known to sit at the table, without once rising, even to eat or to drink, through the entire day and night session. Very early in the day, however, many a player finds himself penniless, and, in such case, if he does not step to some quiet place and blow his brains out, the proprietor of the hell will present to him money enough to carry him at least 50 miles from Baden-Baden. A few days before my arrival, a young lady hung herself. Indeed, several suicides occur in all the German spas every year from the one cause, ruin by gambling. But so callous do the players, as well as the card dealers become, that I can easily credit a story told me at Hamburg, the greatest gambling place in Europe. A Frenchman, sitting at the table where scores of others were betting their money, lost his last sou, and immediately drew a razor from his pocket and cut his throat. The circumstance was scarcely sufficient to induce the players to raise their eyes from the cards. It was a mere incident, an episode in matters more important. A sheet was thrown over the body, and as the servants quietly removed the corpse, someone slipped into the vacated chair, the dealer crying out in French, "Make your bets, gentlemen." And the play went on as usual. In due time, when our preliminary arrangements were completed, the general's attendants, carriage, ponies, and liveried coachmen and footmen arrived at Baden-Baden and were soon seen in the streets. The excitement was intense and increased from day to day. Several crowned heads, princes, lords and ladies who were spending the season at Baden-Baden, with a vast number of wealthy pleasure-seekers and travelers, crowded the saloon in which the general exhibited during the entire time we remained in the place. The charges for admission were much higher than had been demanded in any other city. Some time before I left America I received several letters from a young man residing in the Black Forest in regard to a wonderful orchestrion which he was building and which he wished to sell or send to me for exhibition. When he saw the accounts of my arrival with Tom Thumb at Baden-Baden, he announced his willingness to bring his orchestrion and set it up in that place so that I could see and hear it. His letter was forwarded to me at Frankfurt and I replied that my engagements were made many days in advance, that my time was invaluable, but that if he would have his orchestrion set up and in perfect order at such a time on such a day I would be there promptly to see it. Arriving at the appointed time, I found that he had not completed his work. The beautiful case was up, but the interior was unfinished. I was much disappointed, but not nearly so much so as was the orchestrion builder. "Oh, Mr. Barnum," said he, "I have worked with my men all last night and all today and I will work all night again and have it in readiness tomorrow morning. If you will only stay, I will go down on my knees to you. Yes, Mr. Barnum, I will cut off one of my fingers for you, if you will only wait." But I could not wait, even under this strong and certainly extraordinary inducement, and was obliged to return to my engagements without hearing the orchestrion, which, I afterwards learned, was sold and set up in St. Petersburg. From Baden-Baden we went to other celebrated German spas, including EMS, Hamburg and Wiesbaden. These are all fashionable gambling as well as watering places, and during our visits they were crowded with visitors from all parts of Europe. Our exhibitions were attended by thousands who paid the same high prices that were charged for admission at Baden-Baden, and at Wiesbaden, among many distinguished persons. The King of Holland came to see the little general. These exhibitions were among the most profitable that had ever been given. And I was able to remit thousands of dollars to my agents in the United States to aid in repurchasing my real estate and to assist in taking up such clock notes as were offered for sale. A short but very remunerative season at Frankfurt on the Main, the home and starting place of the great house of the Rothschilds, assisted me largely in carrying out these purposes. There was the greatest difficulty, however, in getting permission to hold our exhibitions in Frankfurt. When I applied for a permit at the office of the Commissary of Police, I was told that office hours were ended for the day, and that the chief official, who alone could give me the permit, had gone home to dinner. As I was in a great hurry to begin, I went to the residence of the commissary, where I was met at the door by a gorgeously arrayed flunky, to whom I stated my business, and who informed me that I could on no account see the distinguished official till dinner was over. I waited 1 hour and a half by my watch for that mighty man to dine, and then he condescended to admit me to his presence. When I had stated my business, he demanded to know why I had not applied to him at his office in the proper hours, declaring that he would do no business with me at his house, and that I must come to him tomorrow. I went, and after a great deal of questioning and delay, I received the sought-for license to exhibit, but I have never seen more red tape wound up on a single reel. All my men, all Tom Thumb's attendants, the general and myself, in addition to showing our passports, were obliged to register our names, ages, occupations, and what not, in a huge book, and to answer all sorts of questions. At last we were permitted to go, and we opened our doors to the throng that came to see the general. But a day or two after our exhibitions began, came a messenger with a command that I should appear before the commissary of police. I was very much frightened, I confess. I was sure that some of my men had been doing or saying something which had offended the authorities, and although I was conscious that my own conduct had been circumspect, I started for the police office in fear and trembling. On the way, I met Mr. Henry J. Raymond, editor of the New York Times, who was in company with a gentleman from Ohio, to whom he introduced me, and thereupon I stated my trouble, and my opinion that I was about to be fined, imprisoned, possibly beheaded, I knew not what. "Don't be alarmed," said Mr. Raymond, "we will keep an eye on the proceedings, and if you get into trouble we will try to get you out." Arriving at headquarters, I was solemnly shown into the private office of the commissary, who asked me to be seated, and then rose and locked the door. This movement was by no means calculated to calm my agitation, and I at once exclaimed, in the best French I could summon, "Sir, I demand an interpreter." "We do not need one," he replied. "I can understand your French, and you can understand mine. I wish to consult you confidentially on a very private matter, and one that concerns me deeply." Somewhat reassured at this remarkable announcement, I begged him to proceed, which he did as follows. "Do not be uneasy, sir, as this matter wholly affects me. I must state to you in entire secrecy that the half of my whole fortune is invested in the bonds of one of your American railways, giving me the name of the road. And as I have received no interest for a long time, I am naturally alarmed for the safety of my property. I wish to know if the road is good for anything, and if so, why the interest on the bonds is not paid." I was happy to tell him that I had met that very morning a gentleman from Ohio who was well acquainted with the condition of this road, which was in his vicinity at home, and that I would speedily derive from him the desired information. The commissary overwhelmed me with profuse thanks, adding, "Remember, the half of my entire fortune is at stake." Impressed with the magnitude of the loss he might be called upon to suffer, I ventured, as I was going out, to ask him the amount of his investment. $4,000, was the reply. When I thought of his liveried lackeys, his house, his style, his dignity, and his enormous consequence, I could not but smile to think that all these things were supported on his small salary and an entire fortune of $8,000. One half of which was invested in the bonds of a doubtful American railway company. We exhibited at Mayence and several other places in the vicinity, reaping golden harvests everywhere, and then went down the Rhine to Cologne. The journey down the river was very pleasant and we duly did the scenery and lions on the way. The boats were very ill provided with sleeping accommodations, and one night, as I saw our party must sit up, I suggested that we should play a social game of euchre if we could get the cards. The clerk of the boat was prompt in affording the gratifying intelligence that he had cards to sell, and I bought a pack, paying him a good round price. Immediately thereafter, the clerk, pocketing the money, stated that it was 9 o'clock and according to the regulations he must turn out all the lights, which he did, leaving us to play cards, if we wished to, in the dark. The slowness of the boat was a great annoyance, and on one occasion I said to the captain, "Look here. Confound your slow old boat. I have a great mind to put on an opposition American line and burst up your business." He knew me, and knew something of Yankee enterprise, and he was evidently alarmed, but a thought came to his relief. "You cannot do it," he triumphantly exclaimed. "The government will not permit you to run more than 9 miles an hour." We remained at Cologne only long enough to visit the famous cathedral and to see other curiosities and works of art, and then pushed on to Rotterdam and Amsterdam. Chapter 30. In Holland. The finest and flattest country in the world, super cleanliness, habits and customs, Kremis, the albino family, The Hague, August Belmont, Japanese museum, manufactured fabulous animals, a generous offer, valuable pictures, an astonished superintendent, back to England, exhibitions in Manchester, I return again to America, fun on the voyage, mock trials, Barnum as a prosecutor and as a prisoner, cold shoulders in New York, preparing to move into my old home, careless painters and carpenters. Iraniston burned to the ground, next to no insurance, sale of the property, Elias Howe, Jr. Holland gave me more genuine satisfaction than any other foreign country I have ever visited, if I except Great Britain. Redeemed as a large portion of the whole surface of the land has been from the bottom of the sea by the wonderful dikes, which are monuments of the industry of whole generations of human beavers. Holland seems to me the most curious as well as interesting country in the world. The people, too, with their quaint costumes, their extraordinary cleanliness, their thrift, industry, and frugality, pleased me very much. It is the universal testimony of all travelers that the Hollanders are the neatest and most economical people among all nations. So far as cleanliness is concerned, in Holland it is evidently not next to, but far ahead of godliness. It is rare, indeed, to meet a ragged, dirty, or drunken person. The people are very temperate and economical in their habits. And even the very rich, and there is a vast amount of wealth in the country, live with great frugality, though all of the people live well. As for the scenery, I cannot say much for it, since it is only diversified by thousands of windmills, which are made to do all kinds of work, from grinding grain to pumping water from the inside of the dikes back to the sea again. As I exhibited the general only in Rotterdam and Amsterdam, and to no great profit in either city, we spent most of our time in rambling about to see what was to be seen. In the country villages it seemed as if every house was scrubbed twice and whitewashed once every day in the week, excepting Sunday. Some places were almost painfully pure, and I was in one village where horses and cattle were not allowed to go through the streets. And no one was permitted to wear their boots or shoes in the houses. There is a general and constant exercise of brooms, pails, floor brushes and mops all over Holland, and in some places even, this kind of thing is carried so far, I am told, that the only trees set out are scrub oaks. The reason, I think, why our exhibitions were not more successful in Rotterdam and Amsterdam, is that the people are too frugal to spend much money for amusement. But they and their habits and ways afforded us so much amusement, that we were quite willing they should give our entertainment the go-by, as they generally did. We were in Amsterdam at the season of Kermis, or the annual fair which is held in all the principal towns, and where shows of all descriptions are open. At prices for admission ranging from 1 to 5 pennies, and are attended by nearly the whole population. For the people generally, this one great holiday seems all sufficient for the whole year. I went through scores of booths, where curiosities and monstrosities of all kinds were exhibited, and was able to make some purchases and engagements for the American Museum. Among these, was the albino family, consisting of a man, his wife, and son, who were by far the most interesting and attractive specimens of their class I had ever seen. We visited The Hague, the capital and the finest city in Holland. It is handsomely and regularly laid out, and contains a beautiful theatre, a public picture gallery, which contains some of the best works of Van Dyck, Paul Potter, and other Dutch masters. While the museum is especially rich in rarities from China and Japan. When we arrived at The Hague, Mr. August Belmont, who had been the United States minister at that court, had just gone home. But I heard many encomiums passed upon him and his family, and I was told some pretty good stories of his familiarity with the king, and of the jolly times these two personages frequently enjoyed together. I did not miss visiting the great government museum, as I wished particularly to see the rich collection of Japan ware and arms, made during the many years when the Dutch carried on almost exclusively the entire foreign trade with the Japanese. I spent several days in minutely examining these curious manufactures of a people, who were then almost as little known to nations generally as are the inhabitants of the planet Jupiter. On the first day of my visit to this museum, I stood for an hour before a large case containing a most unique and extraordinary collection of fabulous animals, made from paper and other materials, and looking as natural and genuine as the stuffed skins of any animals in the American Museum. There were serpents 2 yards long, with a head and pair of feet at each end, frogs as large as a man, with human hands and feet, turtles with 3 heads, monkeys with 2 heads and 6 legs. Scores of equally curious monstrosities, and at least 24 mermaids, of all sorts and sizes. Looking at these sirens, I easily divined from whence the Fiji mermaid originated. While I was standing near this remarkable cabinet, the superintendent of the museum came, and, introducing himself to me, asked me from what country I came and how I liked the museum. I told him that I was an American and that the collection was interesting and remarkable, adding, "You seem to have a great variety of mermaids here." "Yes," he replied. "The Japanese exercise great ingenuity in manufacturing fabulous animals, especially mermaids. And by the way," he added, "your great showman, Barnum, is said to have succeeded in humbugging the Americans to a very considerable extent, by means of what he claimed to be a veritable mermaid." I said that such was the story, though I believed that Barnum only used the mermaid as an advertisement for his museum. "Perhaps so," responded the superintendent, "but he is a shrewd and industrious manager. We have had frequent applications from his European agents for duplicates from our collection and have occasionally sold some to them to be sent to America." The superintendent then politely asked me to go into his office, as he had something to offer me, which, as an American gentleman, he was sure I would prize highly. But the business was of a strictly confidential character. He asked me to be seated, and cautiously locking the door and drawing his chair near to mine, he informed me in a tone scarcely above a whisper that he was the executor of the estate of a wealthy gentleman, recently deceased, with power to dispose of the property, which included a large number of exceedingly valuable ancient and modern paintings. "You must be well aware," he continued, "that my countrymen would be extremely unwilling to permit these precious specimens of art to leave Holland, but—" and here he gave my hand a slight but most friendly squeeze, "I have such a high respect I might almost say reverence for your great republic that I am only too happy in the opportunity now afforded me of allowing you to take a very few of these fine paintings to America at an unprecedentedly low price. I thought he was a little too generous, and I gave him what the Irishman called an evasive answer. But this only seemed to stimulate him to further efforts to effect a sale, so he turned to his memorandum book and pointed out the names of gentlemen from Boston, Philadelphia, Baltimore, and New Orleans, who had ordered one or more cases from this large gallery of paintings. This exhibition was conclusive, and I at once said that I would not decide to purchase till I returned from Amsterdam. I quite understood the whole thing. But not to leave my anxious friend too long in suspense, I quietly handed my card to him, remarking, "Perhaps you have heard of that name before." His cheeks were fairly crimson. "Surely," said he, "you are not Mr. Barnum, of the New York Museum?" "Nobody else," I replied with a laugh. He stammered out an apology for his mermaid remarks, but I patted him on the shoulder in a friendly way, telling him it was all right, and that I considered it a capital joke. This reassured him, and we then had a very pleasant half-hour's conversation, in which he gave me several valuable hints of curiosities to be procured at The Hague and elsewhere in Holland. And we parted good friends. A week afterwards, a young gentleman from Boston introduced himself to me at Amsterdam and remarked that he knew I was there, for he had been so informed by the museum superintendent at The Hague. And, by the by, he added, as soon as this superintendent discovered I was from America, he told me if I would go into his office he would show me the greatest curiosity in the museum. I went, and he pointed to the card of P.T. Barnum, which he had conspicuously nailed up over his desk. He then told me about your visit to the museum last week. "Did he sell you any paintings?" I asked. "No," was the reply. "But he informed me that as executor of an estate, including a fine gallery, he could sell me a few cases at a very low price. Mainly on account of his high regard for the great republic to which I belonged. I have no doubt that this estate is still unsettled, and that a few of the valuable paintings, if cheap Dutch artists keep up the supply, are still for sale to the public generally, and to representatives of the revered republic especially. Undoubtedly this kind of business will continue so long as Waterloo relics are manufactured at Birmingham, and are sent to be ploughed in and dug up again on the memorable field where Wellington met Napoleon. And how many very worthy persons there are, like the superintendent of the Hague Museum, who have been terribly shocked at the story of the Fiji mermaid and the woolly horse. After a truly delightful visit in Holland, we went back to England, and, proceeding to Manchester, opened our exhibition. For several days the hall was crowded to overflowing at each of the 3, and sometimes 4, entertainments we gave every day. By this time, my wife and 2 youngest daughters had come over to London, and I hired furnished lodgings in the suburbs where they could live within the strictest limits of economy. It was necessary now for me to return for a few weeks to America, to assist personally in forwarding a settlement of the clock difficulties. So leaving the little general in the hands of trusty and competent agents to carry on the exhibitions in my absence, I set my face once more towards home and the West, and took steamer at Liverpool for New York. The trip, like most of the passages which I have made across the Atlantic, was an exceedingly pleasant one. These frequent voyages were to me the rests, the reliefs from almost unremitting industry, anxiety, and care. And I always managed to have more or less fun on board ship every time I crossed the ocean. During the present trip, for amusement and to pass away the time, the passengers got up a number of mock trials which afforded a vast deal of fun. A judge was selected, jurymen drawn, prisoners arraigned, counsel employed, and all the formalities of a court established. I have the vanity to think that if my good fortune had directed me to that profession I should have made a very fair lawyer. For I have always had a great fondness for debate and especially for the cross-examination of witnesses, unless that witness was P.T. Barnum in examination under supplementary proceedings at the instance of some note-shaver who had bought a clock note at a discount of 36%. In this mock court, I was unanimously chosen as prosecuting attorney, and as the court was established expressly to convict, I had no difficulty in carrying the jury and securing the punishment of the prisoner. A small fine was generally imposed, and the fund thus collected was given to a poor sailor boy who had fallen from the mast and broken his leg. After several of these trials had been held, a dozen or more of the passengers secretly put their heads together and resolved to place the showman on trial for his life. An indictment covering 20 pages was drawn up by several legal gentlemen among the passengers, charging him with being the prince of humbugs, and enumerating a dozen special counts, containing charges of the most absurd and ridiculous description. Witnesses were then brought together, and privately instructed what to say and do. 2 or 3 days were devoted to arranging this mighty prosecution. When everything was ready, I was arrested, and the formidable indictment read to me. I saw at a glance that time and talent had been brought into requisition, and that my trial was to be more elaborate than any that had preceded it. I asked for half an hour to prepare for my defense, which was granted. Meanwhile, seats were arranged to accommodate the court and spectators, and extra settees were placed for the ladies on the upper deck, where they could look down, see and hear all that transpired. Curiosity was on tiptoe, for it was evident that this was to be a long, exciting and laughable trial. At the end of half an hour the judge was on the bench, the jury had taken their places. The witnesses were ready, the counsel for the prosecution, 4 in number, with pens, ink, and paper in profusion, were seated and everything seemed ready. I was brought in by a special constable, the indictment read, and I was asked to plead guilty or not guilty. I rose, and in a most solemn manner stated that I could not conscientiously plead guilty or not guilty. That I had in fact committed many of the acts charged in the indictment, but these acts I was ready to show were not criminal, but on the contrary, worthy of praise. My plea was received and the first witness called. He testified to having visited the prisoner's museum, and of being humbugged by the Fiji mermaid, the nurse of Washington, and by other curiosities, natural and unnatural. The questions and answers having been all arranged in advance, everything worked smoothly. Acting as my own counsel, I cross-examined the witness by simply asking whether he saw anything else in the museum besides what he had mentioned. Oh, yes, I saw thousands of other things. Were they curious? Certainly, many of them very astonishing. Did you witness a dramatic representation in the museum? Yes, sir, a very good one. What did you pay for all this? 25 cents. That will do, sir, you can step down. A second, third and fourth witness were called, and the examination was similar to the foregoing. Another witness then appeared to testify in regard to another count in the indictment. He stated that for several weeks he was the guest of the prisoner at his country residence, Iraniston. And he gave a most amusing description of the various schemes and contrivances which were there originated for the purpose of being carried out at some future day in the museum. How did you live there? Asked one of the counsel for the prosecution. Very well, indeed, in the daytime, was the reply, plenty of the best to eat and drink, except liquors. In bed, however, it was impossible to sleep. I rose the first night, struck a light, and on examination found myself covered with myriads of little bugs, so small as to be almost imperceptible. By using my microscope I discovered them to be infantile bedbugs. After the first night I was obliged to sleep in the coach-house in order to escape this annoyance. Of course this elicited much mirth. The first question put on the cross-examination was this. Are you a naturalist, sir? The witness hesitated. In all the drilling that had taken place before the trial, neither the counsel nor witnesses had thought of what questions might come up in the cross-examination, and now, not seeing the drift of question, the witness seemed a little bewildered, and the counsel for the prosecution looked puzzled. The question was repeated with some emphasis. No, sir, replied the witness, hesitatingly, I am not a naturalist. Then, sir, not being a naturalist, dare you affirm that those microscopic insects were not humbugs instead of bedbugs? Here the prisoner was interrupted by a universal shout of laughter, in which the solemn judge himself joined, and if they were humbugs, I suppose that even the learned counsel opposed to me will not claim that they were out of place. They may have been humbugs, replied the witness. That will do, sir, you may go, said I. And at the same time turning to the array of counsel, I remarked, with a smile, you had better have a naturalist for your next witness, gentlemen. Don't be alarmed, sir, we have got one, and we will now introduce him, replied the counsel. The next witness testified that he was a planter from Georgia, that some years since the prisoner visited his plantation with a show, and that while there he discovered an old worthless donkey belonging to the planter, and bought him for $5. The next year the witness visited Iraniston, the country seat of the prisoner. And, while walking about the grounds, his old donkey, recognizing his former master, brayed. Whereupon, continued the witness, I walked up to the animal and found that 2 men were engaged in sticking wool upon him. And this animal was afterwards exhibited by the prisoner as the woolly horse. The whole court, spectators, and even the prisoner himself were convulsed with laughter at the gravity with which the planter gave his very ludicrous testimony. What evidence have you, I inquired, that this was the same donkey which you sold to me? The fact that the animal recognized me, as was evident from his braying as soon as he saw me. Are you a naturalist, sir? Yes, I am, replied the planter, with firm emphasis, as much as to say, you can't catch me as you did the other witness. Oh. You are a naturalist, are you? Then, sir, I ask you, as a naturalist, do you not know it to be a fact in natural history that one jackass always brays as soon as he sees another? This question was received with shouts of laughter, in the midst of which the nonplussed witness backed out of court, and all the efforts of special constables, and even the high sheriff himself, were unavailing in getting him again on the witness stand. This trial lasted 2 days, to the great delight of all on board. After my success with the naturalist, not 1/2 of the witnesses would appear against me. In my final argument I sifted the testimony, analyzed its bearings, ruffled the learned counsel, disconcerted the witnesses, flattered the judge and jury, and when the judge had delivered his charge, the jury acquitted me without leaving their seats. The judge received the verdict, and then announced that he should fine the naturalist for the mistake he made, as to the cause of the donkey's braying, and he should also fine the several witnesses, who, through fear of the crossfire, had refused to testify. The trial afforded a pleasant topic of conversation for the rest of the voyage. And the morning before arriving in port, a vote of thanks was passed to me, in consideration of the amusement I had intentionally and unintentionally furnished to the passengers during the voyage. After my arrival in New York, oftentimes in passing up and down Broadway I saw old and prosperous friends coming, but before I came anywhere near them, if they espied me they would dodge into a store, or across the street, or opportunely meet someone with whom they had pressing business. Or they would be very much interested in something that was going on over the way or on top of the city hall. I was delighted at this, for it gave me at once a new sensation and a new experience. Ah, ha! I said to myself, my butterfly friends, I know you now. And what is more to the point, if ever I get out of this bewilderment of broken clock wheels, I shall not forget you. And I heartily thanked the old clock concern for giving me the opportunity to learn this sad but most needful lesson. I had a very few of the same sort of experiences in Bridgeport, and they proved valuable to me. Mr. James D. Johnson, of Bridgeport, one of my assignees, who had written to me that my personal presence might facilitate a settlement of my affairs, told me soon after my arrival that there was no probability of disposing of Iraniston at present, and that I might as well move my family into the house. I had arrived in August and my family followed me from London in September, and October 20, 1857, my second daughter, Helen, was married in the house of her elder sister, Mrs. D. W. Thompson, in Bridgeport, to Mr. Samuel H. Herald. Meanwhile, Iraniston, which had been closed and unoccupied for more than 2 years, was once more open to the carpenters and painters whom Mr. Johnson sent there to put the house in order. He agreed with me that it was best to keep the property as long as possible, and in the interval, till a purchaser for the estate appeared, or till it was forced to auction. To take up the clock notes whenever they were offered. The workmen who were employed in the house were specially instructed not to smoke there. But nevertheless it was subsequently discovered that some of the men were in the habit occasionally of going into the main dome to eat their dinners which they brought with them. And that they stayed there a while after dinner to smoke their pipes. In all probability, one of these lighted pipes was left on the cushion which covered the circular seat in the dome and ignited the tow with which the cushion was stuffed. It may have been days and even weeks before this smoldering tow fire burst into flame. I was staying at the Astor House, in New York, when, on the morning of December 18, 1857, I received a telegram from my brother Philo F. Barnum, dated at Bridgeport and informing me that Iraniston was burned to the ground that morning. The alarm was given at 11 o'clock on the night of the 17th, and the fire burned till 1 o'clock on the morning of the 18th. My beautiful Iraniston was gone. This was not only a serious loss to my estate, for it had probably cost at least $150,000, but it was generally regarded as a public calamity. It was the only building in its peculiar style of architecture, of any pretension, in America, and many persons visited Bridgeport every year expressly to see Iraniston. The insurance on the mansion had usually been about $62,000, but I had let some of the policies expire without renewing them, so that at the time of the fire there was only $28,000 insurance on the property. Most of the furniture and pictures were saved, generally in a damaged state. I was staying at the Astor House, in New York, when, on the morning of December 18, 1857, I received a telegram from my brother Philo F. Barnum, dated at Bridgeport and informing me that Iraniston was burned to the ground that morning. The alarm was given at 11 o'clock on the night of the 17th, and the fire burned till 1 o'clock on the morning of the 18th. My beautiful Iraniston was gone. This was not only a serious loss to my estate, for it had probably cost at least $150,000, but it was generally regarded as a public calamity. It was the only building in its peculiar style of architecture, of any pretension, in America, and many persons visited Bridgeport every year expressly to see Iraniston. The insurance on the mansion had usually been about $62,000, but I had let some of the policies expire without renewing them, so that at the time of the fire there was only $28,000 insurance on the property. Most of the furniture and pictures were saved, generally in a damaged state. Subsequently, my assignees sold the grounds and outhouses of Iraniston to the late Elias Howe, Jr., the celebrated inventor of the needle for sewing machines. The property brought $50,000, which, with the $28,000 insurance, went into my assets to satisfy clock creditors. It was Mr. Howe's intention to erect a splendid mansion on the estate, but his untimely and lamented death prevented the fulfillment of the plan. The estate, in 1869, was to be divided among Mr. Howe's 3 children, and in all probability 3 houses will be built upon the beautiful grounds. Chapter 31. The Art of Money Getting. Back once more to England, tour through Scotland and Wales, how I came to lecture, advice of my friends, my lecture, how to make money and how to keep it, what the papers said about me, praise of the London press, lecturing in the provinces, performances at Cambridge, call for Joyce Haight, extraordinary fun at Oxford, the audience and lecturer taking turns, a university breakfast, magnificent offer for a copyright, success of my enterprise, more money for the clock creditors. Seeing the necessity of making more money to assist in extricating me from my financial difficulties, and leaving my affairs in the hands of Mr. James D. Johnson, my wife and youngest daughter, Pauline, boarding with my eldest daughter, Mrs. Thompson, in Bridgeport, early in 1858, I went back to England. And took Tom Thumb to all the principal places in Scotland and Wales, giving many exhibitions and making much money, which was remitted, as heretofore, to my agents and assignees in America. Finding, after a while, that my personal attention was not needed in the Tom Thumb exhibitions, and confiding him almost wholly to agents who continued the tour through Great Britain, Under my general advice and instruction, I turned my individual attention to a new field. At the suggestion of several American gentlemen, resident in London, I prepared a lecture on the art of money getting. I told my friends that, considering my clock complications, I thought I was more competent to speak on the art of money losing. But they encouraged me by reminding me that I could not have lost money, if I had not previously possessed the faculty of making it. They further assured me that my name having been intimately associated with the Jenny Lind concerts and other great money-making enterprises, the lecture would be sure to prove attractive and profitable. The old clocks ticked in my ear the reminder that I should improve every opportunity to turn an honest penny, and my lecture was duly announced for delivery in the Great St. James Hall, Regent Street, Piccadilly. It was thoroughly advertised, a feature I never neglected, and, at the appointed time, the hall, which would hold 3,000 people, was completely filled, at prices of 3 and 2 shillings. 75 and 50 cents, per seat, according to location. It was the evening of December 29, 1858. Since my arrival in Great Britain the previous spring, I had spent months in traveling with General Tom Thumb, and now I was to present myself in a new capacity to the English public as a lecturer. I could see in my audience all my American friends who had suggested this effort, all my theatrical and literary friends. And as I saw several gentlemen whom I knew to be connected with the leading London papers, I felt sure that my success or failure would be duly chronicled next morning. There was, moreover, a general audience that seemed eager to see the showman, of whom they had heard so much, and to catch from his lips the art which, in times past, had contributed so largely to his success in life. Stimulated by these things, I tried to do my best, and I think I did it. The following is the lecture substantially as it was delivered, though it was interspersed with many anecdotes and illustrations which are necessarily omitted. And I should add, that the subjoined copy being adapted to the meridian in which it has been repeatedly delivered, contains numerous local allusions to men and matters in the United States, which, of course, did not appear in the original draft prepared for my English audiences. The art of money getting. In the United States, where we have more land than people, it is not at all difficult for persons in good health to make money. In this comparatively new field there are so many avenues of success open, so many vocations which are not crowded, that any person of either sex who is willing, at least for the time being, to engage in any respectable occupation that offers, may find lucrative employment. Those who really desire to attain an independence, have only to set their minds upon it, and adopt the proper means, as they do in regard to any other object which they wish to accomplish. And the thing is easily done. But however easy it may be found to make money, I have no doubt many of my hearers will agree it is the most difficult thing in the world to keep it. The road to wealth is, as Dr. Franklin truly says, as plain as the road to mill. It consists simply in expending less than we earn. That seems to be a very simple problem. Mr. Micawber, one of those happy creations of the genial Dickens, puts the case in a strong light when he says that to have an income of £20 per annum, and spend £20 and sixpence, is to be the most miserable of men. Whereas, to have an income of only £20, and spend but £19 and sixpence, is to be the happiest of mortals. Many of my hearers may say, we understand this. This is economy, and we know economy is wealth, we know we can't eat our cake and keep it also. Yet I beg to say that perhaps more cases of failure arise from mistakes on this point than almost any other. The fact is, many people think they understand economy when they really do not. True economy is misapprehended, and people go through life without properly comprehending what that principle is. Some say, I have an income of so much, and here is my neighbor who has the same. Yet every year he gets something ahead and I fall short. Why is it? I know all about economy. He thinks he does, but he does not. There are many who think that economy consists in saving cheese parings and candle ends, in cutting off 2 pence from the laundress bill and doing all sorts of little, mean, dirty things. Economy is not meanness. The misfortune is also that this class of persons let their economy apply in only one direction. They fancy they are so wonderfully economical in saving a halfpenny where they ought to spend 2 pence, that they think they can afford to squander in other directions. A few years ago, before kerosene oil was discovered or thought of, one might stop overnight at almost any farmer's house in the agricultural districts and get a very good supper. But after supper he might attempt to read in the sitting room, and would find it impossible with the inefficient light of one candle. The hostess, seeing his dilemma, would say, "It is rather difficult to read here evenings. The proverb says, you must have a ship at sea in order to be able to burn 2 candles at once. We never have an extra candle except on extra occasions. These extra occasions occur, perhaps, twice a year." In this way the good woman saves $5, $6, or $10 in that time. But the information which might be derived from having the extra light would, of course, far outweigh a ton of candles. But the trouble does not end here. Feeling that she is so economical in tallow candles, she thinks she can afford to go frequently to the village and spend $20 or $30 for ribbons and furbelows, many of which are not necessary. This false economy may frequently be seen in men of business, and in those instances it often runs to writing paper. You find good business men who save all the old envelopes and scraps, and would not tear a new sheet of paper, if they could avoid it, for the world. This is all very well. They may in this way save $5 or $10 a year, but being so economical, only in note paper, they think they can afford to waste time, to have expensive parties, and to drive their carriages. This is an illustration of Dr. Franklin's saving at the spigot and wasting at the bunghole, penny wise and pound foolish. Punch, in speaking of this one idea class of people, says, they are like the man who bought a penny herring for his family's dinner and then hired a coach and 4 to take it home. I never knew a man to succeed by practicing this kind of economy. True economy consists in always making the income exceed the outgo. Wear the old clothes a little longer if necessary. Dispense with the new pair of gloves, mend the old dress, live on plainer food if need be. So that under all circumstances, unless some unforeseen accident occurs, there will be a margin in favor of the income. A penny here, and a dollar there, placed at interest, goes on accumulating, and in this way the desired result is attained. It requires some training, perhaps, to accomplish this economy, but when once used to it, you will find there is more satisfaction in rational saving, than in irrational spending. Here is a recipe which I recommend. I have found it to work an excellent cure for extravagance and especially for mistaken economy, when you find that you have no surplus at the end of the year, and yet have a good income. I advise you to take a few sheets of paper and form them into a book and mark down every item of expenditure. Post it every day or week in 2 columns, one headed necessaries, or even comforts, and the other headed luxuries, and you will find that the latter column will be double, treble, and frequently 10 times greater than the former. The real comforts of life cost but a small portion of what most of us can earn. Dr. Franklin says, "It is the eyes of others and not our own eyes which ruin us. If all the world were blind except myself, I should not care for fine clothes or furniture. It is the fear of what Mrs. Grundy may say that keeps the noses of many worthy families to the grindstone." In America many persons like to repeat, "We are all free and equal," but it is a great mistake in more senses than one. That we are born free and equal is a glorious truth in one sense, yet we are not all born equally rich, and we never shall be. One may say, there is a man who has an income of $50,000 per annum, while I have but $1,000, I knew that fellow when he was poor like myself. Now he is rich and thinks he is better than I am, I will show him that I am as good as he is, I will go and buy a horse and buggy. No, I cannot do that, but I will go and hire one and ride this afternoon on the same road that he does, and thus prove to him that I am as good as he is. My friend, you need not take that trouble, you can easily prove that you are as good as he is. You have only to behave as well as he does, but you cannot make anybody believe that you are as rich as he is. Besides, if you put on these airs, and waste your time and spend your money, your poor wife will be obliged to scrub her fingers off at home, and buy her tea 2 ounces at a time. And everything else in proportion, in order that you may keep up appearances, and after all, deceive nobody. On the other hand, Mrs. Smith may say that her next-door neighbor married Johnson for his money, and everybody says so. She has a nice $1,000 camel's hair shawl, and she will make Smith get her an imitation one, and she will sit in a pew right next to her neighbor in church, in order to prove that she is her equal. My good woman, you will not get ahead in the world, if your vanity and envy thus take the lead. In this country, where we believe the majority ought to rule, we ignore that principle in regard to fashion, and let a handful of people, calling themselves the aristocracy, run up a false standard of perfection, and in endeavoring to rise to that standard, we constantly keep ourselves poor. All the time digging away for the sake of outside appearances. How much wiser to be a law unto ourselves, and say, we will regulate our outgo by our income, and lay up something for a rainy day. People ought to be as sensible on the subject of money-getting as on any other subject. Like causes produce like effects. You cannot accumulate a fortune by taking the road that leads to poverty. It needs no prophet to tell us that those who live fully up to their means, without any thought of a reverse in this life, can never attain a pecuniary independence. Men and women accustomed to gratify every whim and caprice, will find it hard, at first, to cut down their various unnecessary expenses, and will feel it a great self-denial to live in a smaller house than they have been accustomed to, with less expensive furniture, less company, less costly clothing, fewer servants, a less number of balls, parties, theater goings, carriage ridings, pleasure excursions, cigar smokings, liquor drinkings, and other extravagances. But, after all, if they will try the plan of laying by a nest egg, or in other words, a small sum of money, at interest or judiciously invested in land, they will be surprised at the pleasure to be derived from constantly adding to their little pile, as well as from all the economical habits which are engendered by this course. The old suit of clothes, and the old bonnet and dress, will answer for another season. The Croton or spring water will taste better than champagne. A cold bath and a brisk walk will prove more exhilarating than a ride in the finest coach. A social chat, an evening's reading in the family circle, or an hour's play of Hunt the Slipper and Blind Man's Buff, will be far more pleasant than a $50 or a $500 party. When the reflection on the difference in cost is indulged in by those who begin to know the pleasures of saving, thousands of men are kept poor, and tens of thousands are made so after they have acquired quite sufficient to support them well through life, in consequence of laying their plans of living on too broad a platform. Some families expend $20,000 per annum, and some much more, and would scarcely know how to live on less, while others secure more solid enjoyment frequently on a 20th part of that amount. Prosperity is a more severe ordeal than adversity, especially sudden prosperity. Easy come, easy go, is an old and true proverb. A spirit of pride and vanity, when permitted to have full sway, is the undying canker worm which gnaws the very vitals of a man's worldly possessions, let them be small or great, hundreds or millions. Many persons, as they begin to prosper, immediately expand their ideas and commence expending for luxuries, until in a short time their expenses swallow up their income, and they become ruined in their ridiculous attempts to keep up appearances, and make a sensation. I know a gentleman of fortune who says, that when he first began to prosper, his wife would have a new and elegant sofa. That sofa, he says, cost me $30,000. When the sofa reached the house, it was found necessary to get chairs to match, then sideboards, carpets and tables, to correspond with them, and so on through the entire stock of furniture. When at last it was found that the house itself was quite too small and old-fashioned for the furniture, and a new one was built to correspond with the new purchases. Thus, added my friend, summing up an outlay of $30,000 caused by that single sofa, and saddling on me, in the shape of servants, equipage, and the necessary expenses attendant upon keeping up a fine establishment, a yearly outlay of $11,000, and a tight pinch at that. Whereas, 10 years ago, we lived with much more real comfort, because with much less care, on as many hundreds. The truth is, he continued, that sofa would have brought me to inevitable bankruptcy, had not a most unexampled tide of prosperity kept me above it. And had I not checked the natural desire to cut a dash. The foundation of success in life is good health, that is the substratum of fortune, it is also the basis of happiness. A person cannot accumulate a fortune very well when he is sick. He has no ambition, no incentive, no force. Of course, there are those who have bad health and cannot help it. You cannot expect that such persons can accumulate wealth. But there are a great many in poor health who need not be so. If, then, sound health is the foundation of success and happiness in life, how important it is that we should study the laws of health, which is but another expression for the laws of nature. The closer we keep to the laws of nature, the nearer we are to good health, and yet how many persons there are who pay no attention to natural laws, but absolutely transgress them. Even against their own natural inclination. We ought to know that the sin of ignorance is never winked at in regard to the violation of nature's laws, their infraction always brings the penalty. A child may thrust its finger into the flame without knowing it will burn, and so suffers, repentance even will not stop the smart. Many of our ancestors knew very little about the principle of ventilation. They did not know much about oxygen, whatever other gin they might have been acquainted with. And consequently, they built their houses with little 7 by 9 feet bedrooms, and these good old pious Puritans would lock themselves up in one of these cells, say their prayers, and go to bed. In the morning they would devoutly return thanks for the preservation of their lives, during the night, and nobody had better reason to be thankful. Probably some big crack in the window, or in the door, let in a little fresh air, and thus saved them. Many persons knowingly violate the laws of nature against their better impulses, for the sake of fashion. For instance, there is one thing that nothing living except a vile worm ever naturally loved, and that is tobacco. Yet how many persons there are who deliberately train an unnatural appetite, and overcome this implanted aversion for tobacco, to such a degree that they get to love it. They have got hold of a poisonous, filthy weed, or rather that takes a firm hold of them. Here are married men who run about spitting tobacco juice on the carpet and floors, and sometimes even upon their wives besides. They do not kick their wives out of doors like drunken men, but their wives, I have no doubt, often wish they were outside of the house. Another perilous feature is that this artificial appetite, like jealousy, grows by what it feeds on. When you love that which is unnatural, a stronger appetite is created for the hurtful thing than the natural desire for what is harmless. There is an old proverb which says that habit is second nature, but an artificial habit is stronger than nature. Take for instance an old tobacco chewer. His love for the quid is stronger than his love for any particular kind of food. He can give up roast beef easier than give up the weed. Young lads regret that they are not men. They would like to go to bed boys and wake up men, and to accomplish this they copy the bad habits of their seniors. Little Tommy and Johnny see their fathers or uncles smoke a pipe and they say, "If I could only do that I would be a man too. Uncle John has gone out and left his pipe of tobacco, let us try it." They take a match and light it, and then puff away. "We will learn to smoke, do you like it, Johnny?" That lad dolefully replies, "Not very much. It tastes bitter." By and by he grows pale, but he persists, and he soon offers up a sacrifice on the altar of fashion. But the boys stick to it and persevere until at last they conquer their natural appetites and become the victims of acquired tastes. I speak by the book, for I have noticed its effects on myself, having gone so far as to smoke 10 or 15 cigars a day, although I have not used the weed during the last 14 years. And never shall again. The more a man smokes, the more he craves smoking. The last cigar smoked simply excites the desire for another, and so on incessantly. Take the tobacco chewer. In the morning when he gets up, he puts a quid in his mouth and keeps it there all day, never taking it out except to exchange it for a fresh one, or when he is going to eat. Oh, yes, at intervals during the day and evening, many a chewer takes out the quid and holds it in his hand long enough to take a drink, and then pop it goes back again. This simply proves that the appetite for rum is even stronger than that for tobacco. When the tobacco chewer goes to your country seat and you show him your grapery and fruit house and the beauties of your garden, when you offer him some fresh, ripe fruit, and say, "My friend, I have got here the most delicious apples and pears and peaches and apricots. I have imported them from Spain, France, and Italy. Just see those luscious grapes. There is nothing more delicious nor more healthy than ripe fruit, so help yourself. I want to see you delight yourself with these things." He will roll the dear quid under his tongue and answer, "No, I thank you, I have got tobacco in my mouth." His palate has become narcotized by the noxious weed, and he has lost, in a great measure, the delicate and enviable taste for fruits. This shows what expensive, useless and injurious habits men will get into. I speak from experience. I have smoked until I trembled like an aspen leaf, the blood rushed to my head, and I had a palpitation of the heart which I thought was heart disease, till I was almost killed with fright. When I consulted my physician, he said, "Break off tobacco using." I was not only injuring my health and spending a great deal of money, but I was setting a bad example. I obeyed his counsel. No young man in the world ever looked so beautiful, as he thought he did, behind a 15-cent cigar or a meerschaum. These remarks apply with tenfold force to the use of intoxicating drinks. To make money, requires a clear brain. A man has got to see that 2 and 2 make 4. He must lay all his plans with reflection and forethought, and closely examine all the details and the ins and outs of business. As no man can succeed in business unless he has a brain to enable him to lay his plans, and reason to guide him in their execution, so, no matter how bountifully a man may be blessed with intelligence, if the brain is muddled, and his judgment warped by intoxicating drinks, it is impossible for him to carry on business successfully. How many good opportunities have passed, never to return, while a man was sipping a social glass with his friend? How many foolish bargains have been made under the influence of the nervine, which temporarily makes its victim think he is rich? How many important chances have been put off until tomorrow, and then forever, because the wine cup has thrown the system into a state of lassitude, neutralizing the energies so essential to success in business? Verily, wine is a mocker. The use of intoxicating drinks as a beverage is as much an infatuation as is the smoking of opium by the Chinese. And the former is quite as destructive to the success of the businessman as the latter. It is an unmitigated evil, utterly indefensible in the light of philosophy, religion, or good sense. It is the parent of nearly every other evil in our country. Don't mistake your vocation. The safest plan, and the one most sure of success for the young man starting in life, is to select the vocation which is most congenial to his tastes. Parents and guardians are often quite too negligent in regard to this. It is very common for a father to say, for example, "I have 5 boys. I will make Billy a clergyman, John a lawyer, Tom a doctor, and Dick a farmer." He then goes into town and looks about to see what he will do with Sammy. He returns home and says, "Sammy, I see watchmaking is a nice, genteel business. I think I will make you a goldsmith." He does this regardless of Sam's natural inclinations, or genius. We are all, no doubt, born for a wise purpose. There is as much diversity in our brains as in our countenances. Some are born natural mechanics, while some have great aversion to machinery. Let a dozen boys of 10 years get together and you will soon observe 2 or 3 are whittling out some ingenious device, working with locks or complicated machinery. When they were but 5 years old, their father could find no toy to please them like a puzzle. They are natural mechanics, but the other 8 or 9 boys have different aptitudes. I belong to the latter class. I never had the slightest love for mechanism. On the contrary, I have a sort of abhorrence for complicated machinery. I never had ingenuity enough to whittle a cider tap so it would not leak. I never could make a pen that I could write with, or understand the principle of a steam engine. If a man was to take such a boy as I was and attempt to make a watchmaker of him, the boy might, after an apprenticeship of 5 or 7 years, be able to take apart and put together a watch. But all through life he would be working uphill and seizing every excuse for leaving his work and idling away his time. Watchmaking is repulsive to him. Unless a man enters upon the vocation intended for him by nature, and best suited to his peculiar genius, he cannot succeed. I am glad to believe that the majority of persons do find the right vocation. Yet we see many who have mistaken their calling, from the blacksmith up, or down, to the clergyman. You will see, for instance, that extraordinary linguist, the learned blacksmith, who ought to have been a teacher of languages. And you may have seen lawyers, doctors, and clergymen who were better fitted by nature for the anvil or the lapstone. Select the right location. After securing the right vocation, you must be careful to select the proper location. You may have been cut out for a hotel keeper, and they say it requires a genius to know how to keep a hotel. You might conduct a hotel like clockwork, and provide satisfactorily for 500 guests every day. Yet, if you should locate your house in a small village where there is no railroad communication or public travel, the location would be your ruin. It is equally important that you do not commence business where there are already enough to meet all demands in the same occupation. I remember a case which illustrates this subject. When I was in London in 1858, I was passing down Holborn with an English friend and came to the penny shows. They had immense cartoons outside, portraying the wonderful curiosities to be seen, all for a penny. Being a little in the show line myself, I said, "Let us go in here." We soon found ourselves in the presence of the illustrious showman, and he proved to be the sharpest man in that line I had ever met. He told us some extraordinary stories in reference to his bearded ladies, his albinos, and his armadillos, which we could hardly believe. But thought it better to believe it than look after the proof. He finally begged to call our attention to some wax statuary, and showed us a lot of the dirtiest and filthiest wax figures imaginable. They looked as if they had not seen water since the deluge. "What is there so wonderful about your statuary?" I asked. "I beg you not to speak so satirically," he replied, "Sir, these are not Madame Tussauds wax figures, all covered with gilt and tinsel and imitation diamonds. And copied from engravings and photographs. Mine, sir, were taken from life. Whenever you look upon one of those figures, you may consider that you are looking upon the living individual." Glancing casually at them, I saw one labeled Henry VIII. And feeling a little curious upon seeing that it looked like Calvin Edson, the living skeleton, I said, "Do you call that Henry VIII? He replied, "Certainly, sir. It was taken from life at Hampton Court by special order of His Majesty, on such a day. He would have given the hour of the day if I had insisted." I said, "Everybody knows that Henry VIII was a great stout old king, and that figure is lean and lank. What do you say to that?" "Why," he replied, "you would be lean and lank yourself, if you sat there as long as he has." There was no resisting such arguments. I said to my English friend, "Let us go out. Do not tell him who I am, I show the white feather, he beats me." He followed us to the door, and seeing the rabble in the street he called out, "Ladies and gentlemen, I beg to draw your attention to the respectable character of my visitors," pointing to us as we walked away. I called upon him a couple of days afterwards, told him who I was, and said, "My friend, you are an excellent showman, but you have selected a bad location." He replied, "This is true, sir. I feel that all my talents are thrown away, but what can I do?" "You can go to America," I replied. "You can give full play to your faculties over there. You will find plenty of elbow room in America. I will engage you for 2 years, after that you will be able to go on your own account." He accepted my offer and remained 2 years in my New York museum. He then went to New Orleans and carried on a traveling show business during the summer. Today he is worth $60,000, simply because he selected the right vocation and also secured the proper location. The old proverb says, 3 removes are as bad as a fire, but when a man is in the fire, it matters but little how soon or how often he removes. Avoid debt. Young men starting in life should avoid running into debt. There is scarcely anything that drags a person down like debt. It is a slavish position to get in, yet we find many a young man hardly out of his teens running in debt. He meets a chum and says, "Look at this, I have got trusted for a new suit of clothes." He seems to look upon the clothes as so much given to him. Well, it frequently is so, but, if he succeeds in paying and then gets trusted again, he is adopting a habit which will keep him in poverty through life. Debt robs a man of his self-respect, and makes him almost despise himself. Grunting and groaning and working for what he has eaten up or worn out, and now when he is called upon to pay up, he has nothing to show for his money. This is properly termed, working for a dead horse. I do not speak of merchants buying and selling on credit, or of those who buy on credit in order to turn the purchase to a profit. The old Quaker said to his farmer son, "John, never get trusted, but if thee gets trusted for anything, let it be for manure, because that will help thee pay it back again." Mr. Beecher advised young men to get in debt if they could to a small amount in the purchase of land in the country districts. If a young man, he says, will only get in debt for some land and then get married, these 2 things will keep him straight, or nothing will. This may be safe to a limited extent, but getting in debt for what you eat and drink and wear is to be avoided. Some families have a foolish habit of getting credit at the stores, and thus frequently purchase many things which might have been dispensed with. It is all very well to say, "I have got trusted for 60 days, and if I don't have the money, the creditor will think nothing about it." There is no class of people in the world who have such good memories as creditors. When the 60 days run out, you will have to pay. If you do not pay, you will break your promise and probably resort to a falsehood. You may make some excuse or get in debt elsewhere to pay it, but that only involves you the deeper. A good-looking, lazy young fellow, was the apprentice boy Horatio. His employer said, "Horatio, did you ever see a snail?" "I think I have," he drawled out. "You must have met him then, for I am sure you never overtook one," said the boss. Your creditor will meet you or overtake you and say, "Now, my young friend, you agreed to pay me. You have not done it, you must give me your note." You give the note on interest and it commences working against you. It is a dead horse. The creditor goes to bed at night and wakes up in the morning better off than when he retired to bed because his interest has increased during the night, but you grow poorer while you are sleeping. For the interest is accumulating against you. Money is in some respects like fire, it is a very excellent servant but a terrible master. When you have it mastering you, when interest is constantly piling up against you, it will keep you down in the worst kind of slavery. But let money work for you, and you have the most devoted servant in the world. It is no servant. There is nothing animate or inanimate that will work so faithfully as money when placed at interest, well secured. It works night and day, and in wet or dry weather. I was born in the blue law state of Connecticut, where the old Puritans had laws so rigid that it was said, they fined a man for kissing his wife on Sunday. Yet these rich old Puritans would have thousands of dollars at interest, and on Saturday night would be worth a certain amount. On Sunday they would go to church and perform all the duties of a Christian. On waking up on Monday morning, they would find themselves considerably richer than the Saturday night previous. Simply because their money placed at interest had worked faithfully for them all day Sunday, according to law. Do not let it work against you. If you do, there is no chance for success in life so far as money is concerned. John Randolph, the eccentric Virginian, once exclaimed in Congress, "Mr. Speaker, I have discovered the philosopher's stone, pay as you go." This is indeed nearer to the philosopher's stone than any alchemist has ever yet arrived. Persevere. When a man is in the right path, he must persevere. I speak of this because there are some persons who are born tired, naturally lazy and possessing no self-reliance and no perseverance. But they can cultivate these qualities, as Davy Crockett said. This thing remember, when I am dead. Be sure you are right, then go ahead. It is this go-aheadativeness, this determination not to let the horrors, or the blues, take possession of you, so as to make you relax your energies in the struggle for independence, which you must cultivate. How many have almost reached the goal of their ambition, but losing faith in themselves have relaxed their energies, and the golden prize has been lost forever. It is, no doubt, often true, as Shakespeare says. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. If you hesitate, some bolder hand will stretch out before you and get the prize. Remember the proverb of Solomon, he becometh poor that dealeth with a slack hand. But the hand of the diligent maketh rich. Perseverance is sometimes but another word for self-reliance. Many persons naturally look on the dark side of life, and borrow trouble. They are born so. Then they ask for advice, and they will be governed by one wind and blown by another, and cannot rely upon themselves. Until you get so that you can rely upon yourself, you need not expect to succeed. I have known men personally who have met with pecuniary reverses, and absolutely committed suicide, because they thought they could never overcome their misfortune. But I have known others who have met more serious financial difficulties, and have bridged them over by simple perseverance, aided by a firm belief that they were doing justly, and that Providence would overcome evil with good. You will see this illustrated in any sphere of life. Take two generals, both understand military tactics, both educated at West Point, if you please, both equally gifted. Yet one, having this principle of perseverance, and the other lacking it, the former will succeed in his profession, while the latter will fail. One may hear the cry, the enemy are coming, and they have got cannon. Got cannon, says the hesitating general. Yes. Then halt every man. He wants time to reflect. His hesitation is his ruin. The enemy passes unmolested, or overwhelms him. The general of pluck, perseverance and self-reliance goes into battle with a will, and amid the clash of arms, the booming of cannon, and the shrieks of the wounded and dying, you will see this man persevering, going on, cutting and slashing his way through with unwavering determination, and if you are near enough, you will hear him shout, I will fight it out on this line if it takes all summer. Whatever you do, do with all your might. Work at it, if necessary, early and late, in season and out of season, not leaving a stone unturned, and never deferring for a single hour that which can be done just as well now. The old proverb is full of truth and meaning, whatever is worth doing at all, is worth doing well. Many a man acquires a fortune by doing his business thoroughly, while his neighbor remains poor for life because he only half does it. Ambition, energy, industry, perseverance, are indispensable requisites for success in business. Fortune always favors the brave, and never helps a man who does not help himself. It won't do to spend your time like Mr. Micawber, in waiting for something to turn up. To such men one of two things usually turns up, the poorhouse or the jail. For idleness breeds bad habits, and clothes a man in rags. The poor spendthrift vagabond said to a rich man, I have discovered there is money enough in the world for all of us, if it was equally divided. This must be done, and we shall all be happy together. But, was the response, if everybody was like you, it would be spent in 2 months, and what would you do then? Oh! Divide again. Keep dividing, of course. I was recently reading in a London paper an account of a like philosophic pauper who was kicked out of a cheap boarding house because he could not pay his bill. But he had a roll of papers sticking out of his coat pocket, which, upon examination, proved to be his plan for paying off the national debt of England without the aid of a penny. People have got to do as Cromwell said, not only trust in Providence, but keep the powder dry. Do your part of the work, or you cannot succeed. Muhammad, one night, while encamping in the desert, overheard one of his fatigued followers remark, I will loose my camel, and trust it to God. No, no, not so, said the prophet, tie thy camel, and trust it to God. Do all you can for yourselves, and then trust to providence, or luck, or whatever you please to call it, for the rest. Depend upon your own personal exertions. The eye of the employer is often worth more than the hands of a dozen employees. In the nature of things, an agent cannot be so faithful to his employer as to himself. Many who are employers will call to mind instances where the best employees have overlooked important points which could not have escaped their own observation as a proprietor. No man has a right to expect to succeed in life unless he understands his business, and nobody can understand his business thoroughly unless he learns it by personal application and experience. A man may be a manufacturer, he has got to learn the many details of his business personally, he will learn something every day, and he will find he will make mistakes nearly every day. And these very mistakes are helps to him in the way of experiences if he but heeds them. He will be like the Yankee tin peddler, who, having been cheated as to quality in the purchase of his merchandise, said, "All right, there's a little information to be gained every day. I will never be cheated in that way again." Thus a man buys his experience, and it is the best kind if not purchased at too dear a rate. I hold that every man should, like Cuvier, the French naturalist, thoroughly know his business. So proficient was he in the study of natural history, that you might bring to him the bone or even a section of a bone of an animal which he had never seen described, and reasoning from analogy, he would be able to draw a picture of the object from which the bone had been taken. On one occasion his students attempted to deceive him. They rolled one of their number in a cow's skin and put him under the professor's table as a new specimen. When the philosopher came into the room, some of the students asked him what animal it was. Suddenly the animal said, "I am the devil and I am going to eat you." It was but natural that Cuvier should desire to classify this creature, and examining it intently, he said, "Divided hoof, graminivorous. It cannot be done." He knew that an animal with a split hoof must live upon grass and grain, or other kind of vegetation, and would not be inclined to eat flesh, dead or alive, so he considered himself perfectly safe. The possession of a perfect knowledge of your business is an absolute necessity in order to ensure success. Among the maxims of the elder Rothschild was one, an apparent paradox: be cautious and bold. This seems to be a contradiction in terms, but it is not, and there is great wisdom in the maxim. It is, in fact, a condensed statement of what I have already said. It is to say, you must exercise your caution in laying your plans, but be bold in carrying them out. A man who is all caution, will never dare to take hold and be successful, and a man who is all boldness, is merely reckless, and must eventually fail. A man may go on 'change and make $50,000 or $100,000 in speculating in stocks, at a single operation. But if he has simple boldness without caution, it is mere chance, and what he gains today he will lose tomorrow. You must have both the caution and the boldness, to ensure success. The Rothschilds have another maxim: never have anything to do with an unlucky man or place. That is to say, never have anything to do with a man or place which never succeeds, because, although a man may appear to be honest and intelligent, yet if he tries this or that thing and always fails, it is on account of some fault or infirmity that you may not be able to discover, but nevertheless which must exist. There is no such thing in the world as luck. There never was a man who could go out in the morning and find a purse full of gold in the street today, and another tomorrow, and so on, day after day. He may do so once in his life, but so far as mere luck is concerned, he is as liable to lose it as to find it. Like causes produce like effects. If a man adopts the proper methods to be successful, luck will not prevent him. If he does not succeed, there are reasons for it, although perhaps, he may not be able to see them. Use the best tools. Men in engaging employees should be careful to get the best. Understand, you cannot have too good tools to work with, and there is no tool you should be so particular about as living tools. If you get a good one, it is better to keep him, than keep changing. He learns something every day, and you are benefited by the experience he acquires. He is worth more to you this year than last, and he is the last man to part with, provided his habits are good and he continues faithful. If, as he gets more valuable, he demands an exorbitant increase of salary on the supposition that you can't do without him, let him go. Whenever I have such an employee, I always discharge him. First, to convince him that his place may be supplied, and second, because he is good for nothing if he thinks he is invaluable and cannot be spared. But I would keep him, if possible, in order to profit from the result of his experience. An important element in an employee is the brain. You can see bills up, hands wanted, but hands are not worth a great deal without heads. Mr. Beecher illustrates this, in this wise. An employee offers his services by saying, "I have a pair of hands and one of my fingers thinks." "That is very good," says the employer. Another man comes along, and says, "He has 2 fingers that think." "Ah! That is better." But a third calls in and says that all his fingers and thumbs think. "That is better still." Finally another steps in, and says, "I have a brain that thinks, I think all over, I am a thinking as well as a working man." "You are the man I want," says the delighted employer. Those men who have brains and experience are therefore the most valuable and not to be readily parted with. It is better for them, as well as yourself, to keep them, at reasonable advances in their salaries from time to time. Don't get above your business. Young men after they get through their business training, or apprenticeship, instead of pursuing their avocation and rising in their business, will often lie about doing nothing. They say, "I have learned my business, but I am not going to be a hireling. What is the object of learning my trade or profession, unless I establish myself?" Have you capital to start with? No, but I am going to have it. How are you going to get it? I will tell you confidentially, I have a wealthy old aunt, and she will die pretty soon. But if she does not, I expect to find some rich old man who will lend me a few thousands to give me a start. If I only get the money to start with, I will do well. There is no greater mistake than when a young man believes he will succeed with borrowed money. Why? Because every man's experience coincides with that of Mr. Astor, who said, it was more difficult for him to accumulate his first $1,000 than all the succeeding millions that made up his colossal fortune. Money is good for nothing unless you know the value of it by experience. Give a boy $20,000 and put him in business, and the chances are that he will lose every dollar of it before he is a year older. Like buying a ticket in the lottery, and drawing a prize, it is easy come, easy go. He does not know the value of it. Nothing is worth anything, unless it costs effort. Without self-denial and economy, patience and perseverance, and commencing with capital which you have not earned, you are not sure to succeed in accumulating. Young men, instead of waiting for dead men's shoes, should be up and doing, for there is no class of persons who are so unaccommodating in regard to dying as these rich old people. And it is fortunate for the expectant heirs that it is so. 9 out of 10 of the rich men of our country today started out in life as poor boys, with determined wills, industry, perseverance, economy and good habits. They went on gradually, made their own money and saved it, and this is the best way to acquire a fortune. Stephen Girard started life as a poor cabin boy, and died worth $9 million. A.T. Stewart was a poor Irish boy, now he pays taxes on $1.5 million of income per year. John Jacob Astor was a poor farmer boy, and died worth 20 millions. Cornelius Vanderbilt began life rowing a boat from Staten Island to New York, now he presents our government with a steamship worth $1 million, and he is worth 50 millions. There is no royal road to learning, says the proverb, and I may say it is equally true, there is no royal road to wealth. But I think there is a royal road to both. The road to learning is a royal one. The road that enables the student to expand his intellect and add every day to his stock of knowledge, until, in the pleasant process of intellectual growth, he is able to solve the most profound problems, to count the stars, to analyze every atom of the globe, and to measure the firmament. This is a regal highway. And it is the only road worth traveling. So in regard to wealth. Go on in confidence, study the rules, and above all things, study human nature. For, the proper study of mankind is man, and you will find that while expanding the intellect and the muscles, your enlarged experience will enable you every day to accumulate more and more principle, which will increase itself by interest and otherwise, until you arrive at a state of independence. You will find, as a general thing, that the poor boys get rich and the rich boys get poor. For instance, a rich man at his decease leaves a large estate to his family. His eldest sons, who have helped him earn his fortune, know by experience the value of money, and they take their inheritance and add to it. The separate portions of the young children are placed at interest, and the little fellows are patted on the head, and told a dozen times a day, "You are rich. You will never have to work, you can always have whatever you wish, for you were born with a golden spoon in your mouth." The young heir soon finds out what that means. He has the finest dresses and playthings, he is crammed with sugar candies and almost killed with kindness, and he passes from school to school, petted and flattered. He becomes arrogant and self-conceited, abuses his teachers, and carries everything with a high hand. He knows nothing of the real value of money, having never earned any. But he knows all about the golden spoon business. At college, he invites his poor fellow students to his room where he wines and dines them. He is cajoled and caressed, and called a glorious good fellow, because he is so lavish of his money. He gives his game suppers, drives his fast horses, invites his chums to fetes and parties, determined to have lots of good times. He spends the night in frolics and debauchery, and leads off his companions with the familiar song, "We won't go home till morning." He gets them to join him in pulling down signs, taking gates from their hinges and throwing them into backyards and horseponds. If the police arrest them, he knocks them down, is taken to the lockup, and joyfully foots the bills. "Ah, my boys," he cries, "what is the use of being rich, if you can't enjoy yourself?" He might more truly say, if you can't make a fool of yourself, but he is fast, hates slow things, and don't see it. Young men loaded down with other people's money are almost sure to lose all they inherit, and they acquire all sorts of bad habits which, in the majority of cases, ruins them in health, purse and character. In this country, one generation follows another, and the poor of today are rich in the next generation, or the third. Their experience leads them on, and they become rich, and they leave vast riches to their young children. These children, having been reared in luxury, are inexperienced and get poor. And after long experience another generation comes on and gathers up riches again in turn. And thus, history repeats itself, and happy is he who by listening to the experience of others avoids the rocks and shoals on which so many have been wrecked. Learn something useful. Every man should make his son or daughter learn some trade or profession, so that in these days of changing fortunes, of being rich today and poor tomorrow, they may have something tangible to fall back upon. This provision might save many persons from misery, who by some unexpected turn of fortune have lost all their means. Let hope predominate, but be not too visionary. Many persons are always kept poor, because they are too visionary. Every project looks to them like certain success, and therefore they keep changing from one business to another, always in hot water, always under the harrow. The plan of counting the chickens before they are hatched is an error of ancient date, but it does not seem to improve by age. Do not scatter your powers. Engage in one kind of business only, and stick to it faithfully until you succeed, or until your experience shows that you should abandon it. A constant hammering on one nail will generally drive it home at last, so that it can be clinched. When a man's undivided attention is centered on one object, his mind will constantly be suggesting improvements of value, which would escape him if his brain was occupied by a dozen different subjects at once. Many a fortune has slipped through a man's fingers because he was engaging in too many occupations at a time. There is good sense in the old caution against having too many irons in the fire at once. Be systematic. Men should be systematic in their business. A person who does business by rule, having a time and place for everything, doing his work promptly, will accomplish twice as much and with half the trouble of him who does it carelessly and slipshod. By introducing system into all your transactions, doing one thing at a time, always meeting appointments with punctuality, you find leisure for pastime and recreation. Whereas the man who only half does one thing, and then turns to something else and half does that, will have his business at loose ends, and will never know when his day's work is done. For it never will be done. Of course there is a limit to all these rules. We must try to preserve the happy medium, for there is such a thing as being too systematic. There are men and women, for instance, who put away things so carefully that they can never find them again. It is too much like the red tape formality at Washington and Mr. Dickens' circumlocution office, all theory and no result. When the Astor House was first started in New York City, it was undoubtedly the best hotel in the country. The proprietors had learned a good deal in Europe regarding hotels, and the landlords were proud of the rigid system which pervaded every department of their great establishment. When 12 o'clock at night had arrived and there were a number of guests around, one of the proprietors would say, "Touch that bell, John." And in 2 minutes 60 servants with a water bucket in each hand, would present themselves in the hall. "This," said the landlord, addressing his guests, "is our fire bell. It will show you we are quite safe here, we do everything systematically." This was before the Croton water was introduced into the city. But they sometimes carried their system too far. On one occasion when the hotel was thronged with guests, one of the waiters was suddenly indisposed, and although there were 50 waiters in the hotel, the landlord thought he must have his full complement, or his system would be interfered with. Just before dinner time he rushed downstairs and said, "There must be another waiter, I am one waiter short, what can I do?" He happened to see Boots the Irishman. "Pat," said he, "wash your hands and face, take that white apron and come into the dining room in 5 minutes. Presently Pat appeared as required, and the proprietor said, "Now Pat, you must stand behind these 2 chairs and wait on the gentleman who will occupy them. Did you ever act as a waiter?" "I know all about it sure, but I never did it." Like the Irish pilot, on one occasion when the captain, thinking he was considerably out of his course, asked, "Are you certain you understand what you are doing?" Pat replied, "Sure, and I knows every rock in the channel." That moment bang, thumped the vessel against a rock. "Ah! Be jabers, and that is one of 'em," continued the pilot. But to return to the dining room. "Pat," said the landlord, "here we do everything systematically. You must first give the gentlemen each a plate of soup, and when they finish that, ask them what they will have next." Pat replied, "Ah! And I understand perfectly the virtues of system." Very soon in came the guests. The plates of soup were placed before them. One of Pat's 2 gentlemen ate his soup, the other did not care for it. He said, "Waiter, take this plate away and bring me some fish." Pat looked at the untasted plate of soup, and remembering the injunctions of the landlord in regard to system, replied, "Not till ye have ate your soup." Of course that was carrying system entirely too far. Read the newspapers, always take a trustworthy newspaper and thus keep thoroughly posted in regard to the transactions of the world. He who is without a newspaper is cut off from his species. In these days of telegraphs and steam, many important inventions and improvements in every branch of trade are being made. And he who don't consult the newspapers will soon find himself and his business left out in the cold. Beware of outside operations. We sometimes see men who have obtained fortunes, suddenly become poor. In many cases this arises from intemperance, and often from gaming, and other bad habits. Frequently it occurs because a man has been engaged in outside operations, of some sort. When he gets rich in his legitimate business, he is told of a grand speculation where he can make a score of thousands. He is constantly flattered by his friends, who tell him that he is born lucky, that everything he touches turns into gold. Now if he forgets that his economical habits, his rectitude of conduct and a personal attention to a business which he understood, caused his success in life, he will listen to the siren voices. He says, "I will put in $20,000. I have been lucky, and my good luck will soon bring me back $60,000. A few days elapse and it is discovered he must put in $10,000 more. Soon after he is told, it is all right, but certain matters not foreseen require an advance of $20,000 more, which will bring him a rich harvest. But before the time comes around to realize, the bubble bursts, he loses all he is possessed of, and then he learns what he ought to have known at the first. That however successful a man may be in his own business, if he turns from that and engages in a business which he don't understand, he is like Samson when shorn of his locks, his strength has departed, and he becomes like other men. If a man has plenty of money, he ought to invest something in everything that appears to promise success and that will probably benefit mankind. But let the sums thus invested be moderate in amount, and never let a man foolishly jeopardize a fortune that he has earned in a legitimate way, by investing it in things in which he has had no experience. Don't endorse without security. I hold that no man ought ever to endorse a note or become security for any man, be it his father or brother, to a greater extent than he can afford to lose and care nothing about, without taking good security. Here is a man that is worth $20,000, he is doing a thriving manufacturing or mercantile trade, you are retired and living on your money. He comes to you and says, "You are aware that I am worth $20,000, and don't owe a dollar. If I had $5,000 in cash, I could purchase a particular lot of goods and double my money in a couple of months, will you endorse my note for that amount?" You reflect that he is worth $20,000, and you incur no risk by endorsing his note. You like to accommodate him, and you lend your name without taking the precaution of getting security. Shortly after, he shows you the note with your endorsement cancelled, and tells you, probably truly, that he made the profit that he expected by the operation. You reflect that you have done a good action, and the thought makes you feel happy. By and by, the same thing occurs again, and you do it again. You have already fixed the impression in your mind that it is perfectly safe to endorse his notes without security. But the trouble is, this man is getting money too easily. He has only to take your note to the bank, get it discounted and take the cash. He gets money for the time being without effort, without inconvenience to himself. Now mark the result. He sees a chance for speculation outside of his business. A temporary investment of only $10,000 is required. It is sure to come back before a note at the bank would be due. He places a note for that amount before you. You sign it almost mechanically. Being firmly convinced that your friend is responsible and trustworthy, you endorse his notes as a matter of course. Unfortunately, the speculation does not come to a head quite so soon as was expected, and another $10,000 note must be discounted to take up the last one when due. Before this note matures, the speculation has proved an utter failure and all the money is lost. Does the loser tell his friend, the endorser, that he has lost half of his fortune? Not at all. He don't even mention that he has speculated at all. But he has got excited, the spirit of speculation has seized him. He sees others making large sums in this way, we seldom hear of the losers, and like other speculators, he looks for his money where he loses it. He tries again. Endorsing his notes has become chronic with you, and at every loss he gets your signature for whatever amount he wants. Finally you discover your friend has lost all of his property and all of yours. You are overwhelmed with astonishment and grief, and you say, "It is a hard thing, my friend here has ruined me," but, you should add, "I have also ruined him." If you had said in the first place, "I will accommodate you, but I never endorse without taking ample security," he could not have gone beyond the length of his tether and he would never have been tempted away from his legitimate business. It is a very dangerous thing, therefore, at any time, to let people get possession of money too easily. It tempts them to hazardous speculations, if nothing more. Solomon truly said, "He that hath suretyship is sure." So with the young man starting in business, let him understand the value of money by earning it. When he does understand its value, then grease the wheels a little in helping him to start business, but remember, men who get money with too great facility cannot usually succeed. You must get the first dollars by hard knocks, and at some sacrifice, in order to appreciate the value of those dollars. Advertise your business. We all depend, more or less, upon the public for our support. We all trade with the public: lawyers, doctors, shoemakers, artists, blacksmiths, showmen, opera singers, railroad presidents, and college professors. Those who deal with the public must be careful that their goods are valuable, that they are genuine, and will give satisfaction. When you get an article which you know is going to please your customers, and that when they have tried it, they will feel they have got their money's worth, then let the fact be known that you have got it. Be careful to advertise it in some shape or other, because it is evident that if a man has ever so good an article for sale, and nobody knows it, it will bring him no return. In a country like this, where nearly everybody reads, and where newspapers are issued and circulated in editions of 5,000 to 200,000, it would be very unwise if this channel was not taken advantage of to reach the public in advertising. A newspaper goes into the family and is read by wife and children, as well as the head of the house. Hence hundreds and thousands of people may read your advertisement, while you are attending to your routine business. Many, perhaps, read it while you are asleep. The whole philosophy of life is, first sow, then reap. That is the way the farmer does. He plants his potatoes and corn, and sows his grain, and then goes about something else, and the time comes when he reaps. But he never reaps first and sows afterwards. This principle applies to all kinds of business, and to nothing more eminently than to advertising. If a man has a genuine article, there is no way in which he can reap more advantageously than by sowing to the public in this way. He must, of course, have a really good article, and one which will please his customers. Anything spurious will not succeed permanently, because the public is wiser than many imagine. Men and women are selfish, and we all prefer purchasing where we can get the most for our money, and we try to find out where we can most surely do so. You may advertise a spurious article, and induce many people to call and buy it once, but they will denounce you as an impostor and swindler, and your business will gradually die out and leave you poor. This is right. Few people can safely depend upon chance custom. You all need to have your customers return and purchase again. A man said to me, "I have tried advertising, and did not succeed. Yet I have a good article." I replied, "My friend, there may be exceptions to a general rule. But how do you advertise?" I put it in a weekly newspaper 3 times, and paid $1.50 for it. I replied, "Sir, advertising is like learning, a little is a dangerous thing." A French writer says that, the reader of a newspaper does not see the first insertion of an ordinary advertisement, the second insertion he sees, but does not read, the third insertion he reads. The fourth insertion, he looks at the price, the fifth insertion, he speaks of it to his wife, the sixth insertion, he is ready to purchase, and the seventh insertion, he purchases. Your object in advertising is to make the public understand what you have got to sell, and if you have not the pluck to keep advertising, until you have imparted that information, all the money you have spent is lost. You are like the fellow who told the gentleman if he would give him 10 cents it would save him $1. "How can I help you so much with so small a sum?" asked the gentleman in surprise. "I started out this morning," hiccuped the fellow, "with the full determination to get drunk, and I have spent my only $1 to accomplish the object, and it has not quite done it. 10 cents worth more of whiskey would just do it, and in this manner I should save the $1 already expended." So a man who advertises at all must keep it up until the public know who and what he is, and what his business is, or else the money invested in advertising is lost. Some men have a peculiar genius for writing a striking advertisement, one that will arrest the attention of the reader at first sight. This tact, of course, gives the advertiser a great advantage. Sometimes a man makes himself popular by an unique sign or a curious display in his window. Recently I observed a swing sign extending over the sidewalk in front of a store, on which was the inscription, in plain letters, "Don't read the other side." Of course I did, and so did everybody else. And I learned that the man had made an independence by first attracting the public to his business in that way and then using his customers well afterwards. Genin, the hatter, bought the first Jenny Lind ticket at auction for $225, because he knew it would be a good advertisement for him. "Who is the bidder?" said the auctioneer, as he knocked down that ticket at Castle Garden. "Genin, the hatter," was the response. Here were thousands of people from the Fifth Avenue, and from distant cities in the highest stations in life. "Who is Genin, the hatter?" they exclaimed. They had never heard of him before. The next morning the newspapers and telegraph had circulated the facts from Maine to Texas. And from 5 to 10 millions of people had read that the tickets sold at auction for Jenny Lind's first concert amounted to about $20,000. And that a single ticket was sold at $225, to Genin, the hatter. Men throughout the country involuntarily took off their hats to see if they had a Genin hat on their heads. At a town in Iowa it was found that in the crowd around the post office, there was one man who had a Genin hat, and he showed it in triumph, although it was worn out and not worth 2 cents. "Why," one man exclaimed, "you have a real Genin hat, what a lucky fellow you are." Another man said, "Hang on to that hat, it will be a valuable heirloom in your family." Still another man in the crowd, who seemed to envy the possessor of this good fortune, said, "Come, give us all a chance, put it up at auction." He did so, and it was sold as a keepsake for $9.50. What was the consequence to Mr. Genin? He sold 10,000 extra hats per annum, the first 6 years. 9/10 of the purchasers bought of him, probably, out of curiosity, and many of them, finding that he gave them an equivalent for their money, became his regular customers. This novel advertisement first struck their attention, and then as he made a good article, they came again. Now, I don't say that everybody should advertise as Mr. Genin did. But I say if a man has got goods for sale, and he don't advertise them in some way, the chances are that some day the sheriff will do it for him. Nor do I say that everybody must advertise in a newspaper, or indeed use printer's ink at all. On the contrary, although that article is indispensable in the majority of cases, yet doctors and clergymen, and sometimes lawyers and some others can more effectually reach the public in some other manner. But it is obvious, they must be known in some way, else how could they be supported? Be polite and kind to your customers. Politeness and civility are the best capital ever invested in business. Large stores, gilt signs, flaming advertisements, will all prove unavailing if you or your employees treat your patrons abruptly. The truth is, the more kind and liberal a man is, the more generous will be the patronage bestowed upon him. Like begets like. The man who gives the greatest amount of goods of a corresponding quality for the least sum, still reserving to himself a profit, will generally succeed best in the long run. This brings us to the golden rule, as ye would that men should do to you, do ye also to them. And they will do better by you than if you always treated them as if you wanted to get the most you could out of them for the least return. Men who drive sharp bargains with their customers, acting as if they never expected to see them again, will not be mistaken. They never will see them again as customers. People don't like to pay and get kicked also. One of the ushers in my museum once told me he intended to whip a man who was in the lecture room as soon as he came out. "What for?" I inquired. "Because he said I was no gentleman," replied the usher. "Never mind," I replied, "he pays for that, and you will not convince him you are a gentleman by whipping him. I cannot afford to lose a customer. If you whip him, he will never visit the museum again, and he will induce friends to go with him to other places of amusement instead of this, and thus, you see, I should be a serious loser." "But he insulted me," muttered the usher. "Exactly," I replied, "and if he owned the museum, and you had paid him for the privilege of visiting it, and he had then insulted you, there might be some reason in your resenting it. But in this instance he is the man who pays, while we receive, and you must, therefore, put up with his bad manners. My usher laughingly remarked, that this was undoubtedly the true policy. But he added that he should not object to an increase of salary if he was expected to be abused in order to promote my interests. Be charitable, of course men should be charitable, because it is a duty and a pleasure. But even as a matter of policy, if you possess no higher incentive, you will find that the liberal man will command patronage, while the sordid, uncharitable miser will be avoided. Solomon says, there is that scattereth and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than meet, but it tendeth to poverty. Of course the only true charity is that which is from the heart. The best kind of charity is to help those who are willing to help themselves. Promiscuous almsgiving, without inquiring into the worthiness of the applicant, is bad in every sense. But to search out and quietly assist those who are struggling for themselves, is the kind that scattereth and yet increaseth. But don't fall into the idea that some persons practice, of giving a prayer instead of a potato, and a benediction instead of bread, to the hungry. It is easier to make Christians with full stomachs than empty. Don't blab. Some men have a foolish habit of telling their business secrets. If they make money they like to tell their neighbors how it was done. Nothing is gained by this, and ofttimes much is lost. Say nothing about your profits, your hopes, your expectations, your intentions. And this should apply to letters as well as to conversation. Goethe makes Mephistopheles say, never write a letter nor destroy one. Business men must write letters, but they should be careful what they put in them. If you are losing money, be specially cautious and not tell of it, or you will lose your reputation. Preserve your integrity, it is more precious than diamonds or rubies. The old miser said to his sons, get money, get it honestly, if you can, but get money. This advice was not only atrociously wicked, but it was the very essence of stupidity. It was as much as to say, if you find it difficult to obtain money honestly, you can easily get it dishonestly. Get it in that way. Poor fool. Not to know that the most difficult thing in life is to make money dishonestly. Not to know that our prisons are full of men who attempted to follow this advice. Not to understand that no man can be dishonest without soon being found out, and that when his lack of principle is discovered, nearly every avenue to success is closed against him forever. The public very properly shun all whose integrity is doubted. No matter how polite and pleasant and accommodating a man may be, none of us dare to deal with him if we suspect false weights and measures. Strict honesty not only lies at the foundation of all success in life, financially, but in every other respect. Uncompromising integrity of character is invaluable. It secures to its possessor a peace and joy which cannot be attained without it, which no amount of money, or houses and lands can purchase. A man who is known to be strictly honest, may be ever so poor, but he has the purses of all the community at his disposal. For all know that if he promises to return what he borrows, he will never disappoint them. As a mere matter of selfishness, therefore, if a man had no higher motive for being honest, all will find that the maxim of Dr. Franklin can never fail to be true, that honesty is the best policy. To get rich is not always equivalent to being successful. There are many rich poor men, while there are many others, honest and devout men and women, who have never possessed so much money as some rich persons squander in a week. But who are nevertheless really richer and happier than any man can ever be while he is a transgressor of the higher laws of his being. The inordinate love of money, no doubt, may be and is the root of all evil, but money itself, when properly used, is not only a handy thing to have in the house, but affords the gratification of blessing our race by enabling its possessor to enlarge the scope of human happiness and human influence. The desire for wealth is nearly universal, and none can say it is not laudable, provided the possessor of it accepts its responsibilities, and uses it as a friend to humanity. The history of money-getting, which is commerce, is a history of civilization, and wherever trade has flourished most, there, too, have art and science produced the noblest fruits. In fact, as a general thing, money-getters are the benefactors of our race. To them, in a great measure, are we indebted for our institutions of learning and of art, our academies, colleges, and churches. It is no argument against the desire for, or the possession of wealth, to say that there are sometimes misers who hoard money only for the sake of hoarding, and who have no higher aspiration than to grasp everything which comes within their reach. As we have sometimes hypocrites in religion, and demagogues in politics, so there are occasionally misers among money-getters. These, however, are only exceptions to the general rule. But when, in this country, we find such a nuisance and stumbling block as a miser, we remember with gratitude that in America we have no laws of primogeniture, and that in the due course of nature the time will come when the hoarded dust will be scattered for the benefit of mankind. To all men and women, therefore, do I conscientiously say, make money honestly, and not otherwise, for Shakespeare has truly said, he that wants money, means and content, is without three good friends. Nearly every paper in London had something to say about my lecture, and in almost every instance the matter and manner of the lecturer were unqualifiedly approved. Indeed, the profusion of praise quite overwhelmed me. The London Times, December 30, 1858, concluded a half-column criticism with the following paragraph. We are bound to admit that Mr. Barnum is one of the most entertaining lecturers that ever addressed an audience on a theme universally intelligible. The appearance of Mr. Barnum, it should be added, has nothing of the charlatan about it, but is that of the thoroughly respectable man of business. And he has at command a fund of dry humor that convulses everybody with laughter, while he himself remains perfectly serious. A sonorous voice and an admirably clear delivery complete his qualifications as a lecturer, in which capacity he is no humbug, either in a higher or lower sense of the word. The London Morning Post, the Advertiser, the Chronicle, the Telegraph, the Herald, the News, the Globe, the Sun, and other lesser journals of the same date, all contained lengthy and favorable notices and criticisms of my lecture. My own lavish advertisements were as nothing to the notoriety which the London newspapers voluntarily and editorially gave to my new enterprise. The weekly and literary papers followed in the train. And even Punch, which had already done so much to keep Tom Thumb before the public, gave me a half-page notice, with an illustration, and thereafter favored me with frequent paragraphs. The city thus prepared the provinces to give me a cordial reception. During the year 1859, I delivered this lecture nearly 100 times in different parts of England, returning occasionally to London to repeat it to fresh audiences, and always with pecuniary success. Every provincial paper had something to say about Barnum and the art of money-getting, and I was never more pleasantly or profusely advertised. The tour, too, made me acquainted with many new people and added fresh and fast friends to my continually increasing list. My lecturing season is among my most grateful memories of England. Remembering my experiences, some years before, with General Tom Thumb at Oxford and Cambridge, and the fondness of the undergraduates for practical joking, I was quite prepared when I made up my mind to visit those two cities, to take any quantity of chaff and lampooning which the university boys might choose to bring. I was sure of a full house in each city, and as I was anxious to earn all the money I could, so as to hasten my deliverance from financial difficulties, I fully resolved to put up with whatever offered. Indeed, I rather liked the idea of an episode in the steady run of praise which had followed my lecture everywhere, and I felt, too, in the coming encounter that I might give quite as much as I was compelled to take. I commenced at Cambridge, and, as I expected, to an overflowing house, largely composed of undergraduates. Soon after I began to speak, one of the young men called out, "Where is Joyce Haight?" To which I very coolly replied, "Young gentleman, please to restrain yourself till the conclusion of the lecture, when I shall take great delight in affording you, or any others of her posterity, all the information I possess concerning your deceased relative." This reply turned the laugh against the youthful and anxious inquirer and had the effect of keeping other students quiet for a half-hour. Thereafter, questions of a similar character were occasionally propounded, but as each inquirer generally received a prompt Roland for his Oliver, there was far less interruption than I had anticipated. The proceeds of the evening were more than £100, an important addition to my treasury at that time. At the close of the lecture, several students invited me to a sumptuous supper where I met, among other undergraduates, a nephew of Lord Macaulay, the historian. This young gentleman insisted upon my breakfasting with him at his rooms next morning, but as I was anxious to take an early train for London, I only called to leave my card. And after his Gyp had given me a strong cup of coffee, I hastened away, leaving the young Macaulay, whom I did not wish to disturb, fast asleep in bed. At Oxford the large hall was filled half an hour before the time announced for the lecture to begin, and the sale of tickets was stopped. I then stepped upon the platform, and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, as every seat is occupied and the ticket office is closed, I propose to proceed with my lecture now, and not keep you waiting till the advertised hour." "Good for you, old Barnum," said one. "Time is money," said another. "Nothing like economy," came from a third, and other remarks and exclamations followed which excited much laughter in the audience. Holding up my hand as a signal that I was anxious to say something so soon as silence should be restored, I thus addressed my audience. "Young gentlemen, I have a word or two to say, in order that we may have a thorough understanding between ourselves at the outset. I see symptoms of a pretty jolly time here this evening, and you have paid me liberally for the single hour of my time which is at your service. I am an old traveler and an old showman, and I like to please my patrons. Now, it is quite immaterial to me. You may furnish the entertainment for the hour, or I will endeavor to do so, or we will take portions of the time by turns, you supplying a part of the amusement, and I a part. As we say sometimes in America, you pays your money, and you takes your choice." My auditors were in the best of humor from the beginning, and my frankness pleased them. "Good for you, old Barnum," cried their leader, and I went on with my lecture for some 15 minutes, when a voice called out, "Come, old chap. You must be tired by this time. Hold up now till we sing Yankee Doodle," whereupon they all joined in that pleasing air with a vigor which showed that they had thoroughly prepared themselves for the occasion. And meanwhile I took a chair and sat down to show them that I was quite satisfied with their manner of passing the time. When the song was concluded, the leader of the party said, "Now, Mr. Barnum, you may go ahead again." I looked at my watch and quietly remarked, "Oh, there is time for lots of fun yet." We have nearly 40 minutes of the hour remaining, and I proceeded with my lecture, or rather a lecture, for I began to adapt my remarks to the audience and the occasion. At intervals of 10 minutes, or so, came interruptions which I, as my audience saw, fully enjoyed as much as the house did. When this miscellaneous entertainment was concluded, and I stopped short at the end of the hour, crowds of the young men pressed forward to shake hands with me, declaring that they had had a jolly good time, while the leader said, "Stay with us a week, Barnum, and we will dine you, wine you, and give you full houses every night." But I was announced to lecture in London the next evening, and I could not accept the pressing invitation, though I would gladly have stayed through the week. They asked me all sorts of questions about America, the museum, my various shows and successes, and expressed the hope that I would come out of my clock troubles all right. At least a score of them pressed me to breakfast with them next morning, but I declined, till one young gentleman put it on this purely personal ground, "My dear sir, you must breakfast with me. I have almost split my throat in screaming here tonight, and it is only fair that you should repay me by coming to see me in the morning." This appeal was irresistible, and at the appointed time I met him and half a dozen of his friends at his table, and we spent a very pleasant hour together. They complimented me on the tact and equanimity I had exhibited the previous evening, but I replied, "Oh, I was quite inclined to have you enjoy your fun, and came fully prepared for it." But they liked better, they said, to get the party angry. A fortnight before, they told me, my friend Howard Paul had left them in disgust, because they insisted upon smoking while his wife was on the stage. Adding that the entertainment was excellent and that Howard Paul could have made £1,000 if he had not let his anger drive him away. My newfound friends parted with me at the railway station, heartily urging me to come again. And my ticket seller returned £169 as the immediate result of an evening's good-natured fun with the Oxford boys. After delivering my lecture many times in different places, a prominent publishing house in London offered me £1,200, $6,000, for the copyright. This offer I declined, not that I thought the lecture worth more money, but because I had engaged to deliver it in several towns and cities. And I thought the publication would be detrimental to the public delivery of my lecture. It was a source of very considerable emolument to me, bringing in much money, which went towards the redemption of my pecuniary obligations. So that the lecture itself was an admirable illustration of the art of money-getting. Chapter 32. An Enterprising Englishman. An English Yankee, my first interview with him, his plans based on Barnum's book, Advertising for Partners, How My Rules Made Him Rich, Method in Madness, the Barnum. Of Barry, Dinner to Tom Thumb and Commodore Nutt, My Agent in Paris, Measuring a Monster, How Giants and Dwarfs Stretch and Contract, An Unwilling Frenchman, A Persistent Measurer, A Gigantic Humbug. The Steam Engines Barnum and Charity, What Charity Did for Barnum, Selling the Same Goods 1,000 Times, The Great Cakes, Simnel Sunday, The Sanitary Commission Fair. While visiting Manchester, in 1858, I was invited by Mr. Peacock, the lessee, to deliver a lecture in Free Trade Hall. I gave a lecture, the title of which I now forget. But I well remember it contained numerous personal reminiscences. The next day a gentleman sent his card to my room at the hotel where I was stopping. I requested the servant to show the gentleman up at once, and he soon appeared and introduced himself. At first he seemed somewhat embarrassed, but gradually broke the ice by saying he had been pleased in listening to my lecture the previous evening, and added that he knew my history pretty well, as he had read my autobiography. As his embarrassment at first meeting with a stranger wore away, he informed me that he was joint proprietor with another gentleman in a cotton mill in Bury, near Manchester, although, he modestly added, only a few years ago I was working as a journeyman, and probably should have been at this time, had it not been for your book. Observing my surprise at this announcement, he continued. The fact is, Mr. Barnum, upon reading your autobiography, I thought I perceived you tried to make yourself out something worse than you really were. For I discovered a pleasant spirit and a good heart under the rougher exterior in which you chose to present yourself to the public. But, he added, after reading your life I found myself in possession of renewed strength, and awakened energies and aspirations, and I said to myself, why can't I go ahead and make money as Barnum did? He commenced without money and succeeded, why may not I? In this train of thought, he continued, I went to a newspaper office and advertised for a partner with money to join me in establishing a cotton mill. I had no applications, and, remembering your experiences when you had money and wanted a partner, I spent £50 in a similar experiment. I advertised for a partner to join a man who had plenty of capital. Then I had lots of applicants ready to introduce me into all sorts of occupations, from that of a banker to that of a horse jockey or gambler, if I would only furnish the money to start with. After a while, I advertised again for a partner, and obtained one with money. We have a good mill. I devote myself closely to business, and have been very successful. I know every line in your book. So, indeed, do several members of my family, and I have conducted my business on the principles laid down in your published rules for money-making. I find them correct principles. And, sir, I have sought this interview in order to thank you for publishing your autobiography, and to tell you that to that act of yours I attribute my present position in life. Of course, I was pleased and surprised at this revelation, and, feeling that my new friend, whom I will call Mr. Wilson, too had somewhat exaggerated the results of my labors as influencing his own, I said, Your statement is certainly very flattering, and I am glad if I have been able in any manner, through my experiences, to aid you in starting in life. But I presume your genius would have found vent in good time if I had never written a book. No, indeed it would not, he replied, in an earnest tone. I am sure I should have worked as a mill hand all my life if it had not been for you. Oh, I have made no secret of it, he continued. The commercial men with whom I deal know all about it, indeed, they call me Barnum on 'change here in Manchester. This singular yet gratifying interview led to several others, and from that time a warm personal friendship sprung up between us. In our conversations, my enthusiastic friend would often quote entire pages from my autobiography, which I had almost forgotten. And, after he had frequently visited me by appointment where I happened to be stopping in different parts of Great Britain, he would write me letters, often quoting scraps of my conversation, and extolling what he called the wisdom of these careless remarks. I laughed at him, and told him he was about half Barnum crazy. Well, he replied, then there is method in my madness, for whenever I follow the Barnum rules I am always successful. On one occasion, when General Tom Thumb exhibited in Bury, Mr. Wilson closed his mill, and gave each of his employees a ticket to the exhibition, out of respect, as he said, to Barnum. On a subsequent occasion, when the little general visited England the last time, Mr. Wilson invited him, his wife, Commodore Nutt, Minnie Warren, and the managers of the show, to a splendid and sumptuous dinner at his house, which the distinguished little party enjoyed exceedingly. And several interesting incidents occurred on that pleasant occasion, which the miniature guests will never cease to remember with gratitude. When I was about to leave England for home, in 1859, my friend Wilson made an appointment to come to Liverpool to see me off. He came the day before I sailed, and brought his little daughter, some 12 years old, with him. We had a remarkably pleasant and social time, and I did not part with them until the tug was almost dropping off from the steamer in the River Mersey. It was a very reluctant parting. We waved our handkerchiefs until we could no longer distinguish each other, and up to the present writing we have never again met. To my numerous invitations to him and his family, to visit me in America, he sends but one response, that, as yet, his business will not permit him to leave home. I hope ere long to receive a different answer. Our correspondence has been regularly kept up ever since we parted. My friend Wilson expressed himself extremely anxious to do any service for me which might at any time be in his power. Soon after I arrived in America, I read an account of a French giant, then exhibiting in Paris, and said to be over 8 feet in height. As this was a considerably greater altitude than any specimen of the genus Homo within my knowledge had attained, I wrote to my friend to take a trip to Paris for me, secure an interview with this modern anak, and by actual measurement obtain for me his exact height. I enclosed an offer for this giant's services, arranging the price on a sliding scale, according to what his height should actually prove to be, commencing at 8 feet, and descending to 7 feet 2 inches. And if he was not taller than the latter figure, I did not want him at all. Mr. Wilson, placing an English 2-foot rule in his pocket, started for Paris. And, after much difficulty and several days' delay in trying to speak with the giant, who was closely watched by his exhibitor, Mr. Wilson succeeded, by the aid of an interpreter, in exchanging a few words with him, and appointing an interview at his own, the giant's, lodgings. And now came a trouble which required all the patience and diplomacy which my agent could command. Mr. Wilson, arriving at the place of rendezvous, told the giant who he was, and the object of his visit. In fact, he showed him my letter, and read the tempting offers which I made for his services, provided he measured 8 feet, or even came within 6 inches of that height. "Oh, I measure over 8 feet in height," said the giant. "Very likely," replied my faithful agent, "but you see my orders are to measure you." "There's no need of that, you can see for yourself," stretching himself up a few inches. By aid of that peculiar muscular knack which giants and dwarfs exercise when they desire to extend or diminish their apparent stature. "No doubt you are right," persisted the agent, "but you see that is not according to orders." "Well," stand alongside of me. See, the top of your hat don't come to my shoulder, said the giant, as he swung his arm completely over Mr. Wilson's head, hat and all. But my wary agent happened just then to be watching the giant's feet and knees, and he thought he saw a movement around the understandings that materially helped the elevation of the upper works. It is all very well, said Mr. Wilson, but I tell you I have brought a 2-foot rule from England, and, if I am not permitted to measure your height with that, I shall not engage you. My offer had been very liberal, in fact, provided he was 8 feet high, it was more than 4 times the amount the giant was then receiving. It was evidently a great temptation to His Highness, and quite as evidently he did not want to be fairly measured. Well, said the giant, if you can't take my word for it, look at that door. You see my head is more than 2 feet above the top, giving his neck and every muscle in his body a severe stretch. Just measure the height of that door. My English friend plainly saw that the giant felt that he could not come up to the mark, and he laughed at this last ruse. Oh, I don't want to measure the door. I prefer to measure you, said Mr. Wilson, coolly. The giant was now desperate, and, stretching himself up to the highest point, he exclaimed, well, be quick. Put your rule down to my feet and measure me, no delay, if you please. The giant knew he could not hold himself up many seconds to the few extra inches he had imparted to his extended muscles. But his remark had drawn Mr. Wilson's attention to his feet, and from the feet to the boots, and he began to open his eyes. Look here, monsieur, he exclaimed with much earnestness, this sort of thing won't do, you know. I don't understand this contrivance around the soles of your boots, but it seems to me you have got a set of springs in there which materially aids your altitude a few inches when you desire it. Now, I shall stand no more nonsense. If I engage you at all, you must first take off your boots, and lie flat upon your back in the middle of the floor. There you will have no purchase, and you may stretch as much as you like, and for every inch you fairly measure above 7 feet 2 inches you know what I am authorized to give you. The giant grumbled and talked about his word being doubted and his honor assailed, but Mr. Wilson calmly persisted, until at length he slowly took off his coat and gradually got down on the floor. Stretched upon his back, he made several vain efforts to extend his natural height. Mr. Wilson carefully applied his English 2-foot rule, the result of the measurement causing him much astonishment and the giant more indignation. The giant measuring exactly 7 feet 1 1/2 inches. So he was not engaged, and my agent returned to England and wrote me a most amusing letter, giving the particulars of the gigantic interview. On the occasion of the erection of a new engine in his mill, Mr. Wilson proposed naming it after his daughter, but she insisted it should be christened Barnum, and it was so done. With considerable ceremony. Subsequently he introduced a second engine into his enlarged mill, and named this, after my wife, Charity. A short time since, I wrote informing him that I desired to give some of the foregoing facts in my book, and asked him to give me his consent. And also to furnish me some particulars in regard to the engines, and the capacity of his mill. He wrote in return a modest letter, which is so characteristic of my whole-souled friend that I cannot forbear making the following extracts from it. Had I made a fortune of £100, 000, I should have been proud of such a place in your book as Albert Smith has in your autobiography. But, as I have only been able to make, here he named a sum which in this country would be considered almost a fortune, I feel I should be out of place in your pages. At all events, if you mention me at all, draw it mildly, if you please. The American war has made sad havoc in our trade, and it is only by close attention to business that I have lately been at all successful. I have built a place for 1,000 looms, and have, as you know, put in a pair of engines, which I have named Barnum and Charity. Each engine has its name engraved on 2 large brass plates at either end of the cylinder, which has often caused much mirth when I have explained the circumstances to visitors. I started and christened Charity on the 14th of January last, and she has saved me £12 per month in coals ever since. The steam from the boiler goes first to Charity, she is high pressure, and Barnum only gets the steam after she has done with it. He has to work at low pressure, a condensing engine, and the result is a saving. Barnum was extravagant when he took steam direct, but, since I fixed Charity betwixt him and the boiler, he can only get what she gives him. This reminds me that you state in your life you could always make money, but formerly did not save it. Perhaps you never took care of it till Charity became Chancellor of Exchequer. When I visited you at the Bull Hotel, in Blackburn, you pointed to General Tom Thumb, and said, "That is my piece of goods. I have sold it hundreds of thousands of times, and have never yet delivered it." That was 10 years ago, in 1858. If I had been doing the same with my pieces of calico, I must have been wealthy by this time, but I have been hammering at one, cotton, nail several months, and, as it did not offer to clinch, I was almost tempted to doubt one of your rules, and thought I would drive at some other nail. But, on reflection, I knew I understood cotton better than anything else, and so I back up your rule and stick to cotton, not doubting it will be all right and successful. Mr. Wilson was one of the large class of English manufacturers who suffered seriously from the effects of the rebellion in the United States. As an Englishman he could not have a patriot's interest in the progress of that terrible struggle. But he made a practical exhibition of sympathy for the suffering soldiers, in a pleasant and characteristic manner. The Great Fair of the Sanitary Commission, held in New York during the war, affords one of the most interesting chapters in American history. It meant cordial for the sick and suffering in the hospitals, and balm and relief for the wounded in the field. None of those who visited the fair will forget, in the multiplicity of offerings to put money into the treasury of the commission, 2 monster cakes, which were as strange in shape and ornament as they were fairly mammoth in their proportions. One of these great cakes was covered with miniature forts, ships of war, cannon, armies, arms of the whole panoply of war, and it excited the attention of all visitors. This strange cake was what is called in Bury, England, where name, cake and custom originated, a simnel cake, and an interesting history pertains to it. There is an anniversary in Bury, and I believe only in that place in England, called Simnel Sunday. Like many old observances, its origin is lost in antiquity. But on the 4th Sunday in Lent, which is Simnel Sunday, everybody in Bury eats simnel cake. It is a high day for the inhabitants, and the streets are thronged with people. During the preceding week, the shop windows of the confectioners exhibit a plethora of large, flat cakes, of a peculiar pattern and of toothsome composition. Every confectioner aims to outdo his rivals in the bigness of the one showcake which nearly fills his window, and in the molding and ornamental accessories. A local description, giving the requisite characteristics, says, "The great simnel must be rich, must be big, and must be novel in ornamentation." Such is the simnel cake, the specialty of Simnel Sunday, in the town of Bury, in Old England. And such was the monster cake, with its warlike emblems, which attracted so much attention at the fair, and added considerably to the receipts for the Sanitary Commission. It was sent to me expressly for this fair, by my friend Wilson, and, while it was in itself a generous gift, it was doubly so as coming from an English manufacturer who had suffered by the war. The second great simnel cake which stood beside it in the fair was sent to me personally by Mr. Wilson. But with his permission I took much pleasure in contributing it, with his own offering, for the benefit of our suffering soldiers. It may thus be seen that my friend Wilson is not only an enterprising Englishman, but that he is also a generous, noble-hearted man, one who in a great struggle like the late Civil War in America could sincerely sympathize with suffering humanity. Notwithstanding, as he expressed it, the American war has made sad havoc in our trade. His soul soars above pounds, shillings and pence, and I take great pleasure in expressing admiration for a gentleman of such marked enterprise, philanthropy and integrity. Chapter 33. Richards himself again. At home, extinguishment of the clock debts, a rascally proposition, Barnum on his feet again, repurchase of the museum, a gala day, my reception by my friends, the story of my troubles, how I waded ashore, promises to the public response, museum visitors, the receipts doubled, how the press received the news of restoration, the sycophants, old and fast. Friends, Robert Bonner, consideration and courtesy of creditors, the Boston Saturday Evening Gazette again, another word for Barnum. In 1859 I returned to the United States. During my last visit abroad I had secured many novelties for the museum, including the albino family, which I engaged at Amsterdam, and Theodon's Mechanical Theatre, which I found at Southampton. Beside purchasing many curiosities. These things all afforded me a liberal commission, and thus, by constant and earnest effort, I made much money, besides what I derived from the Tom Thumb exhibitions, my lectures, and other enterprises. All of this money, as well as my wife's income and a considerable sum raised by selling a portion of her property, was faithfully devoted to the one great object of my life at that period, my extrication from those crushing clock debts. I worked and I saved. When my wife and youngest daughter were not boarding in Bridgeport, they lived frugally in the suburbs, in a small one-story house which was hired at the rate of $150 a year. I had now been struggling about 4 years with the difficulties of my one great financial mistake, and the end still seemed to be far off. I felt that the land, purchased by my wife in East Bridgeport at the assignee's sale, would, after a while, increase rapidly in value. And on the strength of this expectation more money was borrowed for the sake of taking up the clock notes, and some of the East Bridgeport property was sold in single lots, the proceeds going to the same object. At last, in March 1860, all the clock indebtedness was satisfactorily extinguished, excepting some $20,000 which I had bound myself to take up within a certain number of months, my friend, James D. Johnson, guaranteeing my bond to that effect. Mr. Johnson was by far my most effective agent in working me through these clock troubles, and in aiding to bring them to a successful conclusion. Another man, however, who pretended to be my friend, and whom I liberally paid to assist in bringing me out of my difficulties, gained my confidence. Possessed himself of a complete knowledge of the situation of my affairs, and then coolly proposed to Mr. Johnson to counteract all my efforts to get out of debt, and to divide between them what could be got out of my estate. Failing in this, the scoundrel, taking advantage of the confidence reposed in him, slyly arranged with the owners of clock notes to hold on to them, and share with him whatever they might gain by adopting his advice, he assuming that he knew all my secrets and that I would soon come out all right again. Thus I had to contend with foes from within as well as without. But the spotting of this traitor was worth something, for it opened my eyes in relation to former transactions in which I had entrusted large sums of money to his hands. And it put me on guard for the future. But I bear no malice towards him, I only pity him, as I do any man who knows so little of the true road to contentment and happiness as to think that it lies in the direction of dishonesty. I need not dwell upon the details of what I suffered from the doings of those heartless, unscrupulous men who fatten upon the misfortunes of others. It is enough to say that I triumphed over them and all my troubles. I was once more a free man. At last I was able to make proclamation that Richard's himself again. That Barnum was once more on his feet. The museum had not flourished greatly in the hands of Messrs. Greenwood and Butler, and so, when I was free, I was quite willing to take back the property upon terms that were entirely satisfactory to them. I had once retired from the establishment a man of independent fortune, I was now ready to return, to make, if possible, another fortune. On the 17th of March 1860, Messrs. Butler and Greenwood signed an agreement to sell and deliver to me on the following Saturday, March 24th, their goodwill and entire interest in the museum collection. This fact was thoroughly circulated and it was everywhere announced in blazing posters, placards and advertisements which were headed, "Barnum on his feet again." It was furthermore stated that the museum would be closed, March 24th, for 1 week for repairs and general renovation, to be reopened, March 31st. Under the management and proprietorship of its original owner. It was also announced that on the night of closing I would address the audience from the stage. The American Museum, decorated on that occasion, as on holidays, with a brilliant display of flags and banners, was filled to its utmost capacity. And I experienced profound delight at seeing hundreds of old friends of both sexes in the audience. I lacked but 4 months of being 50 years of age, but I felt all the vigor and ambition that fired me when I first took possession of the premises 20 years before. And I was confident that the various experiences of that score of years would be valuable to me in my second effort to secure an independence. At the rising of the curtain and before the play commenced, I stepped on the stage and was received by the large and brilliant audience with an enthusiasm far surpassing anything of the kind I had ever experienced or witnessed in a public career of a quarter of a century. Indeed, this tremendous demonstration nearly broke me down. And my voice faltered and tears came to my eyes as I thought of this magnificent conclusion to the trials and struggles of the past 4 years. Recovering myself, however, I bowed my grateful acknowledgments for the reception, and addressed the audience as follows. Ladies and gentlemen, should be more or less than human. If I could meet this unexpected and overwhelming testimonial at your hands, without the deepest emotion. My own personal connection with the museum is now resumed, and I avail myself of the circumstance to say why it is so. Never did I feel stronger in my worldly prosperity than in September, 1855. 3 months later, I was so deeply embarrassed that I felt certain of nothing, except the uncertainty of everything. A combination of singular efforts and circumstances tempted me to put faith in a certain clock manufacturing company, and I placed my signature to papers which ultimately broke me down. After nearly 5 years of hard struggle to keep my head above water, I have touched bottom at last, and here, tonight, I am happy to announce that I have waded ashore. Every clock debt of which I have any knowledge has been provided for. Perhaps, after the troubles and turmoils I have experienced, I should feel no desire to re-engage in the excitements of business, but a man like myself, less than 50 years of age, and enjoying robust health, is scarcely old enough to be embalmed and put in a glass case in the museum as one of its million of curiosities. It is better to wear out than rust out. Besides, if a man of active temperament is not busy, he is apt to get into mischief. To avoid evil, therefore, and since business activity is a necessity of my nature, here I am, once more, in the museum, and among those with whom I have been so long and so pleasantly identified. I am confident of a cordial welcome, and hence feel some claim to your indulgence while I briefly allude to the means of my present deliverance from utter financial ruin. Need I say, in the first place, that I am somewhat indebted to the forbearance of generous creditors? In the next place, permit me to speak of sympathizing friends, whose volunteered loans and exertions vastly aided my rescue. When my day of sorrow came, I first paid or secured every debt I owed of a personal nature. This done, I felt bound in honor to give up all of my property that remained towards liquidating my clock debts. I placed it in the hands of trustees and receivers for the benefit of all the clock creditors. But, at the forced sale of my Connecticut real estate, there was a purchaser behind the screen, of whom the world had little knowledge. In the day of my prosperity I made over to my wife much valuable property, including the lease of this museum building, a lease then having about 22 years to run, and enhanced in value to more than double its original worth. I sold the museum collection to Messrs. Greenwood and Butler, subject to my wife's separate interest in the lease, and she has received more than $80,000 over and above the sums paid to the owners of the building. Instead of selfishly applying this amount to private purposes, my family lived with a due regard to economy. And the savings, strictly belonging to my wife, were devoted to buying in portions of my estate at the assignees' sales, and to purchasing clock notes bearing my endorsements. The Christian name of my wife is Charity. I may well acknowledge, therefore, that I am not only a proper subject of charity, but that, without charity, I am nothing. But, ladies and gentlemen, while charity thus labored in my behalf, faith and hope were not idle. I have been anything but indolent during the last 4 years. Driven from pillar to post, and annoyed beyond description by all sorts of legal claims and writs, I was perusing protests and summonses by day, and dreaming of clocks run down by night. My head was ever whizzing with dislocated cogwheels and broken mainsprings, my whole mind, and my credit, was running upon tick, and everything pressing on me like a dead weight. In this state of affairs I felt that I was of no use on this side of the Atlantic, so, giving the pendulum a swing, and seizing time by the forelock, I went to Europe. There I furtively pulled the wires of several exhibitions, among which that of Tom Thumb may be mentioned for example. I managed a variety of musical and commercial speculations in Great Britain, Germany, and Holland. These enterprises, together with the net profits of my public lectures, enabled me to remit large sums to confidential agents for the purchase of my obligations. In this manner, I quietly extinguished, little by little, every dollar of my clock liabilities. I could not have achieved this difficult feat, however, without the able assistance of enthusiastic friends, and among the chief of them let me gratefully acknowledge the invaluable services of Mr. James D. Johnson, a gentleman of wealth, in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Other gentlemen have been generous with me. Some have loaned me large sums, without security, and have placed me under obligations which must ever command my honest gratitude. But Mr. Johnson has been a friend indeed, for he has been truly a friend in need. You must not infer, from what I have said, that I have completely recovered from the stunning blow to which I was subjected 4 years ago. I have lost more in the way of tens of thousands, yes, hundreds of thousands, than I care to remember. A valuable portion of my real estate in Connecticut, however, has been preserved, and as I feel all the ardor of 20 years ago, and the prospect here is so flattering. My heart is animated with the hope of ultimately, by enterprise and activity, obliterating unpleasant reminiscences, and retrieving the losses of the past. Experience, too, has taught me not only that even in the matter of money, enough is as good as a feast, but that there are, in this world, some things vastly better than the almighty dollar. Possibly I may contemplate, at times, the painful day when I said, Othello's occupation's gone. But I shall more frequently cherish the memory of this moment, when I am permitted to announce that Richard's himself again. Many people have wondered that a man considered so acute as myself should have been deluded into embarrassments like mine, and not a few have declared, in short metre, that Barnum was a fool. I can only reply that I never made pretensions to the sharpness of a pawnbroker, and I hope I shall never so entirely lose confidence in human nature as to consider every man a scamp by instinct, or a rogue by necessity. It is better to be deceived sometimes, than to distrust always, says Lord Bacon, and I agree with him. Experience is said to be a hard schoolmaster, but I should be sorry to feel that this great lesson in adversity has not brought forth fruits of some value. I needed the discipline this tribulation has given me, and I really feel, after all, that this, like many other apparent evils, was only a blessing in disguise. Indeed, I may mention that the very clock factory which I built in Bridgeport, for the purpose of bringing hundreds of workmen to that city, has been purchased and quadrupled in size by the Wheeler and Wilson Sewing Machine Company, and is now filled with intelligent New England mechanics, whose families add 2,000 to the population, and who are doing a great work in building up and beautifying that flourishing city. So that the same concern which prostrated me seems destined as a most important agent towards my recuperation. I am certain that the popular sympathy has been with me from the beginning. And this, together with a consciousness of rectitude, is more than an offset to all the vicissitudes to which I have been subjected. In conclusion, I beg to assure you and the public that my chief pleasure, while health and strength are spared me, will be to cater for your and their healthy amusement and instruction. In future, such capabilities as I possess will be devoted to the maintenance of this museum as a popular place of family resort, in which all that is novel and interesting shall be gathered from the 4 quarters of the globe, and which ladies and children may visit at all times unattended, without danger of encountering anything of an objectionable nature. The dramas introduced in the lecture room will never contain a profane expression or a vulgar allusion. On the contrary, their tendency will always be to encourage virtue, and frown upon vice. I have established connections in Europe, which will enable me to produce here a succession of interesting novelties otherwise inaccessible. Although I shall be personally present much of the time, and hope to meet many of my old acquaintances, as well as to form many new ones. I am sure you will be glad to learn that I have resecured the services of one of the late proprietors, and the active manager of this museum, Mr. John Greenwood, Jr. As he is a modest gentleman, who would be the last to praise himself, allow me to add that he is one to whose successful qualities as a caterer for the popular entertainments the crowds that have often filled this building may well bear testimony. But, more than this, he is the unobtrusive one to whose integrity, diligence and devotion, I owe much of my present position of self-congratulation. Mr. Greenwood will hereafter act as assistant manager, while his late co-partner, Mr. Butler, has engaged in another branch of business. Once more, thanking you all for your kind welcome, I bid you, till the reopening, an affectionate adieu. This offhand speech was received with almost tumultuous applause. At nearly 50 years of age, I was now once more before the public with the promise to put on a full head of steam, to rush things. To give double or treble the amount of attractions ever before offered at the museum, and to devote all my own time and services to the enterprise. In return, I asked that the public should give my efforts the patronage they merited, and the public took me at my word. The daily number of visitors at once more than doubled, and my exertions to gratify them with rapid changes and novelties never tired. The announcement that Richards himself again, that I was at last out of the financial entanglement, was variously received in the community. That portion of the press which had followed me with abuse when I was down, under the belief that my case was past recovery, were chary in allusions to the new state of things, or passed them over without comment. The sycophants always knew I would get up again, and said so at the time. The many and noble journals which had stood by me and upheld me in my misfortunes, were of course rejoiced. And their words of sincere congratulation gave me a higher satisfaction than I have power of language to acknowledge. Letters of congratulation came in upon me from every quarter. Friendly hands that had never been withheld during the long period of my misfortune were now extended with a still heartier grip. I never knew till now the warmth and number of my friends. My editorial friend, Mr. Robert Bonner, of the New York Ledger, sincerely congratulated me upon my full and complete restoration. I had some new plays which were adapted from very popular stories which had been written for Mr. Bonner's paper, and I went to him to purchase, if I could, the large cuts he had used to advertise these stories in his street placards. He at once generously offered to lend them to me as long as I wished to use them and tendered me his services in any way. Mr. Bonner was the boldest of advertisers, following me closely in the field in which I was the pioneer, and to his judicious use of printer's ink he owes the fine fortune which he so worthily deserves and enjoys. Nor must I neglect to state that a large number of my creditors who held the clock notes, proved very magnanimous in taking into consideration the gross deception which had put me in their power. Not a few of them said to me in substance, "You never supposed you had made yourself liable for this debt, you were deluded into it. It is not right that it should be held over you to keep you hopelessly down, take it, and pay me such percentage as, under the circumstances, it is possible for you to pay." But for such men and such consideration I fear I should never have got on my feet again, and of the many who rejoiced in my bettered fortune, not a few were of this class of my creditors. My old friend, the Boston Saturday Evening Gazette, which printed a few cheering poetical lines of consolation and hope when I was down, now gave me the following from the same graceful pen, conveying glowing words of congratulation at my rise again. Another word for Barnum. Barnum, your hand. The struggle o'er. You face the world and ask no favor. You stand where you have stood before. The old salt hasn't lost its savor. You now can laugh with friends, at foes, ne'er heeding Mrs. Grundy's tattle. You've dealt and taken sturdy blows, regardless of the rabble's prattle. Not yours the heart to harbor ill 'gainst those who've dealt in trivial jesting. You pass them with the same good will erst shown when they their wit were testing. You're the same Barnum that we knew. You're good for years, still fit for labor. Be as of old, be bold and true. Honest as man, as friend, as neighbor. At about this period, the following poem was published in a Pottsville, Pennsylvania, paper, and copied by many journals of the day. A health to Barnum. Companions, fill your glasses round, and drink a health to one who has few coming after him to do as he has done, who made a fortune for himself, made fortunes, too, for many, yet wronged no bosom of a sigh, no pocket of a penny. Come, shout a gallant chorus, and make the glasses ring. Here's health and luck to Barnum, the exhibition king, who lured the Swedish nightingale to western woods to come, who prosperous and happy made the life of Little Thumb, who up at amusement's golden door so cheaply to the crowd, and taught morality to smile on all his stage allowed. Come, shout a gallant chorus, until the glasses ring. Here's health and luck to Barnum, the exhibition king. And when the sad reverses came, as come they may to all, who stood a hero, bold and true, amid his fortune's fall, who to the utmost yielded up what honor could not keep, then took the field of life again, with courage calm and deep. Come, shout a gallant chorus, until the glasses dance. Here's health and luck to Barnum, the Napoleon of finance. Yet, no, our hero would not look with smiles on such a cup. Throw out the wine, with water clear, fill the pure crystal up, then rise, and greet with deep respect the courage he has shown, and drink to him who well deserves a seat on fortune's throne. Here's health and luck to Barnum, an Elba he has seen, and never may his map of life display a Saint Helene. Mrs. Anna Back, Philadelphia. Chapter 34. Menagerie and Museum Memoranda. A remarkable character, Old Grizzly Adams, the California Menagerie, terribly wounded by bears, my uptown show, extraordinary will and vigor, a lesson for Munchausen. The California golden pigeons, pigeons of all colors, process of their creation, M. Giladu, a naturalist deceived, the most wonderful birds in the world, the curiosities transferred to the menagerie, Old Adams taken in, a change of color, Motley the only wear, Old Grizzly. Undeceived, tour of the bear tamer through the country, a beautiful hunting suit, a life and death struggle for a wager, Old Adams wins, his death, the last joke on Barnum, the Prince of Wales visits the museum, I call on the Prince in Boston, Stephen A. Douglas, before and after, in a barber shop, how Tom Higginson did Barnum, the museum flourishing. I was now fairly embarked on board the good old ship American Museum, to try once more my skill as captain, and to see what fortune the voyage would bring me. Curiosities began to pour into the museum halls, and I was eager for enterprises in the show line, whether as part of the museum itself, or as outside accessories or accompaniments. Among the first to give me a call, with attractions sure to prove a success, was James C. Adams, of hard-earned, grizzly bear fame. This extraordinary man was eminently what is called a character. He was universally known as Grizzly Adams, from the fact that he had captured a great many grizzly bears, at the risk and cost of fearful encounters and perils. He was brave, and with his bravery there was enough of the romantic in his nature to make him a real hero. For many years a hunter and trapper in the Rocky and Sierra Nevada mountains, he acquired a recklessness, which, added to his natural invincible courage, rendered him one of the most striking men of the age, and he was emphatically a man of pluck. A month after I had repurchased the museum, he arrived in New York with his famous collection of California animals, captured by himself, consisting of 20 or 30 immense grizzly bears, at the head of which stood Old Samson, together with several wolves, half a dozen different species of California bears, California lions, tigers, buffalo, elk, and old Neptune, the great sea lion from the Pacific. Old Adams had trained all these monsters so that with him they were as docile as kittens, though many of the most ferocious among them would attack a stranger without hesitation, if he came within their grasp. In fact, the training of these animals was no fool's play, as old Adams learned to his cost, for the terrific blows which he received from time to time, while teaching them docility, finally cost him his life. Adams called on me immediately on his arrival in New York. He was dressed in his hunter's suit of buckskin, trimmed with the skins and bordered with the hanging tails of small Rocky Mountain animals. His cap consisting of the skin of a wolf's head and shoulders, from which depended several tails, and under which appeared his stiff, bushy, gray hair and his long, white, grizzly beard. In fact, old Adams was quite as much of a show as his beasts. They had come around Cape Horn on the clipper ship Golden Fleece, and a sea voyage of 3.5 months had probably not added much to the beauty or neat appearance of the old bear hunter. During our conversation, Grizzly Adams took off his cap, and showed me the top of his head. His skull was literally broken in. It had on various occasions been struck by the fearful paws of his grizzly students. And the last blow, from the bear called General Fremont, had laid open his brain so that its workings were plainly visible. I remarked that I thought it was a dangerous wound and might possibly prove fatal. "Yes," replied Adams, "that will fix me out. It had nearly healed. But old Fremont opened it for me, for the 3rd or 4th time, before I left California, and he did his business so thoroughly, I'm a used-up man. However, I reckon I may live 6 months or a year yet." This was spoken as coolly as if he had been talking about the life of a dog. The immediate object of old Adams, in calling upon me was this. I had purchased, a week previously, 1/2 interest in his California Menagerie, from a man who had come by way of the Isthmus from California, and who claimed to own an equal interest with Adams in the show. Adams declared that the man had only advanced him some money, and did not possess the right to sell half of the concern. However, the man held a bill of sale for half of the California Menagerie, and old Adams finally consented to accept me as an equal partner in the speculation, saying that he guessed I could do the managing part, and he would show up the animals. I obtained a canvas tent, and erecting it on the present site of Wallack's Theatre, Adams there opened his novel California Menagerie. On the morning of opening, a band of music preceded a procession of animal cages down Broadway and up the Bowery, old Adams dressed in his hunting costume, heading the line, with a platform wagon on which were placed 3 immense grizzly bears, 2 of which he held by chains, while he was mounted on the back of the largest grizzly, which stood in the center and was not secured in any manner whatever. This was the bear known as General Fremont, and so docile had he become, that Adams said he had used him as a pack bear to carry his cooking and hunting apparatus through the mountains for 6 months, and had ridden him hundreds of miles. But apparently docile as were many of these animals, there was not one among them that would not occasionally give Adams a sly blow or a sly bite when a good chance offered. Hence old Adams was but a wreck of his former self, and expressed pretty nearly the truth when he said, "Mr. Barnum, I am not the man I was 5 years ago." Then I felt able to stand the hug of any grizzly living, and was always glad to encounter, single-handed, any sort of an animal that dared present himself. But I have been beaten to a jelly, torn almost limb from limb, and nearly chawed up and spit out by these treacherous grizzly bears. However, I am good for a few months yet, and by that time I hope we shall gain enough to make my old woman comfortable, for I have been absent from her some years. His wife came from Massachusetts to New York and nursed him. Dr. Johns dressed his wounds every day, and not only told Adams he could never recover, but assured his friends that probably a very few weeks would lay him in his grave. But Adams was as firm as adamant and as resolute as a lion. Among the thousands who saw him dressed in his grotesque hunter's suit, and witnessed the seeming vigor with which he performed the savage monsters, beating and whipping them into apparently the most perfect docility, probably not one suspected that this rough, fierce-looking, powerful demi-savage, as he appeared to be, was suffering intense pain from his broken skull and fevered system, and that nothing kept him from stretching himself on his deathbed but his most indomitable and extraordinary will. Old Adams liked to astonish others, as he often did, with his astounding stories, but no one could astonish him. He had seen everything and knew everything, and I was anxious to get a chance of exposing this weak point to him. A fit occasion soon presented itself. One day, while engaged in my office at the museum, a man with marked Teutonic features and accent approached the door and asked if I would like to buy a pair of living golden pigeons. Yes, I replied, would like a flock of golden pigeons, if I could buy them for their weight in silver, for there are no golden pigeons in existence, unless they are made from the pure metal. You shall see some golden pigeons alive, he replied, at the same time entering my office, and closing the door after him. He then removed the lid from a small basket which he carried in his hand, and sure enough, there were snugly ensconced a pair of beautiful, living rough-necked pigeons, as yellow as saffron, and as bright as a double eagle fresh from the mint. I confess I was somewhat staggered at this sight and quickly asked the man where those birds came from. A dull, lazy smile crawled over the sober face of my German visitor, as he replied in a slow, guttural tone of voice. What you think yourself? Catching his meaning, I quickly replied. I think it is a humbug. Of course, I know you will say so, because you prefers the such things, so I shall not try to humbug you. I have color them myself. On further inquiry I learned that this German was a chemist, and that he possessed the art of coloring birds any hue desired, and yet retain a natural gloss on the feathers, which gave every shade the appearance of reality. I can paint a green pigeon or a blue pigeon, a gray pigeon or a black pigeon, a brown pigeon or a pigeon half blue or half green, said the German. And if you prefer it, I can paint them pink or purple, or give you a little of each color, and make you a rainbow pigeon. The rainbow pigeon did not strike me as particularly desirable. But thinking here was a good chance to catch Grizzly Adams, I bought the pair of golden pigeons for $10, and sent them up to the Happy Family, where I knew Adams would soon see them. Marked, Golden Pigeons, from California. Mr. Taylor, the great pacificator, who had charge of the Happy Family, soon came down in a state of excitement. Really, Mr. Barnum, said he, I could not think of putting those elegant golden pigeons into the Happy Family, they are too valuable a bird, and they might get injured. They are by far the most beautiful pigeons I ever saw, and as they are so rare, would not jeopardize their lives for anything. Well, said I, you may put them in a separate cage, properly labeled. Monsieur Galaudou, the naturalist and taxidermist of the museum, had been attached to that establishment since the year it was founded, in 1810. He is a Frenchman, and has read nearly everything upon natural history that was ever published in his own or in the English language. When he saw the golden pigeons from California, he was considerably astonished. He examined them with great delight for half an hour, expatiating upon their beautiful color and the near resemblance which every feature bore to the American rough-necked pigeon. He soon came to my office, and said, Mr. Barnum, these golden pigeons are superb, but they cannot be from California. Audubon mentions no such bird in his work upon American ornithology. I told him he had better take Audubon home with him that night, and perhaps by studying him attentively he would see occasion to change his mind. The next day, the old naturalist called at my office and remarked, Mr. Barnum, those pigeons are a more rare bird than you imagine. They are not mentioned by Linnaeus, Cuvier, Goldsmith, or any other writer on natural history, so far as I have been able to discover. I expect they must have come from some unexplored portion of Australia. Never mind, I replied, we may get more light on the subject, perhaps, before long. We will continue to label them California pigeons until we can fix their nativity elsewhere. The next morning, old Grizzly Adams passed through the museum when his eyes fell on the golden California pigeons. He looked a moment and doubtless admired. He soon after came to my office. "Mr. Barnum," said he, "you must let me have those California pigeons." "I can't spare them," I replied. "But you must spare them. All the birds and animals from California ought to be together. You own half of my California menagerie, and you must lend me those pigeons. Mr. Adams, they are too rare and valuable a bird to be hawked about in that manner." "Oh, don't be a fool," replied Adams. "Rare bird, indeed. Why, they are just as common in California as any other pigeon. I could have brought 100 of them from San Francisco, if I had thought of it." "But why did you not think of it?" I asked, with a suppressed smile. "Because they are so common there," said Adams. "I did not think they would be any curiosity here. I have eaten them in pigeon pies hundreds of times, and have shot them by the thousands." I was ready to burst with laughter to see how readily Adams swallowed the bait, but maintaining the most rigid gravity, I replied, "Oh well, Mr. Adams, if they are really so common in California, you had probably better take them, and you may write over and have half a dozen pairs sent to me for the museum." "All right," said Adams, "I will send over to a friend in San Francisco, and you shall have them here in a couple of months." I told Adams that, for certain reasons, would prefer to have him change the label so as to have it read, "Golden Pigeons from Australia." "Well, I will call them what you like," said Adams. "I suppose they are probably about as plenty in Australia as they are in California." 6 or 8 weeks after this incident, I was in the California menagerie, and noticed that the golden pigeons had assumed a frightfully mottled appearance. Their feathers had grown out and they were half white. Adams had been so busy with his bears that he had not noticed the change. I called him up to the pigeon cage, and remarked, "Mr. Adams, I fear you will lose your golden pigeons. They must be very sick. I observe they are turning quite pale." Adams looked at them a moment with astonishment, then turning to me, and seeing that I could not suppress a smile, he indignantly exclaimed, "Blast the golden pigeons! You had better take them back to the museum. You can't humbug me with your painted pigeons." This was too much, and I laughed till I cried, to witness the mixed look of astonishment and vexation which marked the grisly features of old Adams. After the exhibition on 13th Street and Broadway had been opened 6 weeks, the doctor insisted that Adams should sell out his share in the animals and settle up all his worldly affairs. For he assured him that he was growing weaker every day, and his earthly existence must soon terminate. "I shall live a good deal longer than you doctors think for," replied Adams doggedly. And then, seeming after all to realize the truth of the doctor's assertion, he turned to me and said, "Well, Mr. Barnum, you must buy me out." He named his price for his half of the show, and I accepted his offer. We had arranged to exhibit the bears in Connecticut and Massachusetts during the summer, in connection with a circus. And Adams insisted that I should hire him to travel for the season and exhibit the bears in their curious performances. He offered to go for $60 per week and traveling expenses of himself and wife. I replied that I would gladly engage him as long as he could stand it, but I advised him to give up business and go to his home in Massachusetts. "For," I remarked, "you are growing weaker every day, and at best cannot stand it more than a fortnight. What will you give me extra if I will travel and exhibit the bears every day for 10 weeks, added old Adams, eagerly. $500, I replied, with a laugh. "Done!" exclaimed Adams, "I will do it, so draw up an agreement to that effect at once. But mind you, draw it payable to my wife, for I may be too weak to attend to business after the 10 weeks are up, and if I perform my part of the contract. I want her to get the $500 without any trouble." I drew up a contract to pay him $60 per week for his services, and if he continued to exhibit the bears for 10 consecutive weeks I was then to hand him, or his wife, $500 extra. "You have lost your $500, exclaimed Adams on taking the contract, "for I am bound to live and earn it." "I hope you may, with all my heart, and 100 years more if you desire it," I replied. "Call me a fool if I don't earn the $500, exclaimed Adams, with a triumphant laugh. The show started off in a few days, and at the end of a fortnight I met it at Hartford, Connecticut. "Well," said I, "Adams, you seem to stand it pretty well. I hope you and your wife are comfortable?" "Yes," he replied, with a laugh. "And you may as well try to be comfortable, too, for your $500 is a goner." "All right," I replied, "I hope you will grow better every day." But I saw by his pale face and other indications that he was rapidly failing. In 3 weeks more, I met him again at New Bedford, Massachusetts. It seemed to me, then, that he could not live a week, for his eyes were glassy and his hands trembled, but his pluck was as great as ever. "This hot weather is pretty bad for me," he said, "but my 10 weeks are half expired, and I am good for your $500, and, probably, a month or 2 longer." This was said with as much bravado as if he was offering to bet upon a horse race. I offered to pay him half of the $500 if he would give up and go home. But he peremptorily declined making any compromise whatever. I met him the 9th week in Boston. He had failed considerably since I last saw him, but he still continued to exhibit the bears although he was too weak to lead them in, and he chuckled over his almost certain triumph. I laughed in return, and sincerely congratulated him on his nerve and probable success. I remained with him until the 10th week was finished, and handed him his $500. He took it with a leer of satisfaction, and remarked, that he was sorry I was a teetotaler, for he would like to stand treat. Just before the Menagerie left New York, I had paid $150 for a new hunting suit, made of beaver skins, similar to the one which Adams had worn. This I intended for Herr Driesbach, the animal tamer, who was engaged by me to take the place of Adams, whenever he should be compelled to give up. Adams, on starting from New York, asked me to loan this new dress to him to perform in once in a while in a fair day, where he had a large audience, for his own costume was considerably soiled. I did so, and now when I handed him his $500, he remarked, "Mr. Barnum, I suppose you are going to give me this new hunting dress?" "Oh, no," I replied, "I got that for your successor, who will exhibit the bears tomorrow. Besides, you have no possible use for it. Now, don't be mean, but lend me the dress, if you won't give it to me, for I want to wear it home to my native village." I could not refuse the poor old man anything, and I therefore replied, "Well, Adams, I will lend you the dress, but you will send it back to me?" "Yes, when I have done with it," he replied, with an evident chuckle of triumph. I thought to myself, he will soon be done with it, and replied, "That's all right." A new idea evidently struck him, for, with a brightening look of satisfaction, he said, "Now, Barnum, you have made a good thing out of the California Menagerie, and so have I. But you will make a heap more. So if you won't give me this new hunter's dress, just draw a little writing, and sign it, saying that I may wear it until I have done with it." Of course, I knew that in a few days at longest, he would be done with this world altogether, and, to gratify him, I cheerfully drew and signed the paper. "Come, old Yankee, I've got you this time, see if I hain't," exclaimed Adams, with a broad grin, as he took the paper. I smiled, and said, "All right, my dear fellow. The longer you live the better I shall like it." We parted, and he went to Neponset, a small town near Boston, where his wife and daughter lived. He took at once to his bed, and never rose from it again. The excitement had passed away, and his vital energies could accomplish no more. The 5th day after arriving home, the physician told him he could not live until the next morning. He received the announcement in perfect calmness, and with the most apparent indifference. Then, turning to his wife, with a smile he requested her to have him buried in the new hunting suit. "For," said he, "Barnum agreed to let me have it until I have done with it, and I was determined to fix his flint this time. He shall never see that dress again." His wife assured him that his request should be complied with. He then sent for the clergyman and they spent several hours in communing together. Adams, who, rough and untutored, had nevertheless a natural eloquence, and often put his thoughts in good language, said to the clergyman that though he had told some pretty big stories about his bears, he had always endeavored to do the straight thing between man and man. "I have attended preaching every day, Sundays and all," said he, "for the last 6 years. Sometimes an old grizzly gave me the sermon, sometimes it was a panther. Often it was the thunder and lightning, the tempest, or the hurricane on the peaks of the Sierra Nevada, or in the gorges of the Rocky Mountains. But whatever preached to me, it always taught me the majesty of the Creator, and revealed to me the undying and unchanging love of our kind Father in heaven. Although I am a pretty rough customer," continued the dying man, "I fancy my heart is in about the right place, and look with confidence for that rest which I so much need, and which I have never enjoyed upon earth." He then desired the clergyman to pray with him, after which he took him by the hand, thanked him for his kindness, and bade him farewell. In another hour his spirit had taken its flight. It was said by those present, that his face lighted into a smile as the last breath escaped him, and that smile he carried into his grave. Almost his last words were, "Won't Barnum open his eyes when he finds I have humbugged him by being buried in his new hunting dress?" That dress was indeed the shroud in which he was entombed. And that was the last on earth of Old Grizzly Adams. After the death of Adams, the grizzly bears and other animals were added to the collection in my museum, and I employed Herr Driesbach, the celebrated lion tamer, as an exhibitor. Some time afterwards the bears were sold to a menagerie company, but I kept Old Neptune, the sea lion, for several years, sending him occasionally for exhibition in other cities, as far west as Chicago. This noble and ferocious animal was a very great curiosity and attracted great attention. He was kept in a large tank which was supplied with salt water every day from the Fall River steamboats, whose deck hands filled my barrels on every passage to the city with salt water from the deepest part of Long Island Sound. On his tours through the country the sea lion lived very well in fresh water. It was at one time my serious intention to engage in an American Indian exhibition on a stupendous scale. I proposed to secure at the far west not less than 100 of the best specimens of full-blood Indians, with their squaws and papooses, their paint, ponies, dresses, and weapons, for a general tour throughout the United States and Europe. The plan comprehended a grand entry at every town and city where the Indians were to exhibit, the Indians in all the glory of paint and feathers, beads and bright blankets, riding on their ponies, followed by tame buffaloes, elks and antelopes. Then an exhibition on a lot large enough to admit of a display of all the Indian games and dances, their method of hunting, their style of cooking, living, etc. Such an exhibition is perfectly practicable now to anyone who has the capital and tact to undertake it, and a sure fortune would follow the enterprise. On the 13th of October 1860, the Prince of Wales, then making a tour in the United States, in company with his suite, visited the American Museum. This was a very great compliment, since it was the only place of amusement the prince attended in this country. Unfortunately, I was in Bridgeport at the time, and the museum was in charge of my manager, Mr. Greenwood. Knowing that the name of the American Museum was familiar throughout Europe, I was quite confident of a call from the prince, and from regard to his filial feelings I had, a day or two after his arrival in New York, ordered to be removed to a dark closet a frightful wax figure of his royal mother, which, for 19 years, had excited the admiration of the million and which bore a placard with the legend, an exact likeness of Her Majesty Queen Victoria, taken from life. Mr. Greenwood, who was an Englishman, was deeply impressed with the condescension of the prince, and backed his way through the halls, followed by the prince, the Duke of Newcastle, and other members of the royal suite, and he actually trembled as he attempted to do the reception honors. Presently they arrived in front of the platform on which were exhibited the various living human curiosities and monstrosities. The tall giant woman made her best bow. The fat boy waddled out and kissed his hand, the Negro turning white showed his ivory in his spots, the dwarfs kicked up their heels, and like the clown in the ring, cried, "Here we are again." The living skeleton stalked out, reminding the prince, perhaps, of the wish of Sydney Smith in a hot day that he could lay off his flesh and sit in his bones. The albino family went through their performances. The "What is it?" grinned, the infant drummer boy beat a tattoo. And the Aztec children were shown and described as specimens of a remarkable and ancient race in Mexico and Central America. The prince and his suite seemed pleased, and Greenwood was duly delighted. He was, however, quite overwhelmed with the responsibility of his position, especially whenever the prince addressed him. And leading the way to the wax figure hall, he called attention to the figures of the Siamese twins and the Quaker giant and his wife. "I suppose," said the prince, "these figures are representatives of different living curiosities exhibited from time to time in your museum?" "Yes, your Royal Highness, all of them," replied the confused Greenwood, and as all of them included very fair figures of the Emperors Nicholas and Napoleon, the Empress Eugenie, and other equally distinguished personages, the prince must have thought that the museum had contained, in times past, some famous living curiosities. On leaving the museum, the prince asked to see Mr. Barnum, and when he was told that I was out of town, he remarked, "We have missed the most interesting feature of the establishment." A few days afterwards, when the prince was in Boston, happening to be in that city, I sent my card to him at the Revere House, and was cordially received. He smiled when I reminded him that I had seen him when he was a little boy, on the occasion of one of my visits to Buckingham Palace with General Tom Thumb. The prince told me that he was much pleased with his recent inspection of my museum, and that he and his suite had left their autographs in the establishment, as mementos of their visit. When I arrived in Boston, by the by, on this visit, the streets were thronged with the military and citizens assembled to receive the Prince of Wales, and I had great difficulty in starting from the depot to the Revere House, in getting through the assembled crowd. At last, a policeman espied me, and taking me for Senator Stephen A. Douglas, he cried out, at the top of his voice, "Make way there for Judge Douglas's carriage." The crowd opened a passage for my carriage at short notice, and shouted out, "Douglas, Douglas, hurrah for Douglas." I took off my hat and bowed, smiling from the windows on each side of my carriage. The cheers and enthusiasm increased as I advanced, and all the way to the Revere House I continued to bow Judge Douglas's grateful acknowledgments for the enthusiastic reception. There must have been at least 50,000 people who joined in this spontaneous demonstration in honor of Judge Douglas. When Douglas ran for the presidency in 1860, my Democratic friend, J.D. Johnson, bet me a hat that the judge would be elected. Douglas passed through Bridgeport on his electioneering tour down east, and made a brief speech from the rear platform of the car, to the people assembled at the depot. The next day Mr. Johnson met me in a crowded barber shop and asked me if I had ever seen Douglas. I answered that I had, and Johnson then asked what sort of a looking man he was. Remembering our hat bet, and knowing that Johnson expected a pretty hard description of his favorite candidate, I said, "He is a red-nosed, blear-eyed, dumpy, swaggering chap. Looking like a regular barroom loafer." "I thought as much," said Johnson, "for here is the New Haven paper of this morning, which says that he is the very image, in personal appearance, of P.T. Barnum." When the roar that followed subsided, I told Johnson I must have had some other man in my mind's eye, when I answered his question. One day I went out of the museum in great haste to Tom Higginson's barber shop, in the Park Hotel, where my daily tonsorial operations were performed. And finding a rough-looking Hibernian just ahead of me, I told him that if he would be good enough to give me his turn, I would pay his bill. To which he consented, and taking his turn and my own shave, I speedily departed, saying to Tom, as I went out, "Fix out this man, and for whatever he has done I will pay the bill." 2 or 3 clerks and reporters, who were in the shop, and who knew me, put their freshly dressed heads together and suggested to Tom that here was an opportunity to perpetrate a practical joke on Barnum, and they explained the plan, in which Higginson readily acquiesced. "Now," says one of them to the Irishman, "get everything done which you like, and it will cost you nothing, it will be charged to the gentleman to whom you gave your turn." "Sure, and a liberal gentleman he must be," said Pat. "Will you take a bath?" asked the barber. "That indeed I will, if the gentleman pays," was the reply. When he came out of the bath he was asked if he would be shampooed. "And what is that?" asked the bewildered Hibernian. The process was explained and he consented to go through with the operation. Thereafter, moved and instigated thereto by the barber and his confederates, Pat permitted Higginson to dye his red hair and whiskers a beautiful brown, and then to curl them. When all was done, the son of Aaron looked in the mirror and could scarcely believe the evidence of his own eyes. A more thorough transformation could scarcely be conceived. And as he went out of the door he said to Higginson, "Give the generous gentleman me best compliments and tell him he can have my turn ony day on the same terms." One of the newspaper reporters, who assisted in the joke, published the whole story the next day, and when I called at the barber shop a bill for $1.75 was presented, which, of course, I could do no less than to pay. The joke went the rounds of the papers. And after a few months, an English friend sent me the whole story in a copy of the London Family Herald, a publication that issues about 500,000 of copies weekly. Mr. Currier, the lithographer, put the joke into pictorial form, representing the Irishman as he appeared before, also as he appeared after the barbarous operations. After all, it was a good advertisement for me, as well as for Higginson. And it would have been pretty difficult to serve me up about these times in printer's ink in any form that I should have objected to. Meanwhile, the museum flourished better than ever. And I began to make large holes in the mortgages which covered the property of my wife in New York and in Connecticut. Still, there was an immense amount of debts resting upon all her real estate, and nothing but time, economy, industry and diligence would remove the burdens. Chapter 35. East Bridgeport. Another new home, Lindencroft, progress of my pet city, the chestnut wood fire, how it became Old Hickory, inducements to settlers, my offer, every man his own house owner, whiskey and tobacco, rise in real estate, Pembroke Lake, Washington Park, great manufactories, Wheeler and Wilson, Schuyler, Hartley and Graham, Hotchkiss, Son and Company, street names, many thousand shade trees, business in the new city, unparalleled growth and prosperity, probabilities in the future, situation of Bridgeport, its advantages and prospects, the second, if not the foremost city in Connecticut. For nearly 5 years my family had been knocked about, the sport of adverse fortune, without a settled home. Sometimes we boarded, and at other times we lived in a small hired house. 2 of my daughters were married, and my youngest daughter, Pauline, was away at boarding school. The health of my wife was much impaired, and she especially needed a fixed residence which she could call home. Accordingly, in 1860, I built a pleasant house adjoining that of my daughter Caroline, in Bridgeport, and 100 rods west of the grounds of Iraniston. I had originally a tract of 12 acres, but half of it had been devoted to my daughter, and on the other half I now proposed to establish my own residence. To prepare the site it was necessary to cart in several thousands of loads of dirt to fill up the hollow and to make the broad, beautiful lawn, in the center of which I erected the new house. And after supplying the place with fountains, shrubbery, statuary and all that could adorn it, I named my new home Lindencroft. It was, in truth, a very delightful place, complete and convenient in all respects, and there is scarcely a more beautiful residence in Bridgeport now. Meanwhile, my pet city, East Bridgeport, was progressing with giant strides. The Wheeler and Wilson sewing machine manufactory had been quadrupled in size, and employed about 1,000 workmen. Numerous other large factories had been built, and scores of first-class houses were erected, besides many neat, but smaller and cheaper houses for laborers and mechanics. That piece of property, which, but 8 years before, had been farmland, with scarcely 6 houses upon the whole tract, was now a beautiful new city, teeming with busy life, and looking as neat as a new pin. The greatest pleasure which I then took, or even now take, was in driving through those busy streets, admiring the beautiful houses and substantial factories, with their thousands of prosperous workmen, and reflecting that I had, in so great a measure, been the means of adding all this life, bustle and wealth to the city of Bridgeport. And reflection on this subject only confirmed in my mind the great doctrine of compensations. How plain was it in my case, that an apparent evil was a blessing in disguise. How palpable was it now, that, had it not been for the clock failure, this prosperity could not have existed here. An old citizen of Bridgeport used to say to me, when, a few years before, he had noticed my zeal in trying to build up the East Side. "Mr. Barnum, your contemplated new city is like a fire made with chestnut wood. It burns so long as you keep blowing it, and when you stop, it goes out." I like, nowadays, to laugh at him about his chestnut wood fire. Of course, I did blow the fire in all possible ways, but the result proved that the wood which fed the fire was not chestnut, but the best and soundest old hickory. The situation was everything that could be desired, and I knew that in order to induce manufacturers to establish their business in the new city, a prime requisite was the advantage I could offer to employers, agents, and workmen, to secure good and cheap homes in the vicinity of their place of labor. To show the method I adopted to secure this end, I copy from the files of the Bridgeport Standard, an offer which I made, and the editorial comment thereon. This offer, I may add, was not so much for the purpose of blowing the fire, which was already fairly roaring with a lively blaze, as for the sake of helping those who were willing to help themselves, and, at the same time, contribute to my happiness, as well as their own, by forwarding the growth of the new city. New houses in East Bridgeport. Every man to own the house he lives in. There is a demand at the present moment for 200 more dwelling houses in East Bridgeport. It is evident that if the money expended in rent can be paid towards the purchase of a house and lot, the person so paying will in a few years own the house he lives in, instead of always remaining a tenant. In view of this fact, I propose to loan money at 6% to any number, not exceeding 50, industrious, temperate and respectable individuals, who desire to build their own houses. They may engage their own builders, and build according to any reasonable plan, which I may approve, or I will have it done for them at the lowest possible rate, without a farthing profit to myself or agent, I putting the lot at a fair price and advancing 80% of the entire cost. The other party to furnish 20% in labor, material or money, and they may pay me in small sums weekly, monthly or quarterly, any amount not less than 3% per quarter. All of which is to apply on the money advanced until it is paid. It has been ascertained that by purchasing building materials for cash, and in large quantities, nice dwellings, painted and furnished with green blinds, can be erected at a cost of $1,500 or $1,800, for house, lot, fences, etc. All complete, and if 6 or 8 friends prefer to join in erecting a neat block of houses with verandas in front, the average cost need not exceed about $1,300 per house and lot. If, however, some parties would prefer a single or double house that would cost $2,500 to $3,000, I shall be glad to meet their views. P. T. Barnum. February 16, 1864. The editor of the Standard printed the following upon my announcement. An advantageous offer. We have read with great pleasure Mr. Barnum's advertisement, offering assistance to any number of persons, not exceeding 50, in the erection of dwelling houses. This plan combines all the advantages and none of the objections of building associations. Any individual who can furnish in cash, labor, or material, 1/5 only of the amount requisite for the erection of a dwelling house, can receive the other 4/5 from Mr. Barnum. Rent his house and by merely paying what may be considered as only a fair rent for a few years, find himself at last the owner, and all further payments cease. In the meantime, he can be making such inexpensive improvements in his property as would greatly improve its market value, and besides have the advantage of any rise in the value of real estate. It is not often that such a generous offer is made to working men. It is a loan on what would be generally considered inadequate security, at 6%, at a time when a much better use of money can be made by any capitalist. It is therefore generous. Mr. Barnum may make money by the operation. Very well, perhaps he will, but if he does, it will be by making others richer, not poorer. By helping those who need assistance, not by hindering them, and we can only wish that every rich man would follow such a noble example, and thus, without injury to themselves, give a helping hand to those who need it. Success to the enterprise. We hope that 50 men will be found before the week ends, each of whom desires in such a manner to obtain a roof which he can call his own. Quite a number of men at once availed themselves of my offer, and eventually succeeded in paying for their homes without much effort. I am sorry to add, that rent is still paid, month after month, by many men who would long ago have owned neat homesteads, free from all encumbrances. If they had accepted my proposals and had signed and kept the temperance pledge, and given up the use of tobacco. The money they have since expended for whiskey and tobacco, would have given them a house of their own, if the money had been devoted to that object, and their positions, socially and morally, would have been far better than they are today. How many infatuated men there are in all parts of the country, who could now be independent, and even owners of their own carriages, but for their slavery to these miserable habits. I built a number of houses to let, in order to accommodate those who were unable to buy. I find this the most unpleasant part of my connection with the new city. The interest on the investment, the taxes, repairs, wear and tear, and insurance render tenant houses the most unprofitable property to own. Besides which the landlord is often looked upon by the tenants as an overbearing, grasping man and one whose property it is their highest duty to injure as much as possible. For all concerned therefore, it is much better that every person should somehow manage to own the roof he sleeps under. Men are more independent and feel happier who live in their own houses. They keep the premises in neater order, and they make better citizens. Hence I always encourage poor people to become householders if possible. For I find that oftentimes when they have lived long in one of my houses they think it very hard if the property is not given to them. They argue that the landlord is rich and would never feel the loss of one little place. Not stopping to consider that the aggregate of a great many little places thus given away would make the landlord poor, nor would the tenants be benefited so much by homes that were given to them as they would by homes that were the fruits of their own industry and economy. The land in East Bridgeport was originally purchased by me at from $50 to $75, and from those sums to $300 per acre, and the average cost of all I bought on that side of the river was $200 per acre. Some portions of this land are now assessed in the Bridgeport tax list at from $3,000 to $4,000 per acre. At the time I joined Mr. Noble in this enterprise, the site we purchased was not a part of the city of Bridgeport. It is now, however, a most important section of the city, and the 3 bridges connecting the 2 banks of the river, and originally chartered as toll bridges, have been bought by the city and thrown open as free highways to the public. A horse railroad, in which I took 1/10 part of the stock, connects the 2 portions of the city, extending westerly beyond Iraniston and Lindencroft, while a branch road runs to the beautiful seaside park on the Sound shore. The eastern line of East Bridgeport, when I first purchased so large a portion of the property, was bounded by a long, narrow swale or valley of salt meadow, through which a small stream passed, and which was flooded with salt water at every tide. At considerable expense, I erected a dam at the foot of this meadow, and thus converted this heretofore filthy, repulsive, mosquito-inhabited and malaria-breeding marsh into a charming sheet of water, which is now known as Pembroke Lake. If this improvement had not been made, in all probability the eastern portion of my property would never have been devoted to dwelling houses. As it is, Barnum Street has been extended by means of a bridge across the lake, and the eastern shore is already studded with houses. The land on that side of the lake lies in the town of Stratford, and the growth of the new settlement promises to be as rapid as that of East Bridgeport. General Noble, in laying out the first portion of our new city, named several streets after members of his own family, and also of mine. Hence, we have a Noble Street, and a Noble Street it is. A Barnum Street, while other streets are named William, from Mr. Noble, Harriet, the Christian name of Mrs. Noble, Hallett, the maiden name of my wife. And Caroline, Helen, and Pauline, the names of my 3 daughters. There is also the Barnum School District and Schoolhouse. So that it seems as if, for a few scores of years at least, posterity would know who were the founders of the new, flourishing and beautiful city. We have yet another enduring and ever-growing monument in the many thousands of trees which we set out and which now line and gratefully shade the streets of East Bridgeport. Figures can scarcely give an appreciable idea of the rapid growth and material prosperity of this important portion of the city of Bridgeport. But the city records show that my first purchase of land on that side of the river was appraised in the Bridgeport assessment list, in October, 1851, at $36,000, while in July, 1859. The same real estate, with improvements, less the Washington Park, the public school lot in Barnum District, the land for streets, and 4 church lots, was valued in the city assessment list at $1,200,000. When we bought the property there were but 6 old farm houses on the entire tract, when the center bridge was built and opened. Now there are on the same land hundreds of dwelling houses, some of them as fine as any in the state. 3 handsome churches, Methodist, Episcopal and Congregational, front on the beautiful Washington Park of 7 acres, which Mr. Noble and myself presented to the city, and which would be worth $100,000 today for building lots. This pleasant park is enclosed by a substantial iron fence, and contains a fine, natural grove of full-grown trees, while the surrounding streets are lined with charming residences, and on one or more evenings in the week during the summer, the city band, or the Wheeler and Wilson band, plays in the park for the amusement and benefit of the citizens of East Bridgeport. Some of the largest and most prosperous manufactories in the United States are located in the new city. Among these are the Wheeler and Wilson sewing machine manufactories, which cover 4 entire squares, with fireproof buildings, are rapidly extending, and employ more than 1,000 operators. The Howe sewing machine factory is also an immense edifice, employing nearly the same number of men. Schuyler, Hartley, Graham and Company's great cartridge and ammunition works, almost supply the armies of the world with the means of destruction. Besides these, the Winchester Arms Manufactory for making the 20-shooter breechloader, a large brass manufactory, an immense hat manufactory, and Hotchkiss, Sons and Company's hardware manufactory, are among the more prominent establishments, and other and like concerns are constantly adding. Indeed, at this time, 1869, 1/4 of the population and 3/4 of the manufacturing capital and business of Bridgeport are located on the east side within limits which, in 1850, contained only 6 old farm houses. The following details respecting the business of some of the largest establishments will give an idea of the manufacturing industries of East Bridgeport. The Wheeler and Wilson Manufacturing Company employ more than $4 million in their business. Their employees number 1,000, and they manufacture an average of 300 sewing machines per day. The total number of machines manufactured up to July 1, 1869, is over 400,000, and the factories cover 6½ acres of ground. The Union Metallic Cartridge Company, Messrs. Schuyler, Hartley, Graham and Company, have a capital of $350,000, employ 250 men, and manufacture cartridges and primers of Burton's patent military and sporting caps and elastic gun waddings, at the rate of 1,000 cartridges, 720,000 primers, and 720,000 caps per week, and to July 1, 1869, they had manufactured 50 million cartridges. The Bridgeport Brass Company employ 200 men, have a capital of $150,000, and manufacture rolled brass wire and tubing, kerosene burners, lamp goods, corset steels, oil cans, etc. And roll and use in these goods 1 million pounds of brass a year. The Winchester Arms Company have a capital of $450,000, employ 300 men, and manufacture the Winchester rifle, cartridges and ammunition. The Howe Machine Company have a capital of $300,000, employ 500 men, and manufacture sewing machines at the rate of 150 per day. Messrs. Hotchkiss and Sons, with a capital of $162,500, and 125 men, manufacture hardware, currycombs, game traps, and harness snaps to the amount of $20,000 per month. The Bridgeport Manufacturing Company, with 50 men, and a capital of $300,000, manufacture the American submerged pump. The Odorless Rubber Company, with 50 men, and $200,000 capital, manufacture soft rubber goods, hose, clothing, etc. The American Silver Steel Company, manufacture steel from the Mine Hill, Roxbury, Connecticut, spathic ore, and employ 250 men, and a capital of $500,000. Messrs. Glover Sanford and Sons, employ 250 men, and manufacture 250 dozen wool hats per day. The New York Tap and Die Company, with a capital of $150,000, and 100 men, manufacture taps, dies, drills, bits, etc. These companies thus employ about $6.5 million in capital, and nearly 2,700 men, and expend more than $2 million a year in wages to the operatives. In addition, there are several substantial brick blocks devoted to business. There are bookstores, drug stores, dry goods stores, jewelry stores, boot and shoe shops and stores, tailoring and furnishing establishments, more than 20 grocery stores, 6 meat markets, 3 fish markets, coal, wood, lumber and brick yards, steam flouring mills, and a large brick hotel. The water and gas supplies are the same as those afforded on the other side of the river. It is quite within the bounds of probability that in the course of 20 years, the east side will contain the larger proportion of the inhabitants. A post office and a railway station will soon be built on that side of the river. A new iron bridge is about to connect the two parts of the city, affording additional facilities for intercommunication. In 1868, March 2, a special committee of the Common Council reported the census of the city of Bridgeport as follows: 1st Ward, 7,397, 2nd Ward, 4,237, 3rd Ward, East Bridgeport, 5,497. Total, 17,131. In this enumeration, our new city contained nearly one-third of the entire population, and its increase since has been far more rapid than that of any other part of Bridgeport. The entire city of Bridgeport is advancing in population and prosperity with a rapidity far beyond that of any other city in Connecticut. And everything indicates that it will soon take its proper position as the second, if not the first, city in the state. Its situation as the terminus of the Naugatuck and the Housatonic railways, its accessibility to New York, with its 2 daily steamboats to and from the metropolis, and its dozen daily trains of the New York and Boston and Shore Line railways, are all elements of prosperity which are rapidly telling in favor of this busy, beautiful and charming city. Chapter 36. More about the museum. Another reopening, a cherry-colored cat, the cat let out of the bag, my first whaling expedition, plans for capture, success of the scheme, transporting living whales by land, public excitement, the great tank, salt water pumped from the bay to the museum, more whales, expedition to Labrador, the first hippopotamus in America, tropical fish, Commodore Nutt and his first engagement, the 2 Dromios. President Lincoln sees Commodore Nutt, wading ashore, a question of legs, self-deception, the golden angel fish, Anna Swan. The Nova Scotia giantess, the tallest woman in the world, Indian chiefs, expedition to Cyprus, my agent in a pasha's harem. On the 13th of October 1860, the American Museum was the scene of another reopening, which was, in fact, the commencement of the fall dramatic season. The summer months having been devoted to pantomime. A grand flourish of trumpets in the way of newspaper advertisements and flaming posters drew a crowded house. Among other attractions, it was announced that Mr. Barnum would introduce a mysterious novelty never before seen in that establishment. I appeared upon the stage behind a small table, in front of which was nailed a white sack, on which was inscribed, in large letters, the cat let out of the bag. I then stated that, having spent 2 of the summer months in the country, leaving the museum in charge of Mr. Greenwood, he had purchased a curiosity with which he was not satisfied. But, for my part, I thought he had received his money's worth, and I proposed to exhibit it to the audience, for the purpose of getting their opinion on the subject. I stated that a farmer came in from the country, and said he had got a cherry-colored cat at home which he would like to sell. That Mr. Greenwood gave him a writing promising to pay him $25 for such a cat delivered in good health, provided it was not artificially colored. And that the cat was then in the bag in front of the table, ready for exhibition. Whereupon, my assistant drew from the bag a common black cat, and I informed the audience that when the farmer brought his cherry-colored cat, he quietly remarked to Mr. Greenwood that, of course, he meant a cat of the color of black cherries. The laughter that followed this narration was uproarious, and the audience unanimously voted that the cherry-colored cat, all things considered, was well worth $25. The cat, adorned with a collar bearing the inscription, "The Cherry-Colored Cat," was then placed in the cage of the Happy Family, and the story getting into the newspapers, it became another advertisement of the museum. In 1861, I learned that some fishermen at the mouth of the St. Lawrence had succeeded in capturing a living white whale, and I was also informed that a whale of this kind, if placed in a box lined with seaweed and partially filled with salt water, could be transported by land to a considerable distance, and be kept alive. It was simply necessary that an attendant, supplied with a barrel of salt water and a sponge, should keep the mouth and blowhole of the whale constantly moist. It seemed incredible that a living whale could be expressed by railroad on a 5 days' journey, and although I knew nothing of the white whale or its habits, since I had never seen one, I determined to experiment in that direction. Landsman as I was, I believed that I was quite as competent as a St. Lawrence fisherman to superintend the capture and transportation of a live white whale. When I had fully made up my mind to attempt the task, I made every provision for the expedition, and took precaution against every conceivable contingency. I determined upon the capture and transport to my museum of at least 2 living whales, and prepared in the basement of the building a brick and cement tank, 40 feet long, and 18 feet wide, for the reception of the marine monsters. When this was done, taking 2 trusty assistants, I started upon my whaling expedition. Going by rail to Quebec, and thence by the Grand Trunk Railroad, 90 miles, to Wells River, where I chartered a sloop to Elbow Island, Isle aux Coudres, in the St. Lawrence River, and found the place populated by Canadian French people of the most ignorant and dirty description. They were hospitable, but frightfully filthy, and they gained their livelihood by farming and fishing. Immense quantities of maple sugar are made there, and in exploring about the island, we saw hundreds of birch bark buckets suspended to the trees to catch the sap. After numerous consultations, extending over 3 whole days, with a party of 24 fishermen, whose gibberish was almost as untranslatable as it was unbearable, I succeeded in contracting for their services to capture for me, alive and unharmed, a couple of white whales, scores of which could at all times be discovered by their spouting within sight of the island. I was to pay these men a stipulated price per day for their labor, and if they secured the whales, they were to have a liberal bonus. The plan decided upon was to plant in the river a kraal, composed of stakes driven down in the form of a V, leaving the broad end open for the whales to enter. This was done in a shallow place, with the point of the kraal towards shore. And if by chance one or more whales should enter the trap at high water, my fishermen were to occupy the entrance with their boats, and keep up a tremendous splashing and noise till the tide receded, when the frightened whales would find themselves nearly high and dry, or with too little water to enable them to swim, and their capture would be the next thing in order. This was to be effected by securing a slip noose of stout rope over their tails, and towing them to the seaweed-lined boxes in which they were to be transported to New York. All this was simple enough, on paper, but several days elapsed before a single spout was seen inside the kraal, though scores of whales were constantly around and near it. In time, it became exceedingly aggravating to see the whales glide so near the trap without going into it, and our patience was sorely tried. One day a whale actually went into the kraal, and the fisherman proposed to capture it. But I wanted another, and while we waited for number 2 to go in, number 1, knowing the proverb, probably, and having an eye to his own interests, went out. 2 days afterwards, I was awakened at daylight by a great noise, and amid the clamor of many voices, I caught the cheering news that 2 whales were even then within the kraal. And hastily dressing myself, I took a boat for the exciting scene. The real difficulty, which was to get the whales into the trap, was now over, and the details of capture and transportation could safely be left to my trusty assistants and the fishermen. What they were to do until the tide went out and thereafter was once more fully explained. And after depositing money enough to pay the bill, if the capture was successful, I started at once for Quebec. There I learned by telegraph that both whales had been caught, boxed, and put on board sloop for the nearest point where they could be transshipped in the cars. I had made every arrangement with the railway officials, and had engaged a special car for the precious and curious freight. Elated as I was at the result of this novel enterprise, I had no idea of hiding my light under a bushel, and I immediately wrote a full account of the expedition, its intention, and its success, for publication in the Quebec and Montreal newspapers. I also prepared a large number of brief notices which I left at every station on the line, instructing telegraph operators to take off all whaling messages that passed over the wires to New York, and to inform their fellow townsmen at what hour the whales would pass through each place. The result of these arrangements may be imagined. At every station crowds of people came to the cars to see the whales which were traveling by land to Barnum's museum, and those who did not see the monsters with their own eyes at least saw someone who had seen them, and I thus secured a tremendous advertisement, 700 miles long, for the American Museum. When I arrived in New York, a dozen dispatches had come from the whaling expedition, and they continued to come every few hours. These I bulletined in front of the museum and sent copies to the papers. The excitement was intense, and, when at last, these marine monsters arrived and were swimming in the tank that had been prepared for them, anxious thousands literally rushed to see the strangest curiosities ever exhibited in New York. Thus was my first whaling expedition a great success. But I did not know how to feed or to take care of the monsters, and, moreover, they were in fresh water, and this, with the bad air in the basement, may have hastened their death, which occurred a few days after their arrival, but not before thousands of people had seen them. Not at all discouraged, I resolved to try again. My plan now was to connect the water of New York Bay with the basement of the museum by means of iron pipes under the street, and a steam engine on the dock to pump the water. This I actually did at a cost of several $1,000s, with an extra $1,000 to the aldermanic ring for the privilege, and I constructed another tank in the second floor of the building. This tank was built of slate and French glass plates 6 feet long, 5 feet broad, and 1 inch thick, imported expressly for the purpose, and the tank, when completed, was 24 feet square, and cost $4,000. It was kept constantly supplied with what would be called hibernically, fresh, salt water, and inside of it I soon had 2 white whales, caught, as the first had been, hundreds of miles below Quebec, to which city they were carried by a sailing vessel, and from thence were brought by railway to New York. Of this whole enterprise, I confess I was very proud that I had originated it and brought it to such successful conclusion. It was a very great sensation, and it added thousands of dollars to my treasury. The whales, however, soon died. Their sudden and immense popularity was too much for them, and I then dispatched agents to the coast of Labrador. And not many weeks thereafter I had 2 more live whales disporting themselves in my monster aquarium. Certain envious people started the report that my whales were only porpoises, but this petty malice was turned to good account, for Professor Agassiz, of Harvard University, came to see them, and gave me a certificate that they were genuine white whales, and this endorsement I published far and wide. The tank which I had built in the basement served for a yet more interesting exhibition. On the 12th of August 1861, I began to exhibit the first and only genuine hippopotamus that had ever been seen in America. And for several weeks the museum was thronged by the curious who came to see the monster. I advertised him extensively and ingeniously, as the great behemoth of the scriptures, giving a full description of the animal and his habits, and thousands of cultivated people, biblical students, and others, were attracted to this novel exhibition. There was quite as much excitement in the city over this wonder in the animal creation as there was in London when the first hippopotamus was placed in the zoological collection in Regent's Park. Having a stream of salt water at my command at every high tide, I was enabled to make splendid additions to the beautiful aquarium, which I was the first to introduce into this country. I not only procured living sharks, porpoises, sea horses, and many rare fish from the sea in the vicinity of New York, but in the summer of 1861, I dispatched a fishing smack and crew to the island of Bermuda and its neighborhood, whence they brought scores of specimens of the beautiful angel fish, and numerous other tropical fish of brilliant colors and unique forms. These fish were a great attraction to all classes, and especially to naturalists and others, who commended me for serving the ends of science as well as amusement. But as cold weather approached, these tropical fish began to die, and before the following spring, they were all gone. I, therefore, replenished this portion of my aquaria during the summer, and for several summers in succession, by sending a special vessel to the Gulf for specimens. These operations were very expensive, but I really did not care for the cost, if I could only secure valuable attractions. In the same year, I bought out the Aquarial Gardens in Boston, and soon after removed the collection to the museum. I had now the finest assemblage of fresh as well as salt water fish ever exhibited, and with a standing offer of $100 for every living brook trout, weighing 4 pounds or more, which might be brought to me, I soon had 3 or 4 of these beauties, which trout fishermen from all parts of the country came to New York to see. But the trout department of my museum required so much care, and was attended with such constant risks, that I finally gave it up. In December, 1861, I made one of my most palpable hits. I was visited at the museum by a most remarkable dwarf, who was a sharp, intelligent little fellow, with a deal of drollery and wit. He had a splendid head, was perfectly formed, was very attractive, and, in short, for a showman, he was a perfect treasure. His name, he told me, was George Washington Morrison Nutt, and his father was Major Rodney A. Nutt, a substantial farmer, of Manchester, New Hampshire. I was not long in dispatching an efficient agent to Manchester, and in overcoming the competition with other showmen who were equally eager to secure this extraordinary pygmy. The terms upon which I engaged him for 3 years were so large that he was christened the $30,000 Nutt, in the meantime, conferring upon him the title of Commodore. As soon as I engaged him, placards, posters and the columns of the newspapers proclaimed the presence of Commodore Nutt at the museum. I also procured for the Commodore a pair of Shetland ponies, miniature coachman and footman, in livery, gold-mounted harness and an elegant little carriage, which, when closed, represented a gigantic English walnut. The little Commodore attracted great attention and grew rapidly in public favor. General Tom Thumb was then traveling in the South and West. For some years he had not been exhibited in New York, and during these years he had increased considerably in rotundity and had changed much in his general appearance. It was a singular fact, however, that Commodore Nutt was almost a facsimile of General Tom Thumb, as he looked half a dozen years before. Consequently, very many of my patrons, not making allowance for the time which had elapsed since they had last seen the General, declared that I was trying to play Mrs. Gamp with my Mrs. Harris. That there was, in fact, no such person as Commodore Nutt, and that I was exhibiting my old friend Tom Thumb under a new name. The mistake was very natural, and to me it was very laughable, for the more I tried to convince people of their error, the more they winked and looked wise, and said, "It's pretty well done. But you can't take me in." Commodore Nutt enjoyed the joke very much. He would sometimes half admit the deception, simply to add to the bewilderment of the doubting portion of my visitors. After he had been in the museum a few weeks, I took the Commodore to Bridgeport to spend a couple of days by way of relaxation. Many of the citizens of Bridgeport, who had known Tom Thumb from his birth, would salute the Commodore as the General Tom Thumb. The little fellow would return these salutes, for he delighted in keeping up the illusion. Going into a crowded barber shop one morning with the little Commodore, we met my friend Mr. Gideon Thompson, who was sitting there, and who called out, "Good morning, Charlie, how are you? When did you get home?" "I'm quite well, thank you, and I arrived last night," responded the Commodore, with due gravity. "I've got a horse now that will beat yours," said Mr. Thompson. "He must be pretty fast, then." "Well, Charlie, I'll drive out by your mother's the first fine day, and give you a trial." "All right," said Little Nut, "but you had better not wager too much on your fast horse, for you know mine is some pumpkins." "Well, Uncle Gid," I exclaimed, "you are had this time. This little gentleman is not General Tom Thumb, but Commodore Nut." "What?" roared friend Gid, "do you think I am an infernal fool? Why, I knew Charlie Stratton years before you ever saw him, didn't I, General?" No one in the room suspected that my little friend was any other than General Tom Thumb, till Mr. William Bassett, the General's brother-in-law, came in and remarked the wonderful resemblance to our little Charlie, as he looked years ago. "Is not this the General?" inquired half a dozen astonished men, who were speedily assured he was not, but was quite another person. This gave rise to a proposition to exhibit the Commodore to the General's mother, and a coach was procured, and Mr. Bassett, the Commodore, and I went to Mrs. Stratton's house. When we arrived, the Commodore shouted out, "How are you, mother?" But the mother, of all persons in Bridgeport, was not to be deceived, though she expressed her astonishment at the very striking likeness the Commodore bore to her son as he once looked. Mrs. Bassett concurred in the testimony and said the Commodore looked so much like her brother that she was loath to let him go. It is no wonder that other people were deceived by the resemblance. It was evident that here was an opportunity to turn all doubts into hard cash by simply bringing the two dwarf Dromios together, and showing them on the same platform. I therefore induced Tom Thumb to bring his Western engagements to a close, and to appear for 4 weeks, beginning with August 11, 1862, in my museum. Announcements headed "The Two Dromios," and "Two Smallest Men, and Greatest Curiosities Living," as I expected, drew large crowds to see them. And many came especially to solve their doubts with regard to the genuineness of the nut. But here I was considerably nonplussed, for astonishing as it may seem, the doubts of many of the visitors were confirmed. The sharp people who were determined not to be humbugged, anyhow, still declared that Commodore Nut was General Tom Thumb, and that the little fellow whom I was trying to pass off as Tom Thumb was no more like the General than he was like the man in the moon. It is very amusing to see how people will sometimes deceive themselves by being too incredulous. As an illustration, the Australian golden pigeons, which deceived old Adams, were the occasion of another ludicrous incident. A shrewd lady, one of my neighbors in Connecticut, was visiting the museum, and after inspecting the golden angel fish swimming in one of the aquaria, she abruptly addressed me. "You can't humbug me, Mr. Barnum. That fish is painted." "Nonsense," said I, with a laugh, "the thing is impossible." "I don't care, I know it is painted, it is as plain as can be." "But, my dear Mrs. H. paint would not adhere to a fish in the water, and if it would kill him." She left the museum not more than half convinced, and in the afternoon of the same day I met her in the California Menagerie. She knew I was part proprietor in the establishment, and seeing me in conversation with old Adams, she came to me, her eyes glistening with excitement, and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Barnum! I never saw anything so beautiful as those elegant golden pigeons. You must give me some of their eggs for my own pigeons to hatch, I should prize them beyond measure." "Oh, you don't want golden pigeons," I said, "they are painted." "No, they are not painted," said she, with a laugh, "but I half think that angel fish is." I could scarcely control my laughter as I explained, now, Mrs. H. I never spoil a good joke, even when the exposure betrays a museum secret. I assure you, upon honor, that the Australian golden pigeons, as they are labeled, are really painted. I bought them for the sole purpose of giving old Adams a lesson. In their natural state they are nothing more than common white roughneck pigeons. She was convinced, and to this day she blushes whenever any allusion is made to the angel fish or the golden pigeons. In 1862, I sent the Commodore to Washington, and joining him there, I received an invitation from President Lincoln to call at the White House with my little friend. Arriving at the appointed hour, I was informed that the President was in a special cabinet meeting, but that he had left word if I called to be shown in to him with the Commodore. These were dark days in the rebellion, and I felt that my visit, if not ill-timed, must at all events be brief. When we were admitted, Mr. Lincoln received us cordially, and introduced us to the members of the cabinet. When Mr. Chase was introduced as the Secretary of the Treasury, the little Commodore remarked, "I suppose you are the gentleman who is spending so much of Uncle Sam's money?" "No, indeed," said Secretary of War Stanton, very promptly, "I am spending the money." "Well," said Commodore Nutt, "it is in a good cause, anyhow, and I guess it will come out all right." His apt remark created much amusement. Mr. Lincoln then bent down his long, lank body, and taking Nutt by the hand, he said, "Commodore, permit me to give you a parting word of advice. When you are in command of your fleet, if you find yourself in danger of being taken prisoner, I advise you to wade ashore." The Commodore found the laugh was against him, but placing himself at the side of the President, and gradually raising his eyes up the whole length of Mr. Lincoln's very long legs, he replied, "I guess, Mr. President, you could do that better than I could." Commodore Nutt and the Nova Scotia giantess, Anna Swan, illustrate the old proverb sufficiently to show how extremes occasionally met in my museum. He was the shortest of men and she was the tallest of women. I first heard of her through a Quaker who came into my office one day and told me of a wonderful girl, 17 years of age, who resided near him at Pictou, Nova Scotia, and who was probably the tallest girl in the world. I asked him to obtain her exact height, on his return home, which he did and sent it to me, and I at once sent an agent who in due time came back with Anna Swan. She was an intelligent and by no means ill-looking girl, and during the long period while she was in my employ she was visited by thousands of persons. After the burning of my second museum, she went to England where she attracted great attention. For many years I had been in the habit of engaging parties of American Indians from the far west to exhibit at the museum, and had sent 2 or more Indian companies to Europe, where they were regarded as very great curiosities. In 1864, 10 or 12 chiefs of as many different tribes visited the President of the United States at Washington. By a pretty liberal outlay of money, I succeeded in inducing the interpreter to bring them to New York, and to pass some days at my museum. Of course, getting these Indians to dance, or to give any illustration of their games or pastimes, was out of the question. They were real chiefs of powerful tribes, and would no more have consented to give an exhibition of themselves than the chief magistrate of our own nation would have done. Their interpreter could not therefore promise that they would remain at the museum for any definite time. "For," said he, "you can only keep them just so long as they suppose all your patrons come to pay them visits of honor. If they suspected that your museum was a place where people paid for entering," he continued, "you could not keep them a moment after the discovery." On their arrival at the museum, therefore, I took them upon the stage and personally introduced them to the public. The Indians liked this attention from me, as they had been informed that I was the proprietor of the great establishment in which they were invited and honored guests. My patrons were of course pleased to see these old chiefs, as they knew they were the real thing, and several of them were known to the public either as being friendly or cruel to the whites. After 1 or 2 appearances upon the stage, I took them in carriages and visited the mayor of New York in the governor's room at the City Hall. Here the mayor made them a speech of welcome, which being interpreted to the savages was responded to by a speech from one of the chiefs, in which he thanked the great father of the city for his pleasant words, and for his kindness in pointing out the portraits of his predecessors hanging on the walls of the governor's room. On another occasion, I took them by special invitation to visit one of the large public schools uptown. The teachers were pleased to see them, and arranged an exhibition of special exercises by the scholars, which they thought would be most likely to gratify their barbaric visitors. At the close of these exercises, one old chief arose, and simply said, "This is all new to us. We are mere unlearned sons of the forest, and cannot understand what we have seen and heard." On other occasions, I took them to ride in Central Park, and through different portions of the city. At every street corner which we passed, they would express their astonishment to each other, at seeing the long rows of houses which extended both ways on either side of each cross street. Of course, between each of these outside visits I would return with them to the museum, and secure 2 or 3 appearances upon the stage to receive the people who had there congregated, to do them honor. As they regarded me as their host, they did not hesitate to trespass upon my hospitality. Whenever their eyes rested upon a glittering shell among my specimens of conchology, especially if it had several brilliant colors, one would take off his coat, another his shirt, and insist that I should exchange my shell for their garment. When I declined the exchange, but on the contrary presented them with the coveted article, I soon found I had established a dangerous precedent. Immediately, they all commenced to beg for everything in my vast collection, which they happened to take a liking to. This cost me many valuable specimens, and often put me to my trumps for an excuse to avoid giving them things which I could not part with. The chief of one of the tribes one day discovered an ancient shirt of chain mail which hung in one of my cases of antique armor. He was delighted with it, and declared he must have it. I tried all sorts of excuses to prevent his getting it, for it had cost me $100 and was a great curiosity. But the old man's eyes glistened, and he would not take "no" for an answer. "The Utes have killed my little child," he told me through the interpreter, "and now he must have this steel shirt to protect himself. And when he returned to the Rocky Mountains he would have his revenge." I remained inexorable until he finally brought me a new buckskin Indian suit, which he insisted upon exchanging. I felt compelled to accept his proposal, and never did I see a man more delighted than he seemed to be when he took the mailed shirt into his hands. He fairly jumped up and down with joy. He ran to his lodging room, and soon appeared again with the coveted armor upon his body, and marched down one of the main halls of the museum, with folded arms, and head erect, occasionally patting his breast with his right hand, as much as to say, "Now, Mr. Ute, look sharp, for I will soon be on the war path." Among these Indians were War Bonnet, Lean Bear, and Hand in the Water, chiefs of the Cheyennes, Yellow Buffalo, of the Kiowas, Yellow Bear, of the same tribe, Jacob, of the Caddos, and White Bull, of the Apaches. The little wiry chief known as Yellow Bear had killed many whites as they had traveled through the far west. He was a sly, treacherous, bloodthirsty savage, who would think no more of scalping a family of women and children, than a butcher would of wringing the neck of a chicken. But now he was on a mission to the Great Father at Washington, seeking for presents and favors for his tribe, and he pretended to be exceedingly meek and humble, and continually urged the interpreter to announce him as a great friend to the white man. He would fawn about me, and although not speaking or understanding a word of our language, would try to convince me that he loved me dearly. In exhibiting these Indian warriors on the stage, I explained to the large audiences the names and characteristics of each. When I came to Yellow Bear I would pat him familiarly upon the shoulder, which always caused him to look up to me with a pleasant smile, while he softly stroked down my arm with his right hand in the most loving manner. Knowing that he could not understand a word I said, I pretended to be complimenting him to the audience, while I was really saying something like the following: "This little Indian, ladies and gentlemen, is Yellow Bear, chief of the Kiowas. He has killed, no doubt, scores of white persons, and he is probably the meanest, black-hearted rascal that lives in the far west." Here I patted him on the head, and he, supposing I was sounding his praises, would smile, fawn upon me, and stroke my arm, while I continued, if the bloodthirsty little villain understood what I was saying, he would kill me in a moment. But as he thinks I am complimenting him, I can safely state the truth to you, that he is a lying, thieving, treacherous, murderous monster. He has tortured to death poor, unprotected women, murdered their husbands, brained their helpless little ones. And he would gladly do the same to you or to me, if he thought he could escape punishment. This is but a faint description of the character of Yellow Bear. Here I gave him another patronizing pat on the head, and he, with a pleasant smile, bowed to the audience, as much as to say that my words were quite true. And that he thanked me very much for the high encomiums I had so generously heaped upon him. After they had been about a week at the museum, one of the chiefs discovered that visitors paid money for entering. This information he soon communicated to the other chiefs, and I heard an immediate murmur of discontent. Their eyes were opened, and no power could induce them to appear again upon the stage. Their dignity had been offended, and their wild, flashing eyes were anything but agreeable. Indeed, I hardly felt safe in their presence, and it was with a feeling of relief that I witnessed their departure for Washington the next morning. In the spring of 1864, the United States consul at Larnaca, island of Cyprus, Turkish dominions, wrote me a letter, declaring that he and the English consul, an American physician, resident in the island, and a large company of Europeans as well as natives, had seen the most remarkable object, no doubt, in the world, a lusus naturae, a feminine phenomenon. This woman was represented to have 4 cornicles on her head, and 1 large horn, equal in size to an ordinary ram's horn, growing out of the side of her head. And the consistency of the horns was represented to be similar to that of cows' or goats' horns. This singular story continued. These horns have been growing for 10 or 12 years, and were carefully concealed by the woman until a few weeks since, when a vision appeared in the person of an old man, and warned her to remove the veil she wore, or God would punish her. She sent to the Greek priest, she being of that persuasion, and confessed to him, and was ordered to uncover her head, which she at once did. She was subsequently seen by the entire population, and the French consul, in company with others, offered her 50,000 piastres to go to Paris for exhibition. The English consul, I was further informed, had pronounced this woman to be worth her weight in gold. And I was assured that if I wished to add her to my wonderful museum, and present to the American public the most remarkable object yet exhibited, I had only to send an agent immediately to secure the prize. Informing myself of the trustworthiness of my correspondent, who also wrote a similar account to the New York Observer, I was not long in making up my mind to secure this freak of nature. And I dispatched Mr. John Greenwood, Jr., in the steamer City of Baltimore, for Liverpool, April 30, 1864. He went to London and Paris, and thence to Marseilles, where he took a Syrian and Egyptian steamer to Palermo, and from thence proceeded to Cyprus. On arriving, if he could have seen the woman at once, he could have re-embarked on the steamer, which sailed again in a few hours for other islands. But unfortunately, the woman was a few miles in the interior, and poor Greenwood was detained a month on the island before he could take another steamer to get away. Worse yet, the woman, spite of the impression she had made upon so many and such respectable witnesses, was really no curiosity after all, as it proved upon examination. That her horns were not horns at all, but fleshy excrescences, which may have been singularly shaped tumors, or wens. It is needless to add that my agent did not engage her. And after a month of discomfort and hard living, he succeeded in getting away, and sailed for Constantinople, mainly to see what could be done in the way of securing 1 or more Circassian women for exhibition in my museum. On his way through the Mediterranean, he had the following adventure. On board the steamer, the harem of a Turkish pasha occupied one side of the quarter-deck, which was divided off from the rest by a hurdle fence run longitudinally through the middle of the deck. Greenwood was one day sitting in an easy chair with his back to these women and their attendants, when, feeling his chair move, he turned and saw one of the pasha's wives getting over the hurdle. And as there was scarcely room for her to squeeze herself between the chairs in which passengers were sitting, he moved his own chair out of the way and rising, offered his hand to assist the woman over the fence. She indignantly jumped back, and Greenwood was immediately seized by two of the Pasha's attendants, violently shaken, and taken to task in Turkish for daring to offer to touch the hand of one of His Excellency's women. Greenwood had that day formed the acquaintance of a fellow passenger, a young Greek from Scio, who was going to Beirut to act as clerk for a merchant in that place. He spoke good English, and seeing Greenwood in trouble among the Turks, and knowing that he could speak neither Greek nor Arabic, he went to the rescue, and demanded an explanation of the difficulty. Upon hearing what was the trouble, he informed the turbulent fellows that Greenwood had no motive in his act beyond simple common courtesy. The prisoner, however, was still detained in the grasp of the Turks, till the will of the insulted Pasha could be known. On deck soon came the irate Pasha, in company with an old gentleman who was said to have been tutor, formerly, to the present Sultan of Turkey. When the two heard the charge and the explanation, and had consulted together a little while, Greenwood was released. But for the friendly interposition of the Greek, he might have been bastinadoed, or even bowstrung. During the remainder of the voyage he was closely watched, but he was very careful to be guilty of no act of politeness. And he went on shore at Constantinople without so much as saying goodbye to the Pasha. In Constantinople he had some very singular adventures. To carry out his purpose of getting access to the very interior of the slave marts, he dressed himself in full Turkish costume, learned a few words and phrases which would be necessary in his assumed character as a slave buyer, and, as the Turks are a notably reticent people, he succeeded very well in passing himself off for what he appeared, though he ran a risk of detection many times every day. In this manner, he saw a large number of Circassian girls and women, some of them the most beautiful beings he had ever seen, and after a month in Constantinople and in other Turkish cities, he sailed for Marseilles, then went to Paris, picking up many treasures for my museum, and returned to New York, after a journey of 13,112 miles. Chapter 37. Mr. and Mrs. General Tom Thumb. Miss Lavinia Warren, a charming little lady, supposed to be the $30,000 nut in disguise, her wardrobe and presents, story of a ring, the little Commodore in love, Tom Thumb smitten, rivalry of the dwarfs, jealousy of the general, visit at Bridgeport, the general's stylish turnout, Miss Warren impressed, call of the general, a Lilliputian love scene, Tom Thumb's inventory of his property, he proposes and is accepted, arrival of the Commodore, his grief, excitement over the engagement, the wedding in Grace Church, Reverend Junius Wiley, a spicy letter by Dr. Taylor, grand reception of Mr. and Mrs. Stratton, the Commodore in search of a green country girl. In 1862 I heard of an extraordinary dwarf girl, named Lavinia Warren, who was residing with her parents at Middleborough, Massachusetts. And I sent an invitation to her and her parents to come and visit me at Bridgeport. They came, and I found her to be a most intelligent and refined young lady, well educated, and an accomplished, beautiful and perfectly developed woman in miniature. I succeeded in making an engagement with her for several years, during which she contracted, as dwarfs are said to have the power to do, to visit Great Britain, France, and other foreign lands. Having arranged the terms of her engagement, I took her to the house of one of my daughters in New York, where she remained quietly, while I was procuring her wardrobe and jewelry, and making arrangements for her debut. As yet, nothing had been said in the papers about this interesting young lady, and one day as I was taking her home with me to Bridgeport, I met in the cars the wife of a wealthy menagerie proprietor, who introduced me to her two daughters, young ladies of 16 and 18 years of age, and then said, "You have disguised the little Commodore very nicely." "That is not Commodore Nut," I replied, "it is a young lady whom I have recently discovered." "Very well done, Mr. Barnum," replied Mrs. B., with a look of self-satisfaction. "Really," I repeated, "this is a young lady." "Thank you, Mr. Barnum, but I know Commodore Nut in whatever costume you put him, and I recognized him the moment you brought him into the car." "But, Mrs. B.," I replied, "Commodore Nut is now exhibiting in the museum, and this is a little lady whom I hope to bring before the public soon." "Mr. Barnum," she replied, "you forget that I am a showman's wife, conversant with all the showman's tricks, and that I cannot be deceived." Seeing there was no prospect of convincing her, I replied in a confidential whisper, for such chance for a joke was not to be lost. "Well, I see you are too sharp for me. But I beg you not to mention it, for you are the only person on board this train who suspects it is the Commodore." "I will say nothing," she replied, "but do please bring the little fellow over here, for my daughters have never seen him." I stepped and told Lavinia the joke and asked her to help carry it out. I then took her over where she got a seat in the midst of the three ladies. "Ah, Commodore," whispered Mrs. B. "You have done it pretty well, but bless you, I knew those eyes and that nose the moment I saw you." "Your eyes must be pretty sharp, then," replied Lavinia. "Oh, you see, people in our line understand these things, and are never deceived by appearances, but let me introduce you to these two young ladies, my daughters." "We are happy to see you, sir," said one of the young ladies. They then enjoyed a very animated conversation, in the course of which they asked the Commodore all about his family. And Lavinia managed to answer the questions in such a way as to avoid suspicion. The ladies then informed the Commodore that there was a sweet little lady living in their town only 16 years old, and if he would visit them, they would introduce him. That her family was highly respectable, and she would make him a capital wife. Lavinia thanked them and promised to visit them if it should be convenient. As the ladies left the car, they shook hands with Lavinia, kissed her, and in a whisper said, "Good morning, sir." Meeting the husband of the lady, some weeks afterwards, I told him the joke, and he enjoyed it so highly that he will probably never let his wife and daughters hear the last of it. I purchased a very splendid wardrobe for Miss Warren, including scores of the richest dresses that could be procured, costly jewels, and in fact everything that could add to the charms of her naturally charming little person. She was then placed on exhibition at the museum, and from the day of her debut she was an extraordinary success. Commodore Nutt was on exhibition with her, and although he was several years her junior, he evidently took a great fancy to her. One day I presented to Lavinia a diamond and emerald ring, and as it did not exactly fit her finger, I told her I would give her another one and that she might present this one to the Commodore in her own name. She did so, and an unlooked-for effect was speedily apparent. The little Commodore felt sure that this was a love token, and poor Lavinia was in the greatest trouble, for she considered herself quite a woman, and regarded the Commodore only as a nice little boy. But she did not like to offend him, and while she did not encourage, she did not openly repel his attentions. Miss Lavinia Warren, however, was never destined to be Mrs. Commodore Nutt. It was by no means an unnatural circumstance that I should be suspected of having instigated and brought about the marriage of Tom Thumb with Lavinia Warren. Had I done this, I should at this day have felt no regrets, for it has proved, in an eminent degree, one of the happy marriages. I only say, what is known to all of their immediate friends, that from first to last their engagement was an affair of the heart, a case of love at first sight, that the attachment was mutual, and that it only grows with the lapse of time. But I had neither part nor lot in instigating or in occasioning the marriage. And as I am anxious to be put right before the public, and so to correct whatever a false impression may have gained ground, I have procured the consent of all the parties to a sketch of the wooing, winning and nuptials. Of course I should not lay these details before the public, except with the sanction of those most interested. In this they consent to pay the penalty of distinction. And if the wooings of kings and queens must be told, why not the courtship and marriage of General and Mrs. Tom Thumb? The story is an interesting one, and shall be told alike to exonerate me from the suspicion named, and to amuse those, and they count by scores of thousands, who are interested in the welfare of the distinguished couple. In the autumn of 1862, when Lavinia Warren was on exhibition at the museum, Tom Thumb had no business engagement with me. In fact, he was not on exhibition at the time at all. He was taking a vacation at his house in Bridgeport. Whenever he came to New York he naturally called upon me, his old friend, at the museum. He happened to be in the city at the time referred to, and one day he called, quite unexpectedly to me, while Lavinia was holding one of her levees. Here he now saw her for the first time, and very naturally made her acquaintance. He had a short interview with her, after which he came directly to my private office and desired to see me alone. Of course I complied with his request, but without the remotest suspicion as to his object. I closed the door, and the general took a seat. His first question let in the light. He inquired about the family of Lavinia Warren. I gave him the facts, which I clearly perceived gave him satisfaction of a peculiar sort. He then said, with great frankness, and with no less earnestness, "Mr. Barnum, that is the most charming little lady I ever saw, and I believe she was created on purpose to be my wife. Now," he continued, "you have always been a friend of mine, and I want you to say a good word for me to her. I have got plenty of money, and I want to marry and settle down in life, and I really feel as if I must marry that young lady." The little general was highly excited, and his general manner betrayed the usual anxiety, which, I doubt not, most of my readers will understand without a description. I could not repress a smile, nor forget my joke, and I said, "Lavinia is engaged already." "To whom, Commodore Nutt?" asked Tom Thumb, with much earnestness, and some exhibition of the green-eyed monster. "No, General, to me," I replied. "Never mind," said the general, laughing, "you can exhibit her for a while, and then give up the engagement, but I do hope you will favor my suit with her." I told the general that this was too sudden an affair, that he must take time to think of it, but he insisted that years of thought would make no difference, for his mind was fully made up. "Well, General," I replied, "I will not oppose you in your suit, but you must do your own courting. I tell you, however, the Commodore will be jealous of you, and more than that, Miss Warren is nobody's fool. And you will have to proceed very cautiously if you can succeed in winning her affections." The general thanked me, and promised to be very discreet. A change now came suddenly over him in several particulars. He had been, much to his credit, very fond of his country home in Bridgeport, where he spent his intervals of rest with his horses, and especially with his yacht. For his fondness for the water was his great passion. But now he was constantly having occasion to visit the city, and horses and yachts were strangely neglected. He had a married sister in New York, and his visits to her multiplied, for, of course, he came to New York to see his sister. His mother, who resided in Bridgeport, remarked that Charles had never before shown so much brotherly affection, nor so much fondness for city life. His visits to the museum were very frequent, and it was noticeable that new relations were being established between him and Commodore Nutt. The Commodore was not exactly jealous, yet he strutted around like a bantam rooster whenever the general approached Lavinia. One day he and the general got into a friendly scuffle in the dressing room, and the Commodore threw the general upon his back in double-quick time. The Commodore is lithe, wary, and quick in his movements, but the general is naturally slow, and although he was considerably heavier than the Commodore, he soon found that he could not stand before him in a personal encounter. Moreover, the Commodore is naturally quick-tempered, and when excited, he brags about his knowledge of the manly art of self-defense, and sometimes talks about pistols and bowie knives, etc. Tom Thumb, on the contrary, is by natural disposition decidedly a man of peace. Hence, in this, agreeing with Falstaff as to what constituted the better part of valor, he was strongly inclined to keep his distance, if the little Commodore showed any belligerent symptoms. In the course of several weeks the general found numerous opportunities to talk with Lavinia, while the Commodore was performing on the stage, or was otherwise engaged. And, to a watchful discerner, it was evident he was making encouraging progress in the affair of the heart. He also managed to meet Lavinia on Sunday afternoons and evenings, without the knowledge of the Commodore, but he assured me he had not yet dared to suggest matrimony. He finally returned to Bridgeport, and privately begged that on the following Saturday I would take Lavinia up to my house, and also invite him. His immediate object in this was, that his mother might get acquainted with Lavinia, for he feared opposition from that source whenever the idea of his marriage should be suggested. I could do no less than accede to his proposal, and on the following Friday, while Lavinia and the Commodore were sitting in the green room, I said, "Lavinia, you may go up to Bridgeport with me tomorrow morning, and remain until Monday." "Thank you," she replied, "it will be quite a relief to get into the country for a couple of days." The Commodore immediately pricked up his ears, and said, "Mr. Barnum, I should like to go to Bridgeport tomorrow." "What for?" I asked. "I want to see my little ponies." "I have not seen them for several months," he replied. I whispered in his ear, "You little rogue, that is the pony you want to see," pointing to Lavinia. He insisted I was mistaken. When I remarked that he could not well be spared from the museum, he said, "Oh, I can perform at 7:30, and then jump on to the 8 o'clock evening train, and go up by myself, reaching Bridgeport before 11, and return early Monday morning." I feared there would be a clashing of interests between the rival pygmies, but wishing to please him, I consented to his request, especially as Lavinia also favored it. I wished I could then fathom that little woman's heart, and see whether she, who must have discovered the secret of the General's frequent visits to the museum, desired the Commodore's visit in order to stir up the General's ardor, or whether, as seemed to me the more likely, she was seeking in this way to prevent a denouement which she was not inclined to favor. Certain it is, that though I was the General's confidant, and knew all his desires upon the subject, no person had discovered the slightest evidence that Lavinia Warren had ever entertained the remotest suspicion of his thoughts regarding marriage. If she had made the discovery, as I assume, she kept the secret well. In fact, I assured Tom Thumb that every indication, so far as any of us could observe, was to the effect that his suit would be rejected. The little General was fidgety, but determined. Hence he was anxious to have Lavinia meet his mother, and also see his possessions in Bridgeport, for he owned considerable land and numerous houses there. The General met us at the depot in Bridgeport, on Saturday morning, and drove us to my house in his own carriage, his coachman being tidily dressed, with a broad velvet ribbon and silver buckle placed upon his hat expressly for the occasion. Lavinia was duly informed that this was the General's turn out, and after resting half an hour at Lindencroft, he took her out to ride. He stopped a few moments at his mother's house, where she saw the apartments which his father had built expressly for him, and filled with the most gorgeous furniture, all corresponding to his own diminutive size. Then he took her to East Bridgeport, and undoubtedly took occasion to point out in great detail all of the houses which he owned, for he depended much upon having his wealth make some impression upon her. They returned, and the General stayed to lunch. I asked Lavinia how she liked her ride. She replied, "It was very pleasant, but," she added, "it seems as if you and Tom Thumb owned about all of Bridgeport." The General took his leave and returned at 5 o'clock to dinner, with his mother. Mrs. Stratton remained until 7 o'clock. She expressed herself charmed with Lavinia Warren, but not a suspicion passed her mind that little Charlie was endeavoring to give her this accomplished young lady as a daughter-in-law. The General had privately asked me to invite him to stay overnight, for, said he, if I get a chance, I intend to pop the question before the Commodore arrives. So I told his mother I thought the General had better stop with us overnight, as the Commodore would be up in the late train, adding that it would be more pleasant for the little folks to be together. She assented, and the General was happy. After tea Lavinia and the General sat down to play backgammon. As 9 o'clock approached, I remarked that it was about time to retire, but somebody would have to sit up until nearly 11 o'clock, in order to let in the Commodore. The General replied, "I will sit up with pleasure, if Miss Warren will remain also." Lavinia carelessly replied, that she was accustomed to late hours, and she would wait and see the Commodore. A little supper was placed upon the table for the Commodore, and the family retired. Now it happened that a couple of mischievous young ladies were visiting at my house, one of whom was to sleep with Lavinia. They were suspicious that the general was going to propose to Lavinia that evening, and, in a spirit of ungovernable curiosity, they determined, notwithstanding its manifest impropriety, to witness the operation, if they could possibly manage to do so on the sly. Of course this was inexcusable, the more so as so few of my readers, had they been placed under the same temptation, would have been guilty of such an impropriety. Perhaps I should hesitate to use the testimony of such witnesses, or even to trust it. But a few weeks after, they told the little couple the whole story, were forgiven, and all had a hearty laugh over it. It so happened that the door of the sitting-room, in which the general and Lavinia were left at the backgammon board, opened into the hall just at the side of the stairs, and these young misses, turning out the lights in the hall, seated themselves upon the stairs in the dark, where they had a full view of the cozy little couple, and were within easy earshot of all that was said. The house was still. The general soon acknowledged himself vanquished at backgammon, and gave it up. After sitting a few moments, he evidently thought it was best to put a clincher on the financial part of his abilities. So he drew from his pocket a policy of insurance, and handing it to Lavinia, he asked her if she knew what it was. Examining it, she replied, "It is an insurance policy." "I see you keep your property insured." "But the beauty of it is not my property," replied the general, "and yet I get the benefit of the insurance in case of fire. You will see," he continued, unfolding the policy, "this is the property of Mr. Williams, but here, you will observe, it reads, loss, if any, payable to Charles S. Stratton, as his interest may appear. The fact is, I loaned Mr. Williams $3,000, took a mortgage on his house, and made him insure it for my benefit. In this way, you perceive, I get my interest, and he has to pay the taxes." "That is a very wise way, I should think," remarked Lavinia. "That is the way I do all my business," replied the general, complacently, as he returned the huge insurance policy to his pocket. "You see," he continued, "I never lend any of my money without taking bond and mortgage security, then I have no trouble with taxes, my principal is secure, and I receive my interest regularly." The explanation seemed satisfactory to Lavinia, and the general's courage began to rise. Drawing his chair a little nearer to hers, he said, "So you are going to Europe, soon?" "Yes," replied Lavinia, "Mr. Barnum intends to take me over in a couple of months." "You will find it very pleasant," remarked the general. "I have been there twice, in fact I have spent 6 years abroad, and I like the old countries very much." "I hope I shall like the trip, and I expect I shall," responded Lavinia. "For Mr. Barnum says I shall visit all the principal cities, and he has no doubt I will be invited to appear before the Queen of England, the Emperor and Empress of France, the King of Prussia, the Emperor of Austria, and at the courts of any other countries which we may visit." "Oh! I shall like that, it will be so new to me." "Yes, it will be very interesting indeed." "I have visited most of the crowned heads," remarked the general, with an evident feeling of self-congratulation. "But are you not afraid you will be lonesome in a strange country?" asked the general. "No, I think there is no danger of that, for friends will accompany me," was the reply. "I wish I was going over, for I know all about the different countries, and could explain them all to you," remarked Tom Thumb. "That would be very nice," said Lavinia. "Do you think so?" said the general, moving his chair still closer to Lavinia's. "Of course," replied Lavinia, coolly, "for I, being a stranger to all the habits and customs of the people, as well as to the country, it would be pleasant to have some person along who could answer all my foolish questions." "I should like it first rate, if Mr. Barnum would engage me," said the general. "I thought you remarked the other day that you had money enough, and was tired of traveling," said Lavinia, with a slightly mischievous look from one corner of her eye. "That depends upon my company while traveling," replied the general. "You might not find my company very agreeable." "I would be glad to risk it." "Well, perhaps Mr. Barnum would engage you, if you asked him," said Lavinia. "Would you really like to have me go?" asked the general, quietly insinuating his arm around her waist, but hardly close enough to touch her. "Of course I would," was the reply. The little general's arm clasped the waist closer as he turned his face nearer to hers, and said, "Don't you think it would be pleasanter if we went as man and wife?" The little fairy quickly disengaged his arm, and remarked that the general was a funny fellow to joke in that way. "I am not joking at all," said the general, earnestly, "it is quite too serious a matter for that." "I wonder why the Commodore don't come," said Lavinia. "I hope you are not anxious for his arrival, for I am sure I am not," responded the general, "and what is more, I do hope you will say, yes, before he comes at all." "Really, Mr. Stratton," said Lavinia, with dignity, "if you are in earnest in your strange proposal, I must say I am surprised." "Well, I hope you are not offended," replied the general, "for I was never more in earnest in my life, and I hope you will consent. The first moment I saw you I felt that you were created to be my wife. But this is so sudden." "Not so very sudden. It is several months since we first met, and you know all about me, and my family, and I hope you find nothing to object to in me." "Not at all. On the contrary, I have found you very agreeable. In fact, I like you very much as a friend, but I have not thought of marrying Anne." "And what?" "My dear," said the general, giving her a kiss. "Now, I beg of you, don't have any buts or ands about it. You say you like me as a friend, why will you not like me as a husband? You ought to get married. I love you dearly, and I want you for a wife. Now, dearie, the Commodore will be here in a few minutes. I may not have a chance to see you again alone. Do say that we will be married, and I will get Mr. Barnum to give up your engagement." Lavinia hesitated, and finally said, "I think I love you well enough to consent, but I have always said I would never marry without my mother's consent." "Oh. I'll ask your mother." "May I ask your mother?" "Come, say yes to that, and I will go and see her next week." "May I do that, pet?" Then there was a sound of something very much like the popping of several corks from as many beer bottles. The young eavesdroppers had no doubt as to the character of these reports, nor did they doubt that they sealed the betrothal, for immediately after they heard Lavinia say, "Yes, Charles. You may ask my mother." Another volley of reports followed, and then Lavinia said, "Now, Charles, don't whisper this to a living soul, let us keep our own secrets for the present." "All right," said the general, "I will say nothing, but next Tuesday I shall start to see your mother." "Perhaps you may find it difficult to obtain her consent," said Lavinia. At that moment a carriage drove up to the door, and immediately the bell was rung, and the little Commodore entered. "You here, General?" said the Commodore, as he espied his rival. "Yes," said Lavinia, "Mr. Barnum asked him to stay, and we were waiting for you. Come, warm yourself." "I am not cold," said the Commodore. "Where is Mr. Barnum?" "He has gone to bed," remarked the general, "but a nice supper has been prepared for you." "I am not hungry, I thank you, I am going to bed." "Which room does Mr. Barnum sleep in?" said the little bantam, in a petulant tone of voice. His question was answered. The young eavesdroppers scampered to their sleeping apartments, and the Commodore soon came to my room, where he found me indulging in the foolish habit of reading in bed. "Mr. Barnum, does Tom Thumb board here?" asked the Commodore, sarcastically. "No," said I, "Tom Thumb does not board here. I invited him to stop overnight, so don't be foolish, but go to bed." "Oh, it's no affair of mine. I don't care anything about it, but I thought he had taken up his board here," replied the Commodore, and off he went to bed, evidently in a bad humor. 10 minutes afterwards Tom Thumb came rushing into my room, and closing the door, he caught hold of my hand in a high state of excitement and whispered, "We are engaged, Mr. Barnum. We are engaged. We are engaged," and he jumped up and down in the greatest glee. "Is that possible?" I asked. "Yes, sir, indeed it is, but you must not mention it," he responded. "We agreed to tell nobody, so please don't say a word." I must tell you, of course, but mum is the word. I am going, Tuesday, to get her mother's consent. I promised secrecy, and the general retired in as happy a mood as I ever saw him. Lavinia also retired, but not a hint did she give to the young lady with whom she slept regarding the engagement. Indeed, our family plied her upon the subject the next day, but not a breath passed her lips that would give the slightest indication of what had transpired. She was quite sociable with the Commodore, and as the general concluded to go home the next morning, the Commodore's equanimity and good feelings were fully restored. The general made a call of half an hour Sunday evening, and managed to have an interview with Lavinia. The next morning she and the Commodore returned to New York in good spirits, I remaining in Bridgeport. The general called on me Monday, however, bringing a very nice letter which he had written to Lavinia's mother. He had concluded to send this letter by his trusty friend, Mr. George A. Wells, instead of going himself, and he had just seen Mr. Wells, who had consented to go to Middleborough with the letter the following day, and to urge the general's suit, if it should be necessary. The general went to New York on Wednesday, and was there to await Mr. Wells' arrival. On Wednesday morning the general and Lavinia walked into my office, and after closing the door, the little general said, "Mr. Barnum, I want somebody to tell the Commodore that Lavinia and I are engaged, for I am afraid there will be a row when he hears of it." "Do it yourself, General," I replied. "Oh," said the general, almost shuddering, "would not dare to do it, he might knock me down." "I will do it," said Lavinia. And it was at once arranged that I should call the Commodore and Lavinia into my office, and either she or myself would tell him. The general, of course, vamoosed. When the Commodore joined us and the door was closed, I said, "Commodore, do you know what this little witch has been doing?" "No, I don't," he answered. "Well, she has been cutting up one of the greatest pranks you ever heard of," I replied. "She almost deserves to be shut up, for daring to do it. Can't you guess what she has done?" He mused a moment, and then looking at me, said in a low voice, and with a serious-looking face, "Engaged?" "Yes," said I, "absolutely engaged to be married to General Tom Thumb." "Did you ever hear of such a thing?" "Is that so, Lavinia?" asked the Commodore, looking her earnestly in the face. "That is so," said Lavinia, "and Mr. Wells has gone to obtain my mother's consent." The Commodore turned pale, and choked a little, as if he was trying to swallow something. Then, turning on his heel, he said, in a broken voice, "I hope you may be happy." As he passed out of the door, a tear rolled down his cheek. "That is pretty hard," I said to Lavinia. "I am very sorry," she replied, "but I could not help it. That diamond and emerald ring which you bade me present in my name, has caused all this trouble." Half an hour after this incident, the Commodore came to my office, and said, "Mr. Barnum, do you think it would be right for Miss Warren to marry Charlie Stratton if her mother should object?" I saw that the little fellow had still a slight hope to hang on, and I said, "No, indeed, it would not be right." "Well, she says she shall marry him anyway. That she gives her mother the chance to consent, but if she objects, she will have her own way and marry him," said the Commodore. "On the contrary," I replied, "I will not permit it. She is engaged to go to Europe for me, and I will not release her, if her mother does not fully consent to her marrying Tom Thumb." The Commodore's eyes glistened with pleasure, as he replied, "Between you and me, Mr. Barnum, I don't believe she will give her consent." But the next day dissipated his hopes. Mr. Wells returned, saying that Lavinia's mother at first objected, for she feared it was a contrivance to get them married for the promotion of some pecuniary advantage. But, upon reading the letter from the general, and one still more urgent from Lavinia, and also upon hearing from Mr. Wells that, in case of their marriage, I should cancel all claims I had upon Lavinia's services, she consented. After the Commodore had heard the news, I said to him, "Never mind, Commodore, Minnie Warren is a better match for you. She is a charming little creature, and 2 years younger than you, while Lavinia is several years your senior." "I thank you," sir," replied the Commodore, pompously, "I would not marry the best woman living. I don't believe in women, anyway." I then suggested that he should stand with little Minnie, as groom and bridesmaid, at the approaching wedding. "No, sir," replied the Commodore, emphatically, "I won't do it." That idea was therefore abandoned. A few weeks subsequently, when time had reconciled the Commodore, he told me that Tom Thumb had asked him to stand as groom with Minnie, at the wedding, and he was going to do so. "When I asked you, a few weeks ago, you refused," I said. "It was not your business to ask me," replied the Commodore, pompously. "When the proper person invited me I accepted." Of course the approaching wedding was announced. It created an immense excitement. Lavinia's levees at the museum were crowded to suffocation, and her photographic pictures were in great demand. For several weeks she sold more than $300 worth of her cartes de visite each day. And the daily receipts at the museum were frequently over $3,000. I engaged the general to exhibit, and to assist her in the sale of pictures, to which his own photograph, of course, was added. I could afford to give them a fine wedding, and I did so. The little couple made a personal application to Bishop Potter to perform the nuptial ceremony, and obtained his consent. But the matter became public, and outside pressure from some of the most squeamish of his clergy was brought to bear upon the bishop, and he rescinded his engagement. This fact of itself, as well as the opposition that caused it, only added to the notoriety of the approaching wedding, and increased the crowds at the museum. The financial result to me was a piece of good fortune, which I was, of course, quite willing to accept, though in this instance the advertisement, so far as the fact of the betrothal of the parties with its preliminaries were concerned, was not of my seeking, as the recital now given shows. But seeing the turn it was taking in crowding the museum, and pouring money into the treasury, I did not hesitate to seek continued advantage from the notoriety of the prospective marriage. Accordingly, I offered the General and Lavinia $15,000 if they would postpone the wedding for a month, and continue their exhibitions at the museum. "Not for $50,000, said the General, excitedly. "Good for you, Charlie," said Lavinia, "only you ought to have said not for 100,000, for I would not." They both laughed heartily at what they considered my discomfiture, and such, looked at from a business point of view, it certainly was. The wedding day approached and the public excitement grew. For several days, I might say weeks, the approaching marriage of Tom Thumb was the New York sensation. For proof of this I did not need what, however, was ample, the newspaper paragraphs. A surer index was in the crowds that passed into the museum, and the dollars that found their way into the ticket office. It was suggested to me that a small fortune in itself could be easily made out of the excitement. Let the ceremony take place in the Academy of Music, charge a big price for admission, and the citizens will come in crowds. I have no manner of doubt that in this way $25,000 could easily have been obtained. But I had no such thought. I had promised to give the couple a genteel and graceful wedding, and I kept my word. The day arrived, Tuesday, February 10, 1863. The ceremony was to take place in Grace Church, New York. The Rev. Junius Wiley, rector of St. John's Church in Bridgeport, assisted by the late Reverend Dr. Taylor, of Grace Church, was to officiate. The organ was played by Morgan. I know not what better I could have done, had the wedding of a prince been in contemplation. The church was comfortably filled by a highly select audience of ladies and gentlemen, none being admitted except those having cards of invitation. Among them were governors of several of the states, to whom I had sent cards, and such of those as could not be present in person were represented by friends, to whom they had given their cards. Members of Congress were present, also generals of the army, and many other prominent public men. Numerous applications were made from wealthy and distinguished persons for tickets to witness the ceremony, and as high as $60 was offered for a single admission. But not a ticket was sold. And Tom Thumb and Lavinia Warren were pronounced man and wife before witnesses. The following entirely authentic correspondence, the only suppression being the name of the person who wrote to Dr. Taylor and to whom Dr. Taylor's reply is addressed, shows how a certain would-be witness was not a witness of the famous wedding. In other particulars, the correspondence speaks for itself. To the Reverend Dr. Taylor. Sir. The object of my unwillingly addressing you this note is to inquire what right you had to exclude myself and other owners of pews in Grace Church from entering it yesterday, enforced, too, by a cordon of police for that purpose. If my pew is not my property, I wish to know it. And if it is, I deny your right to prevent me from occupying it whenever the church is open, even at a marriage of mountebanks, which I would not take the trouble to cross the street to witness. Respectfully, your obedient servant. W. S. 804 Broadway, New York, February 16, 1863. Mr. W. S. Dear Sir. I am sorry, my valued friend, that you should have written me the peppery letter that is now before me. If the matter of which you complain be so utterly insignificant and contemptible as a marriage of mountebanks, which you would not take the trouble to cross the street to witness, it surprises me that you should have made such strenuous, but ill-directed efforts to secure a ticket of admission. And why, permit me to ask in the name of reason and philosophy, do you still suffer it to disturb you so sadly? It would perhaps be a sufficient answer to your letter, to say that your cause of complaint exists only in your imagination. You have never been excluded from your pew. As rector, I am the only custodian of the church, and you will hardly venture to say that you have ever applied to me for permission to enter, and been refused. Here I might safely rest, and leave you to the comfort of your own reflections in the case. But as you, in common with many other worthy persons, would seem to have very crude notions as to your rights of property in pews, you will pardon me for saying that a pew in a church is property only in a peculiar and restricted sense. It is not property, as your house or your horse is property. It vests you with no fee in the soil. You cannot use it in any way, and in every way, and at all times, as your pleasure or caprice may dictate. You cannot put it to any common or unhallowed uses. You cannot remove it, nor injure it, nor destroy it. In short, you hold by purchase, and may sell the right to the undisturbed possession of that little space within the church edifice which you call your pew during the hours of divine service. But even that right must be exercised decorously, and with a decent regard for time and place, or else you may at any moment be ignominiously ejected from it. I regret to be obliged to add that by the law of custom, you may, during those said hours of divine service, but at no other time, sleep in your pew. You must, however, do so noiselessly and never to the disturbance of your sleeping neighbors. Your property in your pew has this extent and nothing more. Now, if Mr. W. S. were at any time to come to me and say, Sir, I would that you should grant me the use of Grace Church for a solemn service, a marriage, a baptism, or a funeral, as the case may be, and as it is desirable that the feelings of the parties should be protected as far as possible from the impertinent intrusion and disturbance of a crowd from the streets and lanes of the city, I beg that no one may be admitted within the doors of the church during the very few moments that we expect to be there, but our invited friends only. It would certainly, in such a case, be my pleasure to comply with your request, and to meet your wishes in every particular. And I think that even Mr. W. S. will agree that all this would be entirely reasonable and proper. Then, tell me, how would such a case differ from the instance of which you complain? Two young persons, whose only crimes would seem to be that they are neither so big, nor so stupid, nor so ill-mannered, nor so inordinately selfish as some other people, come to me and say, Sir, we are about to be married, and we wish to throw around our marriage all the solemnities of religion. We are strangers in your city, and as there is no clergyman here standing in a pastoral relation to us, we have ventured to ask the favor of the Bishop of New York to marry us. And he has kindly consented to do so. May we then venture a little further, and request the use of your church in which the bishop may perform the marriage service? We assure you, sir, that we are no shams, no cheats, no mountebanks. We are neither monsters nor abortions. It is true we are little, but we are as God made us, perfect in our littleness. Sir, we are simply man and woman of like passions and infirmities with you and other mortals. The arrangements for our marriage are controlled by no showman, and we are sincerely desirous that everything should be ordered with a most scrupulous regard to decorum. We hope to invite our relations and intimate friends, together with such persons as may in other years have extended civilities to either of us. But we pledge ourselves to you most sacredly that no invitation can be bought with money. Permit us to say further, that as we would most gladly escape from the insulting jeers, and ribald sneers and coarse ridicule of the unthinking multitude without, we pray you to allow us, at our own proper charges, so to guard the avenues of access from the street, as to prevent all unseemly tumult and disorder. I tell you, sir, that whenever, and from whomsoever, such an appeal is made to my Christian courtesy, although it should come from the very humblest of the earth, I would go calmly and cheerfully forward to meet their wishes, although as many W.S. as would reach from here to Kamtschatka, clothed in furs and frowns, should rise up to oppose me. In conclusion, I will say that if the marriage of Charles S. Stratton and Lavinia Warren is to be regarded as a pageant, then it was the most beautiful pageant it has ever been my privilege to witness. If on the contrary, it is rather to be thought of as a solemn ceremony, then it was as touchingly solemn as a wedding can possibly be rendered. It is true the bishop was not present, but Mr. Stratton's own pastor, the Rev. Mr. Wiley, of Bridgeport, Connecticut, read the service with admirable taste and impressiveness, and the bride was given away by her mother's pastor and her own next friend, a venerable congregational clergyman from Massachusetts. Surely, there never was a gathering of so many hundreds of our best people, when everybody appeared so delighted with everything. Surely it is no light thing to call forth so much innocent joy in so few moments of passing time. Surely it is no light thing, thus to smooth the roughness and sweeten the acerbities which mar our happiness as we advance upon the wearing journey of life. Sir, it was most emphatically a high triumph of Christian civilization. Respectfully submitted, by your obedient servant, Thomas House Taylor. Several thousand persons attended the reception of Mr. and Mrs. Tom Thumb the same day at the Metropolitan Hotel. After this they started on a wedding tour, taking Washington in their way. They visited President Lincoln at the White House. After a couple of weeks they returned, and, as they then supposed, retired to private life. Habit, however, is indeed second nature. The general and his wife had been accustomed to excitement, and after a few months' retirement they again longed for the peculiar pleasures of a public life. And the public were eager to welcome them once more. They resumed their public career, and have since traveled several years in Europe, and considerably in this country, holding public exhibitions more than half the time, and spending the residue in leisurely viewing such cities and portions of the country as they may happen to be in. Commodore Nutt and Minnie Warren, I should add, usually travel with them. I met the little Commodore last summer, after his absence in Europe of 3 years, and said, "Are you not married yet, Commodore?" "No, sir, my fruit is plucked," he replied. "You don't mean to say you will never marry," I remarked. "No, not exactly," replied the Commodore, complacently, "but I have concluded not to marry until I am 30. I suppose you intend to marry one of your size?" I said. "I am not particular in that respect, but seeing my jocose mood, he continued, with a comical leer, "I think I should prefer marrying a good, green country girl, to anybody else." This was said with a degree of nonchalance, which none can appreciate who do not know him. To make sure that a lack of memory has not misled me as to any of the facts in regard to the courtship and wedding of Tom Thumb and Lavinia Warren, I will here say that, after writing out the story, I read it to the parties personally interested, and they give me leave to say that, in all particulars, it is a correct statement of the affair, except that Lavinia remarked, "Well, Mr. Barnum, your story don't lose any by the telling." And the Commodore denies the rolling tear, when informed of the engagement of the little pair. In June 1869, the report was started, for the third or fourth time, in the newspapers, that Commodore Nutt and Miss Minnie Warren were married, this time at West Haven, in Connecticut. The story was wholly untrue, nor do I think that such a wedding is likely to take place, for, on the principle that people like their opposites, Minnie and the Commodore are likely to marry persons whom they can literally look up to, that is, if either of them marries at all it will be a tall partner. Soon after the wedding of General Tom Thumb and Lavinia Warren, a lady came to my office and called my attention to a little 6-paged pamphlet which she said she had written, entitled Priests and Pygmies, and requested me to read it. I glanced at the title, and at once estimating the character of the publication, I promptly declined to devote any portion of my valuable time to its perusal. But you had better look at it, Mr. Barnum, it deeply interests you, and you may think it worth your while to buy it. Certainly, I will buy it, if you desire, said I, tendering her a sixpence, which I supposed to be the price of the little pamphlet. Oh! You quite misunderstand me. I mean by the copyright and the entire edition, with the view of suppressing the work. It says some frightful things, I assure you, urged the author. I lay back in my chair and fairly roared at this exceedingly feeble attempt at blackmail. But, persisted the lady, suppose it says that your museum and Grace Church are all one, what then? My dear madam, I replied, you may say what you please about me or about my museum. You may print 100,000 copies of a pamphlet stating that I stole the communion service, after the wedding from Grace Church altar, or anything else you choose to write. Only have the kindness to say something about me, and then come to me and I will properly estimate the money value of your services to me as an advertising agent. Good morning, madam, and she departed. Chapter 38. Political and Personal. My political principles, reasons for my change of parties, Kansas and secession, wide awakes, grand illumination of Lindencroft, joke on a Democratic neighbor, peace meetings, the Stepney excitement, tearing down a peace flag, a loyal meeting, reception in Bridgeport, destruction of the farmer office, Elias Howe Jr. St. Peter and Saltpetre, draft riots, burglars at Lindencroft, my election to the legislature, beginning of my war on railroad monopolies, wire pulling, the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution, striking the word white from the Connecticut Constitution, my speech. I began my political life as a Democrat, and my newspaper, the Herald of Freedom, was a Jackson Democratic journal. While always taking an active interest in political matters, I had no desire for personal preferment, and, up to a late period, steadily declined to run for office. Nevertheless, in 1852 or 1853, prominent members of the party with which I voted, urged the submission of my name to the state convention, as a candidate for the office of governor. And although the party was then in the ascendancy, and a nomination would have been equivalent to an election, I peremptorily refused. In spite of this refusal, which was generally known, several votes were cast for me in the convention. The Kansas strifes, in 1854, shook my faith in my party, though I continued to call myself a Democrat, often declaring that if I thought there was a drop of blood in me that was not Democratic, I would let it out if I had to cut the jugular vein. When, however, secession threatened in 1860, I thought it was time for a new departure, and I identified myself with the Republican Party. During the active and exciting political campaign of 1860, which resulted in Mr. Lincoln's first election to the presidency, it will be remembered that wide-awake associations, with their uniforms, torches and processions, were organized in nearly every city, town and village throughout the North. Arriving at Bridgeport from New York at 5 o'clock one afternoon, I was informed that the wide-awakes were to parade that evening and intended to march out to Lindencroft. So I ordered 2 boxes of sperm candles, and prepared for a general illumination of every window in the front of my house. Many of my neighbors, including several Democrats, came to Lindencroft in the evening to witness the illumination and see the wide-awake procession. My nearest neighbor, Mr. T., was a strong Democrat, and before he came to my house, he ordered his servants to stay in the basement, and not to show a light above ground, thus intending to prove his democratic convictions and conclusions by the darkness of his premises. And so, while Lindencroft was all ablaze with a flood of light, the next house was as black as a coal hole. My neighbor, Mr. James D. Johnson, was also a Democrat, but I knew he would not spoil a good joke for the sake of politics, and I asked him to engage the attention of Mr. and Mrs. T. and to keep their faces turned towards Bridgeport and the approaching procession, the light of whose torches could already be seen in the distance, while another Democratic friend, Mr. George A. Wells, and I, ran over and illuminated Mr. T.'s house. This we did with great success, completing our work 5 minutes before the procession arrived. As the wide-awakes turned into my grounds and saw that the house of Mr. T. was brilliantly illuminated, they concluded that he had become a sudden convert to republicanism, and gave 3 rousing cheers for him. Hearing his name thus cheered and wondering at the cause, he happened to turn and see that his house was lighted up from basement to attic, and uttering a single profane ejaculation, he rushed for home. He was not able, however, to put out the lights till the wide-awakes had gone on their way rejoicing under the impression that one more Republican had been added to their ranks. When the rebellion broke out in 1861, I was too old to go to the field, but I supplied 4 substitutes, and contributed liberally from my means for the cause of the Union. After the defeat at Bull Run, July 21, 1861, peace meetings began to be held in different parts of the northern states, and especially in Fairfield and Litchfield counties, in Connecticut. It was usual in these assemblages to display a white flag, bearing the word peace above the national flag, and to make and listen to harangues denunciatory of the war. One of these meetings was advertised to be held, August 24, at Stepney, 10 miles north of Bridgeport. On the morning of that day, I met Elias Howe, Jr., who proposed to me that we should drive up to Stepney, attend the peace meeting, and hear for ourselves whether the addresses were disloyal or not. We agreed to meet at the post office, at 12 o'clock at noon, and I went home for my carriage. On the way I met several gentlemen to whom I communicated my intention, asking them to go also. And as Mr. Howe invited several of his friends to accompany us, when we met at noon, at least 20 gentlemen were at the place of rendezvous with their carriages, ready to start for Stepney. I am quite confident that not one of us had any other intention in going to this meeting, than to quietly listen to the harangues, and if they were found to be in opposition to the government, and calculated to create disturbance or disaffection in the community, and deter enlistments, it would be best to represent the matter to the government at Washington, and ask that measures might be taken to suppress such gatherings. As we turned into Main Street, we discovered 2 large omnibuses filled with soldiers, who were at home on furlough, and who were going to Stepney. Our lighter carriages outran them, and so arrived at Stepney in time to see the white peace flag run up over the stars and stripes, when we quietly stood in the crowd while the meeting was organized. It was a very large gathering, and some 50 ladies were on the seats in front of the platform, on which were the officers and speakers of the meeting. A preacher, Mr. Charles Smith, was invited to open the proceedings with prayer, and The Military and Civil History of Connecticut, during the War of 1861-65, by W. Crawford and John M. Morris. Thus continues the record of this extraordinary gathering. He, Smith, had not, however, progressed far in his supplication, when he slightly opened his eyes, and beheld, to his horror, the Bridgeport omnibuses coming over the hill, garnished with Union banners, and vocal with loyal cheers. This was the signal for a panic. Bull Run, on a small scale, was reenacted. The devout Smith, and the undelivered orators, it is alleged, took refuge in a field of corn. The procession drove straight to the pole unresisted, the hostile crowd parting to let them pass. And a tall man, John Platt, amid some mutterings, climbed the pole, reached the halyards, and the mongrel banners were on the ground. Some of the peacemen, rallying, drew weapons on the invaders, and a musket and a revolver were taken from them by soldiers at the very instant of firing. Another of the defenders fired a revolver, and was chased into the fields. Still others, waxing belligerent, were disarmed, and a number of loaded muskets found stored in an adjacent shed were seized. The stars and stripes were hoisted upon the pole, and wildly cheered. P. T. Barnum was then taken on the shoulders of the boys in blue, and put on the platform, where he made a speech full of patriotism, spiced with the humor of the occasion. Captain James E. Dunham also said a few words to the point. The Star-Spangled Banner was then sung in chorus, and a series of resolutions passed, declaring that loyal men are the rightful custodians of the peace of Connecticut. Elias Howe, Jr., chairman, made his speech, when the crowd threatened to shoot the speakers. "If they fire a gun, boys, burn the whole town, and I'll pay for it." After giving the citizens wholesome advice concerning the substituted flag, and their duty to the government, the procession returned to Bridgeport, with the white flag trailing in the mud behind an omnibus. They were received at Bridgeport by approving crowds, and were greeted with continuous cheers as they passed along. On our way back to Bridgeport, the soldiers threatened a descent upon the farmer office, but I strongly appealed to them to refrain from such a riotous proceeding, telling them that as law-abiding citizens they should refrain from acts of violence and especially should make no appeal to the passions of a mob. So confident was I that the day's proceedings had ended with the reception of the soldiers on their return from Stepney, that in telegraphing a full account of the facts to the New York papers, I added that there was no danger of an attack upon the farmer office, since leading loyal citizens were opposed to such action as unnecessary and unwise. But the enthusiasm with which the soldiers had been received, and the excitement of the day, prompted them to break through their resolutions, and half an hour after my telegram had been sent to New York, they rushed into the farmer office, tumbled the type into the street, and broke the presses. I did not approve of this summary suppression of the paper, and offered the proprietors a handsome subscription to assist in enabling them to renew the publication of the Farmer. One of the editors of this paper went south, and connected himself with a journal in Augusta, Georgia. The remaining proprietor shortly afterwards reissued the Farmer, but the peace meetings which had been advertised for different towns were never held. The gathering at Stepney was the last of the kind. Elias Howe, Jr., although he was a man of wealth and well advanced in years, enlisted as a private in the 17th Regiment of Connecticut Volunteers and served in the Army of the Potomac. Once when his fellow soldiers, not having been paid off, were in need of money, he advanced $13,000 due them, and when his regiment was disbanded and discharged from service, he chartered, at his own expense, a special train to bring them from New Haven to Bridgeport, where they had a public reception. Mr. Howe, like all men of his reputed wealth and liberality, was constantly besieged by solicitors for all sorts of charities. Nor was he free from such applications when he was serving as a common soldier in Virginia. On one occasion a worthy priest came to him and asked for a subscription to a church which was then building. "Who is it," exclaimed Howe, "that talks of building churches in this time of war?" The priest ventured to say that he was trying to build in his parish a church which was to be known as St. Peter's. "St. Peter's, is it?" asked Howe. "Well, St. Peter was, in his way, a fighting man. He drew a sword once and cut off a man's ear. On the whole, I think," he added, as he gave a handsome sum of money to the priest, "I must do something for St. Peter, though about these days I am devoting my attention and money mainly to saltpetre." After the draft riots in New York and in other cities, in July, 1863, myself and other members of the Prudential Committee, which had been formed in Bridgeport, were frequently threatened with personal violence. And rumors were especially rife that Lindencroft would some night be mobbed and destroyed. On several occasions, soldiers volunteered as a guard and came and stayed at my house, sometimes for several nights in succession, and I was also provided with rockets, so that in case of an attempted attack I could signal to my friends in the city and especially to the night watchman at the arsenal, who would see my rockets at Lindencroft and give the alarm. Happily these signals were never needed, but the rockets came in play, long afterwards, in another way. My house was provided with a magnetic burglar alarm, and one night the faithful bell sounded. I was instantly on my feet and summoning my servants. One ran and rung the large bell on the lawn which served in the daytime to call my coachman from the stable, another turned on the gas. While I fired a gun out of the window, and I then went to the top of the house and set off several rockets. The whole region round about was instantly aroused. Dogs barked, neighbors half-dressed, but armed, flocked over to my grounds, every time a rocket went up, and I was by no means sparing of my supply. The whole place was as light as day, and in the general glare and confusion we caught sight of two retreating burglars, one running one way, the other another way. And both as fast as their legs could carry them. Nor do I believe that the panic-stricken would-be plunderers stopped running till they reached New York. It always seemed to me that a man who takes no interest in politics is unfit to live in a land where the government rests in the hands of the people. Consequently, whether I expressed them or not, I always had pronounced opinions upon all the leading political questions of the day, and no frivolous reason ever kept me from the polls. Indeed, on one occasion, I even hastened my return from Europe, so that I could take part in a presidential election. I was a party man, but not a partisan, nor a wire puller, and I had never sought or desired office, though it had often been tendered to me. This was notoriously true, among all who knew me, up to the year 1865, when I accepted from the Republican Party a nomination to the Connecticut legislature from the town of Fairfield. And I did this because I felt that it would be an honor to be permitted to vote for the then proposed amendment to the Constitution of the United States to abolish slavery forever from the land. I was elected, and on arriving at Hartford the night before the session began, I found the wire pullers at work laying their plans for the election of a Speaker of the House. Watching the movements closely, I saw that the railroad interests had combined in support of one of the candidates, and this naturally excited my suspicion. I never believed in making state legislation a mere power to support monopolies. I do not need to declare my full appreciation of the great blessings which railroad interests and enterprises have brought upon this country and the world. But the vaster the enterprise and its power for good, the greater its opportunity for mischief if its power is perverted. The time was when a whole community was tied to the track of one or two railway companies, and it was too truthful to be looked upon as satire to call New Jersey the state of Camden and Amboy. A great railroad company, like fire, is a good servant, but a bad master. And when it is considered that such a company, with its vast number of men dependent upon it for their daily bread, can sometimes elect state officers and legislatures, the danger to our free institutions from such a force may well be feared. Thinking of these things, and seeing in the combination of railroad interests to elect a speaker, no promise of good to the community at large, I at once consulted with a few friends in the legislature, and we resolved to defeat the railroad ring, if possible, in caucus. I had not even seen either of the candidates for the speakership, nor had I a single selfish end in view to gratify by the election of one candidate or the other. But I felt that if the railroad favorite could be defeated, the public interest would be subserved. We succeeded, their candidate was not nominated, and the railroad men were taken by surprise. They had had their own way in every legislature since the first railroad was laid down in Connecticut, and to be beaten now fairly startled them. Immediately after the caucus, I sought the successful nominee, Honorable E.K. Foster, of New Haven, and begged him not to appoint as chairman of the railroad committee the man who had held that office for several successive years, and who was, in fact, the great railroad factotum in the state. He complied with my request, and he soon found how important it was to check the strong and growing monopoly. For, as he said, the outside pressure from personal friends in both political parties, to secure the appointment of the person to whom I had objected, was terrible. Though I had not foreseen nor thought of such a thing until I reached Hartford, I soon found that a battle with the railroad commissioners would be necessary, and my course was shaped accordingly. It was soon discovered that a majority of the railroad commissioners were mere tools in the hands of the railroad companies, and that one of them was actually a hired clerk in the office of the New York and New Haven Railroad Company. It was also shown that the chairman of the railroad commissioners permitted most of the accidents which occurred on that road to be taken charge of and reported upon by the paid lobby agent of that railroad. This was so manifestly destructive to the interests of all parties who might suffer from accidents on the road, or have any controversy therefore with the company, that I succeeded in enlisting the farmers and other true men on the side of right. And we defeated the chairman of the railroad commissioners, who was a candidate for re-election, and elected our own candidate in his place. I also carried through a law that no person who was in the employ of any railroad in the state should serve as railroad commissioner. But the great struggle which lasted nearly through the entire session was upon the subject of railroad passenger commutations. Commodore Vanderbilt had secured control of the Hudson River and Harlem railroads, and had increased the price of commuters' tickets from 200 to 400%. Many men living on the line of these roads at distances of from 10 to 50 miles from New York, had built fine residences in the country, on the strength of cheap transit to and from the city, and were compelled to submit to the extortion. Commodore Vanderbilt was a large shareholder in the New York and New Haven Road. Indeed, subsequent elections showed that he had a controlling interest, and it seemed evident to me that the same practice would be put in operation on the New Haven Railroad that commuters were groaning under on the two other roads. I enlisted as many as I could in an effort to strangle this outrage before it became too strong to grapple with. Several lawyers in the assembly had promised me their aid, but long before the final struggle came, every lawyer except one in that body was enlisted in favor of the railroads. What potent influence had been at work with these legal gentlemen could only be surmised. Certain it is that all the railroad interests in the state were combined. And while they had plenty of money with which to carry out their designs and desires, the chances looked slim in favor of those members of the legislature who had no pecuniary interest in the matter, but were struggling simply for justice and the protection of the people. But Yankee stick-to-itiveness was always a noted feature in my character. Every inch of the ground was fought over, day after day, before the Legislative Railroad Committee. Examinations and cross-examinations of railroad commissioners and lobbyists were kept up. Scarcely more than one man, Senator Ballard, of Darien, aided me personally in the investigations which took place. But he was a host in himself, and we left not a stone unturned. We succeeded by our persistence, in letting in considerable light upon a dark subject. The man whom I had prevented from being made chairman, succeeded in becoming a member of the railroad committee. But, from the mouths of unwilling witnesses, I exhibited his connection with railroad reports, railroad laws, and railroad lobbyings, in such a light that he took to his bed some 10 days before the end of the session, and actually remained there, sick, as he said, till the legislature adjourned. The Speaker offered me the chairmanship of any one of several committees, and I selected that of the Agricultural Committee, because it would occupy but little of my time, and give me the opportunity one so much desired to devote my attention to the railway combinations. The Republicans had a majority in both branches of the legislature. The Democrats, however, were watchful and energetic. The amendment to the United States Constitution, abolishing slavery, met with but little open opposition. But the proposed amendment to the state constitution, striking out the word white from that clause which defined the qualifications of voters, was violently opposed by the Democratic members. The report from the minority of the committee to whom the question was referred, gave certain reasons for offering the contemplated amendment, and in reply to this, I spoke, May 26, 1865. As follows. Speech of P. T. Barnum. On the constitutional amendment. Mr. Speaker, I will not attempt to notice at any length the declamation of the honorable gentleman from Milford. For certainly I have heard nothing from his lips approaching to the dignity of argument. I agree with the gentleman that the right of suffrage is dearly and sacredly cherished by the white man. And it is because this right is so dear and sacred, that I wish to see it extended to every educated moral man within our state, without regard to color. He tells us that one race is a vessel to honor, and another to dishonor, and that he has seen on ancient Egyptian monuments the Negro represented as a hewer of wood and a drawer of water. This is doubtless true, and the gentleman seems determined always to keep the Negro up a vessel of dishonor, and a hewer of wood. We, on the other hand, propose to give him the opportunity of expanding his faculties and elevating himself to true manhood. He says he hates and abhors and despises demagogism. I am rejoiced to hear it, and I trust we shall see tangible evidence of the truth of what he professes in his abandonment of that slavery to party which is the mere trick and trap of the demagogue. When, a few days since, this honorable body voted unanimously for the amendment of the United States Constitution abolishing human slavery, I not only thanked God from my heart of hearts, but I felt like going down on my knees to the gentlemen of the opposition for the wisdom they had exhibited in bowing to the logic of events by dropping that dead weight of slavery which had disrupted the Democratic Party, with which I had been so long connected. And on this occasion I wish again to appeal to the wisdom and loyalty of my Democratic friends. I say Democratic friends, for I am and ever was a thorough, out-and-out Democrat. I supported General Jackson, and voted for every Democratic president after him, up to and including Pierce. For I really thought Pierce was a Democrat until he proved the contrary, as I conceived, in the Kansas question. My democracy goes for the greatest good to the greatest number, for equal and exact justice to all men, and for a submission to the will of the majority. If I thought I had one drop of blood in my veins which was not democratic, in the light of this definition, I would have it out, no matter at what trouble or sacrifice. It was the repudiation by the Southern democracy of this great democratic doctrine of majority rule which opened the rebellion. And now, Mr. Speaker, let me remind our Democratic friends that the present question simply asks that a majority of the legal voters, the white citizens of this state, may decide whether or not colored men of good moral character, who are able to read and who possess all the qualifications of white voters, shall be entitled to the elective franchise. The opposition may have their own ideas, or may be in doubt upon this subject, but surely no true Democrat will dare to refuse permission to our fellow citizens to decide the question. Negro slavery and its legitimate outgrowths of ignorance, tyranny, and oppression, have caused this gigantic rebellion which has cost our country thousands of millions of treasure, and hundreds of thousands of human lives in defending a principle. And where was this poor, downtrodden colored race in this rebellion? Did they seize the opportunity, when their masters were engaged with a powerful foe, to break out in insurrection, and massacre those tyrants who had so long held them in the most cruel bondage? No, Mr. Speaker, they did not do this. My Democratic friends would have done it. I would have done it. Irishmen, Chinamen, Portuguese, would have done it, any white man would have done it. But the poor black man is like a lamb in his nature compared with the white man. The black man possesses a confiding disposition, thoroughly tinctured with religious enthusiasm, and not characterized by a spirit of revenge. No, the only barbarous massacres we heard of, during the war, were those committed by their white masters on their poor, defenseless white prisoners. And to the eternal disgrace of Southern white Democratic rebels, be it said, these instances of barbarism were numerous all through the war. When this rebellion first broke out, the Northern democracy raised a hue and cry against permitting the Negroes to fight. But when such a measure seemed necessary, in order to put down traitors, these colored men took their muskets in hand and made their bodies a wall of defense for the loyal citizens of the North. And now, when our grateful white citizens ask from this assembly the privilege of deciding by their votes whether these colored men, who, at least, were partially our saviors in the war, may or may not, under proper restrictions, become participants in that great salvation, I am amazed that men calling themselves Democrats dare refuse to grant this democratic measure. We wish to educate ignorant men, white or black. Ignorance is incompatible with the genius of our free institutions. In the very nature of things it jeopardizes their stability, and it is always unsafe to transgress the laws of nature. We cannot safely shut ourselves up with ignorance and brutality. We must educate and Christianize those who are now by circumstances our social inferiors. Years ago, I was afraid of foreign voters. I feared that when Europe poured her teeming millions of working people upon our shores, our extended laws of franchise would enable them to swamp our free institutions, and reduce us to anarchy. But much reflection has satisfied me that we have only to elevate these millions and their descendants to the standard of American citizenship. And we shall find sufficient of the leaven of liberty in our system of government to absorb all foreign elements and assimilate them to a truly democratic form of government. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to carry passengers and have them live under our government with no real vital interest in its perpetuity. Every man must be a joint owner. The only safe inhabitants of a free country are educated citizens who vote. The gentleman from Milford lives near the old Washington toll bridge, which spans the Housatonic River, and he doubtless remembers, as I do, when the Boston and New York stages crossed that bridge. And the coachman would always denounce the infernal bridge monopoly, which compelled him to pay $1 every time the stage crossed. The passengers would generally laugh and say, "Let him pay, it's nothing to us, we are only passengers." Some 20 years ago, one of the gentlemen accustomed to travel in that stage, was crossing the Atlantic in a steamship. At the hour of midnight, when nearly all were wrapped in sleep, the fearful cry of "fire" rang through the ship. There were the poor passengers, threatened by the devouring element, and only a plank between them and death. Our passenger, not half awake, rubbed his eyes and probably fancying he was in the old stagecoach, cried out, "Fire away, I am only a passenger." Fortunately, it was a false alarm. But when the gentleman was wide awake, he discovered that there could be no disinterested passengers on board a burning ship. Nor in a free government can we afford to employ journeymen. They may be apprenticed until they learn to read, and study our institutions, and then let them become joint proprietors and feel a proportionate responsibility. The two learned and distinguished authors of the Minority Report have been studying the science of ethnology and have treated us with a dissertation on the races. And what have they attempted to show? Why, that a race which, simply on account of the color of the skin, has long been buried in slavery at the South, and even at the North has been tabooed and scarcely permitted to rise above the dignity of whitewashers and bootblacks, does not exhibit the same polish and refinement that the white citizens do who have enjoyed the advantages of civilization, education, Christian culture and self-respect which can only be attained by those who share in making the laws under which they live. Do our Democratic friends assume that the Negroes are not human? I have heard professed Democrats claim even that, but do the authors of this Minority Report insist that the Negro is a beast? Is his body not tenanted by an immortal spirit? If this is the position of the gentleman, then I confess a beast cannot reason. And this Minority Committee are right in declaring that the Negro can develop no inventive faculties or genius for the arts. For although the elephant may be taught to plow, or the dog to carry your market basket by his teeth, you cannot teach them to shave notes, to speculate in gold, or even to vote. Whereas, the experience of all political parties shows that men may be taught to vote, even when they do not know what the ticket means. But if the colored man is indeed a man, then his manhood with proper training can be developed. His soul may appear dormant, his brain inactive, but there is a vitality there. And nature will assert herself if you will give her the opportunity. Suppose an inhabitant of another planet should drop down upon this portion of our globe at midwinter. He would find the earth covered with snow and ice and congealed almost to the consistency of granite. The trees are leafless, everything is cold and barren, no green thing is to be seen. The inhabitants are chilled, and stalk about shivering, from place to place. He would exclaim, "Surely this is not life, this means annihilation. No flesh and blood can long endure this. This frozen earth is bound in the everlasting embraces of adamantine frost, and can never develop vegetation for the sustenance of any living thing." He little dreams of the priceless myriads of germs which bountiful nature has safely garnered in the warm bosom of our Mother Earth. He sees no evidence of that vitality which the beneficent sun will develop to grace and beautify the world. But let him remain until March or April, and as the snow begins to melt away, he discovers the beautiful crocus struggling through the half-frozen ground. The snowdrops appear in all their chaste beauty, the buds of the swamp maple shoot forth, the beautiful magnolia opens her splendid blossoms, the sassafras adds its evidence of life. The pearl-white blossoms of the dogwood light up every forest, and while our stranger is rubbing his eyes in astonishment, the earth is covered with her emerald velvet carpet. Rich foliage and brilliant-colored blossoms adorn the trees, fragrant flowers are enwreathing every wayside. The swift-winged birds float through the air and send forth joyful notes of gratitude from every treetop, the merry lambs skip joyfully around their verdant pasture grounds. And everywhere is our stranger surrounded with life, beauty, joy, and gladness. So it is with the poor African. You may take a dozen specimens of both sexes from the lowest type of man found in Africa. Their race has been buried for ages in ignorance and barbarism, and you can scarcely perceive that they have any more of manhood or womanhood than so many orangutans or gorillas. You look at their low foreheads, their thick skulls and lips, their woolly heads, their flat noses, their dull, lazy eyes, and you may be tempted to adopt the language of this minority committee, and exclaim, surely these people have no inventive faculties, no genius for the arts, or for any of those occupations requiring intellect and wisdom. But bring them out into the light of civilization, let them and their children come into the genial sunshine of Christianity, teach them industry, self-reliance, and self-respect. Let them learn what too few white Christians have yet understood, that cleanliness is akin to godliness, and a part of godliness, and the human soul will begin to develop itself. Each generation, blessed with churches and common schools, will gradually exhibit the result of such culture. The low foreheads will be raised and widened by an active and expanded brain. The vacant eye of barbarism, ignorance and idleness will light up with the fire of intelligence, education, ambition, activity and Christian civilization. And you will find the immortal soul asserting her dignity, by the development of a man who would startle, by his intelligence, the honorable gentleman from Wallingford. Who has presumed to compare beings made in God's image with oxen and asses? That honorable gentleman, if he is rightly reported in the papers, I did not have the happiness to hear his speech, has mistaken the nature of the colored man. The honorable gentleman reminds me of the young man who went abroad, and when he returned, there was nothing in America that could compare with what he had seen in foreign lands. Niagara Falls was nowhere, the White Mountains were knocked higher than a kite by Mont Blanc. Our rivers were so large that they were vulgar, when contrasted with the beautiful little streams and rivulets of Europe. Our New York Central Park was eclipsed by the Bois de Boulogne and the Champs-Élysées of Paris, or Hyde or Regent Park of London, to say nothing of the great Phoenix Park at Dublin. They have introduced a couple of Venetian gondolas on the large pond in Central Park, remarked a friend. All very well, replied the verdant traveler, but between you and me, these birds can't stand our cold climate more than one season. The gentleman from Wallingford evidently had as little idea of the true nature of the African as the young swell had of the pleasure boats of Venice. Mr. Johnson, of Wallingford, the gentleman misapprehends my remarks. The gentleman from Norwich had urged that the Negro should vote because they have fought in our battles. I replied that oxen and asses can fight, and therefore should, on the same grounds, be entitled to vote. Mr. Barnum, I accept the gentleman's explanation. Doubtless General Grant will feel himself highly complimented when he learns that it requires no greater capacity to handle the musket, and meet armed battalions in the field, than oxen and asses possess. Let the educated free Negro feel that he is a man, let him be trained in New England churches, schools and workshops. Let him support himself, pay his taxes, and cast his vote, like other men, and he will put to everlasting shame the champions of modern democracy. By the overwhelming evidence he will give in his own person of the great scripture truth, that God has made of one blood all the nations of men. A human soul, that God has created and Christ died for, is not to be trifled with. It may tenant the body of a Chinaman, a Turk, an Arab or a Hottentot, it is still an immortal spirit. And amid all assumptions of caste, it will in due time vindicate the great fact that, without regard to color or condition, all men are equally children of the common Father. A few years since, an English lord and his family were riding in his carriage in Liverpool. It was an elegant equipage, the servants were dressed in rich livery. The horses caparisoned in the most costly style, and everything betokened that the establishment belonged to a scion of England's proudest aristocracy. The carriage stopped in front of a palatial residence. At this moment a poor beggar woman rushed to the side of the carriage, and gently seizing the lady by the hand, exclaimed, "For the love of God, give me something to save my poor sick children from starvation. You are rich, I am your poor sister, for God is our common Father." "Wretch," exclaimed the proud lady, casting the woman's hand away. "Don't call me sister, I have nothing in common with such low brutes as you." And the great lady doubtless thought she was formed of finer clay than this suffering mendicant. But when a few days afterwards she was brought to a sick bed by the smallpox, contracted by touching the hand of that poor wretch, she felt the evidence that they belonged to the same great family, and were subject to the same pains and diseases. The state of Connecticut, like New Jersey, is a border state of New York. New York has a great commercial city, where aldermen rob by the tens of thousands, and where principle is studied much more than principle. I can readily understand how the Negro has come to be debased at the North as well as at the South. The interests of the two sections in the product of Negro labor were nearly identical. The North wanted Southern cotton and the South was ready in turn to buy from the North whatever was needed in the way of Northern supplies and manufactures. This community of commercial interests led to an identity in political principles, especially in matters pertaining to the Negro race, the working race of the South, which produced the cotton and consumed so much of what Northern merchants and manufacturers sold for plantation use. The Southern planters were good customers and were worth conciliating. So when Connecticut proposed in 1818 to continue to admit colored men to the franchise, the South protested against thus elevating the Negroes, and Connecticut succumbed. No other New England state has ever so disgraced herself. And now Connecticut Democrats are asked to permit the white citizens of this state to express their opinion in regard to reinstating the colored man where our revolutionary sires placed him under the Constitution. Now, gentlemen, Democrats, as you call yourselves, you who speak so flippantly of your loyalty, your love for the Union and your love for the people. You who are generally talking right and voting wrong, we ask you to come forward and act democratically, by letting your masters, the people, speak. The word white in the Constitution cannot be strictly and literally construed. The opposition express great love for white blood. Will they let a mulatto vote half the time, a quadroon 3/4, and an octoroon 7/8 of the time? If not, why not? Will they enslave 7/8 of a white man because 1/8 is not Caucasian? Is this democratic? Shall not the majority 7 control the minority 1? Out on such democracy. But a Democratic minority committee, of 2, seem to have done something besides study ethnology. They have also paid great attention to fine arts, and are particularly anxious that all voters shall have a genius for the arts. I would like to ask them if it has always been political practice to insist that every voter in the great, unwashed, and unterrified of any party should become a member of the Academy of Arts before he votes the regular ticket? I thought he was received into the full fellowship of a political party if he could exhibit sufficient, inventive faculties and genius for the arts, to enable him to paint a black eye. Can a man whose genius for the arts enables him to strike from the shoulder scientifically, be admitted to full fellowship in a political party? Is it evident that the political artist has studied the old masters, if he exhibits his genius by tapping an opponent's head with a shillelagh? The oldest master in this school of art was Cain. And so Cains have been made to play their part in politics, at the polls and even in the United States Senate chamber. Is genius for the arts and those occupations requiring intellect and wisdom sufficiently exemplified in adroitly stuffing ballot boxes, forging soldiers' votes, and copying a directory? as has been done, as the return list of votes? Is the inventive faculty of voting early and often a passport to political brotherhood? Is it satisfactory evidence of artistic genius to head a mob? And a mob which is led and guided by political passion, as numerous instances in our history prove, is the worst of mobs. Is it evidence of high art to lynch a man by hanging him to the nearest tree or lamp post? Is a whiskey scrimmage one of the lost arts restored? We all know how the artists of both political parties are prone to embellish elections and to enhance the excitements of political campaigns by inciting riots. And the frequency with which these disgraceful outbreaks have occurred of late, especially in some of the populous cities, is cause for just alarm. It is dangerous art. Mr. Speaker, I repeat that I am a friend to the Irishman. I have traveled through his native country and have seen how he is oppressed. I have listened to the eloquent and patriotic appeals of Daniel O'Connell, in Conciliation Hall, in Dublin, and I have gladly contributed to his fund for ameliorating the condition of his countrymen. I rejoice to see them rushing to this land of liberty and independence. And it is because I am their friend that I denounce the demagogues who attempt to blind and mislead them to vote in the interests of any party against the interests of humanity and the principles of true democracy. My neighbors will testify that at midwinter I employ Irishmen by the hundred to do work that is not absolutely necessary, in order to help them support their families. After hearing the Minority Report last week, I began to feel that I might be disfranchised, for I have no great degree of genius for the arts. I felt, therefore, that I must get posted on that subject as soon as possible. I at once sauntered into the Senate chamber to look at the paintings. There I saw portraits of great men, and I saw 2 empty frames from which the pictures had been removed. These missing paintings, I was told, were portraits of 2 ex-governors of the state, whose position on political affairs was obnoxious to the dominant party in the legislature. And especially obnoxious were the supposed sentiments of these governors on the war. Therefore, the Senate voted to remove the pictures, and thus proved, as it would seem, that there is an intimate connection between politics and art. I have repeatedly traveled through every state in the South, and I assert, what every intelligent officer and soldier who has resided there will corroborate, that the slaves, as a body, are more intelligent than the poor whites. No man who has not been there can conceive to what a low depth of ignorance the poor snuff-taking, clay-eating whites of some portion of the South have descended. I trust the day is not far distant when the common school shall throw its illuminating rays through this Egyptian pall. I have known slave mechanics to be sold for $3,000 and even $5,000 each, and others could not be bought at all. And I have seen intelligent slaves acting as stewards for their masters, traveling every year to New Orleans, Nashville, and even to Cincinnati, to dispose of their masters' crops. The free-colored citizens of Opelousas, St. Martinsville, and all the Attakapas country in Louisiana, are as respectable and intelligent as an ordinary community of whites. They speak the French and English languages, educate their children in music, and the arts, and they pay their taxes on more than $15 millions. Gentlemen of the opposition, I beseech you to remember that our state and our country ask from us something more than party tactics. It is absolutely necessary that the loyal blacks at the South should vote in order to save the loyal whites. Let Connecticut, without regard to party, set them an example that shall influence the action at the South, and prevent a new form of slavery from arising there, which shall make all our expenditure of blood and treasure fruitless. But some persons have this color prejudice simply by the force of education, and they say, well, a nigger is a nigger, and he can't be anything else. I hate niggers, anyhow. 20 years ago I crossed the Atlantic, and among our passengers was an Irish judge, who was coming out to Newfoundland as Chief Justice. He was an exceedingly intelligent and polished gentleman, and extremely witty. The passengers from the New England states and those from the South got into a discussion on the subject of slavery, which lasted 3 days. The Southerners were finally worsted, and when their arguments were exhausted, they fell back on the old story, by saying, "Oh, curse a nigger, he ain't half human anyhow." He had no business to be a nigger, etc. One of the gentlemen then turned to the Irish judge, and asked his opinion of the merits of the controversy. The judge replied, "Gentlemen, I have listened with much edification to your arguments pro and con during 3 days. I was quite inclined to think the anti-slavery gentlemen had justice and right on their side, but the last argument from the South has changed my mind. I say a nigger has no business to be a nigger, and we should kick him out of society and trample him underfoot, always provided, gentlemen, you prove he was born black at his own particular request. If he had no word to say in the matter, of course he is blameless for his color, and is entitled to the same respect that other men are who properly behave themselves. Mr. Speaker, I am no politician. I came to this legislature simply because I wished to have the honor of voting for the 2 constitutional amendments, one for driving slavery entirely out of our country, the other to allow men of education and good moral character to vote, regardless of the color of their skins. To give my voice for these 2 philanthropic, just, and Christian measures is all the glory I ask legislative-wise. I care nothing whatever for any sect or party under heaven, as such. I have no axes to grind, no logs to roll, no favors to ask. All I desire is to do what is right, and prevent what is wrong. I believe in no expediency that is not predicated of justice, for in all things, politics, as well as everything else, I know that honesty is the best policy. A retributive providence will unerringly and speedily search out all wrongdoing, hence, right is always the best in the long run. Certainly, in the light of the great American spirit of liberty and equal rights which is sweeping over this country, and making the thrones of tyrants totter in the old world, no party can afford to carry slavery, either of body or of mind. Knock off your manacles and let the man go free. Take down the blinds from his intellect, and let in the light of education and Christian culture. When this is done, you have developed a man. Give him the responsibility of a man and the self-respect of a man, by granting him the right of suffrage. Let universal education, and the universal franchise be the motto of free America, and the toiling millions of Europe, who are watching you with such intense interest, will hail us as their saviors. Let us loyally sink party on this question, and go for God and our country. Let no man attach an eternal stigma to his name by shutting his eyes to the great lesson of the hour, and voting against permitting the people to express their opinion on this important subject. Let us unanimously grant this truly democratic boon. Then, when our laws of franchise are settled on a just basis, let future parties divide ere they honestly differ on state or national questions which do not trench upon the claims of manhood or American citizenship. Chapter 39. The American Museum in Ruins. A terrible loss, how I received the news, burning of the American Museum, details of the disaster, faith in herring safes, baked and boiled whales, the New York Tribune on the destruction of the museum, a public calamity, sympathy of the leading editors, amount of my loss, small insurance, my property, intention to retire to private life, Horace Greeley advises me to go fishing, benefit to the museum employees at the Academy of Music, my speech, what the New York Sun said about it, the new Uptown Museum, opening the establishment to the public. On the 13th day of July, 1865, I was speaking in the Connecticut legislature, in session at Hartford, against the railroad schemes, when a telegram was handed to me from my son-in-law, S.H. Herald, my assistant manager in New York, stating that the American Museum was in flames and that its total destruction was certain. I glanced over the dispatch, folded it, laid it on my desk, and calmly continued my speech as if nothing had happened. At the conclusion of my remarks, the bill I had been advocating was carried, and the House adjourned. I then handed the telegram, announcing my great loss in New York, to my friend and fellow laborer, Mr. William G. Coe, of Winstead, who immediately communicated the intelligence to several members. Warm sympathizers at once crowded around me, and Mr. Henry B. Harrison, of New Haven, my strongest railroad opponent, pushing forward, seized me by the hand, and said, "Mr. Barnum, I am really very sorry to hear of your great misfortune." "Sorry," I replied, "why, my dear sir, I shall not have time to be sorry in a week. It will take me that length of time before I can get over laughing at having whipped you all so nicely in this attempted railroad imposition." The Speaker of the House and my fellow members all testified that neither my face nor my manner betrayed the slightest intimation when I read the telegram that I had received unpleasant intelligence. One of the local journals, speaking of this incident, 2 days after the fire, said, "In the midst of Mr. Barnum's speech a telegram was handed to him, announcing that his museum was in flames, with no hope of saving any portion of his cherished establishment." Without the slightest evidence of agitation, he laid the telegram upon his desk and finished his speech. When he went next day to New York he saw only a pile of black, smoldering ruins. Immediately after adjournment that afternoon, I took the cars for Bridgeport, spending the night quietly at home, and the following morning I went to New York to see the ruins of my museum, and to learn the full extent of the disaster. When I arrived at the scene of the calamity and saw nothing but the smoldering debris of what a few hours before was the American Museum, the sight was sad indeed. Here were destroyed, almost in a breath, the accumulated results of many years of incessant toil, my own and my predecessors. In gathering from every quarter of the globe myriads of curious productions of nature and art, an assemblage of rarities which $500,000 could not restore, and a quarter of a century could not collect. In addition to these there were many revolutionary relics and other links in our national history which never could be duplicated. Not $1,000 worth of the entire property was saved. The destruction was complete, the loss was irreparable, and the total amount of insurance was but $40,000. The fire probably originated in the engine room, where steam was constantly kept up to pump fresh air into the water of the aquaria and to propel the immense fans for cooling the atmosphere of the halls. The flames burst through into the manager's office, and rapidly extended to all parts of the building. The desk of my son-in-law, Mr. Herald, was already in flames when he opened it and took out several thousands of dollars in bank bills. And reflecting upon the risk he might incur in carrying it through the surging crowd outside, with remarkable presence of mind, and faith in Herring's safes, he hastily thrust this money with the account books into my safe, which already held many $1,000s, and locking the door, left the whole with entire confidence to the flames. Buttoning his coat, he safely made his way out of the burning building and through the excited throng in the streets. Mr. Herald's faith in Herring was well founded. For, when the safe was recovered from the ruins, its contents were discovered to be in perfect preservation. Of the curiosities and other contents of the establishment nothing was saved. When I first gazed upon the ruins, I saw, down in the depths, the remains of the 2 white whales, which had arrived only a week before, and which were swimming in the great glass tank when the fire broke out. I had never seen these monsters alive, but the half-consumed carcasses presented to my mind the worst specimens of baked and boiled fish that could be conceived of. All the New York newspapers made a great sensation of the fire, and the full particulars were copied in journals throughout the country. A facetious reporter, Mr. Nathan D. Anna, of the Tribune, wrote the following amusing account, which appeared in that journal, July 14, 1865. And was very generally quoted from and copied by provincial papers, many of whose readers accepted every line of the glowing narrative as gospel truth. Soon after the breaking out of the conflagration, a number of strange and terrible howls and moans proceeding from the large apartment in the 3rd floor of the museum, corner of N Street and Broadway, startled the throngs who had collected in front of the burning building, and who were at first under the impression that the sounds must proceed from human beings unable to effect their escape. Their anxiety was somewhat relieved on this score, but their consternation was by no means decreased upon learning that the room in question was the principal chamber of the Menagerie connected with the museum, and that there was imminent danger of the release of the animals there confined, by the action of the flames. Our reporter fortunately occupied a room on the north corner of N Street and Broadway, the windows of which looked immediately into this apartment. And no sooner was he apprised of the fire than he repaired there, confident of finding items in abundance. Luckily the windows of the museum were unclosed, and he had a perfect view of almost the entire interior of the apartment. The following is his statement of what followed, in his own language. Protecting myself from the intense heat as well as I could, by taking the mattress from the bed and erecting it as a bulwark before the window, with only enough space reserved on the top so as to look out, I anxiously observed the animals in the opposite room. Immediately opposite the window through which I gazed, was a large cage containing a lion and lioness. To the right hand was the three-storied cage, containing monkeys at the top, 2 kangaroos in the second story, and a happy family of cats, rats, adders, rabbits, etc., in the lower apartment. To the left of the lion's cage was the tank containing the 2 vast alligators, and still further to the left, partially hidden from my sight, was the grand tank containing the great white whale, which has created such a furore in our sightseeing midst for the past few weeks. Upon the floor were caged the boa constrictor, anacondas and rattlesnakes, whose heads would now and then rise menacingly through the top of the cage. In the extreme right was the cage, entirely shut from my view at first, containing the Bengal tiger and the polar bear, whose terrific growls could be distinctly heard from behind the partition. With a simultaneous bound the lion and his mate sprang against the bars, which gave way and came down with a great crash, releasing the beasts, which for a moment, apparently amazed at their sudden liberty, stood in the middle of the floor lashing their sides with their tails and roaring dolefully. Almost at the same moment the upper part of the 3-storied cage, consumed by the flames, fell forward, letting the rods drop to the floor, and many other animals were set free. Just at this time the door fell through and the flames and smoke rolled in like a whirlwind from the Hadean river Cocytus. A horrible scene in the right-hand corner of the room, a yell of indescribable agony, and a crashing, grating sound, indicated that the tiger and polar bear were stirred up to the highest pitch of excitement. Then there came a great crash as of the giving way of the bars of their cage. The flames and smoke momentarily rolled back, and for a few seconds the interior of the room was visible in the lurid light of the flames, which revealed the tiger and the lion, locked together in close combat. The monkeys were perched around the windows, shivering with dread and afraid to jump out. The snakes were writhing about, crippled and blistered by the heat, darting out their forked tongues, and expressing their rage and fear in the most sibilant of hisses. The happy family were experiencing an amount of beatitude which was evidently too cordial for philosophical enjoyment. A long tongue of flame had crept under the cage, completely singing every hair from the cat's body. The felicitous adder was slowly burning in two and busily engaged in impregnating his organic system with his own venom. The joyful rat had lost his tail by a falling bar of iron. And the beatific rabbit, perforated by a red-hot nail, looked as if nothing would be more grateful than a cool corner in some Eskimo farmyard. The members of the delectated convocation were all huddled together in the bottom of their cage, which suddenly gave way, precipitating them out of view in the depths below, which by this time were also blazing like the fabled Tophet. At this moment the flames rolled again into the room and then again retired. The whale and alligators were by this time suffering dreadful torments. The water in which they swam was literally boiling. The alligators dashed fiercely about endeavoring to escape, and opening and shutting their great jaws in ferocious torture. But the poor whale, almost boiled, with great ulcers bursting from his blubbery sides, could only feebly swim about, though blowing excessively, and every now and then sending up great fountains of spray. At length, crack went the glass sides of the great cases, and whale and alligators rolled out on the floor with the rushing and steaming water. The whale died easily, having been pretty well used up before. A few great gasps and a convulsive flap or two of his mighty flukes were his expiring spasm. One of the alligators was killed almost immediately by falling across a great fragment of shattered glass, which cut open his stomach and let out the greater part of his entrails to the light of day. The remaining alligator became involved in a controversy with an anaconda, and joined the melee in the center of the flaming apartment. A number of birds which were caged in the upper part of the building were set free by some charitably inclined person at the first alarm of fire, and at intervals they flew out. There were many valuable tropical birds, parrots, cockatoos, mockingbirds, hummingbirds, etc., as well as some vultures and eagles and one condor. Great excitement existed among the swaying crowds in the streets below as they took wing. There were confined in the same room a few serpents which also obtained their liberty. And soon after the rising and devouring flames began to enwrap the entire building, a splendid and emblematic sight was presented to the wondering and upgazing throngs. Bursting through the central casement, with flap of wings and lashing coils, appeared an eagle and a serpent wreathed in fight. For a moment they hung poised in mid-air, presenting a novel and terrible conflict. It was the earth and air, or their respective representatives, at war for mastery. The base and the lofty, the groveler and the soarer, were engaged in deadly battle. At length the flat head of the serpent sank, his writhing sinuous form grew still. And, wafted upward by the cheers of the gazing multitude, the eagle, with a scream of triumph, and bearing his prey in his iron talons, soared toward the sun. Several monkeys escaped from the burning building to the neighboring roofs and streets, and considerable excitement was caused by the attempts to secure them. One of the most amusing incidents in this respect was in connection with Mr. James Gordon Bennett. The veteran editor of the Herald was sitting in his private office with his back to the open window, calmly discussing with a friend the chances that the Herald establishment would escape the conflagration, which at that time was threateningly advancing up N Street, toward Nassau Street. In the course of his conversation Mr. Bennett observed, "Although I have usually had good luck in cases of fire, they say that the devil is ever at one's shoulder," and, here an exclamation from his friend interrupted him. And turning quickly he was considerably taken aback at seeing the devil himself, or something like him, at his very shoulder as he spoke. Recovering his equanimity, with the ease and suavity which is usual with him in all company, Mr. Bennett was about to address the intruder when he perceived that what he had taken for the gentleman in black was nothing more than a frightened orangutan. The poor creature, but recently released from captivity, and doubtless thinking that he might fill some vacancy in the editorial corps of the paper in question, had descended by the water pipe and instinctively taken refuge in the inner sanctum of the establishment. Although the editor, perhaps from the fact that he saw nothing peculiarly strange in the visitation, soon regained his composure, it was far otherwise with his friend, who immediately gave the alarm. Mr. Hudson rushed in and boldly attacked the monkey, grasping him by the throat. The book editor next came in, obtaining a clutch upon the brute by the ears. The musical critic followed, and seized the tail with both hands, and a number of reporters, armed with inkstands and sharpened pencils, came next, followed by a dozen policemen with brandished clubs. At the same time, the engineer in the basement received the preconcerted signal and got ready his hose, wherewith to pour boiling hot water upon the heads of those in the streets, in case it should prove a regular systematized attack by gorillas, Brazil apes, and chimpanzees. Opposed to this formidable combination, the rash intruder fared badly, and was soon in durance vile. Numerous other incidents of a similar kind occurred, but some of the most amusing were in connection with the wax figures. Upon the same impulse which prompts men in time of fire to fling valuable looking-glasses out of three-story windows and at the same time tenderly to lower down feather beds, soon after the museum took fire, a number of sturdy firemen rushed into the building to carry out the wax figures. There were thousands of valuable articles which might have been saved, if there had been less of solicitude displayed for the miserable effigies which are usually exhibited under the appellation of wax figures. As it was, a dozen firemen rushed into the apartment where the figures were kept, amid a multitude of crawling snakes, chattering monkeys and escaped parakeets. The dying brigand was unceremoniously throttled and dragged toward the door. Liberties were taken with the tearful señorita, who has so long knelt and so constantly wagged her doll's head at his side. The mules of the other bandits were upset, and they themselves roughly seized. The full-length statue of P.T. Barnum fell down of its own accord, as if disgusted with the whole affair. A red-shirted fireman seized with either hand Franklin Pierce and James Buchanan by their coat collars, tucked the Prince Imperial of France under one arm, and the veiled murderess under the other, and coolly departed for the street. Two ragged boys quarreled over the Tom Thumb, but at length settled the controversy by one of them taking the head, the other satisfying himself with the legs below the knees. They evidently had Tom under their thumbs, and intended to keep him down. While a curiosity-seeking policeman was garroting Benjamin Franklin, with the idea of abducting him, a small monkey, flung from the windowsill by the strong hand of an impatient fireman, made a straight dive, hitting poor Richard just below the waistcoat, and passing through his stomach, as the Harlequin in the Green Monster pantomime ever pierced the picture with the slit in it, which always hangs so conveniently low and near. Patrick Henry had his teeth knocked out by a flying missile, and in carrying Daniel Lambert downstairs, he was found to be so large that they had to break off his head in order to get him through the door. At length the heat became intense, the figures began to perspire freely, and the swiftly approaching flames compelled all hands to desist from any further attempt at rescue. Throwing a parting glance behind as we passed down the stairs, we saw the remaining dignitaries in a strange plight. Someone had stuck a cigar in General Washington's mouth, and thus, with his chapeau crushed down over his eyes and his head reclining upon the ample lap of Moll Pitcher, the father of his country led the van of as sorry a band of patriots as not often comes within one's experience to see. General Marion was playing a dummy game of poker with General Lafayette. Governor Morris was having a set-to with Nathan Lane, and James Madison was executing a Dutch polka with Madame Roland on one arm and Lucretia Borgia on the other. The next moment the advancing flames compelled us to retire. We believe that all the living curiosities were saved, but the giant girl, Anna Swan, was only rescued with the utmost difficulty. There was not a door through which her bulky frame could obtain a passage. It was likewise feared that the stairs would break down, even if she should reach them. Her best friend, the living skeleton, stood by her as long as he dared, but then deserted her, while as the heat grew in intensity, the perspiration rolled from her face in little brooks and rivulets, which pattered musically upon the floor. At length, as a last resort, the employees of the place procured a lofty derrick which fortunately happened to be standing near, and erected it alongside the museum. A portion of the wall was then broken off on each side of the window, the strong tackle was got in readiness. The tall woman was made fast to one end and swung over the heads of the people in the street, with 18 men grasping the other extremity of the line, and lowered down from the third story, amid enthusiastic applause. A carriage of extraordinary capacity was in readiness, and entering this, the young lady was driven away to a hotel. When the surviving serpents, that were released by the partial burning of the box in which they were contained, crept along on the floor to the balcony of the museum and dropped on the sidewalk, the crowd, seized with St. Patrick's aversion to the reptiles, fled with such precipitate haste that they knocked each other down and trampled on one another in the most reckless and damaging manner. Hats were lost, coats torn, boots burst and pantaloons dropped with magnificent miscellaneousness, and dozens of those who rose from the miry streets into which they had been thrown looked like the disembodied spirits of a mud bank. The snakes crawled on the sidewalk and into Broadway, where some of them died from injuries received, and others were dispatched by the excited populace. Several of the serpents of the copperhead species escaped the fury of the tumultuous masses, and true to their instincts, sought shelter in the World and News offices. A large black bear escaped from the burning museum into N Street and then made his way into Nassau, and down that thoroughfare into Wall, where his appearance caused a sensation. Some superstitious persons believed him the spirit of a departed Ursa Major, and others of his fraternity welcomed the animal as a favorable omen. The bear walked quietly along to the custom house, ascended the steps of the building, and became bewildered, as many a biped bear has done before him. He seemed to lose his sense of vision, and no doubt, endeavoring to operate for a fall, walked over the side of the steps and broke his neck. He succeeded in his object, but it cost him dearly. The appearance of Bruin in the street sensibly affected the stock market, and shares fell rapidly. But when he lost his life in the careless manner we have described, shares advanced again, and the bulls triumphed once more. Broadway and its crossings have not witnessed a denser throng for months than assembled at the fire yesterday. Barnum's was always popular, but it never drew so vast a crowd before. There must have been 40,000 people on Broadway, between Maiden Lane and Chambers Street, and a great portion stayed there until dusk. So great was the concourse of people that it was with difficulty pedestrians or vehicles could pass. After the fire several high-art epicures grouping among the ruins found choice morsels of boiled whale, roasted kangaroo and fricasseed crocodile, which, it is said, they relished. Though the many would have failed to appreciate such rare edibles. Probably, the recherché epicures will declare the only true way to prepare those meats is to cook them in a museum wrapped in flames, in the same manner that the Chinese, according to Charles Lamb, first discovered roast pig in a burning house, and ever afterward set a house on fire with a pig inside, when they wanted that particular food. All the New York journals, and many more in other cities, editorially expressed their sympathy with my misfortune, and their sense of the loss the community had sustained in the destruction of the American Museum. The following editorial is from the New York Tribune, of July 14, 1865. The destruction of no building in this city could have caused so much excitement and so much regret as that of Barnum's museum. The collection of curiosities was very large, and though many of them may not have had much intrinsic or memorial value, a considerable portion was certainly of great worth for any museum. But aside from this, pleasant memories clustered about the place, which for so many years has been the chief resort for amusement to the common people who cannot often afford to treat themselves to a night at the more expensive theaters. While to the children of the city, Barnum's has been a fountain of delight, ever offering new attractions as captivating and as implicitly believed in as the Arabian Nights entertainments. Theater, menagerie and museum, it amused, instructed, and astonished. If its thousands and tens of thousands of annual visitors were bewildered sometimes with a woolly horse, a what is it? Or a mermaid, they found repose and certainty in a giraffe, a whale or a rhinoceros. If wax effigies of pirates and murderers made them shudder lest those dreadful figures should start out of their glass cases and repeat their horrid deeds, they were reassured by the presence of the mildest and most amiable of giants, and the fattest of mortal women, whose dead weight alone could crush all the wax figures into their original cakes. It was a source of unfailing interest to all country visitors, and New York to many of them was only the place that held Barnum's museum. It was the first thing, often the only thing, they visited when they came among us, and nothing that could have been contrived, out of our present resources, could have offered so many attractions unless some more ingenious showman had undertaken to add to Barnum's collection of waxen criminals by putting in a cage the live boards of the Common Council. We mourn its loss, but not as without consolation. Barnum's museum is gone, but Barnum himself, happily, did not share the fate of his rattlesnakes and his, at least, most unhappy family. There are fishes in the seas and beasts in the forest, birds still fly in the air and strange creatures still roam in the deserts, giants and pygmies still wander up and down the earth. The oldest man, the fattest woman, and the smallest baby are still living, and Barnum will find them. Or even if none of these things or creatures existed, we could trust to Barnum to make them out of hand. The museum, then, is only a temporary loss, and much as we sympathize with the proprietor, the public may trust to his well-known ability and energy to soon renew a place of amusement which was a source of so much innocent pleasure, and had in it so many elements of solid excellence. As already stated, my insurance was but $40,000, while the collection, at the lowest estimate, was worth $400,000. And as my premium was 5%, I had paid the insurance companies more than they returned to me. When the fire occurred, my summer pantomime season had just begun and the museum was doing an immensely profitable business. My first impulse, after reckoning up my losses, was to retire from active life and from all business occupation beyond what my large real estate interests in Bridgeport and my property in New York would compel. I felt that I had still a competence and that after a most active and busy life, at 55 years, I was entitled to retirement, to comparative rest for the remainder of my days. I called on my old friend, the editor of the Tribune, for advice on the subject. "Accept this fire as a notice to quit, and go a-fishing," said Mr. Greeley. "A-fishing?" I exclaimed. "Yes, a-fishing. I have been wanting to go a-fishing for 30 years, and have not yet found time to do so," replied Mr. Greeley. I really felt that his advice was good and wise, and had I consulted only my own ease and interest I should have acted upon it. But 2 considerations moved me to pause. First, 150 employees, many of whom depended upon their exertions for their daily bread, were thrown out of work at a season when it would be difficult for them to get engagements elsewhere. Second, I felt that a large city like New York needed a good museum, and that my experience of a quarter of a century in that direction afforded extraordinary facilities for founding another establishment of the kind, and so I took a few days for reflection. Meanwhile, the museum employees were tendered a benefit at the Academy of Music, at which most of the dramatic artists in the city volunteered their services. I was called out, and made some offhand remarks in which I stated that nothing which I could utter in behalf of the recipients of that benefit could plead for them half so eloquently as the smoking ruins of the building where they had so long earned their support by their efforts to gratify the public. At the same time I announced that, moved by the considerations I have mentioned, I had concluded to establish another museum, and that in order to give present occupation to my employees, I had engaged the Winter Garden Theatre for a few weeks, and I hoped to open a new establishment of my own in the ensuing fall. The New York Sun commented upon the few remarks which I was suddenly and quite unexpectedly called upon to make, in the following flattering manner: "One of the happiest impromptu oratorial efforts that we have heard for some time was that made by Barnum at the benefit performance given for his employees on Friday afternoon. If a stranger wanted to satisfy himself how the great showman had managed so to monopolize the ear and eye of the public during his long career, he could not have had a better opportunity of doing so than by listening to this address." Every word, though delivered with apparent carelessness, struck a key note in the hearts of his listeners. Simple, forcible and touching, it showed how thoroughly this extraordinary man comprehends the character of his countrymen, and how easily he can play upon their feelings. Those who look upon Barnum as a mere charlatan, have really no knowledge of him. It would be easy to demonstrate that the qualities that have placed him in his present position of notoriety and affluence would, in another pursuit, have raised him to far greater eminence. In his breadth of views, his profound knowledge of mankind, his courage under reverses, his indomitable perseverance, his ready eloquence and his admirable business tact, we recognize the elements that are conducive to success in most other pursuits. More than almost any other living man, Barnum may be said to be a representative type of the American mind. I very soon secured by lease the premises, numbers 535, 537 and 539 Broadway, 75 feet front and rear, by 200 feet deep, and known as the Chinese Museum Buildings. In less than 4 months, I succeeded in converting this building into a commodious museum and lecture room, and meanwhile I sent agents through America and Europe to purchase curiosities. Besides hundreds of small collections, I bought up several entire museums, and with many living curiosities and my old company of actors and actresses, I opened to the public, November 13, 1865. Barnum's New American Museum, thus beginning a new chapter in my career as a manager and showman. Chapter 40. My War on the Railroads. Scenes in the legislature, sharpshooting, propositions for a new capital of Connecticut, the rivalry of cities, culmination of the railroad controversy, excitement among the lobbyists, a bill for the benefit of commuters, people protected from the plunderers, how settlers are drawn into a state and then cheated by the railroad companies, equal rights for commuters and transient passengers, what Commodore Vanderbilt did, what the New York and New Haven Railroad Company wanted to do, exposure of their plot, consternation of the conspirators, my victory, again. Elected to the legislature, United States Senator Ferry, ex-Governor W. A. Buckingham, Theodore Tilton, Governor Hawley, friends at Lindencroft, nominated for Congress and defeated. During my membership in the Connecticut legislature of 1865, I made several new friends and agreeable acquaintances, and many things occurred, sometimes in the regular proceedings, and sometimes as episodes, which made the session memorable. On one occasion, a representative, who was a lawyer, introduced resolutions to reduce the number of representatives, urging that the House was too large and ponderous a body to work smoothly, that a smaller number of persons could accomplish business more rapidly and completely, and, in fact, that the Connecticut legislature was so large that the members did not have time to get acquainted with each other before the body adjourned sine die. I replied, that the larger the number of representatives, the more difficult it would be to tamper with them. And if they all could not become personally acquainted, so much the better, for there would be fewer rings, and less facilities for forcing improper legislation. As the House seems to be thin now, I will move to lay my resolutions on the table, remarked the member, but I shall call them up when there is a full House. According to the gentleman's own theory, I replied, the smaller the number, the surer are we to arrive at correct conclusions. Now, therefore, is just the time to decide. And I move that the gentleman's resolutions be considered. This proposition was seconded amid a roar of laughter. And the resolutions were almost unanimously voted down, before the member fairly comprehended what was going on. He afterwards acknowledged it as a pretty fair joke, and at any rate, as an effective one. The State House at Hartford was a disgrace to Connecticut, the Hall of Representatives was too small. There were no committee rooms, and the building was utterly unfit for the purposes to which it was devoted. The State House at New Haven was very little better, and I made a strong effort to secure the erection of new edifices in both cities. I was chairman of the Committee on New State Houses, and during our investigations it was ascertained that Bridgeport, Middletown and Meriden would each be willing to erect a state house at its own cost, if the city should be selected as the new capital of the state. These movements aroused the jealousy of Hartford and New Haven, which at once appointed committees to wait upon us. The whole matter, however, finally went by default, and the question was never submitted to the people. It is quite possible, however, that ere long the citizens of Bridgeport or Meriden will offer to build a capital, and that one of these two cities with the entire consent of the rest of the state, including the inhabitants of Hartford and New Haven, will become the capital of Connecticut. As the session drew near its close, the railroad controversy culminated by my introduction of a bill to amend the Act for the Regulation of Railroads by the interpolation of the following. Section 508. No railroad company, which has had a system of commutation fares in force for more than 4 years, shall abolish, alter, or modify the same, except for the regulation of the price charged for such commutation. And such price shall, in no case, be raised to an extent that shall alter the ratio between such commutation and the rates then charged for way fare, on the railroad of such company. The New York and New Haven Railroad Company seemed determined to move heaven and earth to prevent the passage of this law. The halls of legislation were thronged with railroad lobbyists, who buttonholed nearly every member. My motives were attacked, and the most foolish slanders were circulated. Not only every legal man in the House was arrayed against me, but occasionally a country member, who had promised to stick by and aid in checking the cupidity of railroad managers, would drop off and be found voting on the other side. I devoted many hours, and even days, to explaining the true state of things to the members from the rural regions, and although the prospect of carrying this great reform looked rather dark, I felt that I had a majority of the honest and disinterested members of the House with me. Finally, Senator Ballard informed me that he had canvassed the Senate and was convinced that the bill could be carried through that body if I could be equally successful with the House. At last it was known that the final debate would take place and the vote be taken on the morning of July 13. When the day arrived, the excitement was intense. The passages leading to the hall were crowded with railroad lobbyists. For nearly every railroad in the state had made common cause with the New York and New Haven Company, and every representative was in his seat, excepting the sick man, who had doctored the railroads till he needed doctoring himself. The debate was led off by skirmishers on each side, and was finally closed on the part of the railroads by Mr. Harrison, of New Haven, who was chairman of the Railroad Committee. Mr. Henry B. Harrison was a close and forcible debater and a clear-headed lawyer. His speech exhibited considerable thought, and his earnestness and high character as a gentleman of honor carried much weight. Besides, his position as chairman of the committee naturally influenced some votes. He claimed to understand thoroughly the merits of the question, from having, in his capacity as chairman, heard all the testimony and arguments which had come before that committee. And a majority of the committee, after due deliberation, had reported against the proposed bill. On closing the debate, I endeavored to state briefly the gist of the case, that, only a few years before, the New York and New Haven Company had fixed their own price for commuters' tickets along the whole line of the road, and had thus induced hundreds of New York citizens to remove to Connecticut with their families, and build their houses on heretofore unimproved property, thus vastly increasing the value of the lands, and correspondingly helping our receipts for taxes. I urged that there was a tacit understanding between the railroad and these commuters and the public generally, that such persons as chose thus to remove from a neighboring state, and bring their families and capital within our borders, should have the right to pass over the railroad on the terms fixed at the time by the president and directors. That any claim that the railroad could not afford to commute at the prices they had themselves established was absurd, from the fact that even now, if 1,000 families who reside in New York, and had never been in our own state, should propose to the railroad to remove these families, embracing in the aggregate 5,000 persons, to Connecticut, and build 1,000 new houses on the line of the New York and New Haven Railroad, provided the railroad would carry the male head of the family at all times for nothing, the company could well afford to accept the proposition, because they would receive full prices for transporting all other members of these families, at all times, as well as full prices for all their visitors and servants. And now, what are the facts? Do we desire the railroad to carry even 1/5 of these newcomers for nothing? Do we, indeed, desire to compel them to transport them for any definitely fixed price at all? On the contrary, we find that during the late rebellion, when gold was selling for $2.80 per dollar, this company doubled its prices of commutation, and retains the same prices now, although gold is but 1/2 that amount, $1.40. We don't ask them to go back to their former prices, we don't compel them to rest even here. We simply say, increase your rates, pile up your demands just as high as you desire, only you shall not make fish of one and fowl of another. You have fixed and increased your prices to passengers of all classes just as you liked, and established your own ratio between those who pay by the year, and those who pay by the single trip. And now, all we ask is, that you shall not change the ratio. Charge $10 per passenger from New York to New Haven, if you have the courage to risk the competition of the steamboats. And whatever percentage you choose to increase the fare of transient passengers, we permit you to increase the rates of commuters in the same ratio. The interests of the state, as well as commuters, demand this law. For if it is once fixed by statute that the prices of commutation are not to be increased, many persons will leave the localities where extortion is permitted on the railroads, and will settle in our state. But these railroad gentlemen say they have no intention to increase their rates of commutation, and they deprecate what they term premature legislation, and an uncalled for meddling with their affairs. Mr. Speaker, an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. Men engaged in plots against public interests always ask to be let alone. Jeff Davis only asked to be let alone when the North was raising great armies to prevent the dissolution of the Union. The people cannot afford to let these railroads alone. This hall, crowded with railroad lobbyists, as the frogs thronged Egypt, is an admonition to all honest legislators. That it is unsafe to allow the monopolies the chance to rivet the chains which already fetter the limbs of those whom circumstances place in the power of these companies. It was at this point in my remarks when I received the telegram from my son-in-law in New York, announcing the burning of the American Museum. Reading the dispatch, and laying it on my desk without further attention, I continued. These railroad gentlemen absolutely deny any intention of raising the fares of commuters, and profess to think it very hard that disinterested and conscientious gentlemen like them should be judged by the doings of the Hudson River and Harlem railroads. But now, Mr. Speaker, I am going to expose the duplicity of these men. I have had detectives on their track, for men who plot against public interests deserve to be watched. I have in my pocket positive proofs that they did, and do, intend to spring their trap upon the unprotected commuters on the New York and New Haven Railroad. I then drew from my pocket and read 2 telegrams received that morning, one from New York and the other from Bridgeport, announcing that the New York and New Haven Railroad Directory had held a secret meeting in New York, the day before, for the purpose of immediately raising the fares of commuters 20%. So that in case my bill became a law they could get ahead of me. I continued. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know that these dispatches are true, my information is from the inside of the camp. I see a director of the New York and New Haven Railroad sitting in this hall. I know that he knows these dispatches are true. And if he will go before the Railroad Committee and make oath that he don't know that such a meeting took place yesterday for exactly this purpose, I will forfeit and pay $1,000 to the families of poor soldiers in this city. In consideration of this attempt to forestall the action of this legislature, I offer an amendment to the bill now under consideration by adding after the word ratio the words, as it existed on the 1st day of July, 1865. In this way, we shall cut off any action which these sleek gentlemen may have taken yesterday. It is now evident that these railroad gentlemen have set a trap for this legislature. And I propose that we now spring the trap, and see if we cannot catch these wily railroad directors in it. Mr. Speaker, I move the previous question. The opposition were astounded at the revelation and the previous question was ordered. The bill as amended was carried almost with a hurrah. It is now an act in the statute book of the state, and it annually adds many dollars to the assessment roll of Connecticut. Since the protection afforded to commuters against the extortions practiced by railway companies elsewhere is a strong inducement to permanent settlers along the lines of Connecticut railways. 3. In the spring of 1866, I was again elected to represent the town of Fairfield in the Connecticut legislature. I had not intended to accept a nomination for that office a second time, but one of the directors of the New York and New Haven Railroad, who was a citizen of Fairfield and had been a zealous lobby member of the preceding legislature, had declared that I should not represent the town again. As the voters of Fairfield seemed to think that the public interests were of more importance than the success of railroad conspiracies, combinations, and monopolies, I accepted their nomination. Almost the only exciting question before that legislature was the election of an United States Senator. President Johnson had begun to show disaffection towards the Republican Party which elected him. And the zealous members of that party were watching with anxious hearts the actions of those who offered themselves as candidates for offices of trust and responsibility. One of the Republican United States Senators had already abandoned the party and affiliated with Johnson. The other senator was a candidate for re-election. He had been a favorite candidate with me, but when I became convinced that he sympathized with the recreant senator and President Johnson, no importunities of political friends or any other inducement could change my determination to defeat him, if possible. I devoted days and nights to convincing some of my fellow numbers that the interests of the state and the country demanded the election of Honorable O.S. Ferry to that important office. Excitement ran high. Ex-Governor William A. Buckingham was also a candidate. I knew he would make an excellent senator, but he had filled the gubernatorial chair for 8 years. And as the present senator had held his office 12 years, and he was from the same city as Governor Buckingham, I urged that Norwich should not carry off all the honors. That Fairfield County was entitled to the office. And both before and at the Republican nominating caucus I set forth, so far as I was able, what I considered the merits and peculiar claims of Mr. Ferry. I suggested that Mr. Buckingham might rest on his laurels for a couple of years and be elected to fill the place of the next retiring senator in 1868. Mr. Ferry started in the ballotings with a very small vote indeed, and it required the most delicate management to secure a majority for him in that caucus. But it was done. And as the great strife was between the two other rival candidates, Mr. Ferry had scarcely a hope of the nomination and was much surprised the next morning to hear of his success. He was elected for the term beginning March 4, 1866, and one of his opposing candidates in the caucus ex-Governor William A. Buckingham, was elected, 2 years afterwards, for the senatorial term commencing March 4, 1869. I was again chairman of the Committee on Agriculture, and on the whole the session at New Haven, in 1866, was very agreeable to me. There were many congenial spirits in the House and our severer labors were lightened by some very delightful episodes. During the summer, Governor Hawley, Hon. David Gallup, Speaker of the House, Honorable O.S. Ferry, U.S. Senator, Mr. W. G. Coe, of Winstead, Mr. A.B. Mygatt, of New Milford, Mr. Theodore Tilton, editor of the New York Independent, Mr. George Pratt, of Norwich, Mr. S. H. Wales, of the Scientific American, Mr. David Clark, of Hartford, Mr. A. H. Byington, of Norwalk, and many other gentlemen of distinction were occasional guests at Lindencroft. Several times we had delightful sails, dinners, and clambakes at Charles Island, 8 miles east of Bridgeport, a most cool and charming spot in the warm summer days. The health of my wife, which had been poor since 1855, prevented many occasions of festivity for which I had all other facilities. For Lindencroft was indeed a charming residence, and it afforded every requisite for the entertainment of large numbers of friends. During the summer Governor Hawley appointed me a commissioner to the Paris Exposition, but I was unable to attend. In the spring of 1867, I received from the Republican Convention in the 4th District in Connecticut the nomination for Congress. As I have already remarked, politics were always distasteful to me. I possess naturally too much independence of mind, and too strong a determination to do what I believe to be right, regardless of party expediency, to make a lithe and oily politician. To be called on to favor applications from office-seekers, without regard to their merits, and to do the dirty work too often demanded by political parties. To be all things to all men, though not in the apostolic sense. To shake hands with those whom I despised, and to kiss the dirty babies of those whose votes were courted, were political requirements which I felt I could never acceptably fulfill. Nevertheless, I had become, so far as business was concerned, almost a man of leisure. And some of my warmest personal friends insisted that a nomination to so high and honorable a position as a member of Congress was not to be lightly rejected, and so I consented to run. Fairfield and Litchfield counties composed the district, which in the preceding congressional election, in 1865, and just after the close of the war, was Republican. In the year following, however, the district and state election went Democratic, although the Republican state ticket was elected. I had this Democratic majority to contend against in 1867, and as the whole state turned over and elected the Democratic ticket, I lost my election. In the next succeeding congressional election, in 1869, the 4th District also elected the only Democratic congressman chosen from Connecticut that year. Although the state itself was Republican again by a considerable majority. I was neither disappointed nor cast down by my defeat. The political canvass served the purpose of giving me a new sensation, and introducing me to new phases of human nature, a subject which I had always great delight in studying. The filth and scandal, the slanders and vindictiveness, the plottings and fawnings, the fidelity, treachery, meanness and manliness, which by turns exhibited themselves in the exciting scenes preceding the election, were novel to me, and were so far interesting. My personal efforts in the canvass were mainly confined to the circulation of documents, and I did not spend $1 to purchase a vote. Shortly after my opponent was nominated, I sent him the following letter, which was also published in the Bridgeport Standard. Bridgeport, Connecticut, February 21, 1867. W. H. Barnum, Esq. Salisbury, Connecticut. Dear Sir, observing that the Democratic Party has nominated you for Congress from this district, I desire to make you a proposition. The citizens of this portion of our state will be compelled on the first Monday in April next to decide whether you or myself shall represent their interests and their principles in the 40th Congress of the United States. The theory of our government is, that the will of the people shall be the law of the land. It is important, therefore, that the people shall vote understandingly, and especially at this important crisis in our national existence. In order that the voters of this district shall fully comprehend the principles by which each of their congressional candidates is guided, I respectfully invite you to meet me in a serious and candid discussion of the important political issues of the day, at various towns in the 4th Congressional District of Connecticut. On each weekday evening, from the 4th day of March until the 30th day of the same month, both inclusive. If you will consent to thus meet me in a friendly discussion of those subjects, now so near and dear to every American heart, and, I may add, possessing at this time such momentous interest to all civilized nations in the world, who are suffering from misrule, I pledge myself to conduct my portion of the debate with perfect fairness, and with all due respect for my opponent, and doubt not you will do the same. Never, in my judgment, in our past history as a nation, have interests and questions more important appealed to the people for their wise and careful consideration. It is due to the voters of the 4th Congressional District that they have an early and full opportunity to examine their candidates in regard to these important problems. And I shall esteem it a great privilege if you will accept this proposition. Please favor me with an early answer, and oblige. Truly yours, P. T. Barnum. To this letter Mr. William H. Barnum replied, declining to accept my proposition to go before the people of the district, and discuss the political questions of the day. During the canvass I received the following letter, which, together with my reply, was published in the Bridgeport Standard and in the New York Tribune. Litchfield Company, Con, February 20, 1867. P. T. Barnum. Dear Sir, although Fairfield County was entitled to the nomination of the Copperhead candidate for Congress from the 4th District, and under ordinary circumstances it would have been given to William F. Taylor, of Danbury, you are, perhaps, aware that they have changed their tactics and nominated a wealthy namesake of yours, simply for the purpose of using his money against you. A Democratic ex-congressman is said to be preparing a tariff of prices to be paid for votes, and they boast that their candidate will expend $50,000 to secure his election. Already, I am credibly informed, the greenbacks are being freely circulated by his friends. I write to ask what your intentions are in regard to counteracting this effort of the Copperhead Party. Do you intend to fight fire with fire? The day of election is fast approaching, and we are confident of success, as all our friends are wide awake. Respectfully yours. The New York Tribune, commenting upon the correspondence, said, Mr. P. T. Barnum, Union candidate for Congress in the 4th District of Connecticut, was lately solicited by a friend to spend money in a manner deemed objectionable by Mr. Barnum. And he responded as became a patriot. The following was my reply to the above letter. Bridgeport, February 23, 1867. Esq. Dear Sir, your kind letter of the 20th inst. Has caused me painful emotions. I now wish to say, once for all, that under no conceivable circumstances will I permit $1 of mine to be used to purchase a vote, or to induce a voter to act contrary to his honest convictions. The idea that the intelligent reading men of New England can be bought like sheep in the shambles, and that the sacred principles which have so far guided them in the terrible struggle between liberty and slavery can now, in this eventful hour of national existence, be set up at auction and knocked down to the highest bidder, seems to me as preposterous as it is shameful and humiliating. But if it is possible that occasionally a degraded voter can thus be induced to sell his birthright for a mess of pottage, God grant that I may be 1,000 times defeated sooner than permit 1 grain of gold to be accursed by using it so basely. I will not believe that American citizens can lend themselves to the contemptible meanness of sapping the very lifeblood of our noble institutions by encouraging a fatal precedent, which ignores all principle, and would soon prevent any honest man, however distinguished for his intelligence and loyalty, from representing his district in our national councils. None could then succeed except unprincipled vagabonds, who, by the lavish expenditure of money, would debauch and degrade the freemen whose votes they coveted. No, sir. Grateful as I am for the distinguished honor of receiving a unanimous nomination for Congress from the loyal Union party in my district, I have no aspiration for that high position if it is only to be attained by bringing into disgrace the noble privilege of the free elective franchise. Think for a moment what a deadly weapon is being placed in the hands of tyrants throughout the civilized world, with which to destroy such apostles of liberty as John Bright and Garibaldi. If it can be said with truth that American citizens have become so corrupt and degraded, so lost to a just estimate of the value and true nobility of the ballot, that it is bought and sold for money. My dear sir, any party that can gain a temporary ascendancy by such atrocious means, not only poisons the body politic of a free and impartial government, but is also sure to bring swift destruction upon itself. And so it should be. I am unaccustomed to political life, and know but little of the manner of conducting a campaign like the present. I believe, however, it is customary for the State Central Committee to assess candidates, in order that they shall defray a proper portion of the expenses incurred for speakers and documents to enlighten the voters upon the political issues of the day. To that extent I am willing and anxious to be taxed, for light and knowledge are always desired by the friends of human rights and of public order. But I trust that all money used for any other purpose, in the pending election will come from the pockets of those who now, as during the rebellion, are doing their utmost to aid traitors, and who, still unrepenting, are vindicatively striving to secure at the ballot box what their Southern allies failed to accomplish on the field of battle. If any of our friends misapprehend my true sentiments upon the subject of bribery, corruption and fraud, I hope you will read them this letter. Truly yours, P. T. Barnum. P.S. The following is the law of Connecticut on the bribery of electors. Section 64. No person shall offer or receive any money, or other thing, by way of gift, fee or reward, for giving, or refusing to give, a vote for electing members of the General Assembly, or any officer chosen at an electors' meeting, nor promise, procure, or in any way confer, any gratuity, reward or preferment, for any vote given or to be given, in any election. And every person guilty of so doing shall forfeit the sum of $17, one half to him who shall prosecute to effect, and the other half to the treasury of the town where the offense is committed. And every person who shall be convicted a second time of a like offense shall be disfranchised. That section commends itself to the obedience of every law-abiding voter, and I shall be the last to consent to its violation. P.T.B. When Congress met, I was surprised to see by the newspapers that the seat of my opponent was to be contested on account of alleged bribery, fraud and corruption in securing his election. This was the first intimation that I had ever received of such an intention, and I was never, at any time before or afterwards, consulted upon the subject. The movement proved to have originated with neighbors and townsmen of the successful candidate, who claimed to be able to prove that he had paid large sums of money to purchase votes. They also claimed that they had proof that men were brought from an adjoining state to vote, and that in the office of the successful candidate naturalization papers were forged to enable foreigners to vote upon them. But, I repeat, I took no part nor lot in the matter, but concluded that if I had been defeated by fraud, mine was the real success. Chapter 41. Bennett and the Herald. The American Museum lease, its value, Bennett of the Herald buys it for $200. 000, he purchases the property, overestimate of its worth, Max Maritzek, Miss Clara Louise Kellogg's estimate of certain people, the power behind the Herald throne, the Herald's influence, Bennett kicked and cowhided, his lawyer insists upon my taking back the museum lease, I decline, Bennett refuses my advertisements, interview with Mr. Hudson, war of the managers upon the Herald, Bennett humbled, loss of the Herald's prestige, money, damage to Bennett's establishment, the editor sued, peace between the Herald and the managers. When the old American Museum burned down, and while the ruins were still smoking, I had numerous applications for the purchase of the lease of the 2 lots, 56 by 100 feet, which had still nearly 11 years to run. It will be remembered that in 1847 I came back from England, while my second lease of 5 years had yet 3 years more to run, and renewed that lease for 25 years from 1851 at an annual rental of $10,000. It was also stipulated that in case the building was destroyed by fire, the proprietor of the property should expend $24,000 towards the erection of a new edifice. And at the end of the term of lease he was to pay me the appraised value of the building, not to exceed $100,000. Rents and real estate values had trebled since I took this 25 years lease, and hence the remaining term was very valuable. I engaged an experienced and competent real estate broker in Pine Street to examine the terms of my lease. And in view of his knowledge of the cost of erecting buildings and the rentals they were commanding in Broadway, I enjoined him to take his time and make a careful estimate of what the lease was worth to me, and what price I ought to receive if I sold it to another party. At the end of several days, he showed me his figures, which proved that the lease was fully worth $275,000. As I was inclined to have a museum higher uptown, I did not wish to engage in erecting 2 buildings at once, so I concluded to offer my museum lease for sale. Accordingly, I put it into the hands of Mr. Homer Morgan, with directions to offer it for $225,000, which was $50,000 less than the value at which it had been estimated. The next day I met Mr. James Gordon Bennett, who told me that he desired to buy my lease, and at the same time to purchase the fee of the museum property, for the erection thereon of a publication building for the New York Herald. I said I thought it was very fitting the Herald should be the successor of the museum, and Mr. Bennett asked my price. Please to go or send immediately to Homer Morgan's office, I replied, and you will learn that Mr. Morgan has the lease for sale at $225,000. This is $50,000 less than its estimated value. But to you I will deduct $25,000 from my already reduced price, so you may have the lease for $200,000. Bennett replied that he would look into the affair closely. And the next day his attorney sent for my lease. He kept it several days, and then appointed an hour for me to come to his office. I called according to appointment. Mr. Bennett and his attorney had thoroughly examined the lease. It was the property of my wife. Bennett concluded to accept my offer. My wife assigned the lease to him, and his attorney handed me Mr. Bennett's check on the Chemical Bank for $200,000. That same day I invested $50,000 in United States bonds. And the remaining $150,000 was similarly invested on the following day. I learned at that time that Bennett had agreed to purchase the fee of the property for $500,000. He had been informed that the property was worth some $350,000 to $400,000, and he did not mind paying $100,000 extra for the purpose of carrying out his plans. But the parties who estimated for him the value of the land knew nothing of the fact that there was a lease upon the property, else of course they would in their estimate have deducted the $200,000 which the lease would cost. When, therefore, Mr. Bennett saw it stated in the newspapers that the sum which he had paid for a piece of land measuring only 56 by 100 feet was more than was ever before paid in any city in the world for a tract of that size, he discovered the serious oversight which he had made. And the owner of the property was immediately informed that Bennett would not take it. But Bennett had already signed a bond to the owner, agreeing to pay $100,000 cash, and to mortgage the premises for the remaining $400,000. Supposing that by this step he had shaken off the owner of the fee, Bennett was not long in seeing that, as he was not to own the land, he would have no possible use for the lease, for which he had paid the $200,000. And accordingly his next step was to shake me off also, and get back the money he had paid me. At this time Bennett was ruling the managers of the theaters and other amusements with a rod of iron. He had established a large job printing office in connection with the Herald office, and woe to the manager who presumed to have his bills printed elsewhere. Any manager who dared to decline employing Bennett's job office to print his small bills and posters, at Bennett's exorbitant prices, was ignored in the Herald. His advertisements were refused, and generally, he and his establishment were blackballed and blackguarded in the columns of the Herald. Of course most of the managers were somewhat sensitive to such attacks, and therefore submitted to his impositions in the job office, his double price for newspaper advertisements, and any other overbearing conditions the Herald might choose to dictate. The advertisements of the Academy of Music, then under the direction of Mr. Max Maritzek, had been refused on account of some dissatisfaction in the Herald office in regard to free boxes. And also because the prima donna, Miss Clara Louise Kellogg, had certain ideas of her own with regard to social intercourse with certain people, as Miss Jenny Lind had with regard to the same people. When she was under my management, and to some degree under my advice, and these ideas were not particularly relished by the power behind the Herald throne. For my own part, I thoroughly understood Bennett in his concern, and I never cared one farthing for him or his paper. I had seen for years, especially as Bennett's enormously overestimated influence applied to public amusements, that whatever the Herald praised, sickened, drooped. And if the Herald persisted in praising it, finally died. While whatever the Herald attacked prospered, and all the more it was abused. It was utterly impossible for Bennett to injure me, unless he had some more potent weapon than his Herald. And that this was the general opinion was quite evident from the fact that several years had elapsed since gentlemen were in the almost daily habit of cuffing, kicking and cowhiding Bennett in the streets and other public places for his scurrilous attacks upon them, or upon members of their families. It had come to be seen that what the Herald said, good or bad, was, like the editor himself, literally of no account. My business for many years, as manager of the museum and other public entertainments, compelled me to court notoriety. And I always found Bennett's abuse far more remunerative than his praise, even if I could have had the praise at the same price, that is, for nothing. Especially was it profitable to me when I could be the subject of scores of lines of his scolding editorials free of charge, instead of paying him 40 cents a line for advertisements, which would not attract a tenth part so much attention. Bennett had tried abusing me, off and on, for 20 years, on one occasion refusing my advertisement altogether for the space of about a year, but I always managed to be the gainer by his course. Now, however, when new difficulties threatened, all the leading managers in New York were members of the Managers' Association. And as we all submitted to the arbitrary and extortionate demands of the Herald, Bennett thought he had but to crack his whip, in order to keep any and all of us within the traces. The great ogre of the Herald supposed he could at all times frighten the little managerial boys into any holes which might be left open for them to hide in. Accordingly, one day Bennett's attorney wrote me a letter, saying that he would like to have me call on him at his office the following morning. Not dreaming of the object, I called as desired, and after a few pleasant commonplace remarks about the weather, and other trifles, the attorney said, "Mr. Barnum, I have sent for you to say that Mr. Bennett has concluded not to purchase the museum lots, and therefore that you had better take back the lease, and return the $200,000 paid for it. Are you in earnest?" I asked with surprise. "Certainly, quite so," he answered. "Really," I said, smiling, "I am sorry I can't accommodate Mr. Bennett. I have not got the little sum about me. In fact, I have spent the money." "It will be better for you to take back the lease," said the attorney seriously. "Nonsense," I replied, "I shall do nothing of the sort. I don't make child's bargains. The lease was cheap enough, but I have other business to attend to, and shall have nothing to do with it." The attorney said very little in reply. But I could see, by the almost benignant sorrow expressed upon his countenance, that he evidently pitied me for the temerity that would doubtless lead me into the jaws of the insatiable monster of the Herald. The next morning I observed that the advertisement of my entertainments with my museum company at Winter Garden was left out of the Herald columns. I went directly to the editorial rooms of the Herald, and learning that Bennett was not in, I said to Mr. Hudson, then managing editor, "My advertisement is left out of the Herald. Is there a screw loose?" "I believe there is," was the reply. "What is the matter?" I asked. "You must ask the Emperor," said Mr. Hudson, meaning of course Bennett. "When will the Emperor be in?" I inquired. "Next Monday," was the answer. "Well, I shall not see him," I replied, "but I wish to have this thing settled at once. Mr. Hudson, I now tender you the money for the insertion of my museum advertisement on the same terms as are paid by other places of amusement. Will you publish it?" "I will not," Mr. Hudson peremptorily replied. "That is all," I said. Mr. Hudson then smilingly and blandly remarked, "I have formally answered your formal demand, because I suppose you require it. But you know, Mr. Barnum, I can only obey orders." I assured him that I understood the matter perfectly, and attached no blame to him in the premises. I then proceeded to notify the secretary of the Managers' Association to call the managers together at 12 o'clock the following day, and there was a full meeting at the appointed time. I stated the facts in the case in the Herald affair, and simply remarked that if we did not make common cause against any newspaper publisher who excluded an advertisement from his column simply to gratify a private pique, it was evident that either and all of us were liable to imposition at any time. One of the managers immediately made a motion that the entire association should stop their advertising and bill printing at the Herald office, and have no further connection with that establishment. Mr. Lester Wallack advised that this motion should not be adopted until a committee had waited upon Bennett, and had reported the result of the interview to the association. Accordingly, Messrs. Wallack, Wheatley, and Stewart were delegated to go down to the Herald office to call on Mr. Bennett. The moment Bennett saw them, he evidently suspected the object of their mission, for he at once commenced to speak to Mr. Wallack in a patronizing manner. Told him how long he had known, and how much he respected his late father, who was a true English gentleman of the old school, with much more in the same strain. Mr. Wallack replied to Bennett that the three managers were appointed a committee to wait upon him to ascertain if he insisted upon excluding from his columns the museum advertisements, not on account of any objection to the contents of the advertisements, or to the museum itself, but simply because he had a private business disagreement with the proprietor, intimating that such a proceeding, for such a reason, and no other, might lead to a rupture of business relations with other managers. In reply, Mr. Bennett had something to say about the fox that had suffered tailwise from a trap, and thereupon advised all other foxes to cut their tails off. And he pointed the fable by setting forth the impolicy of drawing down upon the association the vengeance of the Herald. The committee, however, coolly insisted upon a direct answer to their question. Bennett then answered, "I will not publish Barnum's advertisement. I do my business as I please, and in my own way." "So do we," replied one of the managers, and the committee withdrew. The next day the Managers' Association met, heard the report, and unanimously resolved to withdraw their advertisements from the Herald, and their patronage from the Herald Job establishment. And it was done. Nevertheless, the Herald for several days continued to print gratuitously the advertisements of Wallack's Theatre and Niblo's Garden, and inordinately puffed these establishments, evidently in order to ease the fall, and to convey the idea that some of the theatres patronized the Herald, and perhaps hoping by praising these managers to draw them back again, and so to nullify the agreement of the association in regard to the Herald. Thereupon, the managers headed their advertisements in all the other New York papers with the line, "This establishment does not advertise in the New York Herald." And for many months this announcement was kept at the top of every theatrical advertisement and on the posters and playbills. The Herald then began to abuse and vilify the theatrical and opera managers, their artists, and their performances, and by way of contrast profusely praised Tony Pastor's Bowery show and sundry entertainments of a similar character, thereby speedily bringing some of these sideshows to grief and shutting up their shops. Meanwhile, the first-class theaters prospered amazingly under the abuse of Bennett. Their receipts were never larger, and their houses, never more thronged. The public took sides in the matter with the managers and against the Herald. And thousands of people went to the theaters merely to show their willingness to support the managers and to spite old Bennett. The editor was fairly caught in his own trap. Other journals began to estimate the loss the Herald sustained by the action of the managers, and it was generally believed that this loss in advertising and job printing was not less than from $75,000 to $100,000 a year. The Herald circulation also suffered terribly, since hundreds of people, at the hotels and elsewhere, who were accustomed to buy the paper solely for the sake of seeing what amusements were announced for the evening, now bought other papers. This was the hardest blow of all, and it fully accounted for the abuse which the Herald daily poured out upon the theaters. But the more Bennett raved, the more the people laughed, and the more determined did they seem to patronize the managers. Many people came to the museum, who said they came expressly to show us that the public were with us and against the Herald. The other managers stated their experience to be the same in this respect. In fact, it was a subject of general remark, that, without exception, the associated managers never had done such a thriving business as during the 2 years in which they gave the Herald the cold shoulder. Bennett evidently felt ashamed of the whole transaction. He would never publish the facts in his columns, though he once stated in an editorial that it had been reported that he had been cheated in purchasing the Broadway property. That the case had gone to court, and the public would soon know all the particulars. Some persons supposed by this that Bennett had sued me, but this was far from being the case. The owner of the lot sued Bennett, to compel him to take the title and pay for the property as per agreement, and that was all the law there was about it. He held James Gordon Bennett's bond, that he would pay him $500,000 for the land, as follows: $100,000 cash, and a bond and mortgage upon the premises for the remaining $400,000. The day before the suit was to come to trial, Bennett came forward, took the deed, and paid $100,000 cash and gave a bond and mortgage of the entire premises for $400,000. That lien still exists against the Herald property. Had I really taken back the lease as Bennett desired, he would have been in a worse scrape than ever. For having been compelled to take the property, he would have been obliged, as my landlord, to go on and assist in building a museum for me according to the terms of my lease. And a museum I should certainly have built on Bennett's property, even if I had owned a dozen museums uptown. As it was, Bennett was badly beaten on every side, and especially by the managers, who forever established the fact that the Herald's abuse was profitable, and its patronage fatal to any enterprise. And who taught Mr. Bennett personally the lesson of his own insignificance, as he had not learned it since the days when gentlemen used to kick and cowhide him up and down the whole length of Nassau Street. In the autumn of 1868, the associated managers came to the conclusion that the punishment of Bennett for 2 years was sufficient, and they consented to restore their advertisements to the Herald. I was then associated with the Van Amberg Company in my new museum, and we concluded that the cost of advertising in the Herald was more than it was worth. And so we did not enter into the new arrangement made by the Managers' Association. Chapter 42. Public Lecturing. My tour at the West, the curiosity exhibitor himself a curiosity, buying a farm in Wisconsin, helping those who help themselves, a ride on a locomotive, punctuality in my engagements, tricks to secure seats in the ladies' car, I suddenly became father to a young married couple, my identity denied, pity and charity, Reverend Dr. Chapin pulls the bell, temperance, how I became a teetotaler, moderate drinking and its dangers, Dr. Chapin's lecture in Bridgeport, my own efforts in the temperance cause, lecturing throughout the country, newspaper articles, the story of Vineland in New Jersey. During the summer of 1866, Mr. Edwin L. Brown, corresponding secretary of the Associated Western Literary Societies, opened a correspondence with me relative to delivering, in the ensuing season, my lecture on Success in Life. Before some 60 lyceums, young men's Christian associations, and literary societies belonging to the union which Mr. Brown represented. The scheme embraced an extended tour through Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Wisconsin, Missouri and Iowa, and I was to receive $100 for every repetition of my lecture, with all my traveling expenses on the route. Agreeing to these terms, I commenced the engagement at the appointed time, and, averaging 5 lectures a week, I finished the prescribed round just before New Year's. Before beginning this engagement, however, I gave the lecture for other associations at Wheeling, Virginia, Cincinnati, Ohio, and Louisville, Kentucky. I also delivered the lecture in Chicago, for Professor Eastman, who at that time had one of his business colleges in that city. He engaged the celebrated Crosby Opera House for the occasion, and I think, with, perhaps, 2 exceptions, I never spoke before so large and intelligent an audience as was there assembled. It was estimated that from 5,000 to 6,000 ladies and gentlemen were gathered in that capacious building, and nearly as many more went away unable to obtain admission. I was glad to observe by the action of the audience, and by the journals of the following day, that my efforts on that occasion were satisfactory. Indeed, though it is necessarily egotistical, I may truly say that with this lecture I always succeeded in pleasing my hearers. I may add, that I have invariably, as a rule, devoted to charitable purposes every penny I ever received for lecturing, except while I was under the great Jerome clock cloud in England, when I needed all I could earn. My Western tour was delightful, indeed it was almost an ovation. I found, in fact, that when I had strayed so far from home, the curiosity exhibitor himself became quite a curiosity. On several occasions, in Iowa, I was introduced to ladies and gentlemen who had driven 30 miles in carriages to hear me. I insisted, however, that it was more to see than to hear. And I asked them if that was not really the case. In several instances they answered in the affirmative. In fact, one quaint old lady said, "Why, to tell you the truth, Mr. Barnum, we have read so much about you, and your museum and your queer carryings-on, that we were not quite sure but you had horns and cloven feet, and so we came to satisfy our curiosity. But, me, I don't see but what you look a good deal like other folks, after all." While at the West, I visited my sister, Mrs. Minerva Drew, and her family, at Bristol, Wisconsin, where they reside on a farm which I presented to her about 20 years ago. Her children having grown up and married, all except her son, Fairchild B. Drew, who had just attained his majority, his father, Ezekiel Drew, wished to retain his services on the farm. Fairchild, however, felt that the farm was not quite large enough for his aspirations. I found also that he coveted a neighboring farm, which, with its stock, was for sale for less than $5,000. I bought it for him, on condition that he should continue the care of the old farm, and that the two should be worked together. I trust that the arrangement will prove beneficial to all concerned. For there is great pleasure in helping others who try to help themselves. Without such effort on their part, all good offices in their favor are thrown away. It is simply attempting to make a sieve hold water. On my tour, in attempting to make the connection from Cleveland, Ohio, to Fort Wayne, Indiana, via Toledo, I arrived at the latter city at 1:00 p.m., which was about 2 hours too late to catch the train in time for the hour announced for my lecture that evening. I went to Mr. Andrews, the superintendent of the Toledo, Wabash and Western Railway, and told him I wanted to hire a locomotive and car to run to Fort Wayne, as I must be there at 8:00 at night. "It is an impossibility," said Mr. Andrews, "the distance is 94 miles, and no train leaves here till morning. The road is much occupied by freight trains, and we never run extra trains in this part of the country, unless the necessity is imperative." I suppose I looked astonished, as well as chagrined. I knew that if I missed lecturing in Fort Wayne that evening, I could not appoint another time for that purpose, for every night was engaged during the next 2 months. I also felt that a large number of persons in Fort Wayne would be disappointed, and I grew desperate. Drawing my wallet from my pocket, I said, "I will give $200, and even more, if you say so, to be put into Fort Wayne before 8 o'clock tonight. And, really, I hope you will accommodate me." The superintendent looked me thoroughly over in half a minute, and I fancied he had come to the conclusion that I was a burglar, a counterfeiter, or something worse, fleeing from justice. My surmise was confirmed when he slowly remarked, "Your business must be very pressing, sir." "It is indeed," I replied. "I am Barnum, the museum man, and am engaged to speak in Fort Wayne tonight." He evidently did not catch the whole of my response, for he immediately said, "Oh, it is a show, eh? Where is old Barnum himself?" "I am Barnum," I replied, "and it is a lecture which I am advertised to give tonight, and I would not disappoint the people for anything." "Is this P.T. Barnum?" said the superintendent, starting to his feet. "I am sorry to say it is," I replied. "Well, Mr. Barnum," said he, earnestly, "if you can stand it to ride to Fort Wayne in the caboose of a freight train. Your well-established reputation for punctuality in keeping your engagements shall not suffer on account of the Toledo, Wabash and Western Railroad." "Caboose," said I, with a laugh, "I would ride to Fort Wayne astride of the engine, or boxed up and stowed away in a freight car, if necessary, in order to meet my engagement." A freight train was on the point of starting for Fort Wayne. All the cars were at once ordered to be switched off, except 2, which the superintendent said were necessary to balance the train. The freight trains on the road were telegraphed to clear the track, and the polite superintendent, pointing to the caboose, invited me to step in. I drew out my pocketbook to pay, but he smilingly shook his head, and said, "You have a through ticket from Cleveland to Fort Wayne. Hand it to the freight agent on your arrival, and all will be right." I was much moved by this unexpected mark of kindness, and expressing myself to that effect, I stepped into the caboose, and we started. The excited state of mind which I had suffered while under the impression that the audience in Fort Wayne must be disappointed now changed, and I felt as happy as a king. In fact, I enjoyed a new sensation of imperial superiority, in that I was monarch of all I surveyed, emperor of my own train, switching all other trains from the main track, and making conductors all along the line wonder what grand mogul had thus taken complete possession and control of the road. Indeed, as we sped past each train, which stood quietly on a side track waiting for us to pass, I could not help smiling at the glances of excited curiosity which were thrown into our car by the agent and brakemen of the train which had been so peremptorily ordered to clear the track. And always stepping at the caboose door, I raised my hat, receiving in return an almost reverent salute, which the occupants of the waiting train thought due, no doubt, to the distinguished person for whom they were ordered by special telegram to make way. I now began to reflect that the Fort Wayne Lecture Committee, upon discovering that I did not arrive by the regular passenger train, would not expect me at all, and that probably they might issue small bills announcing my failure to arrive. I therefore prepared the following telegram, which I dispatched to them on our arrival at Napoleon, the first station at which we stopped. Lecture Committee, Fort Wayne, rest perfectly tranquil. I am to be delivered at Fort Wayne by contract by 7:30 o'clock, special train. At the same station I received a telegram from Mr. Andrews, the superintendent, asking me how I liked the caboose. I replied, "The springs of the caboose are softer than down. I am as happy as a clam at high water. I am being carried towards Fort Wayne in a style never surpassed by Caesar's triumphal march into Rome. Hurrah for the Toledo and Wabash Railroad." At the invitation of the engineer, I took a ride of 20 miles upon the locomotive. It fairly made my head swim. I could not reconcile my mind to the idea that there was no danger, and intimating to the engineer that it would be a relief to get where I could not see ahead, I was permitted to crawl back again to the caboose. I reached Fort Wayne in ample time for the lecture. And as the committee had discreetly kept to themselves the fact of my non-arrival by the regular train, probably not a dozen persons were aware of the trouble I had taken to fulfill my engagement. Till in the course of my lecture, under the head of Perseverance, I recounted my day's adventures, as an illustration of exercising that quality when real necessity demanded. The Fort Wayne papers of the next day published accounts of Barnum on a locomotive, and a journey in a caboose. And as I always had an eye to advertising, these articles were sent marked to newspapers in towns and cities where I was to lecture, and of course were copied, thus producing the desired effects. First, of informing the public that the showman was coming, and next, assuring the lecture committee that Barnum would be punctually on hand as advertised. Unless prevented by circumstances over which he had no control. The managers of railroads running west from Chicago pretty rigidly enforce a rule excluding from certain reserved cars all gentlemen traveling without ladies. As I do not smoke, I avoided the smoking cars, and as the ladies' car was sometimes more select and always more comfortable than the other cars, I tried various expedients to smuggle myself in. If I saw a lady about to enter the car alone, I followed closely, hoping thus to elude the vigilance of the brakeman, who generally acted as doorkeeper. But the car Cerberus is pretty well up to all such dodges, and I did not always succeed. On one occasion, seeing a young couple, evidently just married, and starting on a bridal tour, about to enter the car, I followed closely, but was stopped by the doorkeeper. Who called out, "How many gentlemen are with this lady?" I have always noticed that young newly married people are very fond of saying, "my husband," and "my wife." They are new terms which sound pleasantly to the ears of those who utter them. So in answer to the peremptory inquiry of the doorkeeper, the bridegroom promptly responded, "I am this lady's husband." "And I guess you can see by the resemblance between the lady and myself," said I to Cerberus, "that I am her father." The astounded husband and the blushing bride were too much taken aback to deny their newly discovered parent, but the brakeman said, as he permitted the young couple to pass into the car, "We can't pass all creation with one lady. I hope you will not deprive me of the company of my child during the little time we can remain together," I said with a demure countenance. The brakeman evidently sympathized with the fond parent whose feelings were sufficiently lacerated at losing his daughter through her finding a husband, and I was permitted to pass. I immediately apologized to the young bride and her husband, and told them who I was, and my reasons for the assumed paternity. And they enjoyed the joke so heartily that they called me "father" during our entire journey together. Indeed, the husband privately and slyly hinted to me that the first boy should be christened P.T. My friend the Reverend Dr. Chapin, by the by an inveterate punster, is never tired of ringing the changes on the names in my family. He says that my wife and I are the most sympathetic couple he ever saw, since she is Charity and I am Pity, P.T. On one occasion, at my house in New York, he called my attention to the monogram P.T.B. on the door and said, "I did it." "Did what?" I asked. "Why that," replied the doctor, "P.T.B. Pull the bell, of course," thus literally ringing a new change on my initials. At another time during my Western lecturing trip, I was following closely in the wake of a lady who was entering the favorite car, when the brakeman exclaimed, "You can't go in there, sir." "I rather guess I can go in with a lady," said I, pointing to the one who had just entered. "Not with that lady, old fellow, for I happen to know her, and that is more than you do. We are up to all these travelers' tricks out here, it's no go." I saw indeed that it was no go, and that I must try something else. "Look here, my dear fellow," said I. "I am traveling every day on the railroads, on a lecturing tour throughout the West, and I really hope you will permit me to take a seat in the ladies' car. I am Barnum, the museum man from New York." Looking sharply at me for an instant, the altogether too wide-awake brakeman exclaimed, "Not by A.D. Ensight you ain't." "I know Barnum." I could not help laughing. And pulling several old letters from my pocket, and showing him the directions on the envelopes, I replied, "Well, you may know him, but the old fellow has changed in his appearance, perhaps. You see by these letters that I am the critter." The brakeman looked astonished, but finally said, "Well, that is a fact sure enough. I know you when I come to look again, but really I did not believe you at first. You see we have all sorts of tricks played on us, and we learn to doubt everybody. You are very welcome to go in, Mr. Barnum, and I am glad to see you," and as this conversation was heard throughout the car, Barnum, the showman, was the subject of general observation and remark. I fulfilled my entire engagement, which covered the lecturing season, and returned to New York greatly pleased with my Western tour. Public lecturing was by no means a new experience with me. For, apart from my labors in that direction in England, and occasional addresses before literary and agricultural associations at home, I had been prominently in the field for many years as a lecturer on temperance. My attention was turned to this subject in the following manner. In the fall of 1847, while exhibiting General Tom Thumb at Saratoga Springs, where the New York State Fair was then being held, I saw so much intoxication among men of wealth and intellect, filling the highest positions in society, that I began to ask myself the question, what guarantee is there that I may not become a drunkard? And I forthwith pledged myself at that time never again to partake of any kind of spirituous liquors as a beverage. True, I continued to partake of wine, for I had been instructed, in my European tour, that this was one of the innocent and charming indispensables of life. I however regarded myself as a good temperance man, and soon began to persuade my friends to refrain from the intoxicating cup. Seeing need of reform in Bridgeport, I invited my friend, the Reverend Dr. E. H. Chapin, to visit us, for the purpose of giving a public temperance lecture. I had never heard him on that subject, but I knew that on whatever topic he spoke, he was as logical as he was eloquent. He lectured in the Baptist Church in Bridgeport. His subject was presented in 3 divisions: the liquor seller, the moderate drinker, and the indifferent man. It happened, therefore, that the second, if not the third clause of the subject, had a special bearing upon me and my position. The eloquent gentleman overwhelmingly proved that the so-called respectable liquor seller, in his splendid saloon or hotel bar, and who sold only to gentlemen, inflicted much greater injury upon the community than a dozen common groggeries, which he abundantly illustrated. He then took up the moderate drinker, and urged that he was the great stumbling block to the temperance reform. He it was, and not the drunkard in the ditch, that the young man looked at as an example when he took his first glass. That when the drunkard was asked to sign the pledge, he would reply, "Why should I do so? What harm can there be in drinking, when such men as respectable Mr. A. and moral Mr. B. drink wine under their own roof?" He urged that the higher a man stood in the community, the greater was his influence either for good or for evil. He said to the moderate drinker, "Sir, you either do or you do not consider it a privation and a sacrifice to give up drinking. Which is it? If you say that you can drink or let it alone, that you can quit it forever without considering it a self-denial, then I appeal to you as a man to do it for the sake of your suffering fellow beings." He further argued that if it was a self-denial to give up wine drinking, then certainly the man should stop, for he was in danger of becoming a drunkard. What Dr. Chapin said produced a deep impression upon my mind, and after a night of anxious thought, I rose in the morning, took my champagne bottles, knocked off their heads, and poured their contents upon the ground. I then called upon Dr. Chapin, asked him for the teetotal pledge, and signed it. He was greatly surprised in discovering that I was not already a teetotaler. He supposed such was the case, from the fact that I had invited him to lecture, and he little thought, at the time of his delivering it, that his argument to the moderate drinker was at all applicable to me. I felt that I had now a duty to perform, to save others, as I had been saved, and on the very morning when I signed the pledge, I obtained over 20 signatures in Bridgeport. I talked temperance to all whom I met, and very soon commenced lecturing upon the subject in the adjacent towns and villages. I spent the entire winter and spring of 1851, in lecturing through my native state, always traveling at my own expense, and I was glad to know that I aroused many hundreds, perhaps thousands, to the importance of the temperance reform. I also lectured frequently in the cities of New York and Philadelphia, as well as in other towns in the neighboring states. While in Boston with Jenny Lind, I was earnestly solicited to deliver 2 temperance lectures in the Tremont Temple, where she gave her concerts. I did so. And though an admission fee was charged for the benefit of a benevolent society, the building on each occasion was crowded. In the course of my tour with Jenny Lind, I was frequently solicited to lecture on temperance on evenings when she did not sing. I always complied when it was in my power. In this way I lectured in Baltimore, Washington, Charleston, New Orleans, Cincinnati, St. Louis, and other cities, also in the ladies' saloon of the steamer Lexington, on Sunday morning. In August, 1853, I lectured in Cleveland, Ohio, and several other towns, and afterwards in Chicago, Illinois, and in Kenosha, Wisconsin. An election was to be held in Wisconsin in October, and the Friends of Prohibition in that state solicited my services for the ensuing month, and I could not refuse them. I therefore hastened home to transact some business which required my presence for a few days, and then returned, and lectured on my way in Toledo, Norwalk, Ohio, and Chicago, Illinois. I made the tour of the state of Wisconsin, delivering 2 lectures per day for 4 consecutive weeks, to crowded and attentive audiences. My lecture in New Orleans, when I was in that city, was in the Great Lyceum Hall, in St. Charles Street, and I lectured by the invitation of Mayor Crossman and several other influential gentlemen. The immense hall contained more than 3,000 auditors, including the most respectable portion of the New Orleans public. I was in capital humor, and had warmed myself into a pleasant state of excitement, feeling that the audience was with me. While in the midst of an argument illustrating the poisonous and destructive nature of alcohol to the animal economy, some opponent called out, "How does it affect us, externally or internally?" "Eternally," I replied. I have scarcely ever heard more tremendous merriment than that which followed this reply, and the applause was so prolonged that it was some minutes before I could proceed. On the first evening when I lectured in Cleveland, Ohio, it was in the Baptist church. I commenced in this wise: if there are any ladies or gentlemen present who have never suffered in consequence of the use of intoxicating drinks as a beverage, either directly or in the person of a dear relative or friend, I will thank them to rise. A man with a tolerably glowing countenance arose. "Had you never a friend who was intemperate?" I asked. "Never," was the positive reply. A giggle ran through the opposition portion of the audience. "Really, my friends," I said, "I feel constrained to make a proposition which I did not anticipate. I am, as you are all aware, a showman, and I am always on the lookout for curiosities. This gentleman is a stranger to me, but if he will satisfy me tomorrow morning that he is a man of credibility, and that no friend of his was ever intemperate, I will be glad to engage him for 10 weeks at $200 per week, to exhibit him in my American Museum in New York, as the greatest curiosity in this country." A laugh that was a laugh followed this announcement. "They may laugh, but it is a fact," persisted my opponent with a look of dogged tenacity. "The gentleman still insists that it is a fact," I replied. "I would like, therefore, to make one simple qualification to my offer. I made it on the supposition that, at some period of his life, he had friends. Now if he never had any friends, I withdraw my offer, otherwise, I will stick to it." This, and the shout of laughter that ensued, was too much for the gentleman, and he sat down. I noticed throughout my speech that he paid strict attention, and frequently indulged in a hearty laugh. At the close of the lecture he approached me, and extending his hand, which I readily accepted, he said, "I was particularly green in rising tonight. Having once stood up, I was determined not to be put down, but your last remark fixed me." He then complimented me very highly on the reasonableness of my arguments, and declared that ever afterwards he would be found on the side of temperance. Among the most gratifying incidents of my life have been several of a similar nature to the following. After a temperance speech in Philadelphia, a man about 30 years of age came forward. signed the teetotal pledge, and then, giving me his hand, he said, "Mr. Barnum, you have this night saved me from ruin. For the last 2 years I have been in the habit of tippling, and it has kept me continually under the harrow. This gentleman," pointing to a person at his side, "is my partner in business, and I know he is glad I have signed the pledge tonight." "Yes, indeed I am, George, and it is the best thing you ever did," replied his partner, "if you'll only stick to it. That will I do till the day of my death. And won't my dear little wife Mary cry for joy tonight, when I tell her what I have done," he exclaimed in great exultation. At that moment he was a happy man, but he could not have been more so than I was. Sir William Donne, who came to this country and acted in several theatres, afterwards going to Australia, and dying, I believe, soon after his return to England, once heard me lecture. And immediately afterwards came forward and signed the pledge. He kept it for a short period only, although when he signed, he said that strong drink was the bane of his life. It is the one bane of too many brilliant men, who but for this one misfortune might attain almost every desirable success in life. I may add, that I have lectured in Montreal, Canada, and many towns and cities in the United States, at my own expense. One of the greatest consolations I now enjoy is that of believing I have carried happiness to the bosom of many a family. In the course of my life I have written much for newspapers, on various subjects, and always with earnestness. But in none of these have I felt so deep an interest as in that of the temperance reform. Were it not for this fact, I should be reluctant to mention, that besides numerous articles for the daily and weekly press, I wrote a little tract on the liquor business, which expresses my practical view of the use and traffic in intoxicating drinks. In every one of my temperance lectures since the beginning of the year 1869, I have regularly read the following report, made by Mr. T. Cordes, overseer of the poor in Vineland, New Jersey. Though we have a population of 10,000 people, for the period of 6 months no settler or citizen of Vineland has required relief at my hands as overseer of the poor. Within 70 days, there has only been one case among what we call the floating population, at the expense of $4. During the entire year, there has only been but one indictment, and that a trifling case of assault and battery, among our colored population. So few are the fires in Vineland, that we have no need of a fire department. There has only been one house burnt down in a year, and 2 slight fires, which were soon put out. We practically have no debt, and our taxes are only 1% on the valuation. The police expenses of Vineland amount to $75 per year, the sum paid to me, and our poor expenses a mere trifle. I ascribe this remarkable state of things, so nearly approaching the golden age, to the industry of our people, and the absence of king alcohol. Let me give you, in contrast to this, the state of things in the town from which I came, in New England. The population of the town was 9,500, a little less than that of Vineland. It maintained 40 liquor shops. These kept busy a police judge, city marshal, assistant marshal, 4 night watchmen, 6 policemen. Fires were almost continual. That small place maintained a paid fire department, of 4 companies, of 40 men each, at an expense of $3,000 per annum. I belonged to this department for 6 years, and the fires averaged about 1 every 2 weeks, and mostly incendiary. The support of the poor cost $2,500 per annum. The debt of the township was $120,000. The condition of things in this New England town is as favorable in that country as that of many other places where liquor is sold. It seems to me that there is an amount of overwhelming testimony and unanswerable argument in this one brief extract. That makes it in itself one of the most perfect and powerful temperance lectures ever written. Chapter 43. The New Museum. A gigantic amusement company, immense additions to the new collection, curiosities from everywhere, the Gordon Cummings collection from Africa, the gorilla, what the papers said about the monster, my private view of the animal, amusing interview with Paul Duchaillu, a superb menagerie, the new theatre, project for a free national institution, Messrs. E. D. Morgan, William C. Bryant, Horace Greeley, and others favor my plan. President Johnson endorses it. Destruction of my second museum by fire, the ice-clad ruins, a sad yet splendid spectacle, out of the business, foot races at the White Mountains, how I was not beaten, opening of Wood's Museum in New York, my only interest in the enterprise. My new museum on Broadway was liberally patronized from the start, but I felt that still more attractions were necessary in order to ensure constant success. I therefore made arrangements with the renowned Van Amburgh Menagerie Company to unite their entire collection of living wild animals with the museum. The new company was known as the Barnum and Van Amburgh Museum and Menagerie Company, and as such was chartered by the Connecticut legislature. The New York legislature having refused us a charter unless I would see the ring $1,000 worth, which I declined. I owned 40% and the Van Amburgh Company held the remaining 60% in the new enterprise, which comprehended a large traveling menagerie through the country in summer, and the placing of the wild animals in the museum in winter. The capital of the company was $1 million, with the privilege of doubling the amount. As one of the conditions of the new arrangement, it was stipulated that I should withdraw from all active personal attention to the museum, but should permit my name to be announced as general manager, and I was also elected president of the company. This arrangement gave me the comparative tranquility which I now began to desire. I spent most of my time in Bridgeport, except in winter, when I resided in New York. I usually visited the museum about once a week, but sometimes was absent for several months. Meanwhile, immense additions were made to the curiosity departments of the new museum. Every penny of the profits of this museum and of the two immense traveling menageries of wild animals was expended in procuring additional attractions for our patrons. Among other valuable novelties introduced in this establishment was the famous collection made by the renowned lion slayer, Gordon Cummings. This was purchased for me by my faithful friend, Mr. George Wells, who was then traveling in Great Britain with General Tom Thumb. The collection consisted of many hundreds of skins, tusks, heads and skeletons of nearly every species of African animal, including numerous rare specimens never before exhibited on this continent. It was a great museum in itself, and as such had attracted much attention in London and elsewhere, but it was a mere addition to our museum and menagerie, and was exhibited without extra charge for admission. In the summer of 1867, I saw in several New York papers a thrilling account of an immense gorilla, which had arrived from Africa in charge of Barnum's agent, for the Barnum and Van Amburgh Company. The accounts described the removal of the savage animal in a strong iron cage from the ship, and his transportation up Broadway to the museum. His cries and roarings were said to have been terrible, and when he was taken into the menagerie, he was reported to have bent the heavy iron bars of his cage, and in his rage to have seized a poker which was thrust at him, and to have twisted it as if it had been a bit of wire. Nothing so startlingly sensational in the line of zoological description had appeared since the Tribune's famous report of the burning of the American Museum, in 1865. For several years I had been trying to secure such an animal, and several African travelers had promised to do their best to procure one for me. And I had offered as high as $20,000 for the delivery in New York of a full-grown, healthy gorilla. From the minute description now given by the reporters, I was convinced that, at last, the long-sought prize had been secured. I was greatly elated, and at once wrote from Bridgeport to our manager, Mr. Ferguson, advising him how to exhibit the valuable animal, and particularly how to preserve its precious life as long as might be possible. I have owned many orangutans, and all of them die ultimately of pulmonary disease. Indeed, it is difficult to keep specimens of the monkey tribe through the winter in our climate, on account of their tendency to consumption. I therefore advised Mr. Ferguson to have a cage so constructed that no draught of air could pass through it, and I further instructed him in methods of guarding against the gorillas taking cold. A few days later I went to New York expressly to see the gorilla, and on visiting the museum, I was vexed beyond measure to find that the animal was simply a huge baboon. He was chained down, so that he could not stand erect, nor turn his back to visitors. His keeper could easily irritate him, and when the animal was excited, he would seize the iron bars with both hands, and, uttering horrid screams, would shake the cage so fiercely that it could be heard and felt in the adjoining saloons. No doubt many of the visitors recalled Du Chaillu's accounts of the genuine gorilla, and were convinced that the veritable animal was before them. But I had been too long in the business to be caught by such chaff, and approaching the keeper, I asked him why he did not lengthen the chain, so that the animal could stand up. "Because, if I do, he will show his tail," the keeper confidentially whispered in my ear. The imposition was so silly and transparent that I did not care how soon it was exposed. As usual, however, I looked at the funny side of the matter, and immediately enclosed a ticket to my friend Mr. Paul Du Chaillu, who was then stopping at the Fifth Avenue Hotel. At the same time writing to the great African traveler, that, much as he had done, the Barnum and Van Amberg Company had done more, since he had only killed gorillas, while we had secured a living one, and brought the monster safely from Africa to America. I informed him, moreover, that all the gorillas he had seen and described were tailless, while our far more remarkable specimen had a tail full 4 feet long. Mr. Du Chaillu came into the museum that afternoon, in great glee, with my open letter in his hand. "Ah, Mr. Barnum," he exclaimed, "this is the funniest letter I ever received. Of course, you know your gorilla is no gorilla at all, but only a baboon. I will not look at him, for when people ask me about Barnum's gorilla, I prefer to be able to say that I have not seen him. On the contrary," said I particularly desire that you should see the animal, and expose it. The imposition is too ridiculous." "True, but I think your letter is more curious than your animal." "Then I give you full leave to read the letter to all who ask you about the gorilla." "Thank you," said Du Chaillu, "and I wish you would let me read it in my lectures at the West, where I am soon going on a tour." I consented that he should do so. And I afterwards heard that he was delighting as well as enlightening Western audiences on the subject of Manager Ferguson's management of the great gorilla in the Barnum and Van Amberg Museum and Menagerie. The menagerie of living animals was superior in extent to any other similar collection in America, embracing, as it did, almost every description of wild animal ever exhibited, including the smallest African elephant, and the only living giraffe then in the United States. The collection of lions and Royal Bengal tigers was superb. There was a cage full of young lions that attracted great attention, and the whole menagerie was an exceedingly valuable one. When I say that to these attractions was added an able dramatic company, which performed every afternoon and evening, and that the admission to the entire establishment was but 30 cents. With no extra charge, except for a few front seats and private boxes, it is no wonder that this immense building, 5 stories high, and covering ground 75 by 200 feet in area, was thronged from sunrise to 10 p.m., and from top to bottom, with country and city visitors, of both sexes and all ages. The public was soon thoroughly convinced of the facts. First, that never before was such an outlay made for so great an assemblage of useful and amusing attractions, combining instruction with amusement, and thrown open to the people at so small a charge for admission. And second, that the surest way of deriving the greatest profit, in the long run, is to give people as much as possible for their money. That these facts were fully impressed upon our patrons is instanced in the monthly returns made to the United States Collector of Internal Revenue for the district, which showed that our receipts were larger than those of Wallack's Theatre, Niblo's Garden, or any other theatre or place of amusement in New York, or in America. Anxious to gather curiosities from every quarter of the globe, I sent Mr. John Greenwood, Jr., who went for me to the Isle of Cyprus and to Constantinople, in 1864. On the Quaker City excursion, which left New York June 8, 1867, and returned in the following November. During his absence Mr. Greenwood traveled 17,735 miles, and brought back several interesting relics from the Holy Land, which were duly deposited in the museum. Very soon after entering upon the premises, I built a new and larger lecture room, which was one of the most commodious and complete theaters in New York. And I largely increased the dramatic company. Our collection swelled so rapidly that we were obliged to extend our premises by the addition of another building, 40 by 100 feet, adjoining the museum. This addition gave us several new halls, which were speedily filled with curiosities. The rapid expansion of the establishment, and the immense interest excited in the public mind led me to consider a plan I had long contemplated, of taking some decided steps towards the foundation of a great free institution, which should be similar to and in some respects superior to the British Museum in London. The Barnum and Van Amberg Museum and Menagerie Company, chartered with a capital of $2 million had, in addition to the New York establishment, 30 acres of land in Bridgeport, whereon it was proposed to erect suitable buildings and glass and wire edifices for breeding and acclimating rare animals and birds, and training such of them as were fit for public performances. In time, a new building in New York, covering a whole square, and farther uptown, would be needed for the mammoth exhibition. And I was not without hopes that I might be the means of establishing permanently in the city an extensive zoological garden. It was also my intention ultimately to make my museum the nucleus of a great free national institution. When the American Museum was burned, and I turned my attention to the collection of fresh curiosities, I felt that I needed other assistance than that of my own agents in America and Europe. It occurred to me that if our government representatives abroad would but use their influence to secure curiosities in the respective countries to which they were delegated, a free public museum might at once be begun in New York. And I proposed to offer a part of my own establishment rent-free for the deposit and exhibition of such rarities as might be collected in this way. Accordingly, a week after the destruction of the American Museum, a memorial was addressed to the President of the United States, asking him to give his sanction to the new effort to furnish the means of useful information and wholesome amusement, and to give such instructions to public officers abroad as would enable them, without any conflict with their legitimate duties, to give efficiency to this truly national movement for the advancement of the public good, without cost to the government. This memorial was dated July 20, 1865, and was signed by Messrs. E. D. Morgan, Moses Taylor, Abram Wakeman, Simeon Draper, Moses H. Grinnell, Stephen Knapp, Benjamin R. Winthrop, Charles Gould, W. M. C. Bryant, James Wadsworth, Tunis W. Quick, John H. Pitkin, Willis Gaylord, Prosper M. Wetmore, Henry Ward Beecher, and Horace Greeley. This memorial was in due time presented, and was endorsed as follows. Executive Mansion, Washington, D.C. April 27, 1866. The purpose set forth in this memorial is highly approved and commended, and our ministers, consuls and commercial agents are requested to give whatever influence in carrying out the object within stated they may deem compatible with the duties of their respective positions, and not inconsistent with the public interests. Andrew Johnson. I went to Washington myself, and had interviews with the President, Secretary Seward, McCulloch and Wells, and also with Assistant Secretary of the Navy, G.V. Fox, who gave me several muskets and other rebel trophies. During my stay at the Capitol I had a pleasant interview with General Grant, who told me he had lately visited my museum with one of his sons, and had been greatly gratified. Upon my mentioning, among other projects, that I had an idea of collecting the hats of distinguished individuals, he at once offered to send an orderly for the hat he had worn during his principal campaigns. All these gentlemen cordially approved of my plan for the establishment of a national museum in New York. But before this plan could be put into effective operation, an event occurred which is now to be narrated. The winter of 1867-68 was one of the coldest that had been known for years, and some 30 severe snowstorms occurred during the season. On Tuesday morning, March 3, 1868, it was bitter cold. A heavy body of snow was on the ground, and as I sat at the breakfast table with my wife and an esteemed lady guest, the wife of my excellent friend Reverend C. Thomas, I read aloud the general news from the morning papers. Leisurely turning to the local columns, I said, "Hello. Barnum's museum is burned. Yes, said my wife, with an incredulous smile, I suspect it is. It is a fact, said I, just listen, Barnum's museum totally destroyed by fire. This was read so coolly, and I showed so little excitement, that both of the ladies supposed I was joking. My wife simply remarked, "Yes, it was totally destroyed 2 years ago, but Barnum built another one." "Yes, and that is burned," I replied. "Now listen," and I proceeded very calmly to read the account of the fire. Mrs. Thomas, still believing from my manner that it was a joke, stole slyly behind my chair, and looking over my shoulder at the newspaper, she exclaimed, "Why, Mrs. Barnum, the museum is really burned. Here is the whole account of it in this morning's paper." "Of course it is," I remarked, with a smile. How could you think I could joke on such a serious subject? It was indeed too true, and the subject was no doubt serious enough. In fact, the pecuniary blow was perhaps even heavier than the loss of the other museum, especially as there was probably no Bennett around who would give me $200,000 for a lease. But during my whole life I had been so much accustomed to operations of magnitude for or against my interests, that large losses or gains were not apt to disturb my tranquility. Indeed, my second daughter calling in soon after, and seeing how coolly I took the disaster, said that her husband had remarked that morning, "Your father won't care half so much about it as he would if his pocket had been picked of $50. That would have vexed him, but he will take this heavier loss as simply the fortune of war." And this was very nearly the fact. Yet the loss was a large one, and the complete frustration of our plans for the future was a serious consideration. But worse than all were the sufferings of the poor wild animals which were burned to death in their cages. A very few only of these animals were saved. Even the people who were sleeping in the building barely escaped with their lives, and next to nothing else, so sudden was the fire and so rapid its progress. The papers of the following morning contained full accounts of the fire. And editorial writers, while manifesting much sympathy for the proprietors, also expressed profound regret that so magnificent a collection, especially in the zoological department, should be lost to the city. The cold was so intense that the water froze almost as soon as it left the hose of the fire engines. And when at last everything was destroyed, except the front granite wall of the museum building, that and the ladder, signs, and lampposts in front were covered in a gorgeous framework of transparent ice, which made it altogether one of the most picturesque scenes imaginable. Thousands of persons congregated daily in that locality in order to get a view of the magnificent ruins. By moonlight the ice-coated ruins were still more sublime. And for many days and nights the old museum was the observed of all observers, and photographs were taken by several artists. When the museum was burnt, I was nearly ready to bring out a new spectacle, for which a very large extra company had been engaged, and on which a considerable sum of money had been expended in scenery, properties, costumes, and especially in enlarging the stage. I had expended altogether some $78,000 in building the new lecture room, and in refitting the saloons. The curiosities were inventoried by the manager, Mr. Ferguson, at $288,000. I bought the real estate only a little while before the fire, for $460,000, and there was an insurance on the whole of $160,000. And in June, 1868, I sold the lots on which the building stood for $432,000. The cause of the fire was a defective flue in a restaurant in the basement of the building. Thus by the destruction of Iraniston, and 2 museums, about $1 million worth of my property had been destroyed by fire. And I was not now long in making up my mind to follow Mr. Greeley's advice on a former occasion, to take this fire as a notice to quit, and go a-fishing. We all know how difficult it is for a person to stop when he is engaged in business, and how seldom it is that we find a man who thinks he has accumulated money enough, and is willing to cease trying to make more. An active business life, like everything else, becomes a habit, and the strife for success in business, through all the changes of fortune, and ups and downs of trade, becomes an infatuation akin to that which spurs the gambler. Hence, men often pursue their money-getting occupations long after the necessity therefor has ceased. Of course, by wedding themselves to this one ambition they forego many of the higher pleasures of life, and though they have a vague idea of that good time coming, when they are going to take things easy and enjoy themselves, that time never comes. Men who are entirely idle are the most miserable creatures in the world. But when by arduous toil they have secured a competence, and especially when they have reached a point in life where they are conscious of a waning of their vital energies, we must admit that they are unwise if they do not slip out of active business, and devote a large portion of their time to intellectual pursuits, social enjoyments, and, if they have not done so through life, to serious reflections on the ends and aims of human existence. It is, perhaps, possible that notwithstanding the active life I have led, I have after all a lazy streak in my composition. At all events, I confess it was with no small degree of satisfaction that by this last burning of the museum, notwithstanding the serious pecuniary loss it proved to me, I discovered a way open through which I could retire to a more quiet and tranquil mode of life. I therefore at once dissolved with the Van Amberg Company, and sold out to them all my interest in the personal property of the concern. I was, however, beset on every side to start another museum, and men of capital offered to raise $1 million if necessary, for that purpose, provided I would undertake its management. My constant reply was, "Lead me not into temptation." I felt that I had enough to live on, and I earnestly believed the doctrine laid down in my lecture on money-getting, in regard to the danger of leaving too much property to children. As I now had something like real leisure at my disposal, in the summer of 1868 I made my third visit to the White Mountains. To me, the locality and scene are ever fresh and ever wonderful. From the top of Mount Washington, one can see on every side within a radius of 40 miles peaks piled on peaks, with smiling valleys here and there between, and, on a very clear day, the Atlantic Ocean off Portland, Maine, is distinctly visible, 60 miles away. Beauty, grandeur, sublimity, and the satisfaction of almost every sense combine to remind one of the ejaculation of that devout English soul who exclaims, "Look around with pleasure, and upward with gratitude." At the Profile House, near the Notch, in the Franconia Range, I met many acquaintances, some of whom had been there with their families for several weeks. When tired of scenery hunting and hill climbing, and thrown entirely upon their own resources, they had invented a sell which they perpetrated upon every newcomer. Naturally enough, as I was considered a capital subject for their fun, before I had been there half an hour they had made all the arrangements to take me in. The sell consisted in getting up a footrace in which all were to join, and at the word "go," the contestants were to start and run across the open space in front of the hotel to a fence opposite, while the last man who should touch the rail must treat the crowd. Of course, no one touched the rail at all, except the victim. I suspected no trick, but tried to avoid the race, urging in excuse that I was too old, too corpulent, and besides, as they knew, I was a teetotaler and would not drink their liquor. "Oh, drink lemonade, if you like," they said, "but no backing out, and as for corpulence, here is Stephen, our old stage driver, who weighs 300, and he shall run with the rest." And in good truth, Stephen, in a warm day especially, would be likely to run with the best of them. But I did not know then that Stephen was the stool pigeon whom they kept to entrap unwary and verdant youths like myself. So looking at his portly form I at once agreed that if Stephen ran I would, as I knew that for a stout man I was pretty quick on my feet. Accordingly, at the word "go," I started and ran as if the traditional enemy of mankind were in me or after me, but before I had accomplished half the distance, I wondered why at least one or two of the crowd had not outstripped me, for, in fact, Stephen was the only one whom I expected to beat. Looking back and at once comprehending the sell, I decided not to be sold. A correspondent of the New York Sun told how I escaped the trick and the penalty, and how I subsequently paid off the tricksters. In a letter from which I quote the following: "Barnum threw up his hands before arriving at the railing, and did not touch it at all. It was acknowledged on all sides that the biters were bit. "But you ran well," said those who intended the sell. "Yes," replied Barnum in high glee, "I ran better than I did for Congress. But I was not green enough to touch the rail." Of course a roar of laughter followed, and the sellers resolved to try the game the next morning on some other newcomer. But their luck had evidently deserted them, for the next man also smelt a rat, and holding up his hands refused to touch the rail. The 2 successive failures dampened the ardor of the sellers, and they relinquished that trick as a bad job. But the way Barnum sold nearly the whole crowd of sellers, in detail, on the following afternoon, by the old sliver trick, was a caution to sore sides. So much laughing in one day was probably never before done in that locality. One after another succeeded in extracting from the palm of Barnum's hand what each at first supposed was a tormenting sliver, but which turned out to be a broom splinter a foot long which was hidden up B.'s sleeve, except the small point which appeared from under the end of his thumb, apparently protruding from under the skin of his palm. One weak brother nearly fainted as he saw come forth some 12 inches of what he at first supposed was a sliver, but which he was now thoroughly convinced was one of the nerves from Barnum's arm. Mr. O'Brien, the Wall Street banker, was the first victim. When asked what he thought upon seeing such a long sliver coming from Barnum's hand, he solemnly replied, "I thought he was a dead man." It was acknowledged by all that Barnum gave them a world of fun, and that he and his friends left the profile house with flying colors. During the year, Mr. George Wood, a most successful and enterprising manager, had been engaged in enlarging and refitting Banvard's building, at the corner of Broadway and 13th Street, for a museum and theater. And wishing to avoid my competition in the business, he proposed, that for a consideration, to be governed to some degree by the receipts, I should bind myself to have no other interest in any museum or place of amusement in New York, and that I should give him the benefit of my experience, influence and information, and thus aid in advancing his interests and in building up and carrying out his enterprise. His proposition fully met my views, and I accepted it. Without incurring risk or responsibility, I could occupy portions of my time, which otherwise, perhaps, might drag heavily on my hands. My mind especially would be employed in matters with which I was familiar, and I might gratify my desire to assist in catering to the healthful, wholesome amusement of the rising generation and the public. I should not rust out, and, moreover, the new museum would afford me a pleasant place to drop into when I felt inclined to do so. Nothing in this arrangement compelled my presence in New York, or even in the United States. I could go when and where I chose, and could continue to be, as I hope to be for the rest of my life, a man of leisure, which in my case, and according to my construction, is far from being a man of idleness. While I was at the White Mountains, I received a telegram from Mr. George Wood, stating that he could not consider his list of curiosities complete unless I would consent to be present at the opening of his museum. And I accordingly waived all my chances in any intended foot races, and hastened to New York, making at Mr. Wood's request the opening address in his new establishment, August 31, 1868. Chapter 44. Curious Coincidences. Number 13. Popular Superstitions, Unlucky Friday, Unfortunate Saturday, Rainy Sundays, Terrible 13, The Brettels of London, Incidents of My Western Trip, Singular Fatality, Number 13 in every hotel, No Escape from the Frightful Figure, Advice of a Clerical Friend, The 13 Colonies, The 13th Chapter of Corinthians, 13 at My Christmas Dinner Party, $13 at a fair, 2 disastrous days, the 13th day in 2 months, 13 pages of manuscript. In the summer of 1868, a lady who happened to be at that time an inmate of my family, upon hearing me say that I supposed we must remove into our summer residence on Thursday, because our servants might not like to go on Friday, remarked, "What nonsense that is! It is astonishing that some persons are so foolish as to think there is any difference in the days." I call it rank heathenism to be so superstitious as to think one day is lucky and another unlucky. And then, in the most innocent manner possible, she added, would not like to remove on a Saturday myself, for they say people who remove on the last day of the week don't stay long. Of course this was too refreshing a case of undoubted superstition to be permitted to pass without a hearty laugh from all who heard it. I suppose most of us have certain superstitions, imbibed in our youth, and still lurking more or less faintly in our minds. Many would not like to acknowledge that they had any choice whether they commenced a new enterprise on a Friday or on a Monday, or whether they first saw the new moon over the right or left shoulder. And yet, perhaps, a large portion of these same persons will be apt to observe it when they happen to do anything which popular superstition calls unlucky. It is a common occurrence with many to immediately make a secret wish, if they happen to use the same expression at the same moment when a friend with whom they are conversing makes it. Nevertheless, these persons would protest against being considered superstitious. Indeed, probably they are not so in the full meaning of the word. Several years ago an old lady who was a guest at my house, remarked on a rainy Sunday, "This is the first Sunday in the month, and now it will rain every Sunday in the month. That is a sign which never fails, for I have noticed it many a time." "Well," I remarked, smiling, "watch closely this time, and if it rains on the next 3 Sundays I will give you a new silk dress." She was in high glee, and replied, "Well, you have lost that dress, as sure as you are born." The following Sunday it did indeed rain. "Ah, ha," exclaimed the old lady, "what did I tell you? I knew it would rain." I smiled, and said, "All right, watch for next Sunday." And surely enough the next Sunday it did rain, harder than on either of the preceding Sundays. "Now, what do you think?" said the old lady, solemnly. "I tell you that sign never fails. It won't do to doubt the ways of Providence," she added with a sigh, "for his ways are mysterious and past finding out." The following Sunday the sun rose in a cloudless sky, and not the slightest appearance of rain was manifested through the day. The old lady was greatly disappointed, and did not like to hear any allusion to the subject. But 2 years afterwards, when she was once more my guest, it again happened to rain on the first Sunday in the month, and I heard her solemnly predict that it would every succeeding Sunday in the month, for, she remarked, it is a sign that never fails. She had forgotten the failure of 2 years before. Indeed, the continuance and prevalence of many popular superstitions is due to the fact that we notice the sign when it happens to be verified, and do not observe it, or we forget it when it fails. Many persons are exceedingly superstitious in regard to the number 13. This is particularly the case, I have noticed, in Catholic countries I have visited, and I have been told that superstition originated in the fact of a 13th apostle having been chosen on account of the treachery of Judas. At any rate, I have known numbers of French persons who had quite a horror of this fatal number. Once I knew a French lady who had taken passage in an ocean steamer, and who, on going aboard, and finding her assigned stateroom to be No. 13, insisted upon it that she would not sail in the ship at all. She had rather forfeit her passage money, though finally she was persuaded to take another room. And a great many people, French, English, and American, will not undertake any important enterprise on the 13th day of the month, nor sit at table with the full complement of 13 persons. With regard to this number to which so many superstitions cling, I have some interesting experiences and curious coincidences, which are worth relating as a part of my personal history. When I was first in England with General Tom Thumb, I well remember dining one Christmas Day with my friends, the Brettels, in St. James's Palace, in London. Just before the dinner was finished, it is a wonder it was not noticed before, it was discovered that the number at table was exactly 13. "How very unfortunate," remarked one of the guests. "I would not have dined under such circumstances for any consideration, had I known it." "Nor I either," seriously remarked another guest. "Do you really suppose there is any truth in the old superstition on that subject?" I asked. "Truth," solemnly replied an old lady. "Truth. Why, I myself have known 3 instances, and have heard of scores of others, where 13 persons have eaten at the same table, and in every case one of the number died before the year was out. This assertion, made with so much earnestness, evidently affected several of the guests, whose nerves were easily excited. I can truthfully state, however, that I dined at the palace again the following Christmas, and although there were 17 persons present, every one of the original 13 who dined there the preceding Christmas, was among this number, and all in good health. Although, of course, it would have been nothing very remarkable if one had happened to have died during the last 12 months. While I was on my Western lecturing tour in 1866, long before I got out of Illinois, I began to observe that at the various hotels where I stopped my room very frequently was number 13. Indeed, it seemed as if this number turned up to me as often as 4 times per week. And so before many days I almost expected to have that number set down to my name wherever I signed it upon the register of the hotel. Still, I laughed to myself, at what I was convinced was simply a coincidence. On one occasion I was traveling from Clinton to Mount Vernon, Iowa, and was to lecture in the college of the latter place that evening. Ordinarily, I should have arrived at 2:00 p.m. But owing to an accident which had occurred to the train from the west, the conductor informed me that our arrival in Mount Vernon would probably be delayed until after 7 o'clock. I telegraphed that fact to the committee who were expecting me, and told them to be patient. When we had arrived within 10 miles of that town it was dark. I sat rather moodily in the car, wishing the train would hurry up, and happening for some cause to look back over my left shoulder, I discovered the new moon through the window. This omen struck me as a coincident addition to my ill luck, and with a pleasant chuckle I muttered to myself, well, I hope I won't get room number 13 tonight. For that will be adding insult to injury. I reached Mount Vernon a few minutes before 8, and was met at the depot by the committee, who took me in a carriage and hurried to the Ballard House. The committee told me the hall in the college was already crowded, and they hoped I would defer taking tea until after the lecture. I informed them that I would gladly do so, but simply wished to run to my room a moment for a wash. While wiping my face I happened to think about the new room, and at once stepped outside of my bedroom door to look at the number. It was number 13. After the lecture I took tea, and I confess that I began to think number 13 looked a little ominous. There I was, many hundreds of miles from my family. I left my wife sick, and I began to ask myself, does number 13 portend anything in particular? Without feeling willing even now to acknowledge that I felt much apprehension on the subject, I must say I began to take a serious view of things in general. I mentioned the coincidence of my luck in so often having number 13 assigned to me to Mr. Ballard, the proprietor of the hotel, giving him all the particulars to date. "I will give you another room if you prefer it," said Mr. Ballard. "No, I thank you," I replied with a semi-serious smile. "If it is fate, I will take it as it comes. And if it means anything I shall probably find it out in time." That same night before retiring to rest I wrote a letter to a clerical friend, then residing in Bridgeport, telling him all my experiences in regard to number 13. I said to him in closing, "Don't laugh at me for being superstitious, for I hardly feel so. I think it is simply a series of coincidences which appear the more strange because I am sure to notice every one that occurs." 10 days afterwards I received an answer from my reverend friend, in which he cheerfully said, "It's all right, go ahead and get number 13 as often as you can. It is a lucky number," and he added, "Unbelieving and ungrateful man. What is 13 but the traditional baker's dozen, indicating good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over, as illustrated in your triumphal lecturing tour? By all means insist upon having room number 13 at every hotel, and if the guests at any meal be less than that charmed compliment, send out and compel somebody to come in. What do you say respecting the 13 colonies? Any ill luck in the number? Was the patriarch Jacob afraid of it when he adopted Ephraim and Manasseh, the 2 sons of Joseph, so as to complete the magic circle of 13? Do you not know that chapter 13 of 1 Corinthians is the grandest in the Bible, with verse 13 as the culmination of all religious thought? And can you read verse 13 of the 5th chapter of Revelation without the highest rapture? But my clerical friend had not heard of a certain curious circumstance which occurred to me after I had mailed my letter to him and before I received his answer. On leaving Mount Vernon for Cedar Rapids the next morning, the landlord, Mr. Ballard, drove me to the railroad depot. As I was stepping upon the cars, Mr. Ballard shook my hand, and with a laugh exclaimed, "Goodbye, friend Barnum, I hope you won't get room number 13 at Cedar Rapids today." "I hope not," I replied earnestly, and yet with a smile. I reached Cedar Rapids in an hour. The lecture committee met and took me to the hotel. I entered my name, and the landlord immediately called out to the porter, "Here, John, take Mr. Barnum's baggage, and show him to number 13. I confess that when I heard this I was startled. I remarked to the landlord that it was certainly very singular, but was nevertheless true, that number 13 seemed to be about the only room that I could get in a hotel. "We have a large meeting of railroad directors here at present," he replied, "and number 13 is the only room unoccupied in my house." I proceeded to the room, and immediately wrote to Mr. Ballard at Mount Vernon, assuring him that my letter was written in number 13, and that this was the only room I could get in the hotel. During the remainder of my journey, I was put into number 13 so often in the various hotels at which I stopped that it came to be quite a matter of course. Though occasionally I was fortunate enough to secure some other number. Upon returning to New York, I related the foregoing adventures to my family, and told them I was really half afraid of number 13. Soon afterwards, I telegraphed to my daughter who was boarding at the Atlantic House in Bridgeport, asking her to engage a room for me to lodge there the next night, on my way to Boston. "Mr. Hale," said she to the landlord, "Father is coming up today, will you please reserve him a comfortable room?" "Certainly," replied Mr. Hale, and he instantly ordered a fire in room 13. I went to Boston and proceeded to Lewiston, Maine, and thence to Lawrence, Massachusetts, and the hotel register there has my name booked for number 13. My experience with this number has by no means been confined to apartments. In 1867 a church in Bridgeport wanted to raise several $1,000s in order to get freed from debt. I subscribed $1,000, by aid of which they assured me they would certainly raise enough to pay off the debt. A few weeks subsequently, however, one of the brethren wrote me that they were still $600 short, with but little prospect of getting it. I replied that I would pay one half of the sum required. The brother soon afterwards wrote me that he had obtained the other half, and I might forward him my subscription of $1,300. During the same season I attended a fair in Franklin Hall, Bridgeport, given by a temperance organization. 2 of my little granddaughters accompanied me, and telling them to select what articles they desired, I paid the bill, $12.50. Whereupon I said to the children, "I am glad you did not make it $13, and I will expend no more here tonight." We sat a while listening to the music, and finally started for home, and as we were going, a lady at one of the stands near the door, called out, "Mr. Barnum, you have not patronized me. Please take a chance in my lottery." "Certainly," I replied, "give me a ticket." I paid her the price, 50 cents, and after I arrived home, I discovered that in spite of my express determination to the contrary, I had expended exactly $13. I invited a few friends to a clambake in the summer of 1868, and being determined the party should not be 13, I invited 15, and they all agreed to go. Of course, one man and his wife were disappointed, and could not go, and my party numbered 13. At Christmas, in the same year, my children and grandchildren dined with me, and finding on counting noses, that they would number the inevitable 13. I expressly arranged to have a high chair placed at the table, and my youngest grandchild, 17 months old, was placed in it, so that we should number 14. After the dinner was over, we discovered that my son-in-law, Thompson, had been detained downtown, and the number at dinner table, notwithstanding my extra precautions, was exactly 13. 13 was certainly an ominous number to me in 1865, for on the 13th day of July, the American Museum was burned to the ground. While the 13th day of November saw the opening of Barnum's new American Museum, which was also subsequently destroyed by fire. Having concluded this veritable history of superstitious coincidences in regard to 13, I read it to a clerical friend, who happened to be present. And after reading the manuscript, I paged it, when my friend and I were a little startled to find that the pages numbered exactly 13. Chapter 45. A Story Chapter. Every man to his vocation, and nature will assert herself, rest by the wayside, a half-shaved party, consternation of a clergyman, natives in New York, doctoring a corn doctor. Religious railways, the Brighton bugle business, cash and conscience, castles in the air, a deluded antiquarian, gambling and politics, Irish wit, about conductors, Dr. Chapin as a punster, foul attempts, a pair o' ducks, cutting a sick friend, Rev. Richard Varick Day, his crime and its consequences, foreordination, practical joking by my father, a valuable racehorse, how he was let and then killed, agony of the horse killer, the final, cell. Foreign and domestic French, Cockneyism, wicked words in Exeter Hall. And now as a traveller, when almost home, sits down by the wayside to rest, and meanwhile discourses to his companion about minor matters relating to the journey. Or revives reminiscences of home and foreign lands, so I stop to sum up in this chapter some of the incidents and anecdotes which seem pertinent to my story. The old adages, every man to his vocation, and nature will assert herself, are oftentimes amusingly illustrated. Everyone knows the fable of the man who prayed to Jupiter to convert his cat into a woman, and Jupiter kindly gratified him and the man married the woman. This was well enough, till one night the feline female heard a mouse scratching at the door, when she jumped out of bed and began a vigorous hunt, to the consternation of her husband. If not of the mouse. Something almost as absurd and quite as illustrative of instinct, or nature, occurred during my management of the museum. I had brought out a play entitled The Patriot Fathers, or something of the sort. It was patriotic at any rate, and required a great many people, who had very little to do excepting to dress, group themselves, and go on and off the stage at the proper times demanded by the incidents or situations of the play. One night I suddenly found myself short of supernumeraries to do these subordinate parts, so I sent up to Centre Market for a supply of young men who were willing to be soldiers, Indians, or anything else which the exigencies of revolutionary times not less than my own immediate necessities demanded. Now, it fortunately happened that an engine company nearby, the famous 40 of bygone days, had just returned from a fire. And my messenger proposed to these men to come down and help me out of my difficulty. The boys wanted no better fun. At least 30 of them came headed by their foreman, Mr. William Racy. They were soon dressed, one as a woman, a mother of the Revolution. Others as Indians, British soldiers, Hessian grenadiers, and Continentals. A very little drilling sufficed to put these new recruits in order for presentation on the stage, for they had little to do but to follow directions as to where they must stand, and when they must go on and off. Numbers, not talent, were needed. They were apt pupils, and did excellently well from the start. But in the very midst of one of those convulsions which threatened the fate of the struggle for independence, the City Hall bell sounded out the alarm for fire. That was enough. Racy shouted out on the stage, "Boys, there's a fire in the 7th. Put for 40. And the 30 incontinently fled in post-haste for 40, and soon after appeared in the street, followed by a jeering, cheering crew. The most motley company that ever dragged a fire engine through the streets of New York. They were in full costume as they left the museum. The red-coated British troops, the Hessians in their tall bearskin caps, the Indians in their paint and feathers, and even the woman helped to drag the machine. And at the fire these strange people, including the woman, helped to man the brakes. It is unnecessary to say that they succeeded in creating in the street, what I hoped they would have done on the stage, a positive sensation. I confess that I am fond of storytelling as well as fun, and I inherit this I think from my maternal grandfather, whom I have already chronicled in these pages as a practical joker of the old school. One of the best illustrations of his peculiar fondness for this amusement appears in the following. Danbury and Bethel were and still are manufacturing villages. Hats and combs were the principal articles of manufacture. The hatters and comb makers had occasion to go to New York every spring and fall, and they generally managed to go in parties, frequently taking in a few outsiders, who merely wished to visit the city for the fun of the thing. They usually took passage on board a sloop at Norwalk, and the length of their passage depended entirely upon the state of the wind. Sometimes the run would be made in 8 hours, and at other times nearly as many days were required. It, however, made little difference with the passengers. They went in for a spree, and were sure to have a jolly time whether on land or water. They were all fond of practical jokes, and before starting they usually entered into a solemn compact, that any man who got angry at a practical joke should forfeit and pay the sum of $20. This agreement frequently saved much trouble, for occasionally an unexpected and rather severe trick would be played off, and sadly chafe the temper of the victim. Upon one of these occasions a party of 14 men started from Bethel on a Monday morning for New York. Among the number were my grandfather, Captain Noah Ferry, Benjamin Hoyt, Esq., Uncle Samuel Taylor, as he was called by everybody, Eleazar Taylor, and Charles Dart. Most of these were proverbial jokers, and it was doubly necessary to adopt the stipulation in regard to the control of temper. It was therefore done in writing, duly signed. They arrived at Norwalk Monday afternoon. The sloop set sail the same evening, with a fair prospect of reaching New York early the next morning. Several strangers took passage at Norwalk, among the rest a clergyman. He soon found himself in jolly company, and attempted to keep aloof. But they informed him it was of no use, they expected to reach New York the next morning, and were determined to make a night of it, so he might as well render himself agreeable. For sleep was out of the question. His reverence remonstrated at first, and talked about his rights, but he soon learned that he was in a company where the rights of the majority were in the ascendant. So he put a smooth face upon affairs, and making up his mind not to retire that night, he soon engaged in conversation with several of his fellow passengers. The clergyman was a slim, spare man, standing over 6 feet high in his stockings, of light complexion, sandy hair, and wearing a huge pair of reddish-brown whiskers. Some of the passengers joked him upon the superfluity of hair upon his face, but he replied that nature had placed it there, and although he thought proper, in accordance with modern custom, to shave off a portion of his beard, he considered it neither unmanly nor unclerical to wear whiskers. It seemed to be conceded that the clergyman had the best of the argument, and the subject was changed. Expectation of a speedy run to New York was most sadly disappointed. The vessel appeared scarcely to move, and through long weary hours of day and night, there was not a ripple on the surface of the water. Nevertheless there was merriment on board the sloop, each voyager contributing good humor to beguile the tediousness of time. Friday morning came, but the calm continued. 5 days from home, and no prospect of reaching New York. We may judge the appearance of the beards of the passengers. There was but one razor in the company. It was owned by my grandfather, and he refused to use it, or to suffer it to be used. "We shall all be shaved in New York," said he. On Saturday morning all hands appeared upon deck, and the sloop was becalmed opposite Soppits, now Port Chester. This tried the patience of the passengers sadly. "I expected to start for home today," said one. "I supposed all my combs would have been sold at auction on Wednesday, and yet here they are on board," said another. "I intended to have sold my hats surely this week, for I have a note to pay in New Haven on Monday," added a third. "I have an appointment to preach in New York this evening and tomorrow," said the clergyman, whose huge sandy whiskers overshadowed a face now completely covered with a bright red beard 1/4 of an inch long. "Well, there is no use crying, gentlemen," replied the captain, "it is lucky for us that we have chickens and eggs on freight, or we might have to be put upon allowance. After breakfast the passengers, who now began to look like barbarians, again solicited the loan of my grandfather's razor. "No, gentlemen," he replied. "I insist that shaving is unhealthy and contrary to nature, and I am determined neither to shave myself nor loan my razor until we reach New York." Night came, and yet no wind. Sunday morning found them in the same position. Their patience was well nigh exhausted, but after breakfast a slight ripple appeared. It gradually increased, and the passengers were soon delighted in seeing the anchor weighed and the sails again set. The sloop glided finely through the water, and smiles of satisfaction forced themselves through the swamps of bristles which covered the faces of the passengers. "What time shall we reach New York if this breeze continues?" was the anxious inquiry of half a dozen passengers. "About 2 o'clock this afternoon," replied the good-natured captain, who now felt assured that no calm would further blight his prospects. "Alas! That will be too late to get shaved," exclaimed several voices, "the barber shops close at 12. "And I shall barely be in time to preach my afternoon sermon," responded the red-bearded clergyman. "Mr. Taylor, do be so kind as to loan me your shaving utensils," he continued, addressing my grandfather. The old gentleman then went to his trunk, and unlocking it, he drew forth his razor, latherbox and strop. The passengers pressed around him, as all were now doubly anxious for a chance to shave themselves. "Now, gentlemen," said my grandfather, "I will be fair with you. I did not intend to lend my razor, but as we shall arrive too late for the barbers, you shall all use it. But it is evident we cannot all have time to be shaved with one razor before we reach New York, and as it would be hard for half of us to walk on shore with clean faces, and leave the rest on board waiting for their turn to shave themselves, I have hit upon a plan which I am sure you will all say is just and equitable." "What is it?" was the anxious inquiry. "It is that each man shall shave one half of his face, and pass the razor over to the next, and when we are all half shaved we shall go on in rotation and shave the other half." They all agreed to this except the clergyman. He objected to appearing so ridiculous upon the Lord's Day, whereupon several declared that any man with such enormous reddish whiskers must necessarily always look ridiculous. And they insisted that if the clergyman used the razor at all he should shave off his whiskers. My grandfather assented to this proposal, and said, "Now, gentlemen, as I own the razor, I will begin. And as our reverend friend is in a hurry he shall be next, but off shall come one of his whiskers on the first turn, or he positively shall not use my razor at all." The clergyman, seeing there was no use in parleying, reluctantly agreed to the proposition. In the course of 10 minutes one side of my grandfather's face and chin, in a straight line from the middle of his nose, was shaved as close as the back of his hand, while the other looked like a thick brush fence in a country swamp. The passengers burst into a roar of laughter, in which the clergyman irresistibly joined, and my grandfather handed the razor to the clerical gentleman. The clergyman had already well lathered one half of his face and passed the brush to the next customer. In a short time the razor had performed its work, and the clergyman was denuded of one whisker. The left side of his face was as naked as that of an infant, while from the other cheek 4 inches of a huge red whisker stood out in powerful contrast. Nothing more ludicrous could well be conceived. A deafening burst of laughter ensued, and the poor clergyman slunk quietly away to wait an hour until his turn should arrive to shave the other portion of his face. The next man went through the same operation, and all the rest followed, a new laugh breaking forth as each customer handed over the razor to the next in turn. In the course of an hour and a quarter every passenger on board was half shaved. It was then proposed that all should go upon deck and take a drink before operations were commenced on the other side of their faces. When they all gathered upon the deck, the scene was most ludicrous. The whole party burst again into loud merriment, each man being convulsed by the ridiculous appearance of the rest. "Now, gentlemen," said my grandfather, "I will go into the cabin and shave off the other side. You can all remain on deck. As soon as I have finished, I will come up and give the clergyman the next chance." "You must hurry or you will not all be finished when we arrive," remarked the captain. "For we shall touch Peck Slip Wharf in half an hour." My grandfather entered the cabin, and in 10 minutes he appeared upon deck, razor in hand. He was smoothly shaved. "Now," said the clergyman, "it is my turn." "Certainly," said my grandfather. "You are next, but wait a moment, let me draw the razor across the strop once or twice." Putting his foot upon the side rail of the deck, and placing one end of the strop upon his leg, he drew the razor several times across it. Then, as if by mistake, the razor flew from his hand, and dropped into the water. My grandfather, with well-feigned surprise, exclaimed in a voice of terror, "Good heavens! The razor has fallen overboard." Such a picture of consternation as covered one half of all the passengers' faces, was never before witnessed. At first they were perfectly silent as if petrified with astonishment. But in a few minutes murmurs began to be heard, and soon swelled into exclamations. "An infernal hog," said one. "The meanest thing I ever knew," remarked another. "He ought to be thrown overboard himself," cried several others. But all remembered that every man who got angry was to pay a fine of $20, and they did not repeat their remarks. Presently all eyes were turned upon the clergyman. He was the most forlorn picture of despair that could be imagined. "Oh, this is dreadful," he drawled, in a tone which seemed as if every word broke a heartstring. This was too much, and the whole crowd broke into another roar. Tranquility was restored. The joke, though a hard one, was swallowed. The sloop soon touched the dock. The half-shaved passengers now agreed that my grandfather, who was the only person on board who appeared like a civilized being, should take the lead for the Walton House, in Franklin Square. And all the rest should follow in Indian file. He reminded them that they would excite much attention in the streets, and enjoined them not to smile. They agreed, and away they started. They attracted a crowd of persons before they reached the corner of Pearl Street and Peck Slip, but they all marched with as much solemnity as if they were going to the grave. The door of the Walton House was open. Old Bacchus, the landlord, was quietly enjoying his cigar, while a dozen or two persons were engaged in reading the papers, etc. In marched the file of nondescripts, with the rabble at their heels. Mr. Bacchus and his customers started to their feet in astonishment. My grandfather marched solemnly up to the bar, the passengers followed, and formed double rows behind him. "Santa Cruz rum for 19, exclaimed my grandfather to the barkeeper. The astonished liquor seller produced bottles and tumblers in double-quick time, and when Bacchus discovered that the nondescripts were old friends and customers, he was excited to uncontrollable merriment. "What in the name of decency has happened," he exclaimed, "that you should all appear here half-shaved?" "Nothing at all, Mr. Bacchus," said my grandfather, with apparent seriousness. "These gentlemen choose to wear their beards according to the prevailing fashion in the place they came from. And I think it is very hard that they should be stared at and insulted by you Yorkers because your fashion happens to differ a trifle from theirs." Bacchus half believed my grandfather in earnest, and the bystanders were quite convinced such was the fact, for not a smile appeared upon one of the half-shaved countenances. After sitting a few minutes the passengers were shown to their rooms, and at tea-time every man appeared at the table precisely as he came from the sloop. The ladies looked astonished, the waiters winked and laughed, but the subjects of this merriment were as grave as judges. In the evening they maintained the same gravity in the barroom, and at 10 o'clock they retired to bed with all due solemnity. In the morning, however, bright and early, they were in the barber's shop, undergoing an operation that soon placed them upon a footing with the rest of mankind. It is hardly necessary to explain that the clergyman did not appear in that singular procession of Sunday afternoon. He tied a handkerchief over his face, and taking his valise in his hand, started for Market Street, where it is presumed he found a good brother and a good razor in season to fill his appointment. Let me give an illustration of a practical joke, which is quite professional as well as practical with the operator, and in 9 cases out of 10, no doubt, profitable withal. When I was in Paris in 1845, there came one day to my room in the Hotel Bedford, where I was staying, a smart little Frenchman with a case of instruments under his arm. He announced himself as a chiropodist who could instantly remove the worst corns, not only without pain, but he promised by means of a mysterious liniment in his possession to immediately heal the spot from which he removed the corn. Now I had not a corn on my feet, but willing to test his wonderful powers, I told him to examine my left foot, and to remove a troublesome corn on the little toe. Surely enough he did remove and exhibit such a corn as I am sure would have prevented my walking, had I known that I was so grievously afflicted. He then poured some of his red oil on the toe and triumphantly showed me that the place had already entirely healed. Pretending to be delighted with his skill, I held out another toe for operation, and watching him carefully I saw him slip a manufactured corn into his oil bottle, which, after fumbling a while and pretending to pare the unoffending toe, he extracted. More delighted than ever, I rang the bell, and told the servant to send up the landlord, as I wished him to witness the extraordinary skill of the corn doctor. The landlord arrived, and, after a few words of eulogy upon the chiropodist, I submitted another healthy toe, and forth came another monstrous corn. For the same process of extraction, with the same results, could have been performed on the foot of a marble statue. It was now my turn to operate, so I rose and bolted the door and took off my coat, telling the doctor that I greatly admired his gold-mounted instruments and the brazen impudence with which he swindled the public, but that this time he had caught a tartar, and that he could not leave the room till he had been searched. The quack bristled up in grand style at what he termed my ungentlemanly behavior, and threatened if I touched him to bring me before the tribunal. I remarked that I rather thought that the tribunal was the last place on earth at which he desired to appear, and then assuring the landlord that the fellow was an arrant impostor, and that if he would assist me in searching him I would prove it and warrant that no harm should come to the searchers, he consented, and collared the chiropodist. The fellow, seeing that we were resolved, quietly submitted. We first searched his pockets and found nothing. But upon examining his morocco instrument case, we discovered a drawer in which were 80 ready-made corns and a small piece of horn which furnished the raw material for the manufacture. Fortunately, my right foot was not bare, and I forthwith gave the chiropodist a lesson in the shape of a warm visitation of shoe leather, which sent him flying downstairs, where the dose was doubled by an attentive servant till the chiropodist reached the street. He did not call at the Hotel Bedford again during my stay. I was a good deal amused when I was in Brighton, England, during the same year, to see how some people manage to reconcile cash and conscience. Everyone knows that Brighton is a fashionable watering place, frequented by all sorts of people. But the actual residents, many of whom are very wealthy, are supposed to be quite removed from the fashionable and other follies of the visitors from abroad during the season. The millionaires of Brighton, when I was there, were great churchgoers, and at the same time were extensive owners in the stock of the railway which brought so many visitors to the place. It was therefore for their interest that trains should run on Sundays, as well as on other days, but as such a course would clash with their religious professions, it was necessary that some plan should be devised by which a compromise could be effected between profits and profession. Cash and conscience, for the idea of ever sacrificing interest to principle never enters the minds of those whose religion may be in their heads while it never reaches their hearts. The compromise between the duty and the dividends of the Brighton Railway shareholders was effected as follows. After a great deal of talk pro and con on the subject, the trains on Sunday were permitted to arrive and depart on the following conditions. But little noise and confusion was manifest, and there were fewer porters employed about the station than on weekdays, obliging the arriving and departing passengers not only to look after, but to lift their baggage, and as bell ringing, that is, locomotive bell ringing, would disturb the sanctity of the Sabbath, a bugle gave notice of the incoming and outgoing of the trains. But even this was not enough. It was expressly stipulated that the bugle player should play nothing but sacred music. Thus trains came into Old Hundred, or some similar psalm tune, and went out to the air of dismission, common to the hymn commencing, Lord, dismiss us with thy blessing. I do not know that this custom is still kept up at Brighton, but it certainly was so when I was there in 1845. And it was gravely recommended to others who favored a very strict observance of Sunday, and yet liked their dividends, or were eager for Sunday mails. In common phrase, it was whipping the evil one round the stump in a curious way. It reminded me of the good old deacon in Connecticut who was in the habit of selling milk to his neighbors on all days in the week. One Sunday, however, his parson came home with him to tea, and while they were at the table a little girl came in for a quart of milk. The deacon was afraid of being scandalized in the presence of the parson, and so he told the girl he did not sell milk on Sunday. The girl, who had been accustomed to buy on that day as on other days, was much surprised and turned to go away, when the sixpence in her hand was too much of a temptation for the deacon, who called out, "Here, little girl. You can leave the money now, and call and get the milk tomorrow." During my journeyings abroad I was not wholly free from the usual infirmity of travelers, viz., a desire to look at the old castles of feudal times, whether in preservation or in ruins. But there was one of our party, Mr. H. G. Sherman, who had a peculiar and irresistible taste for the antique. He gathered trunks full of stone and timber mementos from every place of note which we visited, and, if there was anything which he admired more than all else, it was an old castle. He spent many hours in clambering the broken walls of Kenilworth, in viewing the towers and dungeons of Warwick, and climbing the precipices of Dumbarton. When travelling by coach, Sherman always secured an outside seat, and, if possible, next to the coachman, so as to be able to make inquiries regarding everything which he might happen to see. On our journey from Belfast to Drogheda, Sherman occupied his usual seat beside the driver, and asked him 1,000 questions. The coachman was a regular wag, with genuine Irish wit, and he determined to have a little bit of fun at the expense of the inquisitive Yankee. As we came within 8 miles of Drogheda, the watchful eye of Sherman caught the glimpse of a large stone pile, appearing like a castle, looming up among some trees in a field half a mile from the roadside. "Oh, look here. What do you call that?" exclaimed Sherman, giving the coachman an elbowing in the ribs which was anything but pleasant. "Faith," replied the coachman, "you may well ask what we call that, for divil a call do we know what to call it. That is a castle, sir, beyond all question the oldest in Ireland. Indade, none of the old books nor journals contain any account of it. It is known, however, that Brian Boreham inhabited it some time, though it is supposed to have been built centuries before his day. I'll give you half a crown to stop the coach long enough for me to run and bring a scrap of it away," said Sherman. "Sure, and isn't this the Royal Mail coach? And I would not dare detain it for half the Bank of Ireland," replied the honest coachman. "How far is it to Drogheda?" inquired Sherman. "About 8 miles, more or less," answered the coachman. "Stop your coach, and let me down then," replied Sherman. "I'll walk to Drogheda, and would sooner walk 3 times the distance than not have a nearer view, and carry off a portion of the oldest castle in Ireland." With that Sherman dismounted, and, raising his umbrella to protect him from the cold rain which was falling in torrents, he marched off in the mud, calling out to me that I might expect him in Dublin by the next train to that which would take us from Drogheda, the railroad being then completed only to that point from Dublin. We arrived in Dublin about 5 o'clock, cold and uncomfortable. But warm apartments and good fires were in waiting for us, and in a few hours we had partaken of an excellent supper, and were as happy as lords. About 9 o'clock in the evening, the door of our parlour was opened, and who should come in but poor Sherman. Drenched to the skin with cold rain, the legs of his boots pulled over the bottoms of his pantaloons, and covered with thick mud to the very tops, and himself looking like a half-famished, weary and frozen traveller. "For heaven's sake, let me get to the fire," exclaimed Sherman, and we were too much struck with his suffering appearance not to heed it. "Well, Sherman," I remarked, "that must have been a tedious walk for you, 8 long Irish miles through the rain and mud." "I guess you would have thought so if you had walked it yourself," replied Sherman, doggedly. "I hope you have brought away trophies enough from the castle to pay you for all this trouble," I continued. "Oh, curse the castle," exclaimed Sherman. "What do you mean by that?" I asked, in astonishment. "Oh, you need not look surprised," replied Sherman, "for I have no doubt that you and that bog-trotting Irish coachman have had fun enough at my expense before this time." I assured him that I positively had not heard the coachman speak on the subject, and begged him to tell me what had occurred to vex him in this manner. "Why, if you don't already know," replied Sherman, "would not have you know for £20, for you would be sure to publish it. However, now your curiosity is excited, you would be certain to find it all out, if you had to hire a post-chaise, and ride there on purpose, so I may as well tell you." "Do tell me," I replied, "for I confess my curiosity is excited, and I am unable to guess why you are so angry. For I know you love to see castles, and that pleasure you surely have enjoyed, for I caught a glimpse of one myself." "No, you have not seen a castle today, nor I either," exclaimed Sherman. "What on earth was it, then?" I asked. "A thundering old limekill," exclaimed Sherman, "and I only wish I could pitch that infernal Irish coachman into it while it was under full blast." It was many a long day before Sherman heard the last of the limekill. In fact, this trick of the Irish coachman rendered him cautious in making inquiries of strangers. One day we rode to Donnybrook, the place so much celebrated for its fairs and its black eyes. For it would be quite out of character for Pat to attend a fair without having a flourish of the shillelagh, and a scrimmage which would result in a few broken heads and bloody noses. Near Donnybrook we saw something on the summit of a hill which appeared like a round stone tower. It was probably 60 feet in circumference and 25 feet high. "I would like to know what that is," said Sherman. I advised him to inquire of the first coachman that came along, but, with a forced smile, he declined my advice. "It can't be a limekill, at any rate," continued Sherman, "it must be a castle of some description." The more we looked at it the more mysterious did it appear to us, and Sherman's castle-hunting propensities momentarily increased. At last he exclaimed, "A man who travels with a tongue in his head is a fool if he don't use it. And I am not going within 100 rods of what may be the greatest curiosity in Ireland, without knowing it." With that he turned our horse's head towards a fine-looking mansion on our right, where we halted. Sherman jumped from the carriage, opened the small gate, proceeded up the alley of the lawn fronting the house, and rang the bell. A servant appeared at the door. But Sherman, knowing the stupidity of Irish servants, was determined to apply at headquarters for the information he so much desired. "Is your master in?" asked Sherman. "I will see, sir." "What name, if you please?" "A stranger from the United States of America," replied Sherman. The servant departed, and in a minute returned and invited Sherman to enter the parlor. He found the gentleman of the mansion sitting by a pleasant fire, near which were also his lady and several visitors and members of the family. Sherman was not troubled with diffidence. Being seated, he hoped he would be excused for having called without an invitation. But the fact was, he was an American traveler, desirous of picking up all important information that might fall in his way. The gentleman politely replied that no apology was necessary, that he was most happy to see him, and that any information which he could impart regarding that or any other portion of the country should be given with pleasure. "Thank you," replied Sherman, "I will not trouble you except on a single point. I have seen all that is important in Dublin and its vicinity, and in and about Donnybrook. There is but one thing respecting which I want information, and that is the stone tower or castle which we see standing on the hill, about 1/4 of a mile south of your house. If you could give me the name and history of that pile, I shall feel extremely obliged." "Oh, nothing is easier," replied the gentleman, with a smile. "That pile, as you call it, was built some 40 years ago by my father. And it was a lucky pile for him, for it was the only windmill in these parts, and always had plenty to do, but a few years ago a hurricane carried off the wings of the mill. And ever since that it has stood as it now does, a memorial of its former usefulness." "Is there any other important information that I can give you?" asked the gentleman, with a smile. "Not any," replied Sherman, rising to depart, but perhaps I can give you some. And that is, that Ireland is, beyond all dispute, the meanest country I ever travelled in. The only two objects worthy of note that I have seen in all Ireland are a limekiln and the foundation for a windmill. Upon resuming his seat in the carriage, Sherman laughed immoderately, although he evidently felt somewhat chagrined by this second mistake in searching for ancient castles. Calling one day in one of the principal hotels in Dublin, I noticed among the rules framed and hung in the coffee-room for the warning, instruction, or entertainment of the guests of the house, the following: no gambling or politics will be allowed to take place in this house, by any parties whatever. How politics could take place in an Irish hotel, or elsewhere, would have been a mystery to me, if I did not remember that the scrimmages and rows, which often follow the mere discussion of politics, seem to warrant the landlord in classing politics with gambling, or any other dangerous amusement which might take place in the coffee-room of an Irish inn. Speaking of Irishmen, I am reminded of an illustration of ready Irish wit, which is located on the line of the Boston and Fitchburg Railroad. Some years ago, the Reverend Thomas Whitmore, a wealthy Universalist minister, who was a large stockholder in the road, was appointed president of the company. And, as he was exceedingly conscientious in the discharge of his duty, he once took upon himself to walk over every foot of the route, to see if every part of the road was in complete order. Walking along in this way and alone, he came to a place where a loose rail lay alongside of the track. And, seeing an Irishman nearby, who was apparently employed on the road, Mr. Whitmore called out to him, "Here, Pat, pick up this rail, and lay it alongside of the fence out of the way, till it is wanted." It never occurred to Mr. Whitmore that every man whom he met did not know him and his official position. But Pat, not dreaming that his virtual employer, the president of the railroad company, was giving him an order, sharply answered, "Just go to the divil, will ye?" "My dear friend," said the smiling Whitmore, who instantly comprehended the situation, that is, that Pat did not know him, and no particular wonder either. "Go to the devil? Why, that is the last place I should desire to go to." "And, faith, and I think it's the last place you will be going to," responded Pat. "Of railroads and railroad travel and employees I have heard and told no end of stories. But one of the latest and best, I think, is told of a man in a town down east, who had some difficulty with a conductor, and vowed that not another cent of his money should ever go into the treasury of that company. 'But,' said the conductor of the road, 'you own property in one place on the line, and do business in another place, and are obliged to go back and forth almost every day. How are you going to help paying something to the company?' 'Oh, hereafter I shall pay my fare to you in the cars,' was the reply. It may be a joke, but conductors themselves, that is, some of them, are more or less facetious on the subject of what in the vernacular is known as knocking down. Soon after the conductors on the New York and New Haven Railroad were put in costume while on duty, and were obliged to wear a badge bearing the initials of the company, my friend Reverend Dr. Chapin was accompanying me over the road to my Bridgeport home, when along came a conductor, whom we both knew well, to collect our fares. "Ah, I see," said Dr. Chapin, pointing to the letters on the new badge, N.H., New York, "neither here, nor yonder." "No," whispered the conductor confidentially in the doctor's ear, "it means, new house, next year." It is scarcely necessary to tell the thousands who know Dr. Chapin that he is a man of most ready wit, and an inveterate punster. One day, when we were dining together, I was carving a chicken, which the doctor pronounced a heinous offense, when, having some difficulty with a tough wing, I exclaimed, "How shall I get the thing off, anyhow?" "Pull it," gravely answered the doctor. "Exactly," said I. Then began what the doctor called a battle of the spurs, I trying to crow over the doctor, and he endeavoring to upset my calculations, urging me meanwhile to scratch away, till at last I told him, if he made another pun on that lay, he would knock me off the roost. "Oh, then," said the doctor, finally feathering his nest, shan't I clear? An equally foul pun of the doctor's was perpetrated in cold blood, or rather in very cold water, down at Rockport, Massachusetts. Thither every summer season were wont to congregate, for their vacation, such celebrated clergymen as Starr King, Dr. Chapin, and others, mainly for the fine sea bathing there. One season Dr. Chapin arrived at least a fortnight behind the rest, and, when they went down bathing together, the acclimated visitors pronounced the water to be delightful, just right, and so on. "But isn't it cold?" asked Dr. Chapin. "Oh, no," replied Starr King, "you have only to go down and up twice, and you are warm enough." "Ah, I see how it is," said Dr. Chapin, who tried the experiment and came up half frozen. "You are warm after down and up twice? Why, that's a pair, ducks." Fowls naturally suggest the market, and this brings to mind a neighbor of mine in New York who keeps two things, a boarding house, and bad hours. His wife justly suspected him of gambling. But he generally managed to get in before midnight, and always had money enough in his pocket to go to market with in the morning. On one occasion, however, after gambling all night, he did not come home till 6 o'clock in the morning, when, after a sound scolding from his wife for staying out all night and gambling, as she insisted, he was sent to market to get something for breakfast. Returning, he was again berated by his wife for gambling, he protesting all the while that he had been spending the night with a sick friend. His wife might have believed him, if he had not sat down at the head of the table, half asleep, and solemnly passed the bread to the nearest boarder with the exclamation, "Cut! That's your sick friend," exclaimed the wife, while a general roar around the table woke the host to the fact that he was passing bread, and not a pack of cards. This storytelling carries me back to my boyhood days at Bethel, and brings to mind an old clerical acquaintance whom I knew long before I met Dr. Chapin. The Rev. Richard Varick Day, who resided at Greenfield, Connecticut, was in the habit of coming to Bethel to preach on Sabbath evenings. He was a very eloquent preacher, and an eccentric man. He possessed fine talents, his sermons were rich in pathos and wit, and he was exceedingly popular with the world's people. The more straight-laced, however, were afraid of him. His remarks both in and out of the pulpit would frequently rub hard against some popular dogma, or knock in the head some favorite religious tenet. Mr. Day was therefore frequently in hot water with the church, and was either suspended, or about to be brought to trial for some alleged breach of ministerial duty or some suspected heresy. While thus debarred from preaching, he felt that he must do something to support his family. With this view he visited Bethel, Danbury, and other towns, and delivered lectures, at the termination of which, contributions for his benefit were taken up. I remember his lecturing in Bethel on charity. This discourse overflowed with eloquence and pathos, and terminated in a contribution of more than $50. It was said that on one occasion Mr. Day was about to be tried before an ecclesiastical body at Middletown. There being no railroads in those days, many persons traveled on horseback. 2 days before the trial was to take place, Mr. Day started for Middletown alone, and on horseback. His valise was fastened behind the saddle. And, putting on his large greatcoat surmounted with a half a dozen broad capes, as was the fashion of that period, and donning a broad-brimmed hat, he mounted his horse and started for the scene of trial. On the second day of his journey, and some 10 miles before reaching Middletown, he overtook a brother clergyman, also on horseback, who was wending his way to the consociation. He was a man perhaps 60 years of age, and his silvered locks stood out like porcupine quills. His iron visage, which seemed never to have worn a smile, his sinister expression, small, keen, selfish-looking eyes, and compressed lips, convinced Mr. Day that he had no hope of mercy from that man as one of his judges. The reverend gentleman soon fell into conversation. The sanctimonious clergyman gave his name and residence, and inquired those of Mr. Day. "My name is Mr. Richard," replied Reverend Richard V. Day, "and my residence is Fairfield. Greenfield is a parish in the town of Fairfield." "Ah," exclaimed the other clergyman, "then you live near Mr. Day, do you know him?" "Perfectly well," responded the eccentric Richard. "Well, what do you think of him?" inquired the anxious brother. "He is a wide-awake, cunning fellow, one whom I should be sorry to offend, for I would not like to fall into his clutches. But, if compelled to do so, I could divulge some things which would astonish our consociation." "Is it possible?" "Well, of course your duty to the Church and the Redeemer's cause will prompt you to make a clean breast of it, and divulge everything you know against the accused," responded the excited clergyman. "It is hard to destroy a brother's reputation and break up the peace of his family," answered the meek Mr. Richard. "It is the duty of the elect to expose and punish the reprobates," replied the sturdy Puritan. "But had I not better first tell our brother his fault, and give him an opportunity to confess and be forgiven? Our brother, as you call him, is undoubtedly a heretic, and the true faith is wounded by his presence amongst us. The Church must be purged from unbelief. We must beware of those who would introduce damnable heresies." "Are you sure that Mr. Day is an unbeliever?" inquired the modest Mr. Richard. "I have heard that he throws doubt upon the Trinity, shrugs his shoulders at some portions of the Saybrook platform, and has said that even reprobates may sincerely repent, pray for forgiveness, and be saved. Aye, that he even doubts the damnation of unregenerate infants." "Horrible," ejaculated Mr. Richard. "Yes, horrible indeed. But I trust that our consociation will excommunicate him at once and forever." "But what do you know concerning his belief?" "I know nothing specially against his belief," responded Mr. Richard. "But I have witnessed some of his acts, which I should be almost sorry to expose. A mistaken charity. It is your duty to tell the consociation all you know regarding the culprit, and I shall insist upon your doing so." "I certainly desire to do that which is right and just. And, as I am but young in the ministry, I shall defer to your judgment, founded on age and experience. But I would prefer at first to state to you what I know, and then will be guided by your advice in regard to giving my testimony before the consociation. A very proper course. You can state the facts to me, and I will give you my counsel. Now what do you know?" "I know that on more than one occasion I have caught him in the act of kissing my wife," replied the injured Mr. Richard. "I am not at all astonished," responded the clergyman. "Such conduct coincides exactly with the opinion I had formed of the man. I commiserate you, sir, but I honor your sense of duty in divulging such important facts, even at the expense of exposing serious troubles in your domestic relations. But, sir, justice must have its course. These facts must be testified to before the consociation. Do you know anything else against the delinquent?" "I know something more. But it is of a nature so delicate, and concerns me personally so seriously, that I must decline divulging it." "Sir, you cannot do that." "I will not permit it, but will insist on your telling the whole truth before our consociation, though your heartstrings were to break in consequence. I repeat, sir, that I sympathize with you personally, but personal feelings must be swallowed up in the promotion of public good. No sympathy for an individual can be permitted to clash with the interests of the true Church. You had better tell me, sir, all you know. Since you say that duty requires it, I will do so." "I have caught him, under very suspicious circumstances, in my wife's bedroom," said the unfortunate Mr. Richard. "Was your wife in bed?" inquired the man with the iron face. "She was," faintly lisped the almost swooning Mr. Richard. "Enough, enough," was the response. "Our consociation will soon dispose of the Reverend Richard V. Day." The two clergymen had now arrived at Middletown. The Reverend Mr. Vinegar-Face rode to the parsonage while Mr. Day, alias Mr. Richard, went to a small and obscure inn. The consociation commenced the next day. This ecclesiastical body was soon organized, and, after disposing of several minor questions, it was proposed to take up the charges of heresy against the Reverend Mr. Day. The accused, with a most demure countenance, was conversing with his quondam traveling companion of the day previous, who upon hearing this proposition instantly sprang to his feet. and informed the Reverend Chairman that providentially he had been put in possession of facts which must necessarily result in the immediate expulsion of the culprit from the church, and save the necessity of examining testimony on the question of heresy. In fact, continued he, I am prepared to prove that the Reverend Richard V. Day has frequently kissed the wife of one of our brethren, and has also been caught in a situation which affords strong evidence of his being guilty of the crime of adultery. A thrill of horror and surprise ran through the assembly. Every eye was turned to Mr. Day, who was seated so closely to the last speaker that he touched him as he resumed his seat. Mr. Day's countenance was as placid as a May morning, and it required keen vision to detect the lurking smile of satisfaction that peeped from a corner of his eye. A few minutes of dead silence elapsed. "Produce your witnesses," finally said the chairman, in an almost sepulchral voice. "I call on the Rev. Mr. Richard, of Fairfield, to corroborate under oath the charges which I have made," responded the hard-visaged Puritan. Not a person moved. Mr. Day looked as unconcerned as if he was an utter stranger to all present, and understood not the language which they were speaking. "Where is the Reverend Mr. Richard?" inquired the venerable chairman. "Here he is," responded the accuser, familiarly tapping Mr. Day on the shoulder. The whole audience burst into such a roar of laughter as probably never was heard in a like consociation before. The accuser was almost petrified with astonishment at such inconceivable conduct on the part of that sedate religious assembly. Mr. Day alone maintained the utmost gravity. "That, sir, is the Rev. Richard V. Day," replied the chairman, when order was restored. The look of utter dismay which instantly marked the countenance of the accuser threw the assembly into another convulsion of laughter, during which Mr. Day's victim withdrew, and was not seen again in Middletown. The charges of heresy were then brought forward. After a brief investigation, they were dismissed for want of proof, and Mr. Day returned to Greenfield triumphant. I have often heard Mr. Day relate the following anecdote. A young couple called on him one day at his house in Greenfield. They informed him that they were from the southern portion of the state, and desired to be married. They were well dressed, made considerable display of jewelry, and altogether wore an air of respectability. Mr. Day felt confident that all was right, and, calling in several witnesses, he proceeded to unite them in the holy bonds of wedlock. After the ceremonies were concluded, Mr. Day invited the happy pair, as was usual in those days, to partake of some cake and wine. They thus spent a social half-hour together, and, on rising to depart, the bridegroom handed Mr. Day a $20 bank note, remarking that this was the smallest bill he had, but, if he would be so good as to pay their hotel bill, they had merely dined and fed their horse at the hotel. He could retain the balance of the money for his services. Mr. Day thanked him for his liberality, and went at once to the hotel with the lady and gentleman, and informed the landlord that he would settle their bill. They proceeded on their journey, and the next day it was discovered that the banknote was a counterfeit, and that Mr. Day had to pay nearly $3 for the privilege of marrying this loving couple. The newspapers in various parts of the state subsequently published facts which showed that the affectionate pair got married in every town they passed through, thus paying their expenses and fleecing the clergyman by means of counterfeits. One of the deacons of Mr. Day's church asked him if he usually kissed the bride at weddings. "Always," was the reply. "How do you manage when the happy pair are Negroes?" was the deacon's next question. "In all such cases," replied Mr. Day, "the duty of kissing is appointed to the deacons. My grandfather was a Universalist, and for various reasons, fancied or real, he was bitterly opposed to the Presbyterians in doctrinal views, though personally some of them were his warmest and most intimate friends. Being much attached to Mr. Day, he induced that gentleman to deliver a series of Sunday evening sermons in Bethel. And my grandfather was not only on all these occasions one of the most prominent and attentive hearers, but Mr. Day was always his guest. He would generally stop over Monday and Tuesday with my grandfather, and, as several of the most social neighbors were called in, they usually had a jolly time of it. Occasionally, mine host would attack Mr. Day good-naturedly on theological points, and would generally come off second best. But he delighted, although vanquished, to repeat the sharp answers with which Mr. Day met his objections to the confession of faith. One day, when a dozen or more of the neighbors were present, and enjoying themselves in passing around the bottle, relating anecdotes, and cracking jokes, my grandfather called out in a loud tone of voice, which at once arrested the attention of all present. "Friend Day, I believe you pretend to believe in foreordination?" "To be sure I do," replied Mr. Day. "Well, now, suppose I should spit in your face, what would you do?" inquired my grandfather. "I hope that is not a supposable case," responded Mr. Day, "for I should probably knock you down." "That would be very inconsistent," replied my grandfather, exultingly. "For if I spat in your face it would be because it was foreordained I should do so. Why then would you be so unreasonable as to knock me down?" "Because it would be foreordained that I should knock you down," replied Mr. Day, with a smile. The company burst into a laugh, in which my grandfather heartily joined. My father, as well as my grandfather, was very fond of a practical joke, and he lost no occasion which offered for playing off one upon his friends and neighbors. In addition to his store, tavern, and freight wagon business to Norwalk, he kept a small livery stable. And on one occasion, a young man named Nelson Beers applied to him for the use of a horse to ride to Danbury, a distance of 3 miles. Nelson was an apprentice to the shoemaking business, nearly out of his time, was not overstocked with brains, and lived 1.5 miles east of our village. My father thought that it would be better for Nelson to make his short journey on foot than to be at the expense of hiring a horse, but he did not tell him so. We had an old horse named Bob. Having reached an age beyond his teens, he was turned out in a bog lot near our house to die. He was literally a living skeleton, much in the same condition of the Yankee's nag, which was so weak his owner had to hire his neighbor's horse to help him draw his last breath. My father, in reply to Nelson's application, told him that the livery horses were all out, and he had none at home except a famous racehorse, which he was keeping in low flesh in order to have him in proper trim to win a great race soon to come off. "Oh, do let me have him, Uncle Phile." My father's name was Philo. But, as it was the custom in that region to call everybody uncle, or aunt, or squire, or deacon, or colonel, or captain, my father's general title among his acquaintances was Uncle Phile. "I will ride him very carefully, and not injure him in the least. Besides, I will have him rubbed down and fed in Danbury," said Nelson Beers. "He is too valuable an animal to risk in the hands of a young man like you," responded my father. Nelson continued to importune, and my father to play off, until it was finally agreed that the horse could be had on the condition that he should in no case be ridden faster than a walk or slow trot, and that he should be fed 4 quarts of oats at Danbury. Nelson started on his Rosinante, looking for all the world as if he was on a mission to the Carrion Crows. But he felt every inch a man, for he fancied himself astride of the greatest racehorse in the country, and realized that a heavy responsibility was resting on his shoulders. For the last words of my father to him were, "Now, Nelson, if any accident should happen to this animal while under your charge, you could not pay the damage in a lifetime of labor." Old Bob was duly oated and watered at Danbury, and at the end of several hours Mr. Beers mounted him and started for Bethel. He concluded to take the Great Pasture Road home, that being the name of a new road cut through swamps and meadows as a shorter route to our village. Nelson, for the nonce forgetting his responsibility, probably tried the speed of his racehorse and soon broke him down. At all events something occurred to weaken old Bob's nerves, for he came to a standstill and Nelson was forced to dismount. The horse trembled with weakness and Nelson Beers trembled with fright. A small brook was running through the bogs at the roadside, and Beers, thinking that perhaps his racehorse needed a drink, led him into the stream. Poor old Bob stuck fast in the mud, and, not having strength to withdraw his feet, quietly closed his eyes, and, like a patriarch as he was, he dropped into the soft bed that was awaiting him, and died without a single kick. No language can describe the consternation of poor Beers. He could not believe his eyes, and vainly tried to open those of his horse. He placed his ear at the mouth of poor old Bob, but took it away again in utter dismay. The breath had ceased. At last Nelson, groaning as he thought of meeting my father, and wondering whether eternity added to time would be long enough for him to earn the value of the horse, took the bridle from the deadhead, and unbuckling the girth, drew off the saddle, placed it on his own back, and trudged gloomily towards our village. It was about sundown when my father espied his victim coming up the street with the saddle and bridle thrown across his shoulders, his face wearing a look of the most complete despair. My father was certain that old Bob had departed this life, and he chuckled inwardly and quietly, but instantly assumed a most serious countenance. Poor Beers approached more slowly and mournfully than if he was following a dear friend to the grave. When he came within hailing distance my father called out, "Why, Beers, is it possible you have been so careless as to let that racehorse run away from you?" "Oh, worse than that, Uncle Phile," groaned Nelson. "Worse than that. Then he has been stolen by some judge of valuable horses. Oh, what a fool I was to entrust him to anybody!" exclaimed my father, with well-feigned sorrow. "No, he ain't stolen, Uncle Phile," said Nelson. "Not stolen. Well, I am glad of that, for I shall recover him again, but where is he? I am afraid you have lammed him." "Worse than that," drawled the unfortunate Nelson. "Well, what is the matter? Where is he? What ails him?" asked my father. "Oh, I can't tell you, said Beers with a groan. "But you must tell me," returned my father. "It will break your heart," groaned Beers. "To be sure it will if he is seriously injured," replied my father, "but where is he?" "He is dead," said Beers, as he nerved himself up for the announcement, and then, closing his eyes, sank into a chair completely overcome with fright. My father groaned in a way that started Nelson to his feet again. All the sensations of horror, intense agony, and despair were depicted to the life on my father's countenance. "Oh, Uncle Phile, don't be too hard with me, I wouldn't have had it happen for all the world," said Beers. "You can never recompense me for that horse," replied my father. I know it, Uncle Phile, I can only work for you as long as I live, but you shall have my services till you are satisfied after my apprenticeship is finished," returned Beers. After a short time my father became more calm, and, although apparently not reconciled to his loss, he asked Nelson how much he supposed he ought to owe him. "Oh, I don't know. I am no judge of the value of blood horses, but I have been told they are worth fortune sometimes," replied Beers. "And mine was one of the best in the world," said my father, "and in such perfect condition for running, all bone and muscle." "Oh, yes, I saw that," said Beers, despondingly, but with a frankness that showed he did not wish to deny the great claims of the horse and his owner. "Well," said my father, with a sigh, "as I have no desire to go to law on the subject, we had better try to agree upon the value of the horse. You may mark on a slip of paper what sum you think you ought to owe me for him, and I will do the same. We can then compare notes, and see how far we differ." "I will mark," said Beers, "but, Uncle Phile, don't be too hard with me. I will be as easy as I can, and endeavor to make some allowance for your situation," said my father. "But, Nelson, when I think how valuable that horse was, of course I must mark something in the neighborhood of the amount of cash I could have received for him. I believe, however, Nelson, that you are an honest young man, and are willing to do what you think is about right. I therefore wish to caution you not to mark down 1 cent more than you really think, under the circumstances, you ought to pay me when you are able. And for which you are now willing to give me your note of hand. You will recollect that I told you, when you applied for the horse, that I did not wish to let him go." Nelson gave my father a grateful look, and assented to all he said. At least a dozen of our joke-loving neighbors were witnessing the scene with great apparent solemnity. 2 slips of paper were prepared. My father marked on one, and after much hesitation, Beers wrote on the other. "Well, let us see what you have marked," said my father. "I suppose you will think it is too low," replied Beers, handing my father the slip of paper. "Only $375, exclaimed my father, reading the paper. "Well, there is a pretty specimen of gratitude for you." Nelson was humbled, and could not muster sufficient courage to ask my father what he had marked. Finally one of our neighbors asked my father to show his paper. He did so. He had marked 6¼ cents. Our neighbor read it aloud, and a shock of mirth ensued, which fairly lifted Beers to his feet. It was some time before he could comprehend the joke, and when he became fully aware that no harm was done, he was the happiest fellow I have ever seen. I might fill a volume with these reminiscences of my younger days, but turning once more to my foreign notebooks, I find material there which seems to claim a place in this story chapter. I am never tired of telling and laughing at some of my mishaps and adventures in trying to use the French language, when I first went abroad. It was no unusual thing to travel half a day in a diligence, or in the cars, with some Englishman, as I would afterwards discover. Both of us doing our best to make ourselves intelligible to each other in French, till at last, in despair, one or the other would utter the conventional conundrum. "Parlez-vous anglais?" "Why, of course, I am an American, or an Englishman," and then a mutual roar would follow. American, or English, or Dutch French is generally quite a different thing from French French. Thus I could always understand the Dutchmen who spoke to me in French in Amsterdam, and I may add, they could perfectly understand me. We spoke the same patois. I wrote to my wife, I remember, from Amsterdam, that I found they spoke much purer French in that city than in Paris. Once on arriving in Paris at the station of the Northern Railway, I, with other passengers, was in the room devoted to the examination of baggage. Among the rest, was a party consisting of a New York merchant and his wife, with their daughter, a young lady of 18, who was at once volatile and voluble. Undoubtedly, she had spoken the best Madison Avenue school French for 5 years or more, and with this she fairly overwhelmed the official interpreter who was present. After hearing her for full 5 minutes, the interpreter gravely asked, "Do you speak English, miss?" "Certainly," was the reply. "Well, speak English then, if you please, for I can understand your English better than I can your French." I was one evening at the house of my friend, Mr. John Nimmo, in Paris, and while waiting for him and his family to return from the theatre, was entertained for an hour or more by 2 very agreeable young ladies, to whom I made such reply in French, from time to time, as I could. At last came the inevitable inquiry as to the capacity of the young ladies in the English language. "Why, bless us, Mr. Barnum," was the reply. "We are Scotch governesses, who are here in Paris simply to learn French. The last time I went from France to England, arriving late at night, I stopped in Dover, at the hotel nearest the custom house, so as to look after my luggage next day. Ringing my bell early in the morning, for shaving water, half asleep I called out to the serving maid for low chawed. "Please, sir," was the reply, "I do not speak French." "Nor I, either," said I, promptly, "just bring me some hot water, if you please." But some of the English have a queer way of speaking their own language, and the Cockney's management of what he would call the has-pirate is sufficiently familiar. Crowding into Exeter Hall, London, at an entertainment, one evening, I heard the usher just before me shouting out seats, as he looked at the checks, in this fashion: "Letter H, 1st row. Letter Heg, 6th row, letter He, 5th row, letter Hi, 9th row," and so on. Seeing that my own check was L, I showed it to him, and quietly inquired, "Where do I go to, usher?" "You go to hell," was the prompt response, which was not intended to be either profane or impolite. But I must bring this storytelling chapter, an episode in the narrative of graver events in my autobiography, to a close, and discourse of Seaside Park and Waldemere. Chapter 46. Seaside Park. Interest in public improvements, old park projects, opposition of old fogies, the sound shore at Bridgeport, inaccessible property, the eye of faith, talking to the farmers, reaching the public through the papers, how the land was secured for a great pleasure ground, gifts to the people, opening of Seaside Park, the most beautiful ground between New York and Boston, magnificent drives, the advantages of the location, music for the million, by the seaside, future of the park, a perpetual blessing to posterity. From the time when I first settled in Bridgeport and turned my attention to opening and beautifying new avenues, and doing whatever lay in my power to extend and improve that charming city, I was exceedingly anxious that public parks should be established, especially one where good driveways and an opportunity for the display of the many fine equipages for which Bridgeport is celebrated, could be afforded. Mr. Noble and I began the movement by presenting to the city the beautiful ground in East Bridgeport now known as Washington Park, a most attractive promenade and breathing place and a continual resort for citizens on both sides of the river. Particularly in the summer evenings, when one of the city bands is an additional attraction to the pleasant spot. Thus our new city was far in advance of Bridgeport proper in providing a prime necessity for the health and amusement of the people. Our park projects in the city date as far back as the year 1850. At that time, by an arrangement with Deacon David Sherwood, who lived in Fairfield, a few rods west of the Bridgeport line, and who owned land adjoining mine, we agreed to throw open a large plot of ground free to the public, provided State Street, in Bridgeport, was continued west so as to pass through this land. But a few old fogies, through whose land the street would pass, thereby improving their property thousands of dollars in value, stupidly opposed the project in the Fairfield town meeting. And the measure was defeated. 17 years afterwards, in 1867, after a long sleep, these same old fogies managed to awake, as did the citizens of Fairfield generally, and then State Street was extended without opposition. But property, to some extent, had changed hands and had largely increased in value, so that the chance of having a free park in that locality was forever lost. And the town was actually obliged to pay Deacon Sherwood for the privilege of continuing the highway through his land. How many similar opportunities for benefiting the public and posterity in all coming time are carelessly thrown away in every town, through the mere stupidity of mole-eyed landowners, who stand as stumbling blocks not only in the way of public improvements, but directly in opposition to their individual interests, and thus for scores of years rob the community of the pleasures to be derived from broad avenues lined with shade trees and from open and free public grounds. Up to the year 1865, the shore of Bridgeport west of the public wharves, and washed by the waters of Long Island Sound, was inaccessible to carriages, or even to horsemen, and almost impossible for pedestrianism. The shore edge in fact was strewn with rocks and boulders, which made it, like Jordan, in the song, an exceedingly hard road to travel. A narrow lane reaching down to the shore enabled parties to drive near to the water for the purpose of clamming, and occasionally bathing. But it was all claimed as private property by the land proprietors, whose farms extended down to the water's edge. On several occasions at low tide, I endeavored to ride along the shore on horseback for the purpose of examining the lay of the land, in the hope of finding it feasible to get a public drive along the water's edge. On one occasion, in 1863, I succeeded in getting my horse around from the foot of Broad Street in Bridgeport to a lane over the Fairfield line, a few rods west of Iraniston Avenue. A grand street which I have since opened at my own expense, and through my own land. From the observations I made that day, I was satisfied that a most lovely park and public drive might be, and ought to be opened along the whole waterfront as far as the western boundary line of Bridgeport, and even extending over the Fairfield line. Foreseeing that in a few years such an improvement would be too late, and having in mind the failure of the attempt in 1850 to provide a park for the people of Bridgeport, I immediately began to agitate the subject in the Bridgeport papers, and also in daily conversations with such of my fellow citizens as I thought would take an earnest and immediate interest in the enterprise. I urged that such an improvement would increase the taxable value of property in that vicinity many thousands of dollars, and thus enrich the city treasury. That it would improve the value of real estate generally in the city. That it would be an additional attraction to strangers who came to spend the summer with us, and to those who might be induced from other considerations to make the city their permanent residence. That the improvement would throw into market some of the most beautiful building sites that could be found anywhere in Connecticut. And I dwelt upon the absurdity, almost criminality, that a beautiful city like Bridgeport, lying on the shore of a broad expanse of salt water, should so cage itself in. That not an inhabitant could approach the beach. With these and like arguments and entreaties I plied the people day in and day out, till some of them began to be familiarized with the idea that a public park close upon the shore of the Sound was at least a possible if not probable thing. But certain conservatives, as they are called, said, Barnum is a harebrained fellow, who thinks he can open and people a New York Broadway through a Connecticut wilderness. And the old fogies added, yes, he is trying to start another chestnutwood fire for the city to blow forever. But the city or town of Bridgeport will not pay out money to lay out or to purchase public parks. If people want to see green grass and trees, they have only to walk or drive half a mile either way from the city limits, and they will come to farms where they can see either or both for nothing. And, if they are anxious to see salt water, and to get a breath of the Sound breeze, they can take boats at the wharves, and sail or row till they are entirely satisfied. Thus talked the conservatives and the bold fogies, who unhappily, even if they are in a minority, are always a force in all communities. I soon saw that it was of no use to expect to get the city to pay for a park. The next thing was to see if the land could not be procured free of charge, or at a nominal cost, provided the city would improve and maintain it as a public park. I approached the farmers who owned the land lying immediately upon the shore, and tried to convince them that, if they would give the city free, a deep slip next to the water, to be used as a public park, it would increase in value the rest of their land so much as to make it a profitable operation for them. But it was like beating against the wind. They were not so stupid as to think that they could become gainers by giving away their property. Such trials of patience as I underwent in a 12-month, in the endeavor to carry this point, few persons who have not undertaken like almost hopeless labor can comprehend. At last I enlisted the attention of Messrs. Nathaniel Wheeler, James Loomis, Francis Ives, Frederick Wood, and a few more gentlemen, and persuaded them to walk with me over the ground, which to me seemed in every way practicable for a park. These gentlemen, who were men of taste as well as of enterprise and public spirit, very soon coincided in my ideas as to the feasibility of the plan and the advantages of the site. And some of them went with me to talk with the landowners, adding their own pleas to the arguments I had already advanced. At last, after much pressing and persuading, we got the terms upon which the proprietors would give a portion and sell another portion of their land which fronted on the water, provided the land thus disposed of should forever be appropriated to the purposes of a public park. But unfortunately a part of the land it was desirable to include was the small Mallet farm, of some 30 acres, then belonging to an unsettled estate. And neither the administrator nor the heirs could or would give away a rod of it. But the whole farm was for sale, and, to overcome the difficulty in the way of its transfer for the public benefit, I bought it for about $12,000, and then presented the required front to the park. I did not want this land or any portion of it for my own purposes or profit, and I offered $1,000 to anyone who would take my place in the transaction. But no one accepted, and I was quite willing to contribute so much of the land as was needed for so noble an object. Indeed, besides this, I gave $1,400 towards purchasing other land and improving the park. And, after months of persistent and personal effort, I succeeded in raising, by private subscription, the sum necessary to secure the land needed. This was duly paid for, deeded to, and accepted by the city, and I had the pleasure of naming this new and great public improvement, Seaside Park. Public journals are generally exponents of public opinion. And how the people viewed the new purchase, now their own property, may be judged by the following extracts from the leading local newspapers. When the land for the new enterprise was finally secured. Our Seaside Park. From the Bridgeport Standard, August 21, 1865. Bridgeport has taken another broad stride of which she may well be proud. The seaside park is a fixed fact. Yesterday Messrs. P.T. Barnum, Captain John Brooks, Mr. George Bailey, Captain Burnap, and Henry Wheeler generously donated to this city sufficient land for the park, with the exception of 7 or 8 acres, which have been purchased by private subscriptions. Last night the Common Council appointed excellent park commissioners, and work on the seawall and the avenues surrounding the park will be commenced at once. Besides securing the most lovely location for a park to be found between New York and Boston, which for all time will be a source of pride to our city and state, there is no estimating the pecuniary advantage which this great improvement will eventually prove to our citizens. Plans are on foot and enterprises are agitated in regard to a park hotel, seaside cottages, horse railroad branch, and other features, which, when consummated, will serve to amaze our citizens to think that such a delightful seaside frontage has been permitted to lie so long unimproved. To Mr. P.T. Barnum, we believe, is awarded the credit of originating this beautiful improvement, and certainly to his untiring, constant, and persevering personal efforts are we indebted for its being finally consummated. Honorable James C. Loomis was the first man who heartily joined with Barnum in pressing the plan of a seaside park upon the attention of our citizens, but it is due to our citizens themselves to say that, with an extraordinary unanimity, they have not only voted to appropriate $10,000 from the city treasury to making the avenues around the park, and otherwise improving it, but they have also generously aided by private contributions in purchasing such land as was not freely given for the park. Of course, we shall not only, at an early day, publish the names of such citizens as have subscribed money for this purpose, but they will also be handed down to posterity, as they will richly deserve, in the publication of the Park Commissioners. From the Bridgeport Standard, August 21, 1865. The names of P.T. Barnum, Captain John Brooks, Mr. George Bailey, Captain Burnap and Henry Wheeler have gone into history as the generous contributors to the best enterprise ever attempted for the benefit of our city. And the city has accepted the trust with the most commendable promptness, and appointed its commissioners, who have already entered upon their duties. We shall watch now with eager interest the unfolding and development of such a park as can nowhere be found on either side of the Sound, and one which shall be a thing of beauty and a joy forever to our city. It needs but the hand of skillful art, assisted by a proper public spirit, to render the seaside park a charmed spot of delightful resort for public drives or private walks. The commissioners chosen to superintend the inauguration of the laying out and improvements of the grounds are men of correct taste, of good judgment and of liberal and comprehensive views as to the wants and demands of a growing city like Bridgeport. They understand that nature is here to be made so attractive by art, that all classes shall be drawn hither not merely for the pleasure of enjoying a favorite resort but also for the profit which comes to the nobler impulses of our nature, by the contemplation of cunning handicraft upon the landscape, as God left it for man to adorn and beautify. Here will be planted trees of every variety that will endure the temperature of this latitude, and flowers of every hue and perfume. Here will walk serpentine through shady groves, and anon lead out to behold the broad expanse of the beautiful Sound. Someone has aptly said, that one work of art was worth 1,000 lectures on art. Here, then, let the statues of the artist be placed, to educate the masses by their silent teachings, and win them to higher ideas and better views of life by their mute eloquence. One feature of American parks is especially worthy of mention: they are essentially and emphatically democratic. They are made for the people, and are in turn appreciated by the people. They are open alike to the millionaire with his coach and six, and the poor pedestrian without a penny. The advantages possessed by Bridgeport as a manufacturing city are becoming daily more and more appreciated by businessmen from various portions of the country. There is no city in the state which can compare with ours in the recent erection of large and permanent manufacturing establishments. This fact brings into our midst a large industrial population, for which, even now, the supply of dwellings is inadequate to the demand. This population, commingling and combining with our own, and possessing energy, enterprise, business tact and intelligence, will rapidly develop the resources of our city and its surroundings for mechanical pursuits, and the productions of the various manufacturing establishments already erected, or in process of erection. To such a class, the benefits of a park, possessing such facilities for recreation and improvement as the seaside park will present, will be incalculable, in fostering the health, promoting the happiness, and elevating the taste of all who can avail themselves of its beneficial influences. To the public-spirited gentlemen who have so generously donated to the city the land for the seaside park, Bridgeport owes a debt of gratitude which she can never repay. Their names will descend to posterity, and be remembered with pride and exultation as among the noblest of public benefactors. So long as the flowers bloom and the waves wash the margin of the seaside park, no citizen of Bridgeport, identified with her growth and prosperity, and having the future welfare of the city at heart, should fail to contribute, in such a manner as best he may, to such a grand improvement. Let our citizens take hold of this noble enterprise with that large and liberal spirit in which it has been conceived and thus far consummated. And Bridgeport will ere long possess an attraction which will draw hither for permanent residence much of the wealth and intelligence, refinement and virtue of the great metropolis, which now sequesters itself along the banks of the Hudson, or among the sand knolls of New Jersey. Thus was my long-cherished plan at length fulfilled, nor did my efforts end here, for I aided and advised in all important matters in the laying out and progress of the new park. And in July, 1869, I gave to the city several acres of land, worth at the lowest valuation $5,000, which were added to and included in this public pleasure ground, and now make the west end of the park. At the beginning, the park on paper and the park in reality were two quite different things. The inaccessibility of the site was remedied by approaches which permitted the hundreds of workmen to begin to grade the grounds, and to lay out the walks and drives. The rocks and boulders over which I had more than once attempted to make my way on foot and on horseback were devoted to the building of a substantial seawall, under the able superintendence of Mr. David W. Sherwood. Paths were opened, shade trees were planted, and fortunately there was in the very center of the ground a beautiful grove of full growth, which is one of the most attractive features of this now charming spot. And a broad and magnificent drive follows the curves of the shore and encircles the entire park. Although work is constantly going on and much remains to be done, yet a considerable portion of the park presents a finished appearance. A large covered music stand has been built, and, on a rising piece of the ground, a substantial foundation has been built for a soldier's monument. The cornerstone of this monument was laid with impressive ceremonies and a military display, in the presence of a large concourse of citizens and soldiers, among whom were Major General Alfred H. Terry, USA, Major General and Governor Joseph H. Hawley, Adjutant General Charles T. Stanton, Quartermaster General Julius S. Gilman, Surgeon General Philo G. Rockwell, Paymaster General William B. Worcester, Aides-de-camp and Colonel John H. Barnum, Alfred P. Rockwell, William H. Mallory, Charles M. Coit, General S. W. Kellogg, of the 1st Brigade, Colonel S. E. Merwin, Jr., Colonel Crawford, and other officers of the governor's staff, and of the Connecticut State Militia. The branch horse railroad already reaches one of the main entrances, and brings down crowds of people every day and evening, and especially on the evenings in which the band plays. At such times the avenues are not only thronged with superb equipages and crowds of people, but the whole harbor is alive with rowboats, sailboats and yachts. The views on all sides are charming. In the rear is the city, with its roofs and spires. Black Rock and Stratford lights are in plain sight. To the eastward and southward stretches old Long Island's seagirt shore, and between lies the broad expanse of the salt water, with its ever-fresh breezes, and the perpetual panorama of sails and steamers. I do not believe that $1 million today would compensate the city of Bridgeport for the loss of what is confessed to be the most delightful public pleasure ground between New York and Boston. For these magnificent results, accomplished in so short a time, the people of Bridgeport are indebted to the park commissioners, and especially to Mr. Nathaniel Wheeler, whose untiring energy and exquisite taste have been mainly instrumental in bringing this work forward to its present state of completion. There is easy and cheap access to this ground by means of the horse railroad from East Bridgeport and Fairfield, and numerous avenues open directly upon the park from Bridgeport. It is the daily resort of thousands, who go to inhale the salt sea air. And the main drive is already, on a lesser scale, to the citizens of Bridgeport, what the Grand Avenue in Central Park is to the people of New York. With this priceless advantage, however, in favor of Seaside Park, of a frontage on the Sound, and a shore on which the waves are ever breaking and sounding the grand, unending story of the mysteries of the great deep. On the western and northern margins of this public ground, in sight of the Sound and in full view of every part of the park, will hereafter be built the villas and mansions of the wealthiest citizens, and, when the hand that now pens these lines is stilled forever, and thousands look from these seaside residences across the water to Long Island shore, and over the groves and lawns and walks and drives of the beautiful ground at their feet, it may be a source of gratification and pride to my posterity to hear the expressions of gratitude that possibly will be expressed to the memory of their ancestor who secured to all future generations the benefits and blessings of Seaside Park. Chapter 47. Waldemere. My private life, plans for the public benefit in Bridgeport, opening avenues, planting shade trees, old fogies, conservatism a curse to cities, benefiting Barnum's property, sale of Lindencroft, living in a farmhouse, by the seashore, another new home, Waldemere, how it came to be built, magic and money, Wavewood and the Petrel's nest, my farm, the Holland blanket cattle, my city residence, comforts of city life, begging letters, my family, religious reflections, my 59th birthday, the end of the record. What I can call, without undue display of egotism or vanity, my public life, may be said to have closed with my formal and final retirement from the managerial profession, when my second museum was destroyed by fire, March 3, 1868. But he must have been a careless reader of these pages, which record the acts and aspirations of a long and industrious career, who does not see that what, in opposition to my public life, may be considered my private life, has also been largely devoted to the comfort, convenience, and permanent prosperity of the community with which so many of my hopes and happiest days are thoroughly identified. I speak of these things, I trust, with becoming modesty, and yet with less reluctance than I should do, if my fellow citizens of Bridgeport had not generally and generously awarded me sometimes, perhaps, more than my need of praise for my unremitting and earnest efforts to promote whatever would conduce to the growth and improvement of our charming city. When I first selected Bridgeport as a permanent residence for my family, its nearness to New York and the facilities for daily transit to and from the metropolis were present and partial considerations only in the general advantages the location seemed to offer. Nowhere, in all my travels in America and abroad, had I seen a city whose very position presented so many and varied attractions. Situated on Long Island Sound, with that vast water view in front, and on every other side a beautiful and fertile country with every variety of inland scenery, and charming drives which led through valleys rich with well-cultivated farms, and over hills thick-wooded with far-stretching forests of primeval growth, all these natural attractions appeared to me only so many aids to the advancement the beautiful and busy city might attain, if public spirit, enterprise, and money grasped and improved the opportunities the locality itself extended. I saw that what nature had so freely lavished must be supplemented by yet more liberal art. Consequently, and quite naturally, when I projected and established my first residence in Bridgeport, I was exceedingly desirous that all the surroundings of Iraniston should accord with the beauty and completeness of that place. I was never a victim to that mania which possesses many men of even moderate means to own everything that joins them. And I knew that Iraniston would so increase the value of surrounding property that none but first-class residences would be possible in the vicinity. But there was other work to do, which, while affording advantageous approaches to my property, would at the same time be a lasting benefit to the public. And so I opened Iraniston Avenue, and other broad and beautiful streets, through land which I freely purchased and as freely gave to the public. And these highways are now the most convenient as well as charming in the city. To have opened all these new avenues, in their entire length, at my own cost, and through my own ground, would have required a confirmation of Miss Lavinia Warren's opinion. That what little of the city of Bridgeport and the adjacent town of Fairfield was not owned by General Tom Thumb, belonged to P.T. Barnum. It is true that, apart from my East Bridgeport property, I became a very large owner of real estate on the other side of the river, in Bridgeport proper and in Fairfield. My purchases in Fairfield lying on and so near to the boundary line, Division Street, as virtually to be in Bridgeport. Everywhere through my own lands I laid out and threw open to the public, streets of the generous width which distinguished the old King's roads in the colonies. Before grasping farmers and others encroached upon, and fenced in as private property, land that really belonged to the public forever. And on both sides of every avenue I laid out and planted a profusion of elms and other trees. In this way, I have opened miles of new streets, and have planted thousands of shade trees in Bridgeport. For I think there is much wisdom in the advice of the Laird of Dumbydykes, in Scott's Heart of Midlothian, who sensibly says, "When ye hae naething else to do, ye may be aye sticking in a tree. It will be growing when ye're sleeping." But, in establishing new streets, too often, when I had gone through my own land, the project came literally to an end. Some old fogey blocked the way, my way, his own way, and the highway, and all I could do would be to jump over his field, and continue my new street through land I might own on the other side. Till I reached the desired terminus in the end or continuation of some other street. Or till, unhappily, I came to a dead standstill at the ground of some other old fogey, who, like the original owners of what is now the shorefront of Seaside Park, did not believe there was money to be made by giving away their property. And this is the manner in which these old fogies talked: "We don't believe in these improvements of Barnum's. What's the use of them? We can get to the city by the old road or street, as we have done for 40 years. The new street will cut the pasture or mowing lot in two, and make a checkerboard of the farm. It was bad enough to have the railroad go through, and we would have prevented that if we could, but this new street business is all bosh." And then, singularly enough, every old fogey would wind up with, "I declare, I believe the whole thing is only to benefit Barnum, so that he can sell land, which he bought anywhere from $60 to $200 an acre, at the rate of $5,000 an acre in building lots, as he is actually doing today." It is strange indeed that these men, who could see the benefit to Barnum's property, by opening new streets which would immediately convert cheap farm and pasture land into choice and high-priced building lots, should not see that precisely the same thing would proportionately increase the value of their own property. Conservatism may be a good thing in the state, or in the church, but it is fatal to the growth of cities. And the conservative notions of old fogies make them indifferent to the requirements which a very few years in the future will compel, and blind to their own best interests. Such men never look beyond the length of their noses, and consider every investment a dead loss unless they can get the sixpence profit into their pockets before they go to bed. My own long training and experience as a manager impelled me to carry into such private enterprises as the purchase of real estate that best and most essential managerial quality of instantly deciding not only whether a venture was worth undertaking, but what, all things considered, that venture would result in. Almost any man can see how a thing will begin, but not every man is gifted with the foresight to see how it will end, or how, with the proper effort, it may be made to end. In East Bridgeport, where we had no conservatives to contend with, we were only a few years in turning almost tenantless farms into a populous and prosperous city. On the other side of the river, while the opening of new avenues, the planting of shade trees, and the building of many houses, have afforded me the highest pleasures of my life. I confess that not a few of my greatest annoyances have been occasioned by the opposition of those who seem to be content to simply vegetate through their existence, and who looked upon me as a restless, reckless innovator, because I was trying to remove the moss from everything around them, and even from their own eyes. In the summer of 1867, the health of my wife continuing to decline, her physician directed that she should remove nearer to the seashore. And, as she felt that the care of a large establishment like Lindencroft was more than she could bear, I sold that place. I have already spoken of my building of this residence. It was emphatically a labor of love. All that taste and money could do was fairly lavished upon Lindencroft. So that, when all was finished, it was not only a complete house in all respects, but it was a perfect home. And a home I meant it to be, in every and the best sense of the word, for my declining years. Consequently, from basement to attic, everything was constructed, by day's work, in the most perfect manner possible. Convenience and comfort were first consulted, and thereafter, with no attempt at ostentation, elegance, pure and simple, predominated and permeated everywhere. No first-class house in the metropolis was more replete with all that goes to constitute a complete dwelling place. Under this new roof I gathered my library, my pictures, my souvenirs of travel in other lands, and assembled my household gods. While the surrounding grounds, adorned with statuary and fountains, displayed also, in the walks, the arbors, the lawns, the garden, the piled-up rocks even, the profusion of trees and shrubbery, and the wealth of rare and beautiful flowers, my wife's exquisite taste, which in times past had made the grounds of our loved and lost Iraniston so celebrated as well as charming. It was hard indeed to tear ourselves from this fascinating spot, but there are times when even the charms of home must be sacrificed to the claims of health. Lindencroft was sold July 1, 1867, and we immediately removed for a summer's sojourn to a small farmhouse adjoining Seaside Park. During the hot days of the next 3 months we found the delightful sea breeze so bracing and refreshing that the season passed like a happy dream. And we resolved that our future summers should be spent on the very shore of Long Island Sound. I did not, however, perfect my arrangements in time to prepare my own summer residence for the ensuing season. And during the hot months of 1868 we resided in a new and very pretty house I had just completed on State Street, in Bridgeport, and which I subsequently sold, as I intended doing when I built it. But, towards the end of the summer, I added by purchase to the Mallet Farm, adjoining Seaside Park, a large and beautiful hickory grove, which seemed to be all that was needed to make the site exactly what I desired for a summer residence. It will be remembered that I bought this Mallet Farm, not for myself, but so that a portion of it could be devoted to the public park. And, a generous slice having been thus given away, there were several acres remaining which were admirably adapted to one or more residences. And the purchase of the grove property made the location nearly perfect. But there was a vast deal to do in grading and preparing the ground, in opening new streets and avenues as approaches to the property, and in setting out trees near the proposed site of the house. So that ground was not broken for the foundation till October. I planned a house which should combine the greatest convenience with the highest comfort, keeping in mind always that houses are made to live in as well as to look at, and to be homes rather than mere residences. So the house was made to include abundant room for guests, with dressing rooms and baths to every chamber, water from the city throughout the premises, gas, manufactured on my own ground, and that greatest of all comforts, a semi-detached kitchen, so that the smell as well as the secrets of the cuisine might be confined to its own locality. The stables and gardens were located far from the mansion, on the opposite side of one of the newly opened avenues, so that in the immediate vicinity of the house, on either side and before both fronts, stretched large lawns, broken only by the grove, single shade trees, rockwork, walks, flower beds and drives. The whole scheme as planned was faithfully carried out in less than 8 months. The first foundation stone was laid in October, 1868. And we moved into the completed house in June following, in 1869. It required a regiment of faithful laborers and mechanics, and a very considerable expenditure of money, to accomplish so much in so short a space of time. Those who saw a comparatively barren waste thus suddenly converted to a blooming garden, and, by the successful transplanting and judicious placing of very large and full-grown forest trees, made to seem like a long-settled place, considered the creation of my new summer home almost a work of magic. But there is no magic when determination and dollars combine to achieve a work. When we moved into this new residence, we formally christened the place Waldemere, literally, but not so euphoniously, Waldemere, woods by the sea. For I preferred to give this native child of my own conception an American name of my own creation. On the same estate, and fronting the new avenue I opened between my own property and the public park, I built at the same time 2 beautiful cottages, one of which is known as the Petrel's Nest, and the other, occupied by my eldest daughter, Mrs. Thompson, and my youngest daughter, Mrs. Seeley, as a summer residence, is called Wavewood. From the east front of Waldemere, across the sloping lawn, and through the reaches of the grove, these cottages are in sight, and before the 3 residences stretches the broad Sound, with nothing to cut off the view, and nothing intervening but the western portion of Seaside Park. Seaside and sea breezes, however, do not include the sum of rural felicities in summer, and so I still keep possession of the fine farm which, years ago, was the scene of the elephant plowing feats. On this property, which is in charge of a judicious farmer, I have some very fine imported stock, including several head of the celebrated white blanket Dutch cattle, which excite the curiosity and attract the attention of all who see them. These cattle are black, with a distinctly defined white blanket around their bodies, giving them a very unique appearance. And when they struck my fancy in Holland, some years ago, I imported several of them, nor is their singular appearance their best recommendation, for they are excellent milkers. And my dairy and farm products keep my table constantly supplied with fresh fruits and vegetables, poultry, and that choicest of country luxuries, pure cream. Amid such comforts, advantages, and luxuries the summer months speed swiftly and sweetly by. My well-supplied stables afford the means of enjoying the numberless delightful drives which abound in the vicinity, and my saltwater-loving friend, Mr. George A. Wells, is always ready to minister to the pleasure of myself or my guests by tendering the use of anything in his sound fleet, from a rowboat to a yacht. The 5 months in the year which I devote to rural rest seem all too short for the enjoyment which is necessarily compressed in the 20 weeks. But I can feel at the end of the season that it is a consolidation as well as compression, not only of pleasure, but of capital, in the way of health and vigor for the winter's campaign of city living and metropolitan excitement. For, at my time of life, and especially for a man who has had so much to do with the metropolitan million as I have done, I am convinced that the city is the most congenial residence during the cooler season of the year. No matter how active may have been one's life, as a man grows older, if he does not become a little lazy, he at least learns to crave for comfortable ease and seeks for quiet. To such a man, the city in winter extends numberless pleasures. There is a sense of satisfaction even in the well-cleared sidewalks after a snowstorm, and an almost selfish happiness in looking out upon a storm from a well-warmed library or parlor window. One loves to find the morning papers, fresh from the press, lying upon the breakfast table. And the city is the center of attractions in the way of operas, concerts, picture galleries, libraries, the best music, the best preaching, the best of everything in aesthetical enjoyments. Having made up my mind to spend 7 months of every year in the city, in the summer of 1867 I purchased the elegant and most eligibly situated mansion, No. 438 Fifth Avenue, corner of 39th Street, at the crowning point of Murray Hill, in New York, and moved into it in November. My residence therein in the winter season has fully confirmed my impressions in its favor. The house is replete with all that can constitute a pleasant home, and the location is so near to Central Park that we spend hours of every fine day in that great pleasure ground. While I am in town, it is scarcely more than once or twice a week that I take pains to ascertain by personal observation that I am living on the edge of a toiling, excited city of 1,000,000 inhabitants. My pecuniary interests in Connecticut and in New York occupy my attention sufficiently to keep me from ennui. And an extended correspondence, for which I do not yet feel the need of a private secretary, employs an hour or more of every day. I have had letters from New Zealand, and other remote quarters of the globe, respecting curiosities, and addressed simply to Mr. Barnum, America, and the post office officials. Knowing of no other Barnum who would be likely to receive letters from such out-of-the-way places, regularly put these vaguely addressed letters in my New York box. Yet I suppose that not less than 2/3 of all the letters I receive are earnest petitions for pecuniary aid. This begging letter business began to persecute me as long ago as the time of the Jenny Lind engagement, and even before. Many of these letters ask money as a free gift, and some of them demand assistance, while others request temporary loans, or invite me to furnish the capital for enterprises which are certain to bring the richest returns to all concerned therein. When I was traveling with Jenny Lind, I received a letter from a woman in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, who informed me that she had named her just-born boy and girl twins, P.T. Barnum and Jenny Lind, coolly adding that we might send $5,000 for their immediate wants, and make such provision for their future education and support as might be determined upon at the proper time. In some of these letters, the amusement afforded by the orthography and grammar was almost a compensation for the annoyance and impudence of the requests. One very bad speller, referring me to a former employer of the letter writer, wrote, "I can refer you to him." Another, urging his petition, declared, "God knows I am poor." And not long ago I received a communication from an old man who claimed to be too decrepit to earn a support, but he urged that he was a religious man, and added, "I take great pleasure in readin' my Bible, specially the prophets." And it did look a little as if he had a sharp eye to the prophets. I have said but little in these pages of the immediate circle which is nearest and dearest to me. My wife, with whom I have lived so many happy years, and who has been my support in adversity and my solace in prosperity, still survives. Our children are all daughters. Caroline C., the eldest, was married to Mr. David W. Thompson, October 19, 1852, Helen M. My second daughter, was married to Mr. Samuel H. Hurd, October 20, 1857, Frances J. The third daughter, was born May 1, 1842, and died April 11, 1844, and Pauline T., the fourth daughter, was married on her birthday, March 1, 1866, to Mr. Nathan Seeley. For my eldest daughter I built and furnished a beautiful house on ground near Iraniston, and she moved into it immediately after her marriage. Though of late years she has resided in New York in winter and in Bridgeport in summer. For Helen and Pauline, I bought and furnished handsome houses in Lexington Avenue, in New York, within a short distance of my own city residence in Fifth Avenue. A fine young rising generation of my grandchildren is growing up around them and me. I have written as little as might be, too, about my religious principles and profession, because I agree with the man who, in answer to the pressing inquiry, declared that he had no religion to speak of. And I believe with him that true religion is more a matter of work than of words. When I am in the city, I regularly attend the services and preaching of the Reverend Drive E. H. Chapin, and I usually go to the meetings of the same denomination in Bridgeport. He builds too low who builds beneath the skies. And I can truly say that I have always felt my entire dependence upon him who is the dispenser of all adversity, as well as the giver of all good. With a natural proclivity to look upon the bright side of things, I am sure that under some of the burdens, the Jerome entanglement, for instance, which have borne so heavily upon me, I should have been tempted, as others have been, to suicide, if I had supposed that my troubles were brought upon me by mere blind chance. I knew that I deserved what I received. I had placed too much confidence in mere money and my own personal efforts. I was too much concerned in material prosperity. And I felt that the blow was wisely intended for my ultimate benefit, a chastening, which, like the husks to the prodigal son, should cause me to come to myself. And teach me the lesson that there is something infinitely better than money or position or worldly prosperity in our Father's house. And I should be ungrateful indeed, if on my birthday, this 5th of July, 1869, when I enter upon my 60th year in full health and vigor, with the possibility of many happy days to come, I did not reverently recognize the beneficent hand that has crowned me with so many comforts, and surrounded me with so many blessings. It is on this day, in my own beautiful home of Waldemere, that I write these concluding lines, which record a long and busy career, with the sincere hope that my experiences, if not my example, will benefit my fellow men.